In a world ravaged by calamities, Zhou Lin finds himself reborn 3 days prior to the onset of the apocalypse, endowed with the ability of symbiosis. After careful contemplation, he boards a flight to an island nation. 2 days later, astonishment grips the globe as the largest and most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the beautiful country mysteriously vanishes after resupplying at the island's port. The beautiful country, the island nation, as well as Xia country and Mao country, are all placed on high alert. Yet merely 24 hours later, both the Shifushan in the island nation and the Shihuang volcano of the beautiful country erupt simultaneously, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Chapter 1. To board a train or not? Ah! Zhou Lin gasped as he jolted upright from his bed, his eyes trembling and hands twitching. The terror and agony from the precipice of death lingered in his mind, a haunting reminder of his final struggles. Moments later, he regained his composure and delivered a heavy slap to his own face. The sting was sharp, but overwhelming joy coursed through him. Rebirth. I have actually been reborn. Feeling his youthful and intact body, Zhou Lin hastily grabbed his phone from the bedside to check the time. June 27th, 2023, 09:18. Damn. Zhou Lin cursed, realizing that, if memories serve correctly, there were less than 3 days left until the catastrophic event, the eruption of Shifushan. What could he possibly accomplish in just 3 days? What would he change? Collect supplies, weapons? How much could he gather with his current assets? Or perhaps he could indulge in 3 days of hedonistic pleasure before ending it all? While it might spare him some suffering, the faces of those he held dear suddenly flashed in his mind. AI Bing, Tang Ili, Chao Bowen, Zhang Kachin. Among them, the one who incited the most resentment was his girlfriend, AI Bing. Oh, but it seemed AI Bing had yet to acknowledge him as her boyfriend. The thought of how devotedly he had treated AI Bing, only to be relegated to the status of a backup, made Zhou Lin want to slap himself again. Just then, his phone rang coincidentally. It was AI Bing. Still sleeping in? Didn't you say yesterday you would go shopping with me today? That voice Zhou Lin would never forget it. Nor could he. He remained silent, but in his mind echoed the words, just push him down, he's nothing but skin and bones. It would be a waste of firewood to stew him. Although now raspier, it came from the same lips. Ha. Zhou Lin could not help but sneer internally, as AI Bing continued chattering on the other end. I'm hungry, Zhou Lin. Why aren't you speaking? Darling, are you feeling unwell? They'll come see you once I'm done here. Just wait for me. Every word from AI Bing seemed flawless, even evoking a palpable sense of affection toward Zhou Lin. Nonsense. It was all a fad, a deception. Last night, Zhou Lin had indeed invited AI Bing to dinner, shopping, and to watch a movie, but she had refused, claiming she needed to accompany her friend. What nonsense. She was with some wealthy scion, having gone so far as to share a bed with him. This was something AI Bing had confessed herself, mentioning that she was in that scion's embrace while on the phone. The mere thought sent Zhou Lin's muscles twitching in fury, wishing to cast AI Bing away right then and there. Yet he ultimately restrained himself, trying to keep his voice steady. Sure, come over. If AI Bing dared to come, he would ensure her legs were broken. He wouldn't kill her. That would be too merciful. Let her live. Let her witness the apocalypse unfold. Let her descend into darkness, acutely aware of her body's slow decay. Surrounded by inescapable despair, struggling fruitlessly, living in a state worse than death, until Zhou Lin permitted her to die. That would be true vindication. After hanging up, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain deep within his mind. Once the agony subsided, he smiled. He noticed a luminous orb floating in his consciousness, a manifestation that should not have appeared until 5 years post-apocalyptic ability orb. After the cataclysm, many believe humanity would evolve or gain powers akin to those in novels. Yet 5 years passed without any such occurrences. Just when hope seemed lost, the first ability user emerged. Soon after, the first wave of evolvers followed. Although most abilities were merely auxiliary, those endowed with powers could evolve unconditionally, placing them in a superior echelon within the apocalypse. The most pitiable were those devoid of abilities or evolution, later termed as mortals. In the decade following the apocalypse, 99.99 immortals either succumbed to enslavement or became cannon fodder, even turning into living food. Zhou Lin had died as a mere mortal, while his girlfriend AI Bing, with her striking appearance and social prowess, had not only acquired abilities but had successfully evolved. Had it not been for the emergence of abilities, Zhou Lin wouldn't have dared to affirm the apocalypse's arrival. But now he had no doubts. If only it were a spatial ability, he mused, feeling the orb rotating gently in his consciousness. With hope, He took a deep breath and reached out with his mind to touch the orb. In that instant, various modes of transportation materialized within his awareness. Soon, he comprehended the nature of his newfound ability. Symbiosis. Symbiosis basic limited to inanimate vehicles. The first symbiosis is unrestricted. After several minutes, Zhou Lin opened his eyes, exhaling heavily. In essence, symbiosis encapsulated four core principles. Firstly, it allowed for mental control over the symbiotic vehicle. Secondly, it provided a storage space for the vehicle. Thirdly, it enabled modifications to the vehicle while in storage. And fourthly, utilizing and modifying the vehicle required corresponding energy and materials. What thrilled Zhou Lin the most was the exclusive storage space. Although it could not contain anything other than the symbiotic vehicle, it did not hinder the storage of items within the vehicle. Wasn't this akin to having a storage compartment? With this realization, Zhou Lin felt elated. Could this be considered a case of losing one thing but gaining another? He had initially sought a lightweight and fuel-efficient vehicle for convenience, but now it seemed he ought to look for one with a more ample interior space. Or perhaps, a container truck? The largest standard container measures 12.2 by 2.4 by 2.9 meters, with an internal volume of approximately 80 cubic meters. Do not underestimate 80 cubic meters. The density of bulk rice is about 0.8, meaning 80 cubic meters could accommodate 100 tons of rice. Considering Zhou Lin's daily consumption of 1 kilogram, that would last him 273 years. If we disregard rice spoilage, a 24-year-old Zhou Lin could live until 100 with only about 28 tons of rice, leaving an additional 45 cubic meters of space in the container for other items. Moreover, the truck's cab offers some storage space, and, if necessary, he could even attach a trailer. Wait, a trailer. A light bulb went off in Zhou Lin's mind, and he smacked his forehead, berating himself for being so foolish. Wasn't it obvious how many trailers could he attach? But what if he could symbiotically bond with a train that he quickly searched online? Container freight trains can haul around 50 cars, even if each car held 2 containers. That would allow for at least 100 containers, totaling 8,000 cubic meters. At this thought, Zhou Lin could not help but swallow hard, yearning to procure a train immediately. However, moments later, he calmed himself, he could not symbiotically bond with a train that in the present day, trains are predominantly powered by electricity. In the event of an apocalyptic scenario, one must ponder where to source power for such locomotives. Without electricity and tracks, freight trains would merely serve as vast storage spaces, ample in size, yet utterly devoid of any other utility. Moreover, he currently lacks the requisite funds to procure sufficient resources to fill an entire freight train. As for the notion of utilizing storage space for a zero-cost acquisition, merely 3 days remain, and he must first secure a freight train. The very thought seems utterly implausible. Thus, Zhou Lin ultimately concludes that unless there are no viable alternatives, he shall not entertain the idea of a freight train. The initial use of symbiotic skills comes without any constraints. I must acquire the most formidable mode of transportation. What a time to be receiving notifications. Suddenly, the screen of his mobile device illuminated, and Zhou Lin initially assumed it to be a message from AI Bing, only to discover it was a news alert. Yet, upon the first glance, he found himself unable to divert his gaze. Chapter 2. A frantic objective. I must be out of my mind, Zhou Lin exclaimed as he opened his computer browser, determined to verify some information that would help him decide whether to embark on a reckless venture. Measuring 337 meters in length and 177 meters in width, and standing over 40 meters tall without accounting for the mass, this vessel boasts a full displacement of over 110,000 tons. Equipped with 2 pressurized water nuclear reactors that can operate for 50 years and generate more than 200,000 kilowatts of power, its hangar measures 190 meters in length, over 30 meters in width, and 1 meters in height, with a volume equivalent to 60,000 cubic meters, roughly the size of 750 large shipping containers. In a state of readiness, a single resupply is sufficient to sustain 5,000 individuals for 3 months, including provisions. Merely contemplating these figures was enough to quicken his pulse and ignite fervor in his eyes. Zhou Lin pounded the table with a fist. Life is fleeting, and one must seize the moment. With resolve swelling within him, Zhou Lin promptly contacted a familiar travel agency to arrange for the fastest journey to the island nation. Minutes later, the agency called back, "Brother, if you provide your passport now, you can board a flight tonight, but the cost. Money is no object." Zhou Lin replied, "I'll be there shortly. Have your passport ready." With wealth as his ally, Zhou Lin boarded a bus bound for the airport at 5 p.m. At 7:30, the flight from Yunqing to the capital of the island nation took off punctually, landing smoothly 4 hours later. Upon departing the bus in the city, Zhou Lin exhaled heavily. The mere thought of his audacious plan heightened his heartbeat. The city shimmered with neon lights, and the air was thick with an intoxicating aroma. Girls clad in eclectic attire passed by, often slowing their pace to admire his striking features and captivating aura. Some even greeted him, but alas, their words were in a language he could not comprehend, and his mind was too preoccupied to engage. After checking in at the hotel booked through the agency, Zhou Lin confined himself to his room. The location was superb. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazed out at the capital's bustling port. Tonight, the port glowed particularly bright, as it hosted a fleet from the beautiful nation, visiting the island, yet simultaneously posing a threat to Xia and Mao countries. Zhou Lin squinted, fixated on the silhouette of the largest ship in the harbor, the Teffer-class aircraft carrier. The Teffer. What, the aircraft carrier? Is it no longer a means of transport? No. Zhou Lin believed it to be so, thus it was. He drew the curtains and began his evening routine. There would be no opportunity tonight. Even in the island nation's harbor, the beautiful nation would not relax its vigilance over its national treasures. Anyone attempting to approach the Teffer would likely face immediate consequences. And Zhou Lin had no desire to meet such a fate. Tomorrow would present the opportunity, perhaps to demonstrate its might to the island nation and the world. The beautiful nation had designated a day for visitors to board any warship in the harbor, including the Teffer. It is certain that those who board the ship will inevitably have their movements restricted, likely limited to standing and strolling on the deck. However, for Zhou Lin, this is more than sufficient. He plans to rest, rejuvenate his spirit, and seize the moment. On June 28th, in the summer sun of the Xia Kingdom, the day promised to be splendid, and Zhou Lin felt it would also be a day that would astonish the world. After 9 o'clock, the port began to bustle with activity. Streamers, balloons, and extravagantly adorned individuals filled the streets leading to the harbor, making Zhou Lin feel as though it was even more crowded than during the spring festival rush at home. The cacophony of various instruments, horns, and exclamations in multiple languages created such a din that it compelled Zhou Lin to wish for a pressure bomb to alleviate the noise. Fortunately, upon catching sight of the USS Theodore Roosevelt, he felt as if he had swallowed several ice creams on a scorching summer day, and a wave of comfort washed over him. This sense of ease made him tremble involuntarily. Stay calm. Zhou Lin pinched his thigh hard in his pocket, fearing that his unusual excitement might be noticed. Any person with a modicum of awareness could surmise that among the throngs of people, there were likely agents of the United States discreetly positioned to counter potential crises. As he drew nearer, the enormity of the aircraft carrier became increasingly palpable. Not only did its colossal form resemble that of a sports arena, towering like a dozen stories, but even the mooring lines extending to the dock were thicker than Zhou Lin's own thigh. Boarding was now permitted. Countless exhilarated individuals queued at the dock, and Zhou Lin glanced around, unable to see the end of the line. He feared that if he joined, he might never reach the front, and given his status, he might not even be able to board without the identification typical of islanders. Fortunately, Zhou Lin had no intention of queuing at all. His symbiotic ability did not necessitate his entry into the vehicle, as long as he could make contact, even with just a part of it. He could activate his skills to achieve symbiosis. Conveniently, not far from him stood a massive mooring post. Zhou Lin slowly moved behind it, ensuring no one was watching as he placed a hand on the metal cable of the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Symbiosis. Activate. In an instant, Zhou Lin felt as if electricity coursed through his body, akin to being thrown into a vibrating machine, with even his soul vibrating at a high frequency. Would he be scattered apart? At that moment, Zhou Lin had completely lost his sense of the outside world. He believed others would surely notice his trembling. In reality, he merely stood there quietly, appearing to anyone watching as just another captivated fan of the aircraft carrier's majestic presence. Even the American Sentinels, after a cursory glance, deemed him no threat and dismissed him from further attention. Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Lin vanished entirely. It could be said that no one noticed, or even those who unintentionally caught sight of this occurrence would merely question their own vision. After all, how could a person simply disappear into thin air? It was not a magic show. Is this what symbiosis feels like? The sensation of high-frequency vibration finally subsided, and Zhou Lin could no longer articulate his state. All he knew was that he had entered the USS Theodore Roosevelt, Or more precisely, he had fused with it. Intuition whispered to Zhou Lin that, as long as he so desired, he could manifest himself in any corner of the Tefu aircraft carrier, occupying any position. As long as he maintained this state, all existing human methods would be utterly incapable of detecting his presence. Marvelous. Invincible. Zhou Lin reveled in this newfound power. Had it not been for that news article triggering a spark in his mind, he would have never conceived the notion of coexisting with an aircraft carrier. At this moment, the nature of his symbiotic ability had undergone a transformation. Symbiosis, Basic 100-1000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Large surface transport vessel, unnamed. Number of symbiotic vehicles possible, 0. Storage space, 01. Lacking the experience of possessing abilities in his past life, Zhou Lin was unaware whether the powers bestowed upon other ability users resembled his own. Everything relied on his gradual exploration. His consciousness was now imbued with all pertinent information regarding the Tefu aircraft carrier, and he could assume control at any moment he wished. Indeed, he was now the Tefu aircraft carrier itself, free to act as he pleased. For instance, he could directly see and hear everything transpiring within the captain's quarters. Even more astonishingly, his proficiency in the beautiful language had reached a level comparable to that of his mother tongue, enabling him to comprehend the conversations between the captain and the first officer. According to the captain, the embarkation day activities would continue until 3:30 in the afternoon, followed by routine maintenance. Once maintenance concluded, a festive celebration would ensue, during which, aside from essential guard personnel, most officers and soldiers, including the captain, would disembark. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin could not contain his exuberant laughter. Truly, the heavens are assisting me. Chapter 3. Almost in my grasp, yet not entirely. 20 F-35s. 24 F-18 fighter jets. 7 EA. 18 electronic warfare aircraft. 5 E. 2 early warning aircraft. 3 MV. 22 Osprey transport planes. 19 MH. 60 helicopters. 5 MQ. 25 refueling drones. Several transport vehicles, including armored personnel carriers, 3 small submarines, 6 unmanned underwater vehicles. Just yesterday, the supplies have been replenished. A total of 10,000 tons of aviation fuel and gasoline, 6,000 tons of assorted food and seasonings, 8,000 tons of daily necessities, and 50 tons of various medications. At this moment, Zhou Lin felt as though he had transformed into a fool, an ecstatic fool. Oh dear, it is all mine. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the soldiers of the Tefu began to bid farewell to the tourists, and at 3:30, the stairs were closed for routine maintenance. By 5:30, the soldiers participating in the celebratory activities began to disembark. At 6, the captain and several officers descended the gangway with smiles. By 7, the once thrumming Tefu, which had housed over 5,000 individuals, now held fewer than 300, the highest ranking among them being Colonel Magri, responsible for the aviation forces. Although he could not partake in the festive celebration, Magri did not neglect his own pleasures. He invited 2 female soldiers to his quarters for drinks, conversation, and dancing. After all, what concerns could there be in the capital of the island nation? Yet, just as Magri was engaging with the 2 female soldiers, the waters at the rear of the aircraft carrier suddenly erupted in a tumultuous frenzy. Meanwhile, the metallic cables extending onto the shore writhed like serpents, swiftly detaching from the mooring posts before coiling back into the ship's hull. The anchor winch operated with a thunderous roar, rapidly reeling in the heavy anchor chain, and a 30-ton iron anchor was dragged from the depths, clattering as it tightened at the bow of the vessel. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed when the USS Theodore Roosevelt began to turn slowly, this colossal movement finally capturing the attention of all nearby, including the American personnel aboard other warships. By God, why is the Theodore Roosevelt moving? No orders were given, exclaimed one, urgency tinging his voice. Quick, contact the Theodore Roosevelt. The crew of the American fleet was taken aback by the unexpected motion of the aircraft carrier. No matter how formidable the carrier, it could not act unilaterally. Otherwise, it would become a sitting target. Thus, if the Theodore Roosevelt intended to leave, the other vessels in the fleet would certainly receive orders to follow suit, perhaps even setting sail before the carrier itself. Yet, despite their frantic efforts to reach out to the Theodore Roosevelt, they received no response. Was it that they did not wish to respond? Damn it, contact the Defense Ministry back home and inform them that the Theodore Roosevelt has been stolen. shouted the captain of a destroyer, pounding the railing in frustration. Unlike the perpetually operational nuclear-powered Theodore Roosevelt, conventional vessels required at least 3 to 5 hours from the command to start until they were truly operational. Therefore, when the Theodore Roosevelt departed the port, the other warships had yet to complete their warm-up procedures. On shore, the captain of the Theodore Roosevelt and his associates had just arrived upon receiving the news. Staring at the gradually vanishing silhouette of the carrier, the captain felt utterly stunned. It was over. Regardless of whether the Theodore Roosevelt could be recovered, his career was ruined. Notify our military base in the island nation to dispatch aircraft to track the Theodore Roosevelt. Moreover, the islanders cannot absolve themselves from this matter. Have them send aircraft as well. Upon receiving the message, the American Defense Ministry sprang into action, with the returning minister promptly issuing orders. Although he realized he might not have much opportunity left to command, such explosive news was uncontrollable. Within half an hour of Zhou Lin commandeering the Theodore Roosevelt, the information spread globally. Due to time zone differences, discussions among netizens in the Great Xi'an nation were particularly fervent. This is hilarious. The American aircraft carrier left without a word, bidding farewell to its master. Is there a revolt? I have always said that artificial intelligence is unreliable. But the original code on the Theodore Roosevelt must be in square characters. Hence it decided to return to its roots. God knows what returning to roots means. I would rather call it turning from darkness to light. Surely this isn't state-sanctioned, right? If it is, then I must say, well done. Are you not concerned about where the Theodore Roosevelt is now? Click on my avatar for real-time updates. Paid link. Scam artist upstairs. Do you really think there are fools who would fall for that? Exclaimed another. What links? Why are they all casino advertisements? At that moment, more agitated than the netizens were the military and governments of various nations. The Americans, needless to say, had their nearly 80-year-old president on the verge of a heart attack, taking heart medication repeatedly, yet managing only a few words before gasping for breath, while the Secretary of Defense wiped his brow, penning his resignation letter in shame. Aside from the actions of the United States, other nations exhibited similar behavior, ostensibly expressing high moral standards by comforting the United States while privately dispatching signals to the USS Tufeng, eager to discern the identity of those audacious enough to seize an aircraft carrier. It was widely believed that this audacious act must have been executed by a cadre of professionals, as ordinary individuals would be utterly incapable of commandeering an aircraft carrier, especially one as advanced as the United States nuclear-powered fleet. However, the USS Tufeng maintained a steadfast silence, unresponsive to any party signals. On board the USS Tufeng, the 300 personnel, including Colonel Magri, were fervently attempting to break down doors and windows. Many among them had sensed the irregularities almost immediately, yet, before they could take appropriate action, they found themselves trapped by swiftly closing and locking hatches. The USS Tufeng seemed to have suddenly come to life, constraining their movements, jamming all communications, and revoking all their permissions. Their only recourse was to futilely batter the doors and windows, as if sheer force could yield a result. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin sat in the captain's quarters, guiding the USS Tufeng at breakneck speed towards the territorial waters of Xia. While it was feasible to stow the USS Tufeng in a storage facility, doing so would mean plunging into the water alongside the other crew members. Should he attempt such a maneuver in port, he would likely find himself confronted by a multitude of weapons aimed at him. Even after departing the harbor, safety was far from guaranteed. It was reasonable to assume that the United States would dispatch aircraft to pursue him. They would likely refrain from employing nuclear weaponry. Zhou Lin mused. At that moment, the USS Tufeng reached a staggering speed of 35 knots, surpassing its publicly declared maximum velocity. At this pace, no naval vessel from the United States or the island nation could intercept the USS Tufeng. Only faster aircraft could hope to impede its progress. The United States maintained Air Force bases in both the island nation and the Republic of Korea, and considering the distance and reaction time, it was likely that American fighter jets would appear overhead within an hour. Once the aircraft approached, even though Zhou Lin could deftly control the various weapons aboard the USS Tufeng, it did not imply he could command the carrier's aircraft to ascend for interception. In a certain sense, he would be left defensively exposed. Of course, the United States would not initiate an attack immediately, given that this was a vessel of immense value, akin to one forged from gold, and moreover, there were over 300 hostages on board. 40 minutes later, several fighter jets emerged from the clouds above the USS Tufeng, descending to relay a message to Zhou Lin. This is the United States Air Force. USS Typhoon below, please respond. After repeating the message 3 times, the tone of the communication shifted. USS Typhoon, if you do not respond, we will take military action. This is the USS Typhoon. Zhou Lin's voice resonated through the radio, reaching countless eavesdropping organizations and individuals. Hardly had he uttered a single sentence when the American fighter jets demanded that he shut down the propulsion systems of the USS Typhoon and remain stationary. Failure to comply would result in an aerial strike. An aerial strike? Zhou Lin chuckled, promptly broadcasting video footage of the American officers and soldiers to the internet, catching the United States off guard. Damn it! The president of the beautiful country once again swallowed a heart-saving pill and roared. Let them present a plan immediately. Any viable proposal apart from the use of nuclear weapons. Anything. Chapter 4. The Gift. The aircraft above the aircraft carrier departed. However, this did not signify that the beautiful country was willing to capitulate, particularly when their think tanks surmised that the Typhoon was likely en route to the summer country. The government of the beautiful country swiftly declared a state of war readiness and issued stern diplomatic warnings to the summer country. They cautioned the summer country's government against playing with fire. In response, the spokesperson for the summer country adeptly employed his skills in Tai Chi, pushing, blocking, squeezing, and pressing, before stating that the summer country did not endorse violence as a means of resolution. He further urged the hijackers of the aircraft carrier not to harm the lives of the beautiful country's personnel and expressed the summer country's willingness to provide humanitarian assistance. Adhering to the principle of proximity, the spokesperson's remarks garnered satisfaction among netizens from the summer country, who promptly commented, "The principle of proximity, dear hijackers of the aircraft carrier. Take note, our humanitarian assistance is something you deserve. It is said that our fleet has set sail, undoubtedly to protect the personnel of the beautiful country. Please, beautiful country, settle the fuel costs first. Of course. But what if the aircraft carrier takes on water? Should it be towed back first?" Zhou Lin had never contemplated surrendering the Typhoon to the military of the summer country. Not to mention that the Typhoon was his lifeline in the apocalyptic world. Even if he had such an inclination, time would not permit it. If possible, Zhou Lin wished to inform his family beforehand, urging them to prepare. His greatest regret in his previous life was his singular focus on that wretched AI being after the calamity struck, and by the time he thought of his family, communication and roads had been severed. To this day, he remained oblivious to whether his parents and younger sister had survived. "I will not be foolish this time. You must wait for me." The Typhoon possessed formidable mobile communication capabilities, yet Zhou Lin was unable to contact his family. Otherwise, within 3 minutes, all his information would find its way to the desks of world leaders. He might be unafraid, but his family would inevitably fall into peril, potentially being captured and used as leverage against him. The human heart has never stood the test of trials. Fortunately, Zhou Lin recalled that prior to the calamity, there had been volcanic eruptions in both the island nation and the beautiful country, followed by a series of intense earthquakes in nearby plates, and then the tsunami that ravaged coastal cities along the Pacific, as well as air pollution caused by volcanic ash. The destruction beyond the disaster zone was not yet severe. Places like his hometown still maintained social order, so it was highly likely that his family was safe in the months leading up to the calamity. As long as Zhou Lin could return in time, with the Typhoon and his knowledge of the disaster, leading his family to survival should not pose a problem. As the clock struck midnight, vibrant and colorful light bands appeared in the sky above the island nation. Some experts claimed it was the aurora, while others believed it to be a prelude to some cataclysm. Unfortunately, almost no one believed this assertion, and even those who did not think the disaster in the island nation would be connected to the summer country. Meanwhile, the presidential office of the beautiful nation received alarming warnings from research institutions regarding the unusually erratic activity of a supervolcano within their territory, necessitating appropriate preparations. However, the presidential office was preoccupied, its focus entirely on the Typhoon. At 1:30 in the morning, at a military base on the island nation, a transport aircraft taxied down the runway, ready for takeoff. Inside the cabin, 24 fully armed Marines from the beautiful nation were making their final preparations. Their superiors had assured them that medals of honor, celebratory feasts, and companionship awaited their triumphant return. Their mission was to reclaim the Typhoon at all costs. At 5 in the morning, the transport aircraft skimmed the ocean's surface, approaching the Typhoon's flight path. As the hatch opened, the 24 soldiers leapt from the plane into the sea, parachuting in a manner that bordered on suicidal. Subsequently, They powered toward the Tefua's course using 3 propulsion devices. Everyone assumed this meticulously planned operation would go unnoticed. However, the Tefu unexpectedly veered slightly, a minor deviation that led to a significant consequence. Was this a mere farce? Captain Zhou Lin shook his head in disbelief, arms crossed. He then broadcast a video over public frequency, depicting sprawled and disheveled personnel of the beautiful nation. The voiceover intoned, "Our patience is limited. We urge the beautiful nation to proceed with caution. Should there be a next time, we will randomly select 50 fortunate individuals to send to paradise. And furthermore, we will publicly disseminate all confidential information regarding the Tefu to the world." Madman, how dare he? Halt all operations. Reactions to the video were mixed among the beautiful nation-s citizens, while in Xia, anticipation for the beautiful nation-s next move was palpable. Can you handle it, little dog? Don't be timid. Aren't you a world power? Face it head-on. This tactic proved effective, as the beautiful nation refrained from making any rash moves for a time. On June 29th, at 2 in the afternoon, Honshu Island was struck by an earthquake. Though the magnitude was not high, it sent shockwaves of fear across the globe. If the midnight aurora was not indicative of anything, then the earthquake was undoubtedly the final warning of an imminent eruption from the island nation's largest volcano. Experts were unnecessary. As soon as the tremor subsided, residents, particularly those near the volcano, began a frantic evacuation. Meanwhile, the wealthiest individuals beyond Honshu swiftly boarded private jets, fleeing to the beautiful nation or to Nordurope. Nations around the world began withdrawing their personnel from the island, advising their citizens to leave promptly. Xia even dispatched a fleet capable of accommodating 200,000 people from the sea to execute the evacuation mission. Upon receiving news of the earthquake, Zhou Lin also sprang into action. As a citizen of Xia, while he could not return the Tefu to his homeland, he could collect and deliver the invaluable information aboard the Tefu to his country. This included an array of materials and data, from aircraft and early warning systems to maintenance manuals, nuclear reactor control software, and internal management systems, among other invaluable resources. These items are undoubtedly invaluable treasures for the Xia nation, not only capable of compensating for its technological shortcomings, but also serving as a catalyst for enhancing its overall technological prowess. In his previous life, when Zhou Lin perished, the leadership of the Xia government was still striving tirelessly to ensure the survival of its people. The information aboard the Tefu aircraft carrier might one day prove instrumental in navigating the impending apocalypse. One could say that I am contributing to the continuity of the Xia nation and humanity at large, right? After toiling for 4 hours to collect a box full of hard drives, Zhou Lin felt a profound sense of pride. The box designed for safeguarding the hard drives was custom-made, exhibiting performance akin to the black boxes found in aircraft, ensuring the security of the contents within. Ultimately, the box was tucked into an unmanned submersible. At 10 p.m., the Tefu began to decelerate as it approached a position 100 kilometers from the Xia evacuation fleet. Subsequently, Zhou Lin sent a clear message to the fleet. This is the Tefu. Good evening to the Xia evacuation fleet. Have you all dined? We are about to release personnel from the beautiful nation into your navigational path, and we hope your fleet will embody the spirit of humanitarianism and render timely assistance. The response from the Xia evacuation fleet was prompt. We had just finished our supper. Our fleet will rescue those who have fallen into the sea. Is there anything else? One must admit, the Xia fleet's reply was rather astute. In this world, apart from the Xia people, who else would inquire about another's meal upon first contact? Zhou Lin nearly chuckled at this. To be on the safe side, he replied, "That's good to hear. We trust in the quality and integrity of the Xia soldiers. But for the sake of divine favor, please be meticulous in your rescue efforts to avoid any oversights." Chapter 5. The Joy of Inventorying Supplies. The Xia fleet responded, "Received. Rest assured, the Xia evacuation fleet extends its deepest respect for your release of hostages." Deepest respect? What on earth do a group of beautiful nation soldiers need respect for? Thus, Zhou Lin understood. Regardless of how other nations, particularly the beautiful nation, might react to this communication, he activated the ship's intercom. It is no secret that the apocalypse is imminent. The world is on the brink of collapse, and you now face 2 choices. One is to receive lifeboats. Shortly, the Xia evacuation fleet will pass nearby to assist you. The other is to meet your maker. Within 15 minutes, those wishing to depart should raise their hands and gather on the deck. Zhou Lin's decision to spare the lives of these beautiful nation soldiers was solely to protect the sensitive information. Regardless of whether the beautiful nation would suspect his collusion with the Xia fleet, they would not dare to openly launch missiles of their own. Would they? 15 minutes later, approximately 300 beautiful nation soldiers had assembled on the deck, patiently awaiting instructions. Excellent. You may proceed to deploy the lifeboats. Several naval cannons swiveled, their dark muzzles rendering the soldiers hesitant to make any sudden movements. However, not all were compliant, as exemplified by Colonel Magri. We, the beautiful nation, shall never capitulate. Colonel Magri brandished his fist, displaying considerable vigor. Zhou Lin smirked, thinking of the valiant Colonel Magri's impending fate. Go forth, glorious Colonel Magri. May honor accompany you. In the next moment, the cannon's muzzle flared, and with a thunderous roar, dismembered limbs scattered, enveloped in a mist of blood. Under the watchful eyes of many, Colonel Magri used his own body to exemplify Zhou Lin's decisiveness and ruthlessness, serving as an effective impetus and restraint. At last, my ammunition was not wasted. Zhou Lin observed the dwindling number of officers and soldiers, nodding his head in satisfaction. Once everyone had evacuated to the lifeboats, he discreetly submerged the unmanned submersible, containing the hard drive, into the sea, setting it to hover at a depth of 50 meters beneath the lifeboats, awaiting retrieval by the Summer Nation's fleet. All that could be done had been accomplished. The rest was left to fate. This course of action bore significant risk. Without hostages, they had effectively lost their talisman of protection, and none could guarantee that the beautiful nation would refrain from launching missiles or even tactical nuclear weapons at the Tefo. In fact, as Zhou Lin propelled the Tefo toward the Summer Nation at breakneck speed, in a subterranean secure facility in the beautiful nation, the leaders, now aware that the hostages had been released and handed over to the Summer Nation's evacuation fleet, convened an urgent meeting. I believe we must immediately destroy the Tefo, asserted the newly appointed Interim Minister of Defense, who had just taken office. In fact, I have already ordered our new strategic bombers to take off from the homeland. Within 3 hours, we will locate it and obliterate it entirely. On board the Tefo, Zhou Lin had just received a message from the Summer Nation's evacuation fleet, stating that they had successfully rescued the beautiful nation's soldiers from the sea, emphasizing that none were left behind, and expressing their profound respect for Zhou Lin once again. After acknowledging their gratitude, he resumed the meticulous inventory of supplies. Although the Tefo could be deftly maneuvered with ease, thanks to its symbiotic connection with Zhou Lin, he still needed to personally oversee the inventory of items beyond the vessel itself. Moreover, considering the immense risk he had taken to acquire the Tefo, it would be a disservice to forego the enjoyment of personally verifying every item. Thus, this task was imperative. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival hinges upon clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Hence, the inventory must commence with sustenance. As a super battleship accommodating 5,000 souls, the Tefo boasted several food storage facilities and freezers. Due to dietary preferences, the various ingredients for hamburgers exceeded 1 million portions, averaging a daily consumption of approximately 10,000 hamburgers. Even if Zhou Lin's family of 4 consumed 20 each day, they would not exhaust the supply in a century. Considering the tastes and nutritional needs of 5,000 individuals, hamburger ingredients constituted less than 1/10 of the storage. In addition to common meats and staple grains like rice, fresh and dehydrated vegetables and fruits, Zhou Lin also discovered dozens of tons of delicacies such as Wagyu beef, foie gras, caviar, and various high-end seafood. The staples were abundant, complemented by an ample variety of beverages and snacks. Over 10 tons of cola concentrate were refrigerated, and 2 barrels of such concentrate could yield 250,000 liters of cola, requiring only purified water and dry ice. After all, not drinking cola would hardly be in keeping with the culture of the beautiful nation. Thus, stockpiling such quantities aboard the ship was entirely reasonable. Due to the nuclear power utilized by the Tefo, energy is abundantly available unless there is a reactor malfunction or the need for additional nuclear fuel. Consequently, with food stored in a freezing chamber at -60 degrees, there is little concern regarding spoilage. The nearly 2,000 tons of provisions, coupled with the uninterrupted power supply of the ultra-low temperature freezer, completely alleviated Zhou Lin's anxiety about sustenance. However, there are some drawbacks. Firstly, there is a scarcity of ingredients that align with the dietary habits of the people from the Summer Nation. Secondly, the exclusive condiments from various regions of the Summer Nation, such as the chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and broad bean paste beloved by the people of Bashu, are available but in alarmingly limited quantities. Zhou Lin noted in his small notebook the necessity to replenish these upon his return. in contrast to the vast quantity and variety of food supplies. The clothing available on the aircraft carrier appeared monotonous and scarce. The inventory primarily consisted of military uniforms for both genders, available in various sizes and purposes, ranging from summer to winter attire, including a limited number of polar insulation combat suits. Fortunately, Zhou Lin had modest expectations in this regard, and since military uniforms and combat gear emphasize performance and functionality, they sufficiently met the demands of clothing in an apocalyptic scenario. There was little to worry about in terms of accommodation. Given the sequence of catastrophic events in this dystopian world, Zhou Lin did not intend to stray far from his homeland. Bashu has historically been a land of fortune. As long as a suitable location is found to effectively camouflage the aircraft carrier, his family could reside there comfortably and securely. The impenetrable ice, the cooling comforts of air conditioning amidst the heat, and the assurance that floods and earthquakes would not pose threats filled him with delight. The more he organized, the more he felt his decisions were prudent, rather than exhaustively gathering various supplies, not to mention the constraints of space. The biggest limitation for an ordinary family is funding, unless one were to engage in a zero-cost acquisition strategy. Suddenly, the piercing alarm of warning, detection, interrupted Zhou Lin's meticulous inventory assessment. It signaled the approach of the most advanced anti-ship missiles from the beautiful nation, reportedly still under development and not yet in operational deployment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Lin immediately transported himself from the warehouse to the captain's cabin, where the red emergency lights flashed incessantly, accompanied by a deafening alarm. In the sky, several elongated silver-gray silhouettes were hurtling towards the Tefu at a speed of Mach 1.5. They momentarily formed formations before skimming the ocean's surface, accelerating in a manner reminiscent of slicing through waves, closing in at a distance of over 20 kilometers from the Tefu. The beautiful nation was evidently investing heavily. The initial wave of anti-ship missile attacks exceeded 12, and if just one or two were to succeed, it would suffice to severely damage the Tefu. Chapter 6. The Mishap. The radar aboard the Tefu detected no warships or aircraft, indicating that the incoming missiles were launched from at least 350 kilometers away. At such a distance, it was no wonder they required such measures. Zhou Lin would not be alarmed by just one or two missiles, or even a few more, as the 162-116 and 15 type 20mm 6-barrel close-in weapon systems aboard the Tefu were formidable defenses. Under Zhou Lin's command, the first to launch was the 162 Sea Sparrow. As a medium-range anti-missile system, the Sea Sparrow possesses remarkable maneuverability. With the formidable combat system of the Taffy, the first batch of 12 Sea Sparrows launched in unison, hurtling towards their target at high speed. Meanwhile, the second layer of defense, the Ram 116, stood poised and ready, eager to engage as soon as it was within range. Regardless of whether its predecessor, the Sea Sparrow, had succeeded. Finally, the Phalanx CIWS activated, its barrels trained on the incoming threats. Should the Sea Sparrows and Rams falter, it would serve as the last bastion of hope for Zhou Lin and the Taffy. On the surface of the sea, less than 10 kilometers from the Taffy, dozens of missiles, moving at speeds too rapid for the naked eye to track, began to chase one another. Zhou Lin observed intently. He initially believed that out of the 36 anti-missile missiles, at least a majority would be neutralized, and any remaining would be intercepted by the Phalanx. However, he never anticipated that both the Sea Sparrows and Rams, so close to their targets, would suddenly alter their trajectories at the last moment, narrowly missing their marks. Damn! What does this mean? Is there a backdoor? Zhou Lin's heart sank. There was no time left to launch a second wave. Were they to rely solely on the Phalanx now? In the next moment, the Phalanx, controlled by the aircraft carrier's fire control system, entered a state of fine-tuning. Just as Zhou Lin braced himself for a spectacular display of fireworks, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The barrels of the Phalanx seemed to be dancing. It was as if two invisible hands were at play, one directing the barrels towards the incoming missiles, while the other would deftly rotate them away at the very last instant. This relentless choreography made the barrels appear as though they were engaged in an elaborate dance. With the Sea Sparrows and Rams defecting at the critical moment and the Phalanx performing its bizarre ballet, Zhou Lin was at a loss, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. There was no room for contemplation as the missiles, in a brazen display, surged across the final 10 kilometers, descending to the waterline of the aircraft carrier like a master swordsman, wielding a simple yet deadly technique. It was a perfect strike. Zhou Lin thought. Even the taffy could not withstand a saturation attack of this magnitude, especially near the waterline, should the hull be breached repeatedly. The ensuing chaos would not only result from explosions, but also from the deluge of seawater that could destabilize the carrier or even tear it apart. As the missiles approached within 100 meters of the ship, Zhou Lin painfully shut his eyes. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, damn. Why is it moving so slowly? With skepticism, Zhou Lin opened his eyes just in time to witness 12 missiles erupting from the water's surface, soaring skyward, nearly brushing against the hull of the taffy. Goodness! If he hadn't witnessed it himself, who would have believed it? How could I have forgotten? They are our own. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The national military, to prevent friendly fire, routinely conducted response code checks, and, evidently, the Americans had overlooked this detail. The 12 anti-ship missiles had not altered their response codes, resulting in the carrier's weapons refraining from engaging and the missiles abandoning their attack at the last moment. With a hand on his heart, Zhou Lin dared not hesitate and urged the carrier to accelerate. Rather than continuing southward, he veered towards the northwest. Though it may seem that he is straying farther from home, he has compelling reasons to proceed as he does. At 12:45 a.m. on June 30th, the long-anticipated eruption of the island nation's volcano finally commenced. Perhaps due to the prolonged buildup, the volcano unleashed a spectacular display, expelling millions of tons of ash and various gases in mere seconds, transforming the atmospheric conditions above the island within 10 minutes. The volcanic ash and toxic gases spread exponentially, prompting neighboring countries and regions to sound their highest alerts within half an hour. Following the initial failed assault on the Tefuo, the beautiful nation took some time to realize the grave error, necessitating the command for stealth bombers to land at the nearest military base, where the response code was manually modified before launching another attack on the Tefuo. However, just as the pilots had ignited their engines, they received an urgent domestic order to halt operations due to the volcanic eruption. The ash emitted by the volcano, laden with high concentrations of metallic elements, rendered all electromagnetic detection methods ineffective within the ash's dispersal range, while the thick volcanic cloud thwarted optical satellite detection. Indeed, observing the warning from the Tefuo's radar system, Zhou Lin knew his gamble had paid off. The failure of remote detection methods meant that no nation or force could observe the Tefuo aircraft carrier. Zhou Lin extinguished all lights aboard the Tefuo, plunging the surrounding waters into darkness. With assurance that no other vessels were nearby, he donned his diving gear, deployed an unmanned submersible, and followed it into the depths, guiding it toward the horizon. As it floated upon the surface, the Tefuo resembled a silent mountain. Yet, Zhou Lin felt no fear, for this mountain belonged to him. Tefuo, rise, he commanded, waving his right arm, an unnecessary gesture, yet one that added an element of drama. The mountain-like Tefuo vanished from the surface, leaving behind a pit measuring over 300 meters in length, more than 30 meters in width, and 20 meters deep. In the next moment, the surrounding waters surged into the pit, creating towering waves. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin had already descended into the depths, accelerating toward the east. Thanks to the electromagnetic shielding caused by the volcanic eruption, the Tefuo's disappearance was utterly silent and unnoticed, precisely the effect Zhou Lin desired. Should he have brazenly transported the Tefuo into a port in the summer nation under the watchful eyes of many, chaos would surely ensue. In the early days of this apocalyptic disaster, major powers still maintained substantial military forces and long-range strike capabilities. If the beautiful nation chose to escalate tensions, they could exploit the Tefuo as a pretext to launch nuclear missiles at major cities in the summer nation, placing Zhou Lin in grave peril. Now, with the Tefuo vanished in international waters, no matter how shameless the beautiful nation may be, they could not directly implicate the summer nation. The ocean water was frigid, yet Zhou Lin's heart burned with fervor. He had succeeded. He had truly accomplished it. As he gazed at the approaching coastline, Zhou Lin released the submersible at an appropriate distance, and, as he neared the shore, shed his diving gear. Though these items were of considerable value, they must never be seen by the world. At 4 a.m, a drenched Zhou Lin stood on a beach in Qing City, summer nation. Hastily changing into a clean set of clothes he retrieved from the Teffer ship, grinning like a child. Chapter 7. Selling a house. The electromagnetic wave shielding caused by the volcanic eruption in the island nation lasted a full 6 hours. Once radar and other observational tools were operational again, The government of the beautiful nation was the first to obliterate the Teffer ship, which vanished without a trace. No matter what methods they employed, they could not uncover any sign of the Teffer vessel. From the perspective of the beautiful nation's government, it was undoubtedly related to the Summer Nation. They believed that only the Summer Nation possessed the capability to completely sink or conceal the Teffer aircraft carrier. In response to the beautiful nation's irresponsible rhetoric and accusations, the spokesperson for the Summer Nation's foreign ministry issued a strong condemnation, advising the beautiful nation not to entertain imperialistic ambitions during a global catastrophe, lest they become the enemy of the world's populace. Naturally, the beautiful nation would not relent, swiftly mobilizing military forces around the Summer Nation to investigate the area where the Teffer had vanished. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin had already boarded a high-speed train to Deep City, intending to dispose of his property there for supplies before societal order completely collapsed. Just as the train set off, Zhou Lin received a message from AI Bing, inquiring about his whereabouts and why he was unreachable the day before. On a business trip, Zhou Lin had no intention of divulging what was about to unfold. He contemplated whether he should deal with AI Bing before returning to his hometown. AI Bing messaged again. "It's been 2 days since we last saw each other. Don't you miss me?" Zhou Lin scoffed. He was too lazy to type and opted for a voice message, thinking, "I can hardly stand missing you." Though his words sounded like playful banter between lovers, his gritted teeth betrayed his true feelings. A light laugh emanated from the seat beside him, and when Zhou Lin turned, he was surprised to find a young, beautiful woman. "I apologize. I usually do not smile unless." Unable to contain herself, Zhou Lin raised an eyebrow, contemplating that it would indeed be a pity if such a young and lovely woman lacked any abilities. Perhaps he had revealed too much in his gaze. As Wu Shui's charming eyes narrowed, and her smile vanished, almost prompting her to inquire about Zhou Lin. Just then, AI Bing sent another message, asking when he would return. She probably had her sights set on something else that required his presence. Zhou Lin shook his head, reflecting on how foolish he must have been in his past life to be so thoroughly manipulated by a woman like AI Bing. "I will come to find you. Just wait." AI Bing, oblivious to the unusual tone in Zhou Lin's message, continued to ponder whether she should buy a new outfit or change her handbag when he returned. After replying to AI Bing, Zhou Lin ignored Wu Shui and contacted a familiar real estate agent to sell his house. "Cash transaction. We can close tomorrow at a price 20% below market value. I will give you an additional 5% commission. If it takes an extra day, I will deduct 1%, and I will raise the price by 5. The agent, overjoyed, promised to exert every effort. Once the property matter was settled, Zhou Lin closed his eyes, feeling somewhat agitated. If only he could swiftly eliminate AI Bing, he would do so without hesitation. What troubled Zhou Lin was the fact that in his previous life, he had overheard some conversations between AI Bing and Chao Bowen regarding the ability orbs. If his sole intention had been to acquire the ability orbs, he would never have considered sparing AI Bing's life. The crucial aspect was the information conveyed in their dialogue, which greatly captivated Zhou Lin. Chao Bowen mentioned that he belonged to a certain organization, one that not only amassed a considerable number of ability orbs after the 5th year of the apocalypse, but had also grasped the secrets of these orbs shortly after the onset of the catastrophe. Could this be true? Was Chao Bowen merely boasting? Zhou Lin had no means to discern the truth, yet he sincerely hoped it was indeed the case. He yearned for his parents and younger sister to possess the genuine capabilities required to survive in the apocalypse, ideally transforming them into ability users or evolvers as soon as possible. If he could, through AI Bing, connect with Chao Bowen, and subsequently trace that organization to obtain the ability orbs, there would be no doubt that the future of his family was far more significant than AI Bing's life. Furthermore, prolonging AI Bing's existence would provide him with more opportunities to torment her, which could be seen as a small gain. Naturally, all of this was a matter for later consideration. Presently, Zhou Lin's primary concern was to comprehend his own abilities. Symbiosis. Beginner 103-1000. Currently symbiotic transport. Large surface transport, unnamed. Number of possible symbiotic transports, 0. Storage space, 01. He decided to name it Lai Fu, a name more auspicious than Tei Fu. As Zhou Lin contemplated, the attributes of his abilities promptly refreshed to Symbiosis, Beginner 103-1000. Currently symbiotic transport, Lai Fu, large surface transport. Number of possible symbiotic transports, 0. Storage space, 0.01. Quite satisfactory. He mused, estimating that the experience points should automatically increase by 1 each day. He wondered if there were other means to accumulate experience and what transformations his abilities might undergo upon leveling up, including the possibility of increasing symbiotic transports. Lost in thought, Zhou Lin succumbed to slumber, perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous days. He fell into a deep sleep for 7 or 8 hours, awakening to find the sky nearly dark. Wu Shui, filled with curiosity, pondered what kind of sorcery Zhou Lin had engaged in, as he slept like a log on the high-speed train. However, before she could seize an opportunity to inquire, Zhou Lin, having hastily consumed a few morsels, began dozing off again until the train arrived at its destination in the dead of night. At that moment, neither Zhou Lin nor Wu Shui contemplated that the two strangers would one day cross paths again, revitalized from a full day of sleep. Zhou Lin felt invigorated and did not rush home to rest. Instead, he embarked on a grand shopping spree. With over 30,000 in savings, he was determined to take advantage of online loans and credit card offers. After some maneuvering, he managed to temporarily amass an additional 200,000 in cash. With further funds expected in the coming days, he sought out a large supermarket open 24 hours and began his shopping spree. First, he loaded his cart with unique summer country condiments, various sauces and oils, and after checking out, discreetly stored them in his live food warehouse in an area without surveillance. He then continued his procurement. Frozen snacks of all kinds were next on his list. He filled another cart. Unique snacks, let's load a truck. Rice, let's load a truck. If it weren't for the cashier's peculiar gaze, Zhou Lin would have surely continued shopping until dawn. Nonetheless, he managed to exhaust the limits of 2 credit cards, totaling 100,000 yuan. Noticing that it was still early, Zhou Lin, despite the soreness in his legs, ventured to another store to indulge further. Affordable yet exquisite intimate apparel, a must-have. An alcohol stove, solid fuel, is essential. A sturdy camping tent, absolutely necessary. Outdoor tools, definitely needed. A few sets of power tools as well. And preparations for mosquito repellent and insecticides. Alas, the funds have run dry. Zhou Lin never anticipated that 200,000 yuan would dissipate so quickly. It wasn't even dawn yet, and there were merely a few hundred yuan left on his cards. Upon returning home, exhaustion enveloped him, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep until awakened by the ringing of his phone. "Brother, someone wants to buy your house." The agent on the other end was quite animated. "Oh, I'm at home. You can bring them over." Zhou Lin's apartment boasted an excellent location, with convenient access to transportation, education, and healthcare. 2 years ago, he purchased it for 4,500,000 yuan, and he and his wife paid in full. The reason AI Bing never cast Zhou Lin aside was largely due to this property. Given the current market, Zhou Lin's 2-bedroom apartment could fetch at least 7 million yuan. But in order to expedite the sale, they ultimately agreed on 5,600,000 yuan. After deducting fees and commissions, he would net around 5 million. At 3 in the afternoon, emerging from the property center, over 5 million yuan was credited to Zhou Lin's bank account, a harvest well earned. Considering the time, he began shopping online, setting the delivery address to his hometown, and then called his mother, Cheng Yali. "What? You're coming back?" Cheng Yali sounded puzzled, as there were no festivities or significant events prompting his return. "Mom, you don't want me to come back, do you?" "Not at all. But young people should prioritize their careers. Is AI Bing coming back with you?" "She has her own matters. Let's skip this time. By the way, I've ordered some parcels. Please keep an eye out for them." "Our big garage hasn't been sold, has it?" "No, it's still empty," Cheng Yali replied. "Keep it reserved for me." Zhou Lin pondered for a moment, but decided against revealing the impending disaster to his mother, as the entire eastern coastal aviation of Xia country had been grounded. Zhou Lin gathered all the items he deemed useful into the storage unit of his newly acquired place. Just then, the delivery arrived. As he opened the door to collect his order, he was taken aback by the sight of AI Bing. "What brings you here?" At that moment, AI Bing's expression was exceedingly grim. You actually sold a house?" Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "What's wrong? What's the issue?" AI Bing stepped forward. "Didn't you say this house was the wedding gift from your parents?" As AI Bing entered the nearly emptied room, her brows furrowed tightly. Although she regarded Zhou Lin merely as a backup, and one of many at that, she considered his material circumstances quite favorable. At the very least, this fully paid house, in her eyes, was already hers. Even if Zhou Lin intended to sell, the proceeds from the house, 5 million, upon hearing the figure, AI Bing's complexion turned ashen. How could it possibly be just 5 million? Damn it, The backup plan has learned to hide private savings? Where's the money? AI being questioned with barely contained anger. The money, of course, is safely nestled in my bank account, Zhou Lin replied with a smile. What? Are you offering to safeguard it for me? Oh. AI Bing's mind raced, and soon an idea blossomed. She stepped closer, wrapping her arm around Zhou Lin's, swaying her upper body slightly, allowing her modest assets to brush against him, convinced this would leave him flustered and momentarily bereft of rational thought. Selling it would be fine. I happen to know of a new property development opening soon. Shall we pick a nice, flat tomorrow? With $5 million, we could select a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit of over 100 square meters. How could $5 million possibly be enough? Zhou Lin likely sensed her intentions, but chose not to expose her, instead asking, is it sufficient for a down payment? Once we marry, we can repay it together, all right? As she spoke, AI Bing pressed closer, the extent of her movements surprising Zhou Lin. At her young age, she seemed rather lax. One could only wonder how many massages she had undergone. How did I never notice this in our previous encounters? Her words were enticing. If they truly went to purchase a home tomorrow, it seemed inevitable that her name would be included. Zhou Lin would cover the down payment, and he would undoubtedly manage the monthly payments. Yet she would hold half the ownership. Even if they never wed, her name on the title would grant her access to a substantial sum. She truly excelled at making a profit without any investment. With this thought, Zhou Lin couldn't help but smirk. Have you eaten? If not, let us dine together. I've already eaten. To maintain her figure, AI Bing generally refrained from dinner. After all, her less-than-perfect features made her physique her greatest asset. Oh, then don't leave tonight, Zhou Lin casually remarked while eating. AI Bing paused slightly, saying, Darling, haven't we discussed this? My upbringing forbids me from acting before marriage, especially since we haven't defined our relationship yet. In that case, let us postpone our plans for tomorrow, Zhou Lin replied without looking up. AI Bing was taken aback, feeling as though he had transformed into a different person. To Zhou Lin, she knew wouldn't have spoken to her this way. Reflecting on his recent demeanor, a sense of caution blossomed within her. This devoted admirer, has he met another woman? No way. I cannot allow anyone to intercept my chance. If all else fails, I'll stay tonight, considering the $5 million. All right, I shall keep you company tonight, but don't get any ideas. It's purely for companionship. Zhou Lin chuckled, thinking to himself, what is this girl pretending at? Does she truly believe I am interested in her? I plan to return to my hometown tomorrow. Bashu? Didn't we agree to buy the house tomorrow? I being inquired. My mother stated that if I bring my girlfriend home to meet the family, she would cover the cost of the wedding house in full. Ah, I see. AI Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was evident she was already inclined to agree, though she feigned reluctance. To reel her in, Zhou Lin pretended to be anxious. I merely wanted to ask if you might accompany me back, but I assure you, there is no pressure. In light of your earnestness, AI Bing pouted slightly and suggested that she would check with the company about taking a leave of absence. However, I never agreed to truly be your girlfriend. I am merely offering assistance this once. As for the future, that will depend on your performance. Go ahead and request your leave. I shall book your tickets. Observing AI Bing's coy demeanor, Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle. The future? I swear by the bond of brotherhood that your future will undoubtedly be extraordinary. If you are not subjected to several tumultuous experiences and the agonies that render life unbearable, then I would be unworthy of calling you my brother. Yet, all must await AI Bing's journey to Bashu. Revenge is a slow process. While it might be gratifying to eliminate the enemy swiftly, how could I repay the sacrifices of the last decade? After the apocalypse, the entertainment forms reliant on modern technology have nearly vanished. Allowing AI Bing to take her time in addressing matters can be a source of joy. Moreover, Tang Ili, Chao Bowen, Zhang Kachin, and those who were entangled with them after the end of the world are now elusive. But AI Bing's survival might connect her with some of them. Revenge must be thorough. Leaving even one or two behind would likely leave Zhou Lin with regrets for a lifetime. With this thought, he gazed at AI Bing and shook his head slightly, wishing for her to strive to live, urging her not to seek death, for that would diminish his own joy significantly. Are you reluctant to see me go? Nevertheless, I must return to pack my belongings. Until tomorrow. Zhou Lin did not insist on keeping her there. He returned to his room and lay down, his consciousness sinking into the Laifu ship. As the largest aircraft carrier, Laifu still possessed ample unoccupied space. To speak of the accommodations for over 5,000 officers and soldiers. The combined volume of rooms exceeds 100,000 cubic meters, equivalent to more than 1,000 shipping containers. In addition, there are warehouses, garages, and hangars with considerable surplus space. Since it is unlikely he would return to Shenzhen again, Zhou Lin planned to engage in a significant venture before departing the following day. He had set his sights on the nearby automobile city. Though Laifu had vehicles on board, it seemed inappropriate to be driving around in an armored personnel carrier from foreign nation. Not far downstairs lay an automobile city with several renowned brands. Those vehicles likely had not been sold in time. Zhou Lin intended to explore it in the early hours before heading straight to the train station. At 3 in the morning, the alarm rang. After rising and completing his morning routine, Zhou Lin turned off the water and electricity in the house, casting a lingering glance back before exiting. By 3:30, even Shenzhen was enveloped in slumber, the streets nearly deserted. Wearing a helmet, Zhou Lin made an effort to evade surveillance cameras as he maneuvered towards the back entrance of the automobile city. Confirming that no one had noticed him, he scaled the wall to enter. Rows of showrooms lay before him. Some were still brightly lit, while others were shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, he could spot security personnel on patrol, but given the vastness of the automobile city, a mere handful of patrolling guards posed no threat to Zhou Lin. If he were to act, it would be on a grand scale. Ordinary vehicles held no allure for Zhou Lin. He fixated solely on those suited for the post-apocalyptic environment. With formidable performance, 2 units of Mercedes-Benz G-Class 463 were secured. Do not touch my vehicles. I find the A7 unimpressive, yet the Land Cruiser is acceptable, while I have successfully acquired 3. To my astonishment, there are 4 custom versions of the powerful bird, which is fortuitous. Surprisingly, there are also 2 Omnique models, which I graciously accept. As I travel, I continue to gather more, and Zhou Lin cannot even recall how many vehicles he has collected. He will reflect on this later, as he has already spotted rows of imposing RVs in the parking lot. What splendid merchandise! In comparison to off-road vehicles that pursue versatility, RVs possess significant utility in a post-apocalyptic world, particularly those modified from heavy truck chassis, equipped with formidable off-road capabilities, truly designed for the end of days. In the affluent city of Shenzhen, it is no surprise that the vehicle modification factories are eager to showcase several high-performance RVs, each boasting jaw-dropping prices. Ultimately, Zhou Lin managed to acquire 3, not out of leniency, but because these behemoths consume an excessive amount of space. For instance, one of the vehicles, the Amadiro Conqueror, measures 15 meters in length, 55 meters in width, and 95 meters in height, with a gross weight of 23 tons, retailing for over 10 million. In the past, not only would ownership have been unthinkable, but even the mere thought of indulging in 2 ounces of peanuts to accompany a drink would have been a drunken fantasy. Thus, the zero-cost acquisition feels most exhilarating. After departing from the automotive city, Zhou Lin continues to savor the experience, lamenting that these vehicles cannot be utilized just yet. Otherwise, he would have considered a self-driving journey back to Bashu from Shenzhen. As dawn breaks, the theft of vehicles from the automotive city surprisingly fails to garner attention online, primarily due to the eruption of the Great Yellow Volcano in the beautiful nation. Chapter 9. Homecoming. The eruption of the Great Yellow Volcano was both anticipated and unimaginable. As a supervolcano, from the moment it erupted, it had no intention of sparing the lives of nearby humans. The ash cloud obscured the sun, soaring into the heavens and stirring the tempest. It summoned thunder and lightning, raining down meteoric fire. Witnesses were engulfed in despair. However, the eruption was merely the beginning. 10 minutes later, an accompanying earthquake struck. Roads were torn asunder, landscapes were upended, and countless buildings succumbed to a nearly 9-point earthquake, fracturing, collapsing, and disintegrating into rubble. Some managed to escape, their faces covered in ash, either weeping uncontrollably or staring blankly, like the living dead. Yet, many more were unable to flee in time. They swayed along with the collapsing structures, eventually merging into a singular fate. In the aftermath, it was reported that over 300,000 lives were lost during the earthquake. The developed network allowed people worldwide to witness the desolation wrought by the Great Yellow Volcano's eruption. Yet humanity's joys and sorrows remained disconnected. At least, everything appeared to be functioning normally on the surface in Xia country. At the train station, Ai Bing was not alone. A young woman with a suitcase accompanied her. Though not as beautiful as Ai Bing, her figure was more appealing. At least she was not a pair. Yang Chi-Chi, how did she arrive here? Ai Bing's close friend. Though if Zhou Lin's memory serves, it should be the plastic kind. In their previous life, Yang Qiqi had followed AI Bing for a couple of years. But for reasons unknown, their friendship deteriorated. AI Bing never divulged the specifics, but it likely involved a man. Zhou Lin holds no particular opinion of Yang Qiqi. In his past life, his devotion was solely to AI Bing, hardly even contemplating other women. As for the final outcome, Zhou Lin could only chuckle at his own foolishness. Qiqi happened to wish to step out for a stroll. You would not object, would you? In front of her best friend, I Bing was rather possessive. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Lin thought it inconsequential. He did not mind escorting an additional companion, for those who could befriend I Bing were, in essence, kindred spirits. On the train, Zhou Lin scarcely glanced at I Bing. Even when not dozing, he kept his eyes shut, lost in reflection. On the third day, following the eruption of Mount Huang and the subsequent earthquakes, intense tectonic movements triggered a sequence of volcanic eruptions around the globe, with Xia country being no exception. The concentrated volcanic activity not only brought about secondary disasters, but also affected the atmosphere. In approximately 7 days, the ash in the atmosphere would reach a critical threshold, rendering sunlight unable to penetrate, plunging the world into darkness for 3 months. Crop yields plummeted, and a vast number of plants perished, disrupting the food chain. The lack of sunlight caused temperatures on land and in the oceans to plummet, while the stark temperature fluctuations altered ocean currents, leading to frequent hurricanes that made coastal regions uninhabitable due to relentless severe weather. In that tiny land closely linked to Deep City, nearly 10 million people faced extinction due to delayed evacuations. Although the inland areas did not bear the wrath of the sea, temperatures fell even more rapidly and severely than in coastal regions. In his previous life, when Zhou Lin and I Bing followed the military's retreat to the Nanhu area, the local temperature plummeted to below 20 degrees Celsius, subsequently dropping nearly 20 more degrees. His recollection of the lowest temperature exceeded minus 40 degrees. He wondered if the temperature in the Sichuan Basin would be somewhat more tolerable. However, even if temperatures dipped to minus 40, Zhou Lin was untroubled, for the 2 nuclear reactors aboard the Laifu were not merely decorative. I Bing, I'm hungry, she lamented as the meal cart passed by, having not ordered as she presumed Zhou Lin would surely offer to fetch something from the dining car. I brought instant noodles. Instant noodles? After selling your house, you're reduced to eating instant noodles? I Bing could hardly believe her ears. Zhou Lin had indeed changed. Suit yourself. If you wish to eat, prepare it yourself. Tossing a cup of instant noodles into I Bing's arms, Zhou Lin rose to fetch hot water from the train's connection, showing no inclination to assist. I Bing, why is he like this? Yang Qiqi adjusted her glasses, as she typically wore contacts when going out. How should I know? His temper must be flaring up again. Let it be. I'll deal with it later. I Bing sighed, forget it. I want to eat after all. I need to maintain my figure. Time to sleep. In a fit of annoyance, I Bing slammed the instant noodles on his Zhou Lin's seat and pulled down her eye mask, determined not to forgive him unless he offered an apology. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin had already seen through her theatrics and paid her no mind. While I Bing sulked, she was oblivious to the fact that in Zhou Lin's heart, she had already died and resurrected multiple times. When the train arrived at Shidu Station, it was nighttime. Upon exiting the station, Zhou Lin generously invited I Bing and Yang Qiqi to a hot pot restaurant. I've already reserved a hotel nearby, Zhou Lin remarked. I Bing nodded. Despite Zhou Lin's peculiar behavior in recent days, she tolerated it for the sake of the millions involved. Nevertheless, she had secretly resolved that once the property rights were secured, she would part ways with Zhou Lin, refusing to indulge him. With not a trace of self-awareness as a devoted admirer, one evening, a car dealership was robbed of its entire inventory, reportedly suffering losses amounting to tens of millions. What kind of vehicles could possibly be so exorbitantly priced? Surely, they must be crafted from gold. It raises the question of who you are, my friend. Do you comprehend that one such vehicle can be worth over 10 million? And if customized, the cost escalates even further. Zhou Lin paused with his chopsticks in hand. The news of the car dealership incident had already reached Shidu. Had the authorities uncovered his identity? If they had, were they secretly taking action? Contemplating this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but lower his gaze. Nowadays, surveillance cameras and monitoring systems are omnipresent, leaving him no choice but to minimize exposure. What exactly is a conqueror? Is it truly so valuable? AI Bing inquired curiously. Yang Qiqi also looked up, the spicy hot pot being both delicious and daunting to them. Their lips tinged with red as they continued to indulge. A modified off-road RV, based on a Benz heavy-duty truck. $1 million is merely the starting price. $1 million is just the baseline? We might never afford such a thing in our lifetime. AI Bing mused, her face reflecting a sense of longing. Zhou Lin chuckled softly and replied, "Actually, it's not a big deal. I have one at home." "Really? Would I lie to you?" Zhou Lin smirked. "Would you like to take a look?" Yes, yes, yes. AI Bing nodded enthusiastically. Zhou Lin thought, perhaps in another life, if such a thing were to exist. However, he could indeed show her, letting her grasp the essence of something visible yet unattainable. As for the risk of exposing himself, how could a secret ever be revealed? The following morning, Zhou Lin, yawning, roused AI Bing. It was time to set off. After a 2-hour drive, he called his mother, instructing the taxi to drop them off right at their doorstep. "Your home is in the countryside?" AI Bing exclaimed, utterly astonished by the sight of the rural residence. To her, Zhou Lin's family must at least be considered well off, for a family capable of purchasing a home outright in the deep market could hardly be mere farmers. Zhou Lin chose not to respond, hauling his luggage directly toward the courtyard. Before reaching the entrance, a large black dog burst forth, barking ferociously, and then lunged at Zhou Lin. "Hey Zai, stop. No leaking." Zhou Lin set down his bags and patted the dog's head, narrowly escaping a face washed from its tongue. Following the dog was Zhou Lin's mother, Cheng Yali. In her 40s, Cheng Yali appeared robust, embodying a certain matronly strength. AI Bing stared, unsure how to greet her. Zhou Lin showed no inclination to introduce them. Instead, he bypassed He Zai and embraced Cheng Yali. "Mom, I miss you terribly. You're such a charmer. It hasn't even been 6 months, yet you act as if we haven't seen each other in a lifetime." Cheng Yali retorted, though her expression radiated joy. However, when she noticed AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi blocked at the entrance by the dog, her smile broadened. "Why haven't you invited them in, dear?" "Mom," Zhou Lin whispered into Cheng Yali's ear, "if I told you one of them is my enemy, would you believe me?" Chapter 10. The Zhou family's decision. "Your father has gone to the slaughterhouse. He won't return until the evening." Cheng Yali ushered Zhou Lin, AI Bing, and Yang Chi-Chi into the house, while He Zai dutifully settled at the doorway. Zhou Lin's room was on the second floor, and Cheng Yali arranged for AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi to stay in the room adjacent to Zhou Lin's. "Bing Bing, your boyfriend comes from a rather affluent family." As soon as the door closed, Yang Chi-Chi let out a soft gasp. Indeed, it is quite impressive. From the exterior, the Zhou residence appears unassuming, yet the interior, with its decor, appliances, and furnishings, rivals that of any major city. This ignited a fervent longing within AI Bing, with such a solid family background. Perhaps further contemplation was warranted, especially if Zhou Lin were not encumbered by that sister of his. "Now, do tell, what is the story behind this?" In a hushed tone, Cheng Yali inquired of Zhou Lin after the door was shut. "Mom, it's a long tale." "Then make it brief." Cheng Yali retorted with a glare. "Mother, reincarnation, do you comprehend what that entails?" Zhou Lin rubbed his temples. He had no intention of deceiving Cheng Yali, for that would complicate matters when seeking his parents' unconditional cooperation. A few minutes later, Cheng Yali's eyes widened in disbelief. "So, you have actually died once?" She dismissed notions of apocalyptic scenarios or natural disasters. All she could grasp was that Zhou Lin had met his demise, pushed off a cliff by AI Bing and others. "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhou Lin grasped Cheng Yali firmly. "What am I doing? I'm going to eliminate that little girl right now." Cheng Yali's eyes glistened with fury, her nostrils flaring as she pulled Zhou Lin toward the door. "Mom, please listen to me." Zhou Lin stood resolutely against the door. Although calamities had begun to unfold, the world would not descend into chaos immediately. An exposure could lead to troublesome consequences. Moreover, would killing her not grant her an undeserved reprieve? "So what do you suggest?" "I cannot swallow this indignity." Cheng Yali heaved, her breath heavy with agitation. "This is trivial. The priority is that we must relocate." "Relocate?" "Indeed." Zhou Lin nodded emphatically. In his previous life, while he had failed to return to Shudu, the world experienced a month of relentless snowfall, with certain plains buried beneath drifts high enough to engulf anything below the 3rd floor. Given their valley's topography, it was conceivable that within a mere 3 to 5 days, snow could accumulate to the roof, solidifying into impenetrable ice under the weight and low temperatures, leaving them no escape. As for the Lai Fu number, Zhou Lin had no intention of revealing it. He had not even confided in anyone, including Cheng Yali. "This matter must await your father's return for discussion." How many days until the temperature drops? 6 days, Mom, and it's not just the cold. Darkness looms as well. Even recalling the experience, Zhou Lin shuddered. A world devoid of sunlight was unbearably terrifying for humanity. Cheng Yali nodded, indicating her understanding. I will call your father immediately and urge him to return at once. All right, but be discreet around AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. As the mother and son stepped outside, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi remained preoccupied with their belongings next door, affording Cheng Yali a moment to compose herself. By midday, Zhou Kaijun returned, oblivious to the circumstances. He expressed delight upon seeing AI Bing, suggesting they share a drink. However, a mere glance from Cheng Yali extinguished that thought, prompting him to mutter quietly to Zhou Lin about his ever-diminishing status within the family hierarchy. AI Bing remained blissfully unaware, and after lunch, she and Yang Qiqi were led by Zhou Lin to a nearby farm for a leisurely stroll. The expansive breeding shed spanning a staggering 20,000 square meters, teeming with countless pigs and meat chickens, truly opened the eyes of the two young women, providing them with a clear understanding of the Zhou family's prowess. Particularly for AI Bing, her gaze toward Zhou Lin sparkled with admiration. How much is all this worth? Yang Qiqi inquired, though it was AI Bing who harbored the question, but found it difficult to voice. It's hard to say. We are wealthy, but the living stock doesn't count. Zhou Lin replied. Until it's sold, it cannot be considered an asset. A single outbreak could render my parents' efforts this year futile. I see, Yang Qiqi pouted, feeling that Zhou Lin was dismissing her, especially since the annual wages for the dozen or so workers at the breeding farm exceeded $1 million. The Zhou family's profits surely could not be less than the wages they paid out. Let us head back, AI Bing suggested, wanting to ponder whether this business was truly worthwhile. Upon receiving a message from Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin decided not to squander any more time. As they turned to head home, Zhou Kaijun seized the opportunity to take Zhou Lin to the study. Despite Cheng Yali's imposing stature and spirited demeanor, the true decision-maker in the household was the slender and often subservient Zhou Kaijun. Were those things you said to your mother true? He asked, closing the door and instantly adopting a serious demeanor. Dad, can you joke about such matters? Shifushan and Dahuang volcano have erupted. I know, Zhou Kaijun replied, frowning as he handed Zhou Lin a cigarette. There are still over 1,000 pigs yet to be sold, along with another 2,000 half-grown meat chickens. If we hastily sell them, the losses may be minor, but it could raise suspicions. We can't worry about that now. We need to liquidate quickly and procure supplies. Zhou Lin insisted. Zhou Kaijun pondered for a long while, until the cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter, at which point he stubbed it out forcefully in the ashtray. His hesitation stemmed not from indecision, but from the surreal nature of the situation. Whether it was the apocalypse or reincarnation, it all seemed extraordinarily mystical. If it weren't for the global volcanic eruptions and incessant earthquakes, he would have undoubtedly considered sending Zhou Lin to a mental health facility for evaluation. 6 days? In 6 days, the sun will no longer be visible. Zhou Lin shook his head. We still have to relocate. Mom, did you purchase a furnished penthouse in Lanshan? It will be the safest place for us over the next 3 months. As for this place, we'll see if it remains above water in 3 months. After 3 months, the supplies in the city will be nearly depleted. Even if there are government-organized teams distributing provisions, the demand will far exceed the supply, leading some to take desperate measures. Living in densely populated areas will be particularly perilous. Very well. I shall devise a plan for the breeding farm. You and your mother will handle the procurement of supplies. You can use the pickup truck at home for now, but what about those 2 women? She doesn't particularly enjoy rural life, does she? When Mom and I head in the city later, I'll leave them in Lanshan to clean up. We must utilize resources efficiently. You don't intend to keep them indefinitely, do you? Dad, I'm not foolish. AI Bing must be dealt with, while Yang Qiqi, although I had no major issues with her in the past life, poses a risk if released, as she could leak information. Having experienced the apocalypse, Zhou Lin was naturally more comprehensive in his considerations. He aimed to extract every ounce of value from AI Bing. For instance, the funds in AI Bing's bank account theoretically belong to her, or rather, they should entirely be hers now. Zhou Lin informed AI Bing that Zhou Kaijun and his wife not only regarded her as a prospective daughter-in-law, but also intended to directly inscribe their names on the property in Lanshan, although the final payment and handling fees would need to be borne by them. I did not agree, Zhou Lin stated. Why not agree? AI Bing inquired hastily. Where would the money come from? The final payment along with the fees amounts to about 7 or 800,000. I cannot shamelessly ask my parents for that. You don't have it, but I do. AI Bing quickly replied, I can lend it to you. Lend? Zhou Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 11. The Stockpiling of Chungyali. The Zhou family's breeding farm is not far from Jiazhou City. It takes less than half an hour to drive there. As AI Bing gazed at the newly acquired spacious penthouse, her eyes nearly bulging out, she whispered to Zhou Lin, how much did this house cost? It's not in the deep market. My mother said it should be under 5 million. By the way, we can go to handle the property registration at 2 o'clock. Are you certain you want to lend me money? If AI Bing had hesitated before, upon entering this 17th floor residence, with a property area of 380 square meters and a 150 square meter rooftop garden, she resolved to have her name inscribed on the property deed, if only it were in the deep market, otherwise based solely on this property. AI Bing would never let Zhou Lin off the hook. Marriage was imperative. Please draft an IOU. I will transfer the funds to you shortly. The reason for the delay was that AI Bing savings were rather modest, merely around 20,000. Despite frequently mingling with the affluent second generation, they were not fools. Dining and shopping were manageable, but the actual cash received was limited, and she had her own expenditures. After several years, accumulating this amount was quite commendable. To secure a larger share of the property rights, AI Bing decided to utilize all her credit cards and online platforms, and indeed, she intended to borrow a little from Yang Qiqi. She had already devised a plan to borrow money and demonstrate her need in front of Zhou Lin's parents. And once they returned to the deep market, she would gradually reclaim the funds from Zhou Lin. Previously, she had been oblivious to the circumstances of Zhou Lin's family. Now that she had resolved to embark on a serious relationship with him, she determined that Zhou Lin's finances must be under her control. As for whether Zhou Lin could earn enough money, there were always his parents. It must be said that AI Bing's calculations were rather astute, but alas, even the most cunning fox cannot outsmart the hunter. When she informed Zhou Lin that 70,000 was not an issue, he already realized she intended to borrow money. However, since online loans require time for disbursement, AI Bing proposed to Zhou Lin that they delay their visit to the property center until tomorrow to secure as much cash as possible. That works, but in the afternoon, my mother and I are going to purchase some supplies needed for the breeding farm. Would you like to join us? Upon hearing breeding farm, AI Bing immediately envisioned feed and manure, promptly shaking her head. Zhou Lin, undeterred, suggested that AI Bing explore the city and savor Jiazhua's culinary delights, and they would return together once they had finished their errands. What should we buy today? 10 gas cylinders, as much cured meat and sausages as possible, various frozen goods, assorted seeds, and eggs for chickens, ducks, and geese. Stop. I'm getting old and can't remember everything. You handle the talking while I find a place. It's settled then. Zhou Lin's list of items was familiar to Chungyali, as her dealings with the breeding farm kept her in close contact with most suppliers. With just a phone call, she could have them prepare the goods, allowing them to swiftly pick up and pay upon arrival. Despite the pickup truck's dirty appearance, it far surpassed a household vehicle when it came to loading. They ordered a ton each of cured meat, sausages, and frozen goods, along with a ton of rice, flour, and assorted grains. In truth, it was insufficient, but buying too much would raise suspicion. Zhou Lin advised Chungyali to place orders at several locations, arranging for delivery to a spot near their community. Why not deliver directly to the house? It would be exhausting to transport everything myself. The expenditure is minor, but the fatigue is real. If possible, I wish to remain anonymous regarding the purchases. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Lin remarked, think about it, Mom. When the entire city runs out of food, how will those who sold us supplies react? What will they do? What can they do? Surely they wouldn't resort to robbery. It can't be that chaotic. Zhou Lin nodded, asserting that it would be far worse than she could imagine. More chaotic and brutal. Chungyali paused, pondering, should I call your grandfather? Go ahead, Zhou Lin replied. If it comes to it, perhaps we should invite him to join us. Zhou Lin held deep affection for the three elders at home. During his childhood, when Zhou Kaijun and Chungyali were engrossed in their careers, he spent much time with his grandparents or at his maternal grandparents' house. Even during summer and winter breaks in elementary school, he would still visit the countryside until the academic pressures of junior high and high school diminished those visits. After his grandmother's passing, his grandfather moved to live with his uncle's family in Chungyali's hometown. His paternal grandparents, however, resided nearby in the county, living close to Zhou Lin's family. Last night, Chungyali had discussed matters with Zhou Kaijun. Ultimately, The couple felt that revealing too much might invite disbelief. So they only subtly reminded Zhou Lin's uncle and aunt, deciding to take things one step at a time. When do you think communication will be interrupted? Cheng Yali inquired. Once the heavy snowfall begins, the base stations will frequently malfunction. The government is attempting repairs, but in sub-zero temperatures, it's a perilous endeavor. Whether it works is a matter of luck. As mother and son deliberated and collected supplies, night fell unexpectedly. Cheng Yali was startled to realize it was only 5 in the afternoon. Once they confirmed that all necessary items were gathered, Zhou Lin called AI Bing to accompany Cheng Yali back to the breeding farm, where they found Zhou Kaijun still busy. Half remains. I aim to finish it by tomorrow. I've settled the workers' wages. Zhou Kaijun confided to Zhou Lin privately. It gets dark quite early these days. Tomorrow will dawn even later and darken earlier. Dad, humanity's good days are numbered, Zhou Lin said somberly. Zhou Kaijun patted Zhou Lin on the shoulder. Tomorrow, you go pick up Lily. I've already arranged for her teacher to excuse her, and I informed Lily that she should prepare everything tonight, though I didn't disclose the reason. 13-year-old Zhou Li attends a boarding private school and requires a family member to pick her up to leave the campus. Zhou Lin concurred, stating, "All right, I will directly take Lily to Lanshan. Many items are scheduled to arrive tomorrow." After an exhausting day, the three of them were utterly fatigued and retired early. Meanwhile, in a subterranean research institute within the capital of Xia country, dozens of individuals anxiously awaited the results of a supercomputing simulation. "It's out," the researcher responsible for monitoring the data announced a few minutes later. The climate simulation demanded exceptional computational power and sophisticated algorithms, and presently, only Xia country and the beautiful nation could achieve such a feat. What are the results? Someone inquired. The results have been dispatched to the terminals before you. Feel free to take a look. As the crowd lowered their heads to examine the information on their devices, an elderly man clad in a general's uniform solemnly interjected. "I must remind you all that the results you're viewing are classified state secrets and must not be disclosed without authorization. Violations will be deemed treason." However, no one lifted their gaze at the general's warning. Nearly everyone was astounded by the simulation's findings. Is this real? It can't be. If global darkness occurs, wouldn't that signify the end of the world? How much time do we have within 10 days? What can we accomplish in 10 days? General Zhang, should we initiate the SPART plan? Chapter 12. The SPART plan of Xia country can be traced back to the dawn of its establishment. In those early days of destitution, to counter the threat of mass destruction weapons from enemy nations, Xia country launched extensive civil defense initiatives, with the SPART plan as its cornerstone. As Xia's technological capabilities and economic strength advanced, the SPART plan evolved from a mere survival strategy for elites to an all-encompassing initiative aimed at preserving human civilization, encompassing humanity, species, technology, and more. In the conference room, the old general's resolute gaze swept over the assembly. Each of you is a leading scientist in your respective fields. At this critical juncture, the nation and its people place their trust in your expertise. You have access to all relevant materials and simulation results. You have 3 hours for discussion. I expect precise conclusions in 3 hours. With that, the general rose and exited. Inside the conference room, over 30 of Xia country's foremost scientists engaged in fervent debate regarding the execution of the SPART plan. As the old general stepped out, he remained vigilant, seizing every moment to gather the latest updates from his aide. The beautiful nation had issued another statement today, speculating once more that their USS Tefu aircraft carrier had been concealed by them. "I wonder," General Zhang couldn't help but mutter, then shook his head. "A war of words is not my concern. By the way, is there any progress on the peculiar theft case in Deep City?" The aide consulted his tablet and replied, "None as of yet, General." The theft incident in the automobile city drew General Zhang's attention not for its substantial monetary value, but rather for its uncanny nature. For reasons unknown, he perceived a significant resemblance between this case and the disappearance of the USS Tefu. Like the beautiful nation, he did not believe the vessel had sunk. Yet, the current crisis and the survival of over 1 billion lives occupied his thoughts, leaving little room to address the mysteries of the USS Tefu or the theft in Deep City. Meanwhile, the government of the beautiful nation has also become acutely aware of the crisis posed by the drastic climatic changes. Following a series of governmental meetings, the president was invited to a private estate to partake in a conference. The attendees were exclusively the true magnates of the beautiful nation, among them renowned titans of the computer and internet industries, leaders of technological enterprises, financial moguls, and seasoned stakeholders of traditional corporations, collectively comprising nearly half of the participants. Aside from the president and the newly appointed Secretary of Defense, the remaining attendees were largely unfamiliar faces to the public. However, the demeanor of those present, their seating arrangements at the conference table, and the president's subservient posture before them underscored their elevated status and wealth, which far surpassed that of others. Particularly notable was an elderly gentleman with golden hair and green eyes, whose wrinkled visage belied a vigorous spirit. He occupied the principal position at the table. As everyone settled in, they were urged to listen to our chief scientist, Mr. Missy Polant, as he elucidated the current situation. Only those within the upper echelons of society were privy to Missy Polant's existence. It was rumored that his intelligence quotient surpassed that of Einstein, and his innovative prowess eclipsed that of Tesla. His influence permeated numerous cutting-edge technologies within the beautiful nation, and he was the architect behind many clandestine advancements across various scientific domains. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, I must implore you to remain silent, regardless of how far my forthcoming revelations may stretch your comprehension. Otherwise, you shall be expelled, much like my ineffectual students. Though he appeared to be in his 30s, he was, in truth, nearing 70, with a commanding presence born from his immense intellect and capabilities. My foremost declaration is this: humanity, at least the present humanity, including all of you in attendance, is on the brink of annihilation. Despite the preventive measures taken, Mr. Polant's opening statement caused a palpable shift in the expressions of those present, their countenances betraying alarm. Had such a pronouncement come from another, it might have elicited indifference. Yet, spoken by Missy Polant, the likelihood of its realization soared above 98%. In truth, the island nation has met its demise. According to the latest data I've received, the mortality rate among its populace has reached an alarming 50%. The volcanic ash from the eruption of Mount Shafushan has engulfed 70% of the nation's territory. Were it merely ordinary ash, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, our sampling revealed that the ash is laden with significant radioactive particles. We are yet to ascertain the origin of these radioactive elements, possibly a grim consequence of the islanders' reckless disposal of nuclear waste in previous years. In any case, the island nation is finished, and those who remain there are likewise doomed. If the plight of a single island and the deaths of tens of millions were insufficient to rouse the concern of these elite magnates, then Mr. Polant's subsequent remarks regarding the imminent closure of the atmosphere by volcanic ash and the impending rapid decline in surface temperatures rendered them utterly speechless. In the foreseeable future, the Earth's surface will be incapable of yielding any crops. I emphasize the term crops, as a great famine is inevitably on the horizon. All nations will descend into chaos due to a scarcity of food. Moreover, prolonged exposure to darkness will lead to hormonal imbalances and mental disturbances in many individuals. I am aware that each of you has prepared at least one refuge for the apocalypse, but how long can you endure within those confines? 3 years, perhaps 5? Without a sufficient population base and the means of production to support you, such sanctuaries become mere cages, and you, the imprisoned lab rats, may choose to meet your maker long before supplies run out. 2 decades ago, I spearheaded the Ark and Eden projects, which have now begun to take shape, capable of sustaining over 70 million lives. Should you wish to join this endeavor, I warmly welcome you. I shall disclose the groundbreaking technologies I possess in accordance with your contributions. These encompass, but are not limited to, advancements in human longevity, genetic modification, innovative aerospace technology, and industrialized agricultural practices. I firmly believe that as long as we maintain the Ark, Eden, and other apocalyptic sanctuaries, we shall emerge as the most formidable nation in the world once the calamity has passed. I predict that nations such as Xia will be completely obliterated in this disaster. Thank God, for the United States needs only to sacrifice half of its population to eliminate its true adversaries and gain absolute control over the globe. Ms. Hibbelant spoke for nearly 2 hours, elaborating on the types of impending natural disasters and potential responses, even suggesting that great calamities bring about significant transformations, asserting that those who survive may undergo abnormal changes, for which he has long been preparing through research. In summary, Ms. Hibbelant believes that if his plan is followed, the impending apocalyptic disasters will ultimately benefit the United States rather than harm it. If Zhou Lin were to attend this meeting, he would only concur with Ms. Hibbelant's assessment regarding the island nations. Father, look at the sky outside. Do not doubt any longer. before departing for Zhou Li's school. Zhou Lin pointed to the still, pitch-black sky at 8:30. Chapter 13. The Greatest Value of Zhou Lin. Zhou Li, your parents have arrived at the south gate. Hurry along. The dormitory supervisor reminded the pensive Zhou Li. I don't need assistance. Zhou Li replied coldly, devoid of the innocence and romance typical of her age. She declined the dormitory lady's offer and hurried toward the south gate, occasionally glancing up at the sky, her expression grave. The sun has yet to rise. Zhou Lin, what are your thoughts? Whether it was due to his rebirth or some other reason, Zhou Lin felt an oddity in Zhou Li's gaze, as if she were looking not at her elder brother, but at a stranger or perhaps even an adversary. As for her manner of address, since she became aware, she had preferred calling him by his name rather than affectionately as Gidge. Recently, experts have come forward to dispel rumors. Do you think it's possible that the apocalypse is truly upon us? If I were to say yes, would you believe me? Although Zhou Li's demeanor was less than pleasant, Zhou Lin remained unfazed, for in his past life, his deepest concerns and regrets revolved around his younger sister. This time, however, he reassured himself that such feelings would not resurface. Have you fastened your seatbelt? I don't require your reminders. I heard you brought a girlfriend back. Is it the kind for marriage? Marriage? Zhou Lin chuckled lightly. She is unworthy. Zhou Li smirked, her lips curving upward. Not bad. My brother is finally exhibiting a hint of the affluent second generation. You are the true affluent second generation. Just look at the disparities in our upbringing. I suspect I may not even be your biological sibling. Be confident, brother. There is no need for doubt. Just think about who provided your pocket money during your 3 years of high school and 4 years of university. The adage, raise sons in poverty and daughters in wealth, is an absolute truth in the Zhou family. Although Zhou Li was merely 13 years old, her bank and fund accounts combined amounted to over 300,000, excluding her allowance. In contrast, before Zhou Lin had a job, he was required to surrender 95% of his red envelope money, under the pretense of covering his tuition fees. Zhou Lin, what do you think of what I just said? Of course, I'm watching the road while driving. Zhou Lin jested, but once he noticed his sister's serious expression, he steadied himself. Surely, you don't take novels at face value? Art stems from life. Legends may indeed be remnants of history. I do not blame you for your lack of reading, but you ought to learn to be more adaptable. I graduated with a bachelor's degree, and you are just in your first year of middle school. Zhou Lin tilted his head. My first year is merely the beginning, while your undergraduate studies mark the end of your academic journey. Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback. Unable to find a counterargument, he could only pout. All right, you win this round, but I suspect you will never have the opportunity to pursue a bachelor's degree. Upon hearing this, Zhou Li fell silent for a moment. Wait, you came to pick me up suddenly and even brought your girlfriend. Do you already know? What are you talking about? Zhou Lin squinted, casting a sidelong glance at the rearview mirror. As I suspected, Zhou Li sighed with an air of maturity. Do you always regard me as a child? Aren't you? Observing Zhou Li's earnest expression, Zhou Lin realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. Indeed, the gap in intellect was one that mere performance could not conceal, despite his carefulness. He had ultimately been uncovered by Zhou Li, and they had barely been reunited for 10 minutes. It's not that dramatic, merely a minor disaster. As long as small matters should be spoken of grandly, while significant matters should be kept quiet. I'm not referring to you. I mean the nation. Zhou Li shook her head, realizing this time it was truly a predicament, lamenting, what a pity, I haven't even completed my linear algebra course. Is that what you regret? Zhou Lin asked, bemused. What else? Life is inherently meaningless. All my joy derives from the pursuit of knowledge. Alas, you would find it difficult to comprehend such intellect. Let us return to your girlfriend. Is it the one named AI Bing? I've mentioned, she is not my girlfriend. She is unworthy. I recall you once said otherwise. Let me think. They say one's nature is hard to change. A devoted admirer will always remain so unless reborn. Knowing the apocalypse is upon us, yet still bringing her along, unless it's to continue adoring her, is merely a trap for her. I assent it. What has prompted your sudden shift in disposition? If this were a narrative, your transformation would most likely signify the emergence of the sole truth that remains after eliminating all impossibilities, however absurd it may seem. Surely, you are not akin to a character reborn in a novel, are you? In your previous life, you suffered at the hands of that woman, forsaking your parents and beloved sister for the sake of a mere green tea. For reasons unknown, Zhou Lin felt a chill as he caught a glimpse of Zhou Li's melancholic expression in the rearview mirror. It was as if her words resonated with unsettling authenticity. "I was jesting. Your refusal to accept it matters not," Zhou Li remarked, shifting the conversation. "Let us focus on our studies. Time is a luxury we cannot afford. At 13, you have yet to complete your university-level mathematics. How terribly inept." Zhou Lin was tempted to retort. If this is what constitutes foolishness, then what would it be classified as? A simpleton? So, this is the doomsday fortress prepared by you and our parents? Frankly, I believe the farm would serve us better. Upon entering the house, Zhou Li could not restrain herself from critiquing. After a cursory tour, she produced a notepad and pen, beginning to sketch and jot down notes. "This entrance presents an issue. The corridor from the elevator to our home, as well as the staircase, require the installation of at least one genuine security door. I recall a local brand. Something like 17 to 18,000 for a single door would suffice. Moreover, regarding the flooring, the thickness of this cast-in-place concrete floor is approximately 10 centimeters. It would be prudent to overlay it with a layer of homogeneous steel plate, at least 6 centimeters thick, secured with chemical bolts to enhance its strength. Our unit is advantageous. An entire floor belongs to us, alleviating concerns over partition walls being compromised. However, the insulation layer must be redone. If time is of the essence, we could adopt the American method of construction, wooden walls filled with foam plastic, ultimately sealed with panels for commendable soundproofing and insulation. By the way, the window glass needs replacement. Double-glazed units only suffice for standard conditions, and their efficacy diminishes significantly with temperature differentials exceeding 30 degrees. Do you find that adequate? Zhou Lin, bewildered, shook his head. It appears you have indeed been reborn. You lack any comprehension of these matters, having endured considerable hardship in your previous life, I presume? Now, let us continue with the windows. In truth, we do not require so many windows. The floor-to-ceiling glass doors in the living room, all bay windows, and the floor-to-ceiling doors on the balcony can essentially be sealed off. It should take no longer than 2 days to accomplish this task. Lastly, regarding the rooftop, it is best to enclose it with multi-layer honeycomb panels, with a minimum thickness of 5 centimeters. Avoid using stainless steel for the framework, as its low-temperature performance is inadequate. The main structure should consist of quality-treated wood, preferably of greater girth. Brother, you've been reborn and yet possess no space of your own? It seems the provisions at home are rather scant. We must ensure an ample supply of drinking and utility water. If time permits, once the rooftop is enclosed, we could acquire an inflatable swimming pool. A water depth not exceeding 80 centimeters is deemed safe. Covering an area of 60 square meters could store over 45 tons of water, which should be within safe load limits and could sustain our family for a year or two. And thus, Zhou Lin pondered how these past 2 hours had passed. Although he was ostensibly the one reborn in the apocalypse, why did Zhou Li exhibit such expertise? Numerous details he had overlooked were meticulously recorded by her in the notepad. "You make me feel utterly useless. Don't you possess the space? That is your greatest value. Alas, I have no space. So, you have been reborn, have you? Truly reborn? You must not have done well in your previous life, right?" Chapter 14. AI Bing's Delusion. AI Bing wore a stern expression. Since morning, she had been messaging Zhou Lin. Yet not a single reply had come her way, which left her in a state of anxiety. "Chi-Chi, do you think Zhou Lin might be deceiving me?" He wouldn't dare. A devoted admirer wouldn't entertain such peculiar thoughts. Cautious young Chi-Chi, with her toenails painted, replied to AI Bing while simultaneously engaging in conversation with another person. Although the other party hardly acknowledged her, she relished the interaction. For they were indeed a true big shot, and she had only just obtained their WeChat contact, even if she lacked the qualifications to marry into a wealthy family. Having a friend from such a background was something to be proud of. Yang Chi-Chi had even arranged to visit this individual in a few days. What transpired during the visit was of little concern to her, as she believed she would not suffer any loss. AI Bing's worries grew, fearing unforeseen complications, especially since she had even taken out an online loan, incurring significant fees and interest. Fortunately, Zhou Lin finally replied. AI Bing was on the verge of exploding. Yet Zhou Lin appeared completely unfazed. Upon surveying the house, he discovered that his parents were nowhere to be found. Zhou Kaijun was likely at the breeding farm, busy with numerous tasks, while Cheng Yili might have gone out for procurement, suggesting that dinner was likely not in the cards for that evening. Though it was still before 4 o'clock, the sky outside was already as dark as it would be at 8 or 9 o'clock on a typical day, making the interior of the house nearly impossible to navigate without lights. I'm asking you a question. AI Bing puffed her cheeks. Didn't you say we would transfer the ownership today? Didn't I mention yesterday that I don't have enough money? Didn't I say I have it here? Then transfer it to me. Zhou Lin replied. Let us do it when we go to the property center tomorrow. I beamed, calme de self. She was the quintessential type who would not settle for anything less than results, refusing to transfer the money to Zhou Lin at this moment. Fine, I'll see what I can scrounge up for dinner. What about uncle and aunt? I haven't seen them all day. AI Bing showed no inclination to assist, primarily because she was incapable. Having been at Zhou Lin's home for 2 or 3 days, she sensed an odd attitude from his parents, lacking the warmth typically extended to a prospective daughter-in-law, seemingly even falling short of the treatment accorded to an ordinary guest. Busy, Zhou Lin responded from the kitchen. Does your father and mother dislike me? Impossible. They absolutely do not dislike you, Zhou Lin assured her confidently. That's good to hear. AI Bing feigned a gesture of reassurance, patting her chest, while internally she mused that whether they liked her or not was irrelevant, as long as she could secure a house. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Lin was contemplating that it wasn't a matter of disliking her. Rather, they would prefer her absence entirely. When dinner was nearly prepared, Zhou Kai-jun returned, while Chungyali remained at Lawn Mountain. With both AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi present, Zhou Kai-jun essentially ate in silence, finishing his meal before heading straight to the study, completely disregarding AI Bing's presence. I've finished eating as well. You can wash the dishes, Zhou Lin remarked. Why is it so? In the past, you were unwilling to let me undertake such tasks. The past is the past, Zhou Lin remarked. If you do not demonstrate your capabilities, how can mom and dad trust you enough to add your name to the property deed? Upon the mention of the property deed, AI Bing relented, pouting as she began to tidy up, while Yang Chi-Chi continued to scroll through her phone. In the study, Zhou Lin received a call from Zhou Li. There is something important I forgot, she said. What? Zhou Lin glanced at the weary Zhou Kai-jun, who looked half asleep, and quietly inquired. Weapons. In a post-apocalyptic world, people are perilous. Without sufficient weaponry, our grain storage will become someone else's bounty. If obtaining firearms is challenging, we can start with cold weapons, crossbows, bows, optical sights, spears, javelins, and sturdy steel spikes. We also need quality close combat tools like cleavers and machetes. Zhou Li expounded on the phone for over 10 minutes, discussing everything from the simplest cold weapons to standard firearms, and even touched on how to concoct Molotov cocktails, explosives, and biochemical agents, including how to utilize pesticides from the farm. Zhou Lin could grasp the earlier points, but the notion of procuring pesticides and fertilizers for weapon creation made him ponder deeply. Were he and Zhou Li truly born of the same parents? Dad, what is your IQ? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask after hanging up. Me? The university I attended back in the day was akin to today as top-tier 985 institutions. What do you think my IQ is? Then how did you end up raising pigs? Zhou Lin was somewhat baffled. To earn money. Just because I graduated from a 985 doesn't mean I can't raise pigs, Zhou Kai-jun countered. Zhou Lin scratched his head. Zhou Li had mentioned preparing some weapons, and he wondered if they had any fertilizers or pesticides at home. This girl certainly had a keen mind. How had he not thought of this before? They had some fertilizers, though not much urea, and the pesticides were of low toxicity. Tomorrow, I'll purchase supplies from 3 agricultural trading companies, all quality goods that just require simple equipment to utilize, Zhou Kai-jun muttered. Zhou Lin didn't quite catch everything, and even if he did, he wouldn't understand. He began to feel that Zhou Li was truly the biological child of their parents, while he might have been a promotional gift or picked from a rubbish heap. As the eldest son, Zhou Lin felt a profound sense of melancholy. Dad, I want to concern myself with those matters, but I can acquire firearms. By the way, my little sister already knows I've been reborn, and she even suspects I possess a space to store items. He refrained from mentioning the aircraft carrier, but it seemed necessary to showcase some skills. Otherwise, his standing in the family would be at risk. Your mother and I have long suspected you had a space. Zhou Kai-jun lifted his eyelids, unperturbed. We thought we wouldn't bring it up unless he did. Indeed, it was true that the only ones who would never deceive you were your parents. Zhou Lin silently accepted the thoughtfulness of Zhou Kai-jun and Chungyali. Zhou Kai-jun discussed the family's current financial situation, revealing that he still had 7 million in liquid assets, while Chung Yali had mentioned last night that she possessed 5 million, though he was unsure how much remained now. Strive to make the most of it. In 4 days, it will essentially be a barter system. Years from now, the government will introduce credit points, but they will only be useful within the survivors' bases, and the credit points among various bases will not be interchangeable. Ultimately, it will still boil down to the value of tangible goods. Zhou Kaiju nodded, acknowledging this. By the way, your grandparents and great-grandfather do not agree to come. I have exhausted my efforts in conversation with your mother, and I dare not divulge too much to them. It is best to leave it for another opportunity to discuss. The night passed in silence, and what brought Zhou Lin some joy was the recent increase in his experience with his abilities. Symbiosis, Beginner 110-1000. Currently symbiotic transportation tools. Laifu, a large surface transport vehicle. Available symbiotic transportation tools. 0, storage space. 11. Zhou Lin initially assumed that the experience points would increment daily, but it seems otherwise. Otherwise, the current experience points should be 107, 1000. In his previous life, he had not activated his abilities, and for now, unless there were significant changes, he could only set this aside, especially since there was no one to discuss it with. Perhaps Lily could comprehend it, but upon recalling Zhou Li's inquisitive gaze, Zhou Lin promptly dismissed the thought. He certainly did not wish to become a subject of her experimental studies. Given the right conditions, that girl might very well attempt it. The next day at 9 o'clock, Zhou Lin entered the Property Rights Center with AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. To his surprise, the place was brightly lit, and the staff were all at work. However, compared to the usual bustle, it was rather desolate. This worked to Zhou Lin's advantage, as he quickly navigated the process. When AI Bing saw her name among the submitted materials and noted that the property ownership was at 50, she transferred 700,000 in cash to Zhou Lin. As they exited the Property Rights Center, AI Bing was beaming, clutching the folder, and asked Zhou Lin, "How much do you think this house could appreciate in 2 years?" "How much?" Zhou Lin remained silent, thinking to himself that there was no rush. In just a few days, she would find out. Chapter 15. Kindred Spirits, Tang Ili. One of the most significant changes in the city was the diminished number of people venturing out. There were noticeably fewer vehicles. Many shops had closed their doors, and it was only at the entrances of several large supermarkets that one could see a throng of people. AI Bing was somewhat taken aback. Her thoughts had been consumed by the house in recent days, and witnessing the frenzied shoppers left her perplexed, prompting her to inquire about it from Zhou Lin. Perhaps they have lost their minds, Zhou Lin chuckled. With Chung Yali in the fray, he was not compelled to compete with ordinary people for supplies at the supermarket. It is worth noting that Chung Yali had been busy all day yesterday, either reallocating or receiving goods. At Zhou Lin's suggestion, she had emptied a warehouse in the logistics park to store supplies, and this morning she messaged him to come by and clear out the warehouse, clearly indicating that the couple had discussed it thoroughly the night before. Why not stay at Lanshan? As Zhou Lin drove onto the road leading out of the city, AI Bing expressed her discontent, for the property ownership certificate bore her name, and she questioned why they ought to go to the countryside. "It is under renovation," Zhou Lin replied. "Wasn't it already completed?" "It is still early," Zhou Lin replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. Ai Bing found herself at a loss and could only engage in conversation with Yang Qiqi, discussing cosmetics and luxury goods, though her collection was hardly extensive. It was merely a means of comfort for her lips. Soon, Zhou Lin overheard the two women suggesting that they invite more people to join their gathering. And to his surprise, Ai Bing mentioned the name Tang Ili. Instantly, Zhou Lin let out a cold laugh. He had not known Tang Ili before the apocalypse in his previous life. In a certain sense, they were both mere sycophants of Ai Bing. It must be said that Ai Bing had exceptional management skills and an impressive feminine charm. Despite her lacking qualities, she could package herself attractively. Women like her were willing to put in the effort to sculpt their appearances, and Tang Ili was precisely a fitness instructor. The question of who initiated the physical altercation between a coach and a student was inconsequential. The outcome was that Tang Ili transformed from a fierce wolf into a submissive pup. Had it not been for the cataclysm, Zhou Lin and Tang Ili might have become akin to brothers in hardship. However, after the disaster struck, Tang Ili morphed into Ai Bing's fiercest wolf, attacking anyone who crossed his path. Perhaps due to prolonged physical training, Tang Ili had become brawny yet simple-minded, ultimately losing his capacity for thought in the maddening environment of the apocalypse. In any case, much of Zhou Lin's suffering in his previous life stemmed from Tang Ili. and those humiliations were forever etched in his memory. Now, with I being absent from the deep city, if she were to perish, Zhou Lin would be a loss as to where to find Tang Yili. Tang Yili Musti. The mere thought of the harm inflicted by that rabid dog ignited an uncontrollable fury within Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi's friend, also wants to come and have some fun. Would you mind? I Bing suddenly inquired. Hi, Yang Qiqi's friend? Zhou Lin mused. Yes, not a boyfriend. More like a close friend. You understand, right? Yang Qiqi skillfully provided cover for I Bing. Understood. Zhou Lin thought to himself, fully comprehending the implications. Once Tang Yili arrived, I Bing, you can meet your demise. The air quality in the deep city is quite alarming. Prolonged exposure could lead to lung cancer. If your friend has no pressing matters, perhaps you should invite them to stay for a while until the environment improves. Lung cancer? Is it really that severe? I Bing asked, astonished. Have you not seen the recent reports online? Shifushan has been erupting continuously, and it's uncertain when it will cease. The housing prices in the deep city have plummeted by 30%. Indeed, only matters related to wealth could pique I Bing's interest. Only benefits could prompt her to engage her intellect. Upon returning to the breeding farm, Zhou Lin observed several electric vehicles departing in the distance. These were the last few workers, and the entire breeding farm had now been vacated. It's all empty, Zhou Kaijun remarked with a sense of nostalgia, realizing he had truly gone all in this time. If the apocalypse had not arrived, restoring the breeding farm would have been exceedingly difficult. Father, I genuinely hope that this so-called apocalyptic disaster is merely a nightmare. But look at the sky. Zhou Kaijun nodded despondently, thankful that his son was reborn and even possessed a space. However, neither Zhou Kaijun nor Qingyali had ever inquired about the details of that space. Oh no, I've forgotten something important, Zhou Lin exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Mother asked me to go to the warehouse to collect items. It's nearly overflowing. How could you forget your mother's words? Hurry up and go. Fortunately, the logistics park is not far from here, and this route is usually free of traffic congestion. Especially not now. In just over 10 minutes, Zhou Lin arrived at the logistics park and located his warehouse. I thought you had forgotten. Hurry in. I'll lock the door. Upon seeing Chang Yali still waiting there, presumably having missed lunch, Zhou Lin felt a pang of sympathy. Mom, are you hungry? I've already endured the hunger. Let us get moving. There's another truckload coming soon. In front of Chang Yali, Zhou Lin had no choice but to obediently enter the warehouse. Chang Yali did not follow him in. Instead, she promptly locked the door. What is all this? Zhou Lin's gaze swept over the mountain of supplies before him. 30 bags of sugar, each weighing 200 pounds. 100-pound bags of additive-free salt stacked in a corner. Various kinds of peppers essential to the people of Bashu, wrapped in burlap, totaling 50 bags. 50 jars of bean paste from different regions. 50 large iron barrels of traditional rapeseed oil. Countless packets of monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, oyster sauce, corn oil, sesame oil, and Sichuan pepper oil. After filling half the warehouse, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His lips tingled, his head grew heavy, and his limbs felt weak as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Outside the warehouse, Qingyali was busily occupied and didn't hear anything amiss. It wasn't until the next batch of goods was nearly arriving that she remembered her son was still inside. Why hasn't he come out? Qingyali tried calling Zhou Lin's phone, but it went unanswered. What if something happened? With this thought, she hurriedly opened the door and immediately spotted Zhou Lin lying on the ground. What's wrong? What happened? Rushing to Zhou Lin's side, Qingyali pinched his acupoint while checking his pulse. Feeling his heartbeat was still somewhat normal, she sighed in relief and increased the pressure of her pinch, successfully waking Zhou Lin. Ouch, I'm so hungry, Mom. I want to eat. Zhou Lin's head felt heavy, and he could barely focus his eyes. Here, eat this. Qingyali shoved a chocolate bar into his mouth, and then pulled out a large handful of chocolate bars from a packaging box in the warehouse. You must be just like your father, suffering from low blood sugar. Zhou Lin remained silent and took the second one, continuing to eat. After consuming a full 10 bars, Qingyali hesitated to offer him more, and only then did Zhou Lin cease his eating, exhaling deeply. From now on, always keep some sugar on hand. Luckily I came in, or you would have been in trouble. Zhou Lin smiled and, with Qingyali's help, stood up. He knew this wasn't merely low blood sugar. It was related to his frequent use of his abilities. Symbiosis. Beginner 121-1000. Current symbiotic transportation tool. Laifu. large surface transportation vehicle. Available symbiotic transportation tools. 0. Storage space. 11. Indeed, in such a short span, his experience points had increased by 10. It's just that my body can't handle it, Zhou Lin said, smacking his lips. Mom, I want to have hot pot tonight. Chapter 16. The Secret of Powers. Although Qingyali appears to be carefree, is there a mother who does not ache for her child? The sky may fall, but tonight we must have hot pot. As I decree, not even Jesus can change that. Mother, I admire your spirit. Get lost. Go rest. Qingyali retorted, somewhat annoyed. I'm not tired, Zhou Lin replied. It's just low blood sugar. As long as I replenish it, it will be fine. Did you not mention that more supplies would arrive soon? Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Hurry then. Take care of yourself. I shall wait outside. A truckload of daily necessities was on its way, sourced from a regional wholesaler Qingyali had found, offering very reasonable prices. For less than 20,000, the entire family could be supplied for decades, provided the items do not expire. In a warehouse, each time Zhou Lin received a batch of supplies, he meticulously gauged the changes in his physical and supernatural experience. Although he could not ascertain the precise ratio between the two, it was evident that acquiring supplies indeed augmented his experience. Moreover, the consumption of energy bore no relation to the materials themselves, but was solely contingent on the frequency of use. This perhaps elucidated why Zhou Lin's future supply had not been depleted, yet he nearly perished in the warehouse. With this understanding, Zhou Lin calculated that after using his abilities 3 or 4 times, he would indulge in a chocolate energy bar. Although excessive consumption might induce fatigue, its efficacy in replenishing energy was immediate. He wondered if other practitioners of the supernatural shared his sentiments and resolved to stockpile such items. Compact, portable, and efficient, these bars might well become a valuable currency among those with abilities. Just as Qingyali drove the forklift into the warehouse, Zhou Lin broached the subject. Well, this wholesaler's warehouse is located within the logistics park. I shall go at once. True to her reputation as a strong woman, Qingyali approached her tasks with fervor. Zhou Lin had anticipated waiting until the following day to finalize the chocolate bars. Yet within an hour, Qingyali had secured the deal. A box contained 50 bars, and a case held 60 boxes, totaling 3,000 bars at a wholesale price of 450 yuan. I took the entire stock, 230 cases. Mother, you are remarkable, Zhou Lin exclaimed, giving Qingyali a thumbs up. Hundreds of thousands of chocolate bars may seem inconspicuous now, but in the future, one could potentially exchange a bar for a woman. If that's the case, I ought to procure more. Our logistics park hosts various warehouses. Mother, let's hold off for now. Our funds are dwindling, aren't they? A sudden realization struck Zhou Lin, prompting him to quickly dissuade Qingyali. Indeed, they are dwindling, Qingyali acknowledged, noting that her 5 million yuan had vanished since last night, and she had even transferred a significant amount from old Zhou's account. What I envision. Zhou Lin quietly articulated his thoughts, and Qingyali nodded in agreement. Indeed, though the risk is somewhat considerable, it's not too grave. At worst, one might suffer frostbite, Zhou Lin remarked. But what if someone tries to rob you? Lily mentioned we should prepare some weapons. Yet I have only managed to acquire a few knives. Finding proper long-range weapons is quite a challenge. Outside of special zones, where in an ordinary city could one procure such fine arms? At best, enthusiasts may possess some collectibles, but who knows where those are hidden? Fortunately, in terms of weaponry, Zhou Lin is quite well equipped. Not only does he possess handguns and rifles, but he can also procure flamethrowers and shoulder-mounted missiles. Mother, what is this? Qingyali exclaimed, utterly taken aback by the gleaming handgun before her. Where on earth did this come from? In a country like Xia, which is not known for its affluence, even a few bullets could remain hidden for years. The handgun Zhou Lin produced was clearly a high-grade military issue, exquisitely crafted and brand new. Here, take this, along with 3 magazines and a holster. In such dire circumstances, legality seemed trivial, as long as one refrained from brandishing it in public. Clandestinely firing a few rounds would likely go unnoticed by the authorities. However, Qingyali felt her inadequacy. Though she was aware of the peculiar situation, she was not averse to carrying a firearm. Quite simple. Zhou Lin explained the crucial steps: disengaging the safety, chambering a round, changing magazines, and aiming. He had Qingyali practice a few motions. Currently, they lacked the means for live-fire training, but considering Qingyali's weight and strength, she should be able to manage the handgun. This is rather enjoyable, she mused, quickly adapting to the situation, feeling a sense of delight. Yet, Before she could properly stow the weapon, she inquired if Zhou Lin had any more. Yes, my father has some as well. I'll get one for him later. That's good. By the way, don't give one to your sister just yet. She is still too young. Had Cheng Yali not insisted, Zhou Lin might have considered arming Zhou Li. With her reckless nature, she could potentially cause harm to herself, perhaps even better than either Zhou Lin or Cheng Yali. Moreover, with calamities striking, young girls like Zhou Li were undoubtedly among the most vulnerable. After collecting the supplies ordered for the day, Zhou Lin drove Cheng Yali to Lanshan, where she would stay with Zhou Li for the night, facilitating further procurement. In truth, the available supplies within the city were dwindling. Many supermarkets were either closed or severely understocked. No one was truly naive, regardless of the government's proclamations. During times of scarcity, unless one was financially constrained, hoarding was a prevalent behavior. Not only ordinary consumers, but even Cheng Yali encountered several closed doors today. Those with stocks simply refused to sell. The practice of stockpiling is not uncommon in any era. Laws and regulations hold little sway. There will always be those willing to engage in risky ventures, while no one desires to incur losses. As twilight descended, the difference between 4 or 5 in the afternoon and midnight became negligible. Conditions were somewhat better domestically, but in many relatively free nations and regions, prolonged darkness bred an increase in malevolence. In areas devoid of electricity and law enforcement, theft, robbery, murder, and arson had become the norm. In a struggle for survival, individuals faced harsh choices to join the chaos or band together for warmth. The situation within Xia was equally grim. Although large-scale violent crime has yet to manifest, signs of chaos in the fundamental market have begun to emerge. In order to maintain social order, the government has initiated a collaboration with the military to impose martial law in major cities, special urban areas, and border towns. Strategic and essential resources will be controlled by the government, and any significant private holdings will be acquired at cost price, supplemented according to actual circumstances. Upon encountering such news online, Zhou Lin could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. While martial law has not yet been implemented in Jiazhou City, Cheng Yali has procured a considerable amount of supplies, particularly sugar, salt, and grain, which can certainly be traced if one is determined to do so. What if the government demands that they produce these supplies later? Pondering this, Zhou Lin felt increasingly restless. As soon as he awoke in the morning, he called Cheng Yali, suggesting that they should cease operations by midday and abandon the warehouse. Even if we don't use it, people will eventually find out. What is the difference? Cheng Yali inquired. Burn it, Zhou Lin whispered. Burn? Cheng Yali nearly thought she had misheard him. I will keep some supplies in the warehouse and then incinerate them. Even if someone investigates later, it will be burnt and no one will know who did it. As for how much was inside when it burned, who has to say it wasn't mostly taken away before the fire? Chapter 17. The dawn of disorder. The day broke later than usual. By 10:30 in the morning, the world outside remained shrouded in dimness. Zhou Lin, having risen and consumed a light meal, was preparing to step out when AI Bing hurriedly called to him. This afternoon, Chi-Chi's friend is arriving, and we need to go to the train station to pick them up. Could you drive us? Zhou Lin halted, thinking that Tang Yili, in his eagerness, might have lost his mind. Given the current situation, he was still so anxious. How typical. One cannot change their nature. It's fine if they come. We can deal with everything at once. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Then just lend me a car. I have a driver's license, and I can accompany Chi-Chi. By the way, didn't you mention you have that Conqueror at home? Yes, we do, Zhou Lin replied. But it's south not convenient to park it here. What do you need it for? I just want to see if we can really afford a car worth over 10 million. Zhou Lin's family is fairly well off, yet they do not possess such spending power. It wasn't that expensive back then. I'll come back to drive it in a couple of days. Although a Conqueror is parked in a Laifu hangar, it is after all a stolen vehicle. AI Bing's words reminded Zhou Lin that perhaps he should explore the city. Looking at a Four Sons shop, rental car agencies, or even used car dealerships might yield some valuable finds. After the calamities of the apocalypse, human industrial civilization has essentially been obliterated. Even the scant industrial production that remains prioritizes food, followed by medicine. Cars, once a common sight, have become a rare luxury. Every vehicle lost is a significant loss. However, purchasing a car is exorbitantly expensive, and Jiazhou City lacks the private trade in imported vehicles that places like Jingguang possess, nor does it have any automobile manufacturing enterprises, leaving only retailers as potential sources. Are you out of your mind? After the apocalypse has fully descended, You could easily collect several hundred cars just by walking down the street. If that doesn't work, there are surely plenty of good cars in the underground garages of nearby communities. Is it really worth risking it now? Upon arriving at Lanshan, Zhou Lin consulted with Zhou Li, only to be met with a merciless rebuke. Indeed, individuals of high intelligence often exhibit a disconcerting lack of emotional acumen. With Zhou Li's temperament, it is likely she would struggle to endure in the hands of others for long. You're overthinking this. I am well acquainted with the idiom of surviving through hardship, as well as the notions of bearing humiliation and enduring trials. Enough, Zhou Lin lamented, covering his face in despair. Fine, I shall heed your counsel. What about your notebook? Have you confirmed with Mother? What else do we still need? Weapons and certain medications are unattainable. In Zhou Li's perspective, these two categories pose the greatest challenges. Weapons aside, procuring medications, often appearing commonplace, proves exceedingly difficult for large-scale acquisition without proper channels, especially since the government has long imposed strict control. Presently, the pharmacies are sparse in their offerings, and the available supplies are minimal. Have Mother procure more traditional Chinese herbs. I have prepared Western medicine. On the Leifohai, there exists a modest hospital. Zhou Lin remained utterly unperturbed, asserting that they had ample access to whatever was needed, from medications to advanced imaging equipment. The glass may not be replaced in time, Zhou Li expressed regretfully. Unlike a security door that can be installed upon arrival, multi-layered hollow glass requires customization and is quite cumbersome to install, often necessitating a crane. Resources currently unavailable. Let's seal it for now. There is no sunlight anyway. An opaque barrier is preferable to prevent prying eyes. With a complete and effective ventilation system in place, Zhou Lin felt that sealing the windows was, in fact, the more prudent approach. All right, the materials are on the platform. Shall we call in workers, or do we attempt this ourselves? Zhou Li appeared eager, yet Zhou Lin believed this task could wait. They should focus on accumulating water starting today. Leifohai had not only stockpiled a considerable supply of drinking water, but also boasted a complete water circulation system. Although the recycled water may not be palatable, it sufficed for domestic use. However, during the early days of the apocalypse, Zhou Lin was reluctant to reveal Leifohai's existence to avoid unnecessary complications. Collecting water on their rooftop would not only conceal their activities, but also provide thermal insulation. At Zhou Li's behest, Cheng Yali procured a plethora of construction materials and power tools, most of which were stored on the rooftop. Before placing the plastic swimming pool for water storage, they needed to clear some space. This task proved too daunting for Zhou Li alone, so Zhou Lin stayed to assist. For every patch of ground they cleared, Zhou Li would set up a simple swimming pool, inflating it while filling it with water. Surrounded by water, Jiazhou City enjoyed decent water pressure on the 18th floor. With 2 or 3 hoses operating simultaneously, they could fill 10 tons of water within hours. Had it not been for a phone call from Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin might have continued laboring on the rooftop until dusk. There has been a robbery at the logistics park. Although Cheng Yali was not directly targeted, several individuals have been victimized and the warehouse have been broken into. Cheng Yali was understandably anxious, prompting her to contact Zhou Lin. I will come immediately. Concerned for Cheng Yali's safety, Zhou Lin instructed her to secure herself in the warehouse and, if absolutely necessary, to use her firearm. Survival was paramount. However, Zhou Lin could never have anticipated being ambushed less than 3 minutes from the logistics park. On the road, an old, battered vehicle, seemingly dragged from nowhere, squeezed the originally 8-lane thoroughfare down to a mere width sufficient for a single car to pass. It was evident that there were people concealed behind that dilapidated vehicle, and any attempt to slow down could result in an assault. Although alternative routes existed, they required a significant detour. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Lin decided to don a military uniform and aimed his firearm out of the car window. While it wasn't the uniform of the Summer Kingdom, the dim, overcast sky combined with the chaotic state of the world meant that the adversaries might not discern the difference. Whether it was the uniform or the firearm that played a role, Zhou Lin encountered no obstruction or attack as he navigated through that makeshift passage. "Mom, it's me," Zhou Lin shouted as he opened the warehouse door, fearing that he might be met with a barrage of reprimands from his mother. "You finally arrived." Cheng Yali emerged from behind a pile of bags. Zhou Lin, bemused, remarked, "Mom, could you at least hide better? Look at the size of that bag. It can't possibly conceal you. Yet you still didn't notice me." Cheng Yali retorted, "How could I not see such a large figure?" Zhou Lin chuckled. "There simply wasn't a suitable hiding place. Besides, I have a gun." Cheng Yali waved the firearm in her hand before holstering it, gesturing around the warehouse. Do you see? The territory your mother has fought for is now yours. Long live the Empress. Zhou Lin joked, not shying away from Chengyali, and swiftly began tossing bags of supplies into the space. The storage space for the symbiotic transportation vehicle was limited, its shape perfectly matching that of the vehicle. Yet Zhou Lin discovered a clever workaround: the direct flight deck of the aircraft carrier. Since aircraft were stationed on the deck when items were stored, the storage space automatically accounted for an area of about 7 meters in height, matching that of the planes. The flight deck of the Leifaheo covered an area of 19,827 square meters, meaning there was approximately 138 million cubic meters of space available, enough for over 700 standard shipping containers. That's enough. Zhou Lin assessed the scattered supplies in the warehouse, chewing on a chocolate bar as he urged Chengyali to exit. He was preparing to set the place ablaze. Chapter 18. A familiar face. Flames began to spread from a corner of the warehouse. Zhou Lin had thoroughly verified that even if the entire warehouse burned down, it would be challenging for the fire to affect the other warehouses, and no innocent bystanders would be harmed in the process. After more than 10 minutes, flames erupted from the warehouse's ventilation windows, and upon discovery, the fire alarm was triggered. The property management of the logistics park contacted Chengyali, and by the time Zhou Lin returned, the fire had become uncontrollable. The management could do little more than attempt to clear the surrounding area to prevent the blaze from spreading. Several individuals stepped forward to offer comfort to Chengyali. Observing the crowd encircling his mother, who was a bundle of tears and frustration, Zhou Lin felt that the Oscars owed her a gold statue. By the time the fire truck arrived, the warehouse had nearly been reduced to ashes. With the high-pressure hoses unleashed, the scene was left in utter disarray, to the extent that even celestial beings might struggle to make sense of it all, achieving the very effect Zhou Lin had desired. Those who were aware of Chengyali's recent collection of supplies in the warehouse shake their heads in dismay, pondering that the Zhou family is destined for a significant downfall this time, while simultaneously lamenting the loss of those materials consumed by the flames. Under normal circumstances, the police would have intervened at this juncture. However, the increasingly chaotic situation has already exhausted their resources, rendering them unable to attend to matters that do not involve casualties. Come on, let us go, Zhou Lin said, his eyes red from rubbing, as he assisted Chengyali back to the car. Hurry up, hurry up. Upon closing the car door, Chengyali urged Zhou Lin to depart swiftly, fearing that if the charade continued, her true intentions might be revealed. Glancing at the logistics park receding in the rearview mirror, Zhou Lin felt a tinge of regret. After all, the warehouses housed a myriad of supplies, and perhaps, in the future, there might be an opportunity for a bountiful raid. Once they returned to Lanshan, Chengyali immediately plunged into a frenzy of ordering. But most of her calls either went unanswered or yielded no results. While you were away, the workers installed the security doors. I'm contemplating whether to weld shut the keyholes of 2 of those doors. It must be said that Zhou Li, donned in work attire and a helmet, indeed bore the semblance of an engineering girl. However, Chengyali could not bear to let her daughter engage in such laborious tasks and promptly called upon Zhou Lin for assistance. But I don't know how, Zhou Lin replied, spreading his hands in confusion. If you don't know, then hurry and search. Chengyali placed her hands on her hips. Your sister is delicate, or she gets burned by a spark. Indeed, Zhou Lin was of lesser importance than even a single hair on Zhou Li's head. The concept of gender equality was non-existent in the Zhou household. Zhou Li giggled and said to Zhou Lin, Brother, no need to search, I can handle it. I'll teach you. When did you learn to weld? Zhou Lin queried. There's a saying, isn't there? Anyone can do it with hands-on experience. Besides, I diligently studied a video for half an hour. That should suffice. Trust me. Remarkably, under Zhou Li's guidance, Zhou Lin, who had never before touched a welding tool, managed to execute the task quite commendably. I can now say I'm a welder, he exclaimed. Don't flatter yourself. Without me, you are nothing. Zhou Li retorted with a wry smile. That evening, Chengyali prepared a hot pot for Zhou Lin, who had been craving it, and Zhou Kaijun also joined them. The family of 4 enjoyed a delightful meal together. That woman left a step after you. When I departed, she hadn't returned yet, Zhou Kaijun remarked, taking a sip of his drink. She mentioned a friend visiting Bashu, so she went to meet him. Brother, you're not getting cheated on, are you? Zhou Li teased with a laugh. Chengyali lightly tapped Zhou Li with her chopsticks. What nonsense is that? How could such a woman have anything to do with your brother? You know better. I was just joking. Brother, I found you a new girlfriend. I'll introduce you to her shortly. Zhou Li chirped. What? You found me a girlfriend and intend to introduce me? Zhou Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Zhou Li nodded enthusiastically. She lives in our building. How did you meet her? Cheng Yali inquired. She's from the neighborhood. Zhou Li sit had for the hut, contemplating the prospect of being confined at home for the foreseeable future. She resolved to familiarize herself with the inhabitants of the building, ensuring that she was well informed about potential threats. If any dangerous individuals lurked within their midst, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. If necessary, preemptive action might be required to avert calamity. Stop. Cease this at once. My affairs are not your concern. Women only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. Do you understand? Zhou Lin replied with irritation. Brother, within your limited circle, good women are a rarity. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who associate with the dark will inevitably be tainted. If no one extends a hand to you, it is not your place to offer assistance. Zhou Lin retorted dismissively. Let us not digress, Lily. What is that young lady's profession, and how does she appear? Cheng Yali interjected, her eyes narrowing at Zhou Lin, clearly favoring Zhou Li's account. She is a doctoral student in the clinical department at Bashi University, and her looks are undoubtedly of a campus belle caliber. Being one of our own, from Jiazhou, she has just returned from studying abroad, only to find her school suspended due to natural disasters. She just arrived back from Shuda yesterday. Impressive. Cheng Yali nodded enthusiastically, albeit casting a disparaging glance at Zhou Lin, as if her son were unworthy of such a prize. When shall we invite her over? Mother, surely this is excessive? In this apocalyptic era, who seeks a girlfriend? Zhou Lin vehemently opposed, yet his objections proved futile. Zhou Li retrieved her phone and sent a few messages before rising to open the door. Shua, little Li. At the entrance, two figures, one tall and one petite, embraced, radiating the warmth of a reunion. Had Zhou Li not mentioned their recent acquaintance, one might have mistaken them for long-lost sisters. However, Zhou Lin felt a sense of déjà vu upon seeing the woman at the door. It dawned on him. Wasn't she the charming young lady from the train? Wu Shui, equally surprised by the coincidence, smiled at Zhou Lin and remarked, So, you're the brother Little Li spoke of. What a serendipitous encounter. Indeed, Zhou Lin acknowledged, gesturing for Wu Shui to take a seat. Following Zhou Li's brief introduction, Wu Shui was seamlessly integrated into the family circle. As Zhou Li had mentioned, their connection blossomed through the internet. Despite the age difference, they shared numerous interests such as swimming, playing badminton, and strumming the guitar. Common interests fostered a wealth of shared dialogue, and Wu Shui resided just below, albeit in a smaller apartment than the Zhou families. Is it all right if I call you Shui Shui? Cheng Yali asked, her eyes nearly closing in delight, thoroughly pleased with the unfolding camaraderie. Of course. My mother calls me that, though they are abroad at the moment, and with flights suspended, communication has been quite challenging. A hint of concern shadowed Wu Shui's face as she spoke. Where are they currently? Cheng Yali inquired. They're traveling in Europe. During our last conversation, they were in Sweden. Son, is it safe there in Sweden? Zhou Lin pondered before shaking his head. It's hard to say. The area is less populated with relatively abundant resources, but the temperatures are likely lower than those in Bashu. What are you discussing? Is it about the cold temperatures? Wu Shui asked curiously. Cheng Yali cleared her throat and glanced at Zhou Lin, suggesting, you should inquire with him about the specifics. He possesses considerable knowledge regarding climate fluctuations. What did I ever delve into the intricacies of climate change? Observing the reproachful gaze of Wu Shui, Zhou Lin felt utterly wronged. Surely, as a mother, one ought not to lead their son into such a predicament. Chapter 19. The Burden of Being an Older Brother. This tale begins with the eruption of a volcano in the island nation. Zhou Lin, akin to a duck being thrust into water, found himself ensnared by his mother's insistence. Today, he could not concoct a plausible explanation. He would undoubtedly face repercussions later. If Zhou Lin's encounter with Wu Shui were to be deemed fate, then the connection between AI Bing and Tang Ili was undoubtedly a twisted destiny. The reason AI Bing could summon Tang Ili to Jiazhou with but a few light words was due to Tang Ili's camaraderie with a like-minded peer, Sun Qinghao, in Jiazhou. Upon receiving Tang Ili's message, Sun Qinghao first went to the train station to welcome him, and subsequently, the two met with AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The quartet cruised around Jiazhou City, yet Sun Qinghao, eager to showcase his worth as a local, found many establishments shuttered due to the poor weather, nearly missing out on even a hot pot meal. As darkness enveloped the outside world, Zhou Lin remained blissfully unaware of any developments. Having consumed a couple of drinks, AI Bing grew somewhat irritable and resolved to give Zhou Lin a taste of her ire. As long as Zhou Lin did not seek her out today, she would not return. Just days prior, she had been without support, but now with Tang Yili's arrival and the unexpected delight of Sun Chenghao, her spirits lifted. AI Bing, with her discerning eye, quickly recognized that Sun Chenghao was also a rogue of sorts, an experienced player in the realm of romance. He lavished attention on Yang Qiqi while secretly exchanging glances with AI Bing. Despite the fade she maintained, AI Bing often harbored disdain for both Zhou Lin and Tang Yili. Although Sun Chenghao drove an expensive imported vehicle, he resided in rented accommodations, placing him in AI Bing's eyes among the less desirable. "Oh, Bing, don't go to your relative's house tonight. It's been ages since we last met. We should catch up," Tang Yili implored, his eyes, flushed from alcohol, brimming with longing. "Fine, if they don't call, I one tea return." "Alas, there's nowhere to enjoy ourselves," AI Bing lamented. Hearing her complaints, Sun Chenghao promptly suggested they procure some food and continue drinking at his place. AI Bing cast a sidelong glance at Sun Chenghao, who was busily pouring drinks for Yang Qiqi, surmising his ulterior motives. Unfortunately, whether it was Tang Yili or Sun Chenghao, both lacked the requisite prowess to intoxicate AI Bing and Yang Qiqi, needing at least 2 decades more experience unless they resorted to underhanded tactics. Yet, seasoned as they were, the two women would never fall for such tricks. Ultimately, both Sun Chenghao and Tang Yili succumbed to inebriation. As they lay intertwined, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi gleefully captured amusing photographs, then unabashedly rummaged through Sun Chenghao's belongings. Alas, what a miserably impoverished existence he leads, lacking in everything. Unbelievable. His drinking capacity is abysmal. I dare say his prowess in other areas is similarly lacking. In truth, Tang Yili is still a decent catch. Perhaps you should give him a try? Him? Huh. He is unworthy, and you still treat him as your prized possession, Yang Qiqi retorted with a hiccup. Upon discerning that Sun Chenghao was indeed a quintessential loser, AI Bing found herself entirely disinterested in him. Although Tang Yili was not particularly wealthy either, he possessed an appealing demeanor, a commendable physique, and an undeniable sense of strength, thereby adequately fulfilling her needs. As she would put it, he was a rather admirable tool. With some leisure time on her hands, AI Bing could not help but recall Zhou Lin. In terms of value, he seemed to surpass both Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao combined, and now she found herself slightly regretting her choices. What if Zhou Lin misconstrued her actions? Yet, upon further reflection, AI Bing reassured herself that even if Zhou Lin were to react emotionally, it would remain within her control. Jiazhou City was not particularly large. In fact, AI Bing was situated less than a street away from Lanshan. If she chose the right direction, she could even catch a glimpse of Zhou Lin's residence. In the living room, after listening to Zhou Lin's explanation, Wu Shui remained composed. On one hand, Zhou Lin emphasized that this was merely his personal perspective, and on the other, Wu Shui's character played a significant role in her calm demeanor. After all, reaching the doctoral level in the clinical department at Basha University was no small feat. My father is a remarkable physician, while my mother is an expert in mechanical dynamics. Our trip to Europe is primarily for my mother to attend an international conference, Wu Shui articulated, seemingly directed at Zhou Lin, yet also reflecting her own thoughts. Zhou Lin understood that she was indicating her parents belonged to the category of exceptionally valuable elite talents. Any nation aware of their capabilities would undoubtedly accord them due recognition. And compared to ordinary citizens, their survival rate in the face of calamity would be significantly higher. Moreover, individuals of her parents' caliber would possess a greater understanding of crisis management than the average person. Thus, the most pressing issue appeared to be herself. Wu Shui chuckled self-deprecatingly. I initially did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this extent, so I have not adequately prepared in terms of supplies. If I were to consider it, I might very well starve at home. Suddenly, Zhou Li, who had been quietly reading on the sofa, looked up and said, "Don't worry, Shui Jia. As long as I have something to eat, you will have something to drink." "Thank you, Xiao Li, but I feel rather embarrassed to partake without contributing. Besides, things may not be as dire as your brother suggests." "Not that dire?" Zhou Lin chuckled, but before he could utter another word, Cheng Yali, who had just finished tidying the dining table, approached with a smile. "Xiao Shui, you are being too formal. It's no trouble at all. Don't mention just eating and drinking at our home. If you were to stay over, both Annie and Uncle would welcome you with open arms. You are a true prodigy. If you could tutor Zhou Lin in your spare time, that would be a boon for us. Zhou Li is indeed quite bright. Faced with Cheng Yali's invitation, Wu Shui neither accepted nor declined. It's about time. I should head home. Wu Shui stood to leave, but Zhou Li promptly pulled her back. They spent nearly 2 hours in her room, and eventually, both women emerged with cheerful expressions. Once Zhou Li had seen Wu Shui off, Zhou Lin could not help but inquire. You've only known her for a few days, yet you brought her to your room? Aren't you concerned about revealing too much? Do you think I am as foolish as you? Zhou Li turned around, her expression earnest. We are kindred spirits. Do you know her IQ? Slightly less than me. It is true that I share genuine common ground with her. Moreover, do you think my interest is solely based on this? Well, given your intellect, it is quite a stretch to conceive that much. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be as vast as that between humans and monkeys. Who uttered that phrase? Zhou Lin found it somewhat familiar. The identity of the speaker is inconsequential. Zhou Li waved her hand with a spirited demeanor and inquired, in the face of impending calamities. Are we truly prepared? Zhou Lin pondered for a moment, contemplating if they were nearly ready, and asked what might still be lacking. Indeed, there are shortcomings. Zhou Li pointed towards Zhou Kaijun, who was smoking at the dining table, and Cheng Yali, who was munching on sunflower seeds. Look at them, both elderly, in their 50s or 60s, having endured a lifetime of toil. Their health is likely already frail. When the end times arrive, if either of us falls ill, even if we possess medicine, do you comprehend how to administer it? Hence, what you truly value is Wu Shui as profession and capabilities. Isn't it? Zhou Lin remarked. The young are indeed teachable. My heart is greatly relieved. Father, mother, please find someone to take her. I can no longer endure. On June 25th, upon awakening, Zhou Lin distinctly sensed the drop in temperature. It was now 8:30 in the morning, and the exterior remained shrouded in darkness. The city no longer radiated the dazzling brilliance of yesteryears. Many areas appeared exceedingly dim, with neon lights becoming increasingly scarce as more establishments opted to close their doors. The entire world was sliding toward an abyss, and no one could avert it. With a sigh, Zhou Lin compelled himself to muster his spirits. Today, his parents were to make another journey back, moving essential items over while sealing away those that were useful yet inconvenient to transport. Last night, Zhou Lin had handed a pistol along with 4 magazines and a box of ammunition to Zhou Kaijun, a tit for tat. Considering the potential disruption of communication due to power outages, Zhou Lin sought out a military-grade short-range communication system aboard the Lifu, equipping each family member with a terminal while placing the main unit on the rooftop platform. This system boasted an effective communication range of approximately 20 kilometers, ensuring that even if someone needed to venture out in the forthcoming 2 months, they would not exceed this distance. Throughout the morning, Zhou Lin busied himself on the rooftop, alongside Zhou Li, as they aimed to complete the remaining window sealing. He also intended to construct a sturdy tool shed on the platform. With the temperature dropping, heavy snowfall would soon follow, and certain tools and materials, if left buried under ice and snow, would quickly deteriorate. Brother, since you are repairing, why not build a larger one? It could serve not only for storage, but also for raising chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and the like. Raise small animals? With what shall I sustain them? With feed. I instructed mother to purchase some. Zhou Li replied earnestly. When I not know this? When was it bought? Where is it stored? At the logistics park. Chicken, duck, goose, quail, rabbit feed, dog food, cat food, various treats for animals. And I also had mother buy a considerable amount of cat litter. Zhou Li enumerated with her fingers. Zhou Lin smacked his forehead. While collecting items from the logistics park, he had not paid attention to what was included, unaware of these supplies. Considering their potential utility in the future, it could not be said that Zhou Li was extravagant. Yet, apart from Haizi, it seemed they had no other animals. A few days ago, Heizai was diligently guarding the house in the countryside. Today, when Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali return, they will bring him back. The doghouse in the foyer is all prepared. You need not worry about these matters. I have meticulously arranged everything with foresight and caution. Now, simply tell me what it has become. Constructing a tool room under conditions of ample materials and tools is not a daunting task. Zhou Li has played a pivotal role. It seems she has a set of blueprints in her mind, precise to the millimeter. All Zhou Lin needs to do is cut the materials to her specified dimensions and assemble them like building blocks. As he gazed upon the edifice, standing 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, 12 meters long, and 9 meters wide, Zhou Lin fell into contemplation. Could this truly be the product of just half a day's effort? Perhaps his true talent lies in construction. Turning his gaze to Zhou Li, who squinted as if deep in calculation, he conceded that without her, he would be utterly lost. The interior of the tool room spans over 90 square meters. To the left, Zhou Li has delineated areas for a generator and filtration equipment, a chicken coop, a duck pen, and a goose enclosure. To the right lies a simple fish pond, above which are cages for quail. The scattered feed and quail droppings will directly enrich the pond, serving as fish food. The boiler is situated not far from the fish pond, optimizing heat utilization. The remaining space is designated for raising rabbits. Finally, the central area, encompassing over 20 square meters, is designed with rotating planting racks, complemented by red and blue grow lights, capable of cultivating over 1,000 vegetables. Zhou Li explained that the nutrient solution and artificial lighting cultivation technique would suffice for the basic needs of their family of 4. This realm of knowledge was beyond Zhou Lin's understanding. He could not fathom where the 13-year-old Zhou Li had acquired such peculiar knowledge. It often left him feeling like it was she, rather than he, who had traversed time and space. If our world is indeed real, then the concept of reincarnation is entirely implausible. One merely transcends their own dimension on a quantum level. Conversely, if this world is not real, then reincarnation cannot exist. Merely a system preserving one's data, backed up in a replay program. Perhaps I should prepare dinner. Zhou Lin struggled to comprehend Zhou Li's words. Yet he could not forsake his pride as an elder brother, so he opted to engage in what he excelled at. Every skill has its strengths and weaknesses. The kitchen was Zhou Li's forbidden territory. No level of intelligence could assist her in frying a satisfactory egg fried rice, let alone her favorite golden egg fried rice. Delicious. As he surveyed the scattered golden grains across the table, Zhou Lin felt a sense of his sister's return. This was the essence of a 13-year-old child. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was AI Bing. Zhou Li's ears perked up like Hei's eyes. It was not mere curiosity, but a keen interest in gossip pertaining to Zhou Lin. Why didn't Tishi call me? As expected, AI Bing began with a reprimand. If Zhou Lin had not possessed the wisdom from his previous life, he might have been utterly bewildered at this moment. It's so dark out. Hurry and pick me up. I've been waiting at a friend's house all night. I've already sent you the location. Such a woman, not to eliminate you, must harbor grand ambitions. Do you have a plan? Speak it, and I shall assist you in strategizing, whispered Zhou Li into Zhou Lin's ear. Just wait, Zhou Lin replied coolly before hanging up. He glanced at the location AI Bing had sent. Well, exiting from the back gate of Lanshan Community was merely half a street away. The key question was how AI Bing and Tang Ili managed to reside in such a prestigious neighborhood. It was improbable that they owned property there. And since Tang Ili was not from Bashu, could it be that they were renting? Knowing AI Bing's whereabouts, Zhou Lin felt a sense of calm wash over him. AI Bing's call was prompted by her departure without any luggage, particularly warm clothing, which she had left at the breeding farm. The temperature had begun to drop last night, and venturing out to purchase a new outfit was no easy task, with the number of open shops being woefully insufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lin succinctly relayed matters concerning AI Bing to Zhou Li. With an air of sage wisdom, Zhou Li patted Zhou Lin's shoulder. Not bad. You've developed some guile. Your decision is sound. Such a woman must first taste the bitterness of the apocalypse, then be granted a glimmer of hope, only to have that hope shattered, plunging her into despair. In her darkest moments, she must endure a life worse than death, and, as she acclimates to that torment, she shall ultimately meet a death steeped in humiliation and regret. Ah, perfection. Have you taken to reading palace intrigue novels lately? Perhaps you should cut back. That genre dulls the mind. Zhou Lin had no desire to transform his sister into a character like Zhen Huan. The world was already fraught with hardships. Why add to the burdens of the living? Let's speak of reality instead. Tomorrow, temperatures are expected to plummet to 0 degrees. 0 degrees? Zhou Li's interest was piqued. She preferred challenges over mundane matters. Do we have enough coal and oil? I believe we do, Zhou Lin affirmed. The fuel reserves aboard the Laifu Hao were quite ample, comprising gasoline, aviation kerosene, and diesel, with aviation kerosene being the most abundant. Typically, this substance is unsuitable for standard gasoline engines but can be utilized in diesel engines. For instance, the Conqueror RV housed within the Laifu Hao is powered by a 156-liter 6-cylinder diesel engine, Theoretically, employing high-quality aviation kerosene would not adversely affect it. As for coal and charcoal, those were procured later by Chung Yali, including approximately 30 tons of anthracite and 50 tons of charcoal, sufficient for over a year of usage under normal circumstances. Even so, Zhou Lin remained somewhat dissatisfied, scrolling through her phone until she paused at a location 20 kilometers from Jiazhou City. "Qual mine?" Zhou Lin inquired, unsure of Zhou Li's intentions regarding the Jiayang coal mine. "If the opportunity arises, we should pay a visit," Zhou Li suggested. "Isn't it sufficient? Plans often falter in the face of change. The astute do not wait for tomorrow, but instead seize it." Zhou Lin shrugged in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other end, AI Bing, having been abruptly cut off, was nearly driven to madness. Chapter 21. The Fall of the Island Nation. At Sun Chenghao's residence, AI Bing waited in vain for Zhou Lin, receiving neither call nor message. Her mounting fury was accompanied by an unsettling sense of foreboding. Could it be that he has sensed something amiss? Glimpsing at Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao, who were engrossed in their online game, AI Bing felt a sense of dissonance compared to the bustling Zhou Lin family from a few days prior. Even as midday approached, the sky offered only a faint glimmer of light. The once resplendent July sun was shrouded by thick clouds, appearing even more desolate than the moon, reminiscent of an overripe duck egg yolk. In a moment of ennui, AI Bing scrolled through her phone and discovered an overwhelming plethora of discussions regarding the apocalypse. Posts that had been swiftly deleted just days before were now allowed to proliferate unchecked. Could it be that, reflecting on the recent actions of the Zhou family, they had been preparing for this all along? If that were indeed the case, AI Bing concluded that it would be prudent to visit the Zhou household without delay. "AI Bing, are you hungry? Let us go out for a meal." Tang Yili finally set down his phone, feeling a pang of hunger. "Go out to eat?" AI Bing retorted, gesturing toward the window. "In this weather, do you honestly believe any restaurants would be open?" In truth, the previous night had already seen all nearby eateries shuttered. With food supplies either tightly controlled or completely sold out, it was impossible for any restaurant to operate without ingredients. "Not to worry, I have instant noodles at home." Sun Qinghao, the quintessential bachelor, had stocked up on quick meals, though AI Bing was reluctant to partake, deeming them unhealthy and detrimental to her skin. The sight of the instant noodles brought to mind the Zhou family's farm. The pig pen and chicken coop she had once scorned now evoked a wistful longing within her. Surely, they would not be lacking in food. AI Bing exchanged a glance with Yang Qiqi, and it was remarkable how their thoughts aligned so perfectly. "We should leave." Zhou Lin had yet to call. AI Bing's recent message had gone unanswered, stirring a twinge of anxiety in her. As a woman of considerable discernment, she needed to accurately assess the value of her options. At present, Zhou Lin, with a spacious home and a supporting farm, undoubtedly held far greater worth than Tang Yili. AI Bing was quite clear on the distinction between fleeting happiness and the necessity of sustenance. However, Tang Yili was not pleased. He had traveled a long distance from Shenzhen, and was it merely for a single night? "Let us stay a couple more days. It's just about food. I can go out and buy some." AI Bing could not intervene in time, and before she knew it, as soon as Tang Yili left, Sun Qinghao approached her. "Had Yang Qiqi not gone to take a shower, you would not have dared to be so audacious." "AI Bing, your voice was enchanting last night. What do you want?" AI Bing replied coolly. "Hey, what could I possibly want? Old Tang is my brother, and you are his woman. How could I ever presume to act inappropriately?" His words contradicted his expression, which clearly conveyed his intentions towards AI Bing. In truth, AI Bing was not overly concerned with such matters. What mattered to her was value. Every endeavor incurs a cost, and if she could not gain anything in return, she would not yield to anyone. What could Sun Qinghao possibly offer her? Meanwhile, outside, Tang Yili quickly began to regret his decision. "Cold. It is unbearably cold. Within the confines of my home, with doors and windows securely shut, the chill does not seem too pronounced. However, once I step onto the bustling streets, a brisk wind sweeps through, leaving me feeling as though I am clad in naught but my skin, with my limbs nearly numb from the cold. Despite it being July, the temperature resembles that of the harshest winter. The city of Shenzhen has never experienced such frigid conditions. Indeed, Jiazhou appears to be a desolate place. In truth, Tang Yili has misjudged Jiazhou, for it has never been this cold. Presently, Shenzhen is even more frigid than Jiazhou. The entire atmospheric circulation has been utterly disrupted, with surface temperatures plummeting not merely due to the northern cold fronts. Shenzhen, nestled by the sea, can no longer rely on the moderating embrace of oceanic warm air. Had Tang Ili reached out to friends in Shenzhen, he would have learned that by midday yesterday, the city was already experiencing temperatures so low that water was freezing on contact. This unprecedented cold snap is not confined to Shenzhen. Nearly all coastal cities are grappling with an unrelenting assault of low temperatures. A colossal meteorological catastrophe has unfolded on a global scale, rendering disaster response the foremost priority for governments worldwide. In stark contrast, the island nation may be the hardest hit by this calamity. With volcanic eruptions, seismic tremors, and violent convective weather leading to torrential rains and subsequent disasters, virtually all cities outside the capital have succumbed to paralysis. Ordinary citizens, bereft of assistance, can only rely on their own means for survival, and such improvised self-rescue efforts often yield little success. 13 cities have been entirely submerged by floodwaters, with 3/4 of their populations vanishing into the deluge, which effectively equates to death. Additionally, 3 small towns nestled near mountainous regions have been completely obliterated by mudslides, with few escaping unscathed. Centered around Mount Shifushan, an area spanning 30 kilometers is engulfed in toxic volcanic ash and noxious gases, rendering it unbreathable. Those who could not evacuate this region, be they human or animal, stand no chance of survival, a reality to which the island government can only express its impotence. Reports indicate that the royal family has shamefully evacuated, not seeking refuge in the militarily formidable United States or the affluent nations of Europe, but rather making a beeline for the economically backward regions of Africa. This suggests that earlier rumors of the island nation establishing various footholds in Africa were not mere fabrications. After all, living in such a precarious natural environment, one cannot help but ponder how to navigate an apocalyptic scenario. Those endowed with wealth and power have also fled, many departing on the very day Mount Shifushan erupted. Some have sought sanctuary in Africa, while the majority have journeyed to Europe, particularly the affluent, who now find their previously acquired properties in European nations of great utility. Utilizing a clandestinely developed navy alongside an already substantial civilian fleet, the royal family and government of the island nation have dispatched 2/3 of their military strength into the sea, charting a course toward Africa. Perhaps they perceive this natural disaster as an opportunity. In times of peace, they dared not overtly covet African lands. Yesterday morning, an inexplicable cold front assailed the island nation, akin to a real-life ice queen marching triumphantly from south to north across the archipelago, plummeting temperatures by as much as 50 degrees in its wake. Once, a film depicted the devastating effects of intense convective storms bringing extreme cold, leaving many to believe it was merely an exaggeration of artistic expression, an impossibility on Earth. Yet, now it has manifested, and nations around the globe are keenly observing the unprecedented cold wave and its potential destruction. Through undamaged cameras and networks, one can witness how the cold snap instantaneously encases a river in ice, how it transforms a building into a frost-laden spectacle, and how pedestrians are abruptly metamorphosed into crystalline ice sculptures. Specialized institutions have estimated through video analysis that the temperature at the center of this cold wave may plummet to a staggering -100 degrees. Even the hardiest of Eskimos would find survival impossible in such frigid conditions. Chapter 22. Wu Shui convinced. The tragic plight of the island nation has spurred governments worldwide to hasten their preparations for the impending apocalypse. Previously, dissenting voices amongst the upper echelons of various nations were present, but upon witnessing the fate of the island nation, those objections have completely vanished. After all, only a madman would choose self-destruction. Rational minds are concerned with survival. The Eden and Ark plans of the beautiful nation, the Ember plan of the summer nation, the clandestinely united Olympus plan of several major European powers, and the hibernation plan of the Bear Nation are all accelerating towards implementation. In stark contrast, nations with second or third-rate economies, technologies, or natural conditions face far graver challenges. It is not that their leaders are oblivious. Even when aware, they are powerless to act. They either lack financial backing, sufficient technological strength, or simply have no viable locations within their borders to execute such plans. Take, for instance, the neighboring nations of the island nation, Cold Country and Gold Country. This sibling rivalry has led them down markedly different developmental paths over the past few decades. Cold Country has surged ahead in economic and technological prowess, to the extent that its citizens have looked down upon their erstwhile compatriots. However, with this natural calamity upon them, cold country, surrounded by sea on three sides, suddenly finds itself with no retreat. The islanders at least had their prior arrangements on the Dark Continent, while the leaders and tycoons of cold country lack such foresight and capability. In contrast, the insular and underdeveloped gold country remains connected to the continental shelf. Should the summer nation show even a modicum of goodwill, bolstered by the protection of the mountains, the chances of survival for the leaders and populace of gold country would significantly increase. In fact, the relationship between gold country and the summer nation has historically been amicable, especially in light of the current human catastrophe. Just days ago, the paramount leader of Gold Country communicated with senior officials of the Summer Nation, and after making certain commitments, received their approval for the populace of Gold Country to enter Summer Nation territory to construct shelters, if necessary, to prevent social unrest. Governments have tacitly chosen to keep their survival plans confidential, notifying only select important individuals and elite groups based on the requirements of the plans, urging them to discreetly proceed to the nearest evacuation points. The family of Zhou Lin and others, including Yang Qiqi, evidently fall outside the circle of notification. However, Wu Shui received her notice last night. The notification clearly indicated that she belonged to the third category of elite talent and could seek assistance at the nearest military base by presenting the QR code sent via text message. Should conditions permit, the military would escort her to a sanctuary under the SPAR project. Upon receiving the news, Wu Shui found herself unable to sleep for nearly the entire night. She undoubtedly held faith in her country, yet she was apprehensive about whether she would have the opportunity to leave the sanctuary once she entered. If she were to lose all contact with the outside world, she might irrevocably forfeit her chance to search for her parents. What if she chose not to approach the military? Wu Shui seized the moment to immerse herself in numerous apocalyptic novels, only messaging Zhou Lin in the afternoon, her eyes heavy with fatigue. Upon receiving the message, Zhou Lin gasped softly before hastily abandoning Zhou Lin to answer the door. Sister Shui. Shaoli. Wu Shui's smile appeared somewhat forced, her gait unsteady, not merely due to lack of rest, but also the toll of emotional exhaustion. Once inside the room, Wu Shui glanced around and inquired about Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali, as she believed that many decisions rested with the adults rather than Zhou Li. It's fine. I have a say in half of this household, Zhou Li declared, patting her chest. Wu Shui remained skeptical and pressed on about Zhou Lin. After some contemplation, Zhou Li took out a walkie-talkie and summoned Zhou Lin, who was working on a rooftop. Upon hearing about the Spark project, Zhou Lin did not appear surprised. He not only knew of the initiative, but was also well acquainted with the locations of many Spark project bases. My suggestion, he glanced at Zhou Li, aware that the intellect of these two women was formidable, and he feared inadvertently revealing too much. Listen to me, Sister Shui. Just stay here. We have everything prepared. Zhou Li insisted, dragging Wu Shui towards the platform. When Wu Shui beheld the water reservoir and the freshly completed tool shed, still exuding the scent of paint, she was taken aback. So you anticipated this all along? Not us, just me. Zhou Li proudly pointed to herself. It was my unreasonable and headstrong demands that led my parents and brother to make these arrangements for me. Lily, if you can't use idioms correctly, perhaps you shouldn't use them at all. Zhou Lin interjected, unable to contain himself. I like using them this way. It's none of your business. Zhou Li shot him a glare before turning back to enthusiastically introduce Wu Shui to the facilities and plans within the tool shed, even revealing some of the stock intended to mislead outsiders. Shaoli, you truly are a lucky star. After touring the tool shed and returning downstairs, Wu Shui couldn't help but reflect that, compared to Zhou Li, she felt like a mere bookworm, possessing knowledge only in her field while neglecting the world beyond it. So, Sister Shui, have you decided to join us? In all honesty, Wu Shui was tempted. Yet the apocalyptic novels she had devoured had made her acutely aware of the plight of women without purpose in such a world. Her only valuable asset might be her medical expertise. I often worry for my brother, racking my brain to ensure he find a wife. Why? Jolie queried. Her curiosity piqued. If he never find a wife, my parents might sacrifice me in his stead, and my fate would be dire. Wu Shui was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Indeed, Zhou Li exclaimed as she stood atop the sofa, gesturing grandly, the moment I laid eyes on you. I understood completely and willingly accepted you as my sister-in-law. I think I should take my leave, Wu Shui stammered, feeling rather awkward despite Zhou Lin's absence. It wasn't that she held any disdain for Zhou Lin. In truth, she had never contemplated matters of the heart. As an exceptional student among exceptional students, nearly all her time was devoted to her studies, which explained her remarkable achievements and her selection as a candidate for the third batch of the Spark Plan. Her impression of Zhou Lin had always been limited to that of a friend, merely the brother of Zhou Li. Where do you think you're going? Sister Shui. I advise you not to waver. Decisions must be made promptly. Besides, you are well aware of our family circumstances, and I will not allow things to drift aimlessly. Wu Shui pressed her forehead, conceding, all right, let's remain good friends. I can join, but as for being your brother's girlfriend, let us deliberate on that matter further. Yay! Zhou Li exclaimed, diving into Wu Shui's embrace. I've longed for a smart sister since childhood, and at last, my wish has been fulfilled. That's gender discrimination, Zhou Lin interjected, as he descended the stairs, visibly annoyed. Wrong. Zhou Li raised her head from Wu Shui's embrace, declaring, someone as ignorant and incapable of discerning priorities as you has no right to engage in conversation with me. As she observed the playful banter between the siblings, Wu Shui couldn't help but chuckle. She suddenly found the familial atmosphere rather delightful. While it may not be described as refined or sophisticated, it was authentic and warm. Thus, she felt reassured in her choice. Just as Zhou Lin was preparing to impart a lesson to Zhou Li, the doorbell rang. Chapter 23. Cheng Yali's Fury. Standing outside was a man of somewhat peculiar status. I am Xiao Hang, the property manager of the community. Oh, is there something you need? Zhou Lin replied, having met Xiao Hang for the first time. His initial impression was less than favorable, despite Xiao Hang's attire and demeanor exuding a sense of reliability and steadiness. Something felt amiss. Perhaps this was an instinct honed through the trials of a post-apocalyptic world. Positioning himself to block the doorway, Zhou Lin leveraged his height to prevent Xiao Hang from peering into the corridor. Some residents have reported that you are in violation of construction regulations. Xiao Hang indicated towards the newly installed blast door. This area is a common space, and we have come to discuss this matter following complaints from other residents. I see, Zhou Lin replied, not outright denying the claim. He was a reasonable individual. Since there are other residents complaining, we will arrange for a renovation company to dismantle it, which should take no more than 3 to 5 days. Xiao Hang was somewhat taken aback. Such compliance was rather unexpected, almost surreal. Then I appreciate your cooperation. If there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. We will certainly help where we can. All right, once my parents return, I will have them contact a renovation company. Rest assured, as soon as we find one, we will dismantle it. That sounds perfectly fine, provided we can locate a renovation company. Xiao Hang failed to notice the subtle trap in Zhou Lin's words as he took out his phone. Asking Zhou Lin to scan and joined the Lawn Mountain Community Owners Group. Your parents have aged somewhat. I refrained from mentioning this during our previous encounters, as it suffices for one family member to be part of the homeowners group. As Xiao Hang operated his phone, he remarked, the recent weather has been rather severe, and it is uncertain when it will return to normal. Some residents in our community are quite capable. Just a few days ago, a homeowner from Building 3 arranged for a farm to deliver 5 truckloads of fresh vegetables to us. Additionally, there is a resident in Building 5 who is engaged in the grain and oil trade. If any household is in need of food supplies, they may contact him, though the quantity must be limited to provisions sufficient for a family for 3 to 5 days. At this point, Xiao Hang glanced at Zhou Lin, expressing curiosity about whether Boss Zhou, reputed to be a significant livestock farmer in our city, had any pork to offer. If Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali had not mentioned anything, how would the property management company know about these matters? This was rather perplexing. My family's farm was recently sold, or else we would not have moved here, Zhou Lin lamented. Had I foreseen the situation, I might have opted not to relocate. At least in the countryside, one is never short of food. Xiao Hang appeared somewhat taken aback and disappointed. Do you have any stock left over in your rural area? He inquired. None, Zhou Lin responded, spreading his hands. My family is in livestock, not processing. I see. Well then, let us communicate directly through messages if anything arises. We shall not intrude further. After Xiao Hang led the 2 security guards into the elevator, Zhou Lin promptly closed the door. Zhou Li and Wu Shui, hiding behind the slightly ajar security door, overheard the conversation. That Xiao Hang attempted to add me to his contacts at the community entrance a few days ago. But I declined, Wu Shui remarked. He seems dubious, not a good sort. Zhou Li nodded in agreement. Don't pay him any mind, Sister Shui. Zhou Lin concurred with Zhou Li's sentiment. He then called Cheng Yali to discuss the matter regarding the security door. Zhou Kaijun assured Zhou Lin that neither he nor Cheng Yali had ever disclosed their family business to anyone in the community. Could it be the developer? The property management is a subsidiary of the developer, Cheng Yali suggested. It's fine. We should avoid meddling in community affairs. When will you return? Zhou Lin inquired. We are already on the way. Take it easy, old Zhou. Something is blocking the road ahead. Cheng Yali's voice rang out, causing Zhou Lin's heart to tense instantly. And the subsequent sound of a collision made him spring to his feet. Brother, please be careful, Zhou Lin urged, listening to the busy signal from his phone. His expression turning ashen. Something has gone awry. It cannot be an accident. Old Zhou's driving skills are far too proficient for that. Moreover, Cheng Yali had clearly shouted about an obstruction in the road. Zhou Lin's mind immediately conjured images of roadblocks. The method of utilizing roadblocks to rob passing vehicles is straightforward and effective, easily ensnaring the inexperienced. He chastised himself for being somewhat careless. Given the relatively stable situation in Bashu, I must go to their aid. He quickly handed Zhou Li a handgun and 2 magazines, avoiding Wu Shui's gaze. Zhou Li, with a slight tremor, concealed the firearm within her thick loungewear and calmly said, Brother, be careful. You too, he replied, ruffling Zhou Li's long hair before opening the security door and stepping outside. Outside, the biting cold wind swept through the air, and the sky had nearly lost all semblance of light. The next time humanity would behold the sun would be nearly 2 months hence, as the true depths of winter were set to descend upon the earth this very night. Zhou Lin had to locate Zhou Kaijun and his wife with utmost urgency. Otherwise, all 3 of them might find themselves in peril. At this moment, he cast aside all reservations and, upon entering his vehicle, donned a complete set of tactical gear reminiscent of elite American special forces, not omitting even the infrared night vision goggles perched atop his head. As the car exited the residential complex, Zhou Lin swiftly retrieved 2 handguns and a submachine gun, placing them within easy reach before aggressively pressing down on the accelerator. On the route from the breeding farm into the city, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's pickup truck was awkwardly positioned to the roadside, while not far ahead. A group of individuals was slowly converging upon the vehicle. Inside the truck, Zhou Kaijun pressed his forehead, blood oozing from between his fingers, causing his eyebrows and eyes to become matted with the crimson fluid. Fortunately, he remained conscious, urgently reminding Cheng Yali to secure the doors and windows. Just moments before, his impaired visibility had led to a delayed reaction upon encountering a roadblock, to avoid crashing directly into it. He had to slam on the brakes while slightly veering the steering wheel, attempting to leverage the pickup's robust off-road capability to navigate through the adjacent farmland. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, as the truck's undercarriage collided with a large rock by the field's edge, not only stalling the engine, but also causing Zhou Kaijun to hit his forehead against the dashboard. This unexpected maneuver, however, took the blockade's instigators by surprise. They had anticipated the vehicle would crash, allowing them to open fire, yet the pickup came to a halt a good 20 to 30 meters away. Cheng Yali remained remarkably composed, locking the doors and windows while assessing Zhou Kaijun's injuries. Upon confirming that aside from his forehead, he bore no other wounds, she lifted her gaze towards the window. In the inky darkness, a throng of figures was advancing, discernible by the diverse assortment of weapons they wielded, some even glinting menacingly under the vehicle's headlights. Unfazed by the impending threat, Cheng Yali reached into her coat to retrieve the handgun Zhou Lin had provided, methodically chambering around before preparing to exit the vehicle. Suddenly, crackling sounds emanated from the walkie-talkie, and Zhou Kaijun's protests halted her in her tracks. So, I am your mother. Upon hearing Cheng Yali's voice, Zhou Lin, who had been desperately calling out, finally exhaled in relief. Mom, are you both all right? Where are you? They've ambushed us. At Yangbakozi. I'm going to take them down. Mom, please don't rush. I'll be there shortly. Just hold tight. With their location confirmed, Zhou Lin accelerated once more, fully aware of Cheng Yali's temperament. Once she declared her intent to eliminate those assailants, Zhou Kaijun would undoubtedly fail to restrain her. Chapter 24. No survivors. The relentless sleet made the roads treacherously slippery. Had it not been for this, Zhou Kaijun would not have lost control of the pickup, nor would he have sustained injuries. Zhou Lin donned the infrared night vision goggles which, despite the inadequacy of the headlights, were sufficient to illuminate the path ahead. Before reaching Yangbaku, Obstacles had already emerged in the middle of the road, consisting of several construction machines. Their menacing appearance suggested that if one were to collide with them, the drivers and passengers in the front row would likely meet an untimely demise. The individuals responsible for erecting these barriers were not merely seeking robbery. Their intentions were evidently lethal. Anger surged within Zhou Lin as he decelerated and scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the culprits. However, before he could bring the vehicle to a halt, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Lin snatched his submachine gun, leaped from the car, and sprinted forward. The gunfire continued, mingled with human shrieks and anguished cries, as well as the frantic barking of dogs. Upon circumventing the roadblock, shadows appeared in his night vision goggles. Some figures were turning back in his direction, while others dashed into the adjacent fields, leaped onto pickup trucks, or lay motionless on the ground. Through the night vision, Zhou Lin confirmed that Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali remained in the vehicle, with the silhouette in the passenger seat unleashing bursts of crimson light from her weapon. Indisputably, it was the furious Cheng Yali taking lives. Given that the shooting had commenced, Zhou Lin was determined not to let anyone escape. He immediately aimed at the nearest figures and pulled the trigger. The subtle sound of gunfire left clear trajectories in his night vision, guiding him until he had taken down those few individuals. The fleeing figures, upon hearing the gunshots, could not resist glancing back before continuing their frantic escape. Yet could they outrun bullets? Having experienced the apocalypse, Zhou Lin was not one to falter after taking a few lives. The compact submachine gun favored by elite soldiers was remarkably stable, and with the aid of his night vision, Zhou Lin found it exceedingly effortless to fire accurately. After emptying 3 magazines, there were no longer any standing figures in view, except for Cheng Yali. "Son," Cheng Yali called out as she exited the vehicle, directing her gun at the person, or rather, the corpse, on the hood of the engine. "Mom," Zhou Lin acknowledged her, then aimed and pulled the trigger at a struggling individual. "Quick, let's go," Cheng Yali urged, her composure beginning to fray. "Stay calm," Zhou Lin replied, maintaining his tranquility. With the night vision, he could discern the truly deceased from those merely feigning death. Despite Cheng Yali having emptied 2 magazines, only 2 of the initial thugs had truly fallen to her gun. When the crowd began to scatter, her aim had faltered. Observing Zhou Lin methodically finish off the wounded, even Cheng Yali felt a chill run down her spine, particularly upon witnessing a man with an injured ankle pleading for mercy, only for Zhou Lin to dispatch him with the same indifference as one would a chicken. Unable to bear the sight, Cheng Yali turned and retreated to the vehicle. "Old Zhou, is that still my son?" Cheng Yali questioned, her voice trembling. "Didn't you fire a shot yourself?" Zhou Kaijun remarked, feeling considerably better now, as the pain from his bandaged wound seemed to subside. Although he had not endured the apocalypse nor served in the military, he usually appeared less fiery than Cheng Yali. "I did it to save you. Darling, you did exceptionally well." Zhou Kaijun's voice softened instantly, and even called out for his long unaddressed wife. Cheng Yali, unable to contain herself, embraced Zhou Kaijun tightly. "Be gentle, my love. I was just frightened. I was scared too. I told you not to get out of the car, but you wouldn't listen. Next time, if you don't heed my words, I shall." Outside the vehicle, Zhou Lin interjected, "Mom and Dad, while it comforts me to see you so affectionate, could you hasten? It's rather cold. Who's being affectionate? You cheeky child. Come help your father down. This is something you can handle alone, Mom." Zhou Lin feigned interest in the cargo within the vehicle. The poor black dog was confined in a cage, its mouth frothing from barking excessively. It must have wanted to protect its owner. Zhou Lin noted the blood on Black Dog's gums, unsure if it had injured itself gnawing at the cage. "It's all right, Black Dog." Zhou Lin opened the cage, and with a bark, Black Dog rushed towards the driver's seat. Zhou Lin ignored it and began unloading the contents of the vehicle. In addition to supplies, the cargo area surprisingly contained 10 chickens, 6 ducks, 2 geese, 1 male, and 3 female rabbits, and a cage of quails. These living creatures could not be stored in the space. Zhou Lin had no choice but to call Black Dog for assistance, hauling each cage into his truck. Once everything was moved, Zhou Lin stored the pickup truck as well. He could not concern himself with the corpses on the ground. Even if an investigation were to occur in the future, without the pickup truck as crucial evidence, they would not trace anything back to his family. Inside the vehicle, Cheng Yali shielded old Zhou in the back seat, while Black Dog sat in the passenger seat, panting. Zhou Lin removed his gear and tossed it into storage, smiling as he started the engine. On the road, Zhou Lin recounted the situation with Wu Shui, and Cheng Yali praised him, saying it was indeed useful, as old Zhou's injury was significant, and an ordinary person could not manage such a wound. Mom, call Lily and have her prepare supplies with Wu Shui. We must ensure Dad doesn't lose too much blood. A few minutes later, as Zhou Lin approached the community gate, he gradually reduced his speed. However, while waiting for the gate to open, a figure suddenly dashed from the guardhouse, followed closely by another silhouette. Zhou Lin nearly drew his gun, but fortunately, AI Bing shouted, "What are you doing here? I'm freezing. Let us get in the car." Due to the angle of the light, AI Bing could not see old Zhou and Cheng Yali inside. She stomped her feet and reached for the car door, but with a click, it remained shut. "You. Let them in." Zhou Lin instructed the guard, yet pressed the accelerator and drove away. Watching the taillights vanish into the garage passage, AI Bing nearly exploded with frustration. "Miss, do you still wish to enter?" the guard asked, suppressing laughter, pondering how the lives of the wealthy were so unadorned. Even the most beautiful woman appeared as a mere sycophant before them. "Of course I want to enter. I just said I'm your resident." "But you refuse to believe me." AI Bing abruptly turned, unleashing her fury upon the young security guard. "What's going on?" Xiao Hang, passing by, overheard AI Bing's outburst and approached. "You? What do you mean by you? You appear to be someone in charge. Do ensure your security personnel recognize me. I am the owner of the 17th floor in Building 8. Henceforth, refrain from stopping me to inquire incessantly, lest I consider withholding my property fees." Xiao Hang was momentarily taken aback, then stifling a smile, replied, "Miss, the property fees in our community are prepaid. If my memory serves me right, Mr. Zhou, the owner of the 17th floor, has prepaid the property fees for the next 5 years. Are you certain you are the owner? I am his daughter-in-law." "Step aside," AI Bing exclaimed, stamping her foot as she pulled Yang Qiqi away. Observing the alluring figures of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi as they departed, Xiao Hang pondered the encounter. "What has transpired? Start from the beginning and recount it to me." Chapter 25, A Desperate Situation. "Who? Step forward." As Xiao Hang was halfway through the security officer's report, he abruptly turned toward the shadow cast by the door's light, commanding, "If you do not emerge, we shall take action. Is it not permissible for me to pass through?" Cautiously, Tang Ili stepped out from the shadows, glancing around the community as he spoke. "Did you follow those 2 women? That is my girlfriend. I am here to catch her in the act." Xiao Hang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, catch her in the act." Yet the lady moments ago did not convey it in such a manner. "How will you substantiate your claim?" Naturally, Tang Ili had no means of proving his assertion. "Do you intend to confront her directly?" Observing Tang Ili's evident confusion, Xiao Hang felt a sense of urgency and sought to guide him through words. Yes. I wish to confront her. But why should I permit you to enter? One must consider that those residing within are affluent individuals. I have no desire to offend them unnecessarily." "My friend," at this juncture, Tang Ili appeared less flustered, leaning closer to Xiao Hang and whispering, "I can offer you a gratuity, provided you inform me where she has gone. I assure you, the subsequent matters will not involve you." "Sao Han Gon Li Yuke." "You assert there will be no entanglement. Yet how can I take your word for it? How about you accompany me to the office, and we can discuss the details." Tang Ili, genuinely unwilling for AI Bing to become entangled with another man, hastily agreed to Xiao Hang's proposition. At that moment, Zhou Lin's family, accompanied by He Zai and their poultry, entered their home. Upon witnessing Zhou Taijuan's bloodied visage, Zhou Li could not suppress a gasp, despite her prior anticipation. Wu Shui maintained a composed demeanor, though a hint of tension lingered. "Mom, Dad, please head to the 2nd floor," Zhou Lin instructed Wu Shui, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you. Of course, let us proceed." Although uncertain as to why they were to ascend to the 2nd floor, Wu Shui refrained from questioning Zhou Lin's directive. Just as the 4 of them reached the upper level, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Zhou Lin and AI Bing, along with Yang Qiqi, were met with a wave of warmth, contrasting sharply with the frigid air outside. "Why didn't you wait for me?" AI Bing twisted her body, then with a bright smile, reached out to embrace Zhou Lin. Typically, her charm was irresistible. Few men could withstand her allure, but today, she had miscalculated. Zhou Lin took a step back, his expression impassive. "Do you require something from me?" Taken aback by Zhou Lin's demeanor, AI Bing's smile faltered. "What do you mean? Was it not you who invited me to come and enjoy myself? Do not forget that I hold a share in this property." As AI Bing stood at the entrance, she had yet to contemplate the matter at hand. Now, Her mind had thawed, and her intellect seemed to have returned. Regarding the issue of property rights, Zhou Lin did not deny it. Yet, at such a juncture, what significance did ownership hold? Ultimately, everything must be dictated by strength. I don't care. I am determined to reside here. AI Bing asserted, forcefully pushing past Zhou Lin and striding into the living room, where the warmth and comfort enveloped her, causing her to squint her eyes in delight. She soon noticed the snacks and fruits on the coffee table, immediately reaching for them and stuffing them into her mouth. Is there more to eat? I feel as though I am starving. Upon seeing Zhou Lin turning the lock and approaching, AI Bing believed she had triumphed once more, her demeanor adopting an air of superiority. There are snacks, Zhou Lin replied with a sardonic smile. But do you truly deserve them? I Bing doubted, staring blankly at Zhou Lin, almost doubting her recognition of him. Was this truly Zhou Lin? She glanced at Yang Qiqi, seeking confirmation that her perception was not skewed. Do you still not comprehend? Zhou Lin advanced, pulling AI Bing to her feet and gesturing toward the sealed floor-to-ceiling windows. The world is ending, AI Bing. The end of days. What do you mean, the end of days? Didn't they say the climate anomalies would soon revert? I Bing stammered, shivering. Revert? Zhou Lin cast her aside with a flick of his wrist. Did you not go to find your friend? Why not stay there? I merely went to see him. There is nothing between us. I am your girlfriend. No, we have no connection. Zhou Lin's sister, Zhou Li, descended the stairs with a frosty expression, approaching Zhou Lin and linking her arm with his. Brother, how could you let them in? Zhou Lin chuckled, ruffling Zhou Li's hair. What do you think, brother? You wouldn't have done anything inappropriate, would you? That would be too twisted. AI Bing gulped nervously, staring at Zhou Lin. No, you don't want me to leave? Fine. Let's go, Qiqi. Leave? You are overthinking it. With blood already shed today, Zhou Lin decided to no longer tolerate the situation. He stepped forward and delivered a fierce slap, sending AI Bing crashing to the floor, startling Yang Qiqi into a scream, unable to intervene or even flee. Shut your mouth. Zhou Lin swiftly positioned himself before Yang Qiqi, delivering a punch to her abdomen, causing her to gasp silently and roll her eyes back as she collapsed to the ground. Rendered unconscious. Call the police. I want to report this. AI Bing struggled to her feet, her left cheek swollen and her words escaping her lips in a whisper. Report what? The pent-up rage within Zhou Lin erupted, and he charged at AI Bing, lifting her with one hand and hurling her violently to the ground, the reinforced floor echoing with the sound of cracking bones. AI Bing, in excruciating pain, could not even utter a sound, gasping like a dying fish, uncertain if she was still breathing. You treated me like a backup, a servant, a nanny, a bodyguard, desperately searching for food, only for you to sleep with someone else. You humiliated me to my face, mocking me as an unworthy failure. You pushed me off a cliff, lost in a fury. Zhou Lin had completely forgotten that Zhou Li was still by his side. He wielded no weapon, relying solely on his fists and feet, striking AI Bing relentlessly, lifting her frail body off the ground, keeping her suspended for several seconds, as if gravity itself had been momentarily defied. Ah, such brutality. Oh, you're awake? Come over here. If you find it unpleasant later, I can certainly arrange for an alternative, Zhou Li remarked with a smile to Yang Qiqi, who was trembling and had just opened her eyes. Upon witnessing her friend's disheveled state, Yang Qiqi was overtaken by a wave of nausea, retching repeatedly. I didn't see anything. Please spare me. I want to say a word. Truly, I want to. At this moment, Zhou Lin had no inclination to deal with Yang Qiqi. AI Bing was still alive, although barely clinging to life. It is important to note that Zhou Lin was no novice. AI Bing's internal organs were essentially ruined, and dark blood was seeping from her orifices. I Bing, you must be quite curious as to why I am treating you this way. Allow me to enlighten you, Zhou Lin said as he twisted AI Bing's ear while simultaneously tormenting her wounds. I have been reborn in my previous life. Approximately 10 minutes later, AI Bing finally exhaled her last breath, succumbing to her fate. Zhou Lin also released a breath, feeling a sense of relief. Looking at AI Bing's lifeless form, he felt a twinge of regret. It had not been as satisfying as he had hoped. His attention then shifted to Yang Qiqi. Wait. Didn't you mention the apocalypse? I have a friend, a true aristocrat, who can assist us even in these dire times, ensuring our well-being. Just look at our chat history. If you spare my life, I can bring you along when he sends someone for me. Yang Qiqi exclaimed, raising her phone. Zhou Lin was initially disinterested until he noticed the name President Chow in the chat. A thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to switch from a fist to a grip, lifting Yang Chi off the ground. Does your friend S. surname happen to be Chow? What's his full name? Chow Bowen, President Chow, she stammered. Chow Bowen? Are you certain? He inquired. Yes, absolutely. Do you know him? Know him? I certainly do. We are well acquainted. He said he would come to pick you up? Yes. Indeed, Yang Chi confirmed. Very well. You may postpone your demise for the time being. However, you must first tidy this place up, and then you will be in charge of the breeding grounds upstairs. Chapter 26. Wu Shui's Craftsmanship. Yang Chi was taken aback. She had already agreed to let President Chow take in Zhou Lin's family. Yet Zhou Lin still treated her in such a manner, making her stay in the breeding grounds, as if she were some sort of servant. I have made it clear I do not accommodate idlers, Zhou Lin sneered. Tomorrow, my mother will instruct you on the care of these animals, and Shally will guide you on how to manage the planning system. Yang Chi's chest heaved with indignation. Words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue, but ultimately transformed into a frustrated sigh. Zhou Lin gestured towards the outside. If you are unwilling, you may leave. However, it is currently minus 15 degrees outside, and the temperature will continue to plummet. For Yang Kiki, minus 15 degrees was an experience she had never encountered, and she had no desire to face it. The tool shed, though crude and disheveled, exuded warmth. The boiler in the corner continuously released heat, maintaining an indoor temperature of around 20 degrees, a stark contrast to the frigid conditions outside. I need something to eat, she said, confronting reality with a sense of resignation. Until now, she still could not fathom that darkness and cold would persist indefinitely. She had even devised a plan. Once societal order was restored, she would ensure that Zhou Lin was utterly disgraced, preferably meeting an end with no grave to mark his passing. Why was that woman spared, and why was she provided with sustenance? Are you not concerned about her potential for destruction if confined to the tool room? Have you softened in your resolve? I must warn you against such frivolous thoughts. In the small living room on the second floor, Wu Shui was tending to Zhou Caijuan's wounds, while Cheng Yali, who was assisting her, expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhou Lin's decisions. Don't take it to heart, Xiao Xua. That woman has no ties to him. As for AI Bing, if Zhou Lin refrains from action, I shall not hesitate to intervene. She is insufferable. Wu Xuan nodded, then shook her head, her mask making verbal communication cumbersome. Possibly unsure of what to say, Zhou Caijuan's forehead bore a significant injury, the deepest point revealing the stark whiteness of his skull. Upon examination, Wu Shui suspected a degree of fracture, but fortunately, there was no deformation. And this location did not require special immobilization, just a careful avoidance of further impact over the coming months. Thankfully, Zhou Caijun exhibited no signs of concussion or other intracranial damage. The paramount tasks were disinfection and suturing. As a clinical physician, these duties posed no challenge for Wu Shui. She had been shadowing her mentor in the hospital since her final undergraduate year, mastering a variety of skills. The choice of the finest thread for suturing Zhou Caijun was indicative of her expertise. Only a skilled hand could dare such precision. Throughout the procedure, no anesthetic was utilized, and surprisingly, the seemingly frail Zhou Caijun managed to remain perfectly still, earning Wu Shui's admiration. After several minutes, she completed the suturing and, following disinfection, removed her mask. A thin sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead, and her petite nose glistened, revealing her nervousness while tending to Zhou Caijun's wounds. However, both Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali felt the treatment had been executed flawlessly. After suturing, the wounds ceased to bleed, and upon cleaning the area with alcohol, no signs of skin distortion were evident. Wu Shui let out a soft sigh of relief and began to tidy the area. Zhou Caijun, having bravely endured the pain, was drenched in sweat and yearned for a refreshing hot shower, followed by a restful slumber. It was only after Zhou Li's reminder that everyone recalled dinner had yet to be served, gathered around the dining table, though the meal was simple fare. The day's events regarding Zhou Caijun and his wife cast a shadow over their thoughts, giving insight into the dire circumstances outside. I shall take her some food, Zhou Lin decided. After satisfying their hunger, he remembered Yang Chi on the rooftop. Upon seeing the bowl of food in Zhou Lin's hands, Yang Chi sprang up to intercept it, wordlessly diving into her meal. Delicious. Once you finish, remember to work. As long as you remain obedient, I shall not let you go hungry. With that, Zhou Lin began to inspect the tool room. primarily to ensure the functioning of various equipment and to check on the poultry and rabbits for any adverse reactions, as well as to assess the adequacy of their food, water, and temperature conditions. Strictly speaking, poultry, eggs, and meat are not in short supply for Zhou Lin. The frigid storage area of the Leifoa, maintained at a chilling -60 degrees, is abundantly stocked, far more than he and Wu Shui could consume. The act of raising these creatures is, in truth, more about nostalgia, a yearning for a past filled with comfort and a hope for a brighter future. Thus, after Yang Chi-Chi finished her meal, Zhou Lin felt compelled to remind, or rather, to caution, her against any thoughts of mischief in the tool room, threatening to lock her outside should she entertain such notions. On the 19th floor rooftop, where temperatures plummeted to 30 degrees below zero, the mere thought sent a shiver down Yang Chi-Chi's spine. Though her mobile phone remained operational and had not been confiscated by Zhou Lin, she had already learned that emergency calls were futile. Even if she managed to connect, what difference would it make? She had come to realize that Zhou Lin was employing a blatant yet strategic approach. He had never resorted to coercion. He had not held her hostage nor inflicted harm. All he had done was illuminate the warmth of her surroundings and the abundance of provisions available. That alone was sufficient. The darkness and cold were not exclusive to Bashu. Yang Chi-Chi's hometown, despite being closer to the equator, now experienced temperatures over 10 degrees lower than Bashu. Every river was completely frozen, and more than 99% of the vegetation lay lifeless. There was no hope of finding food, not even the bark of trees to sustain her. Thus, Yang Chi-Chi had resigned herself to her fate. She wished to survive rather than succumb to the freezing or starve to death. She could only wait for the arrival of someone sent by General Chao. With his influence, confronting the Zhou family would be but a trifling matter. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Lin shared a similar sentiment. Had he not been aware of her situation, Yang Chi-Chi would likely be sealed in a bag and frozen in the corner of the rooftop, awaiting warmer days when the fertile land would beckon. Before leaving, Zhou Lin had provided her with a sleeping bag, an outdoor one, advising her to use it carefully, for there would be no second one should it become soiled or damaged. "I understand," she murmured, clutching the sleeping bag tightly, her face a portrait of despair as she implored, "Zhou Lin, why not just let me go?" Regrettably, Zhou Lin did not even spare her a glance as he exited through the door. "Damn it!" Yang Chi-Chi stomped her foot in frustration, silently venting her emotions at the door, unaware that Zhou Li had witnessed her outburst and recorded it. With her intelligence, how could she entrust the tool room to a stranger? Zhou Li had installed several surveillance cameras in the tool room, originally intended to monitor the growth of flora and fauna as well as the operation of equipment. Now, they had found a novel purpose. "Brother, look at this woman. She won't shed a tear until she sees the coffin. She is oblivious to the fortune she possesses." Zhou Li remarca. "Indeed, but you might be even more agitated in her place," Zhou Lin replied, glancing at the footage. "Absolutely impossible." Zhou Li continued to switch between camera feeds, muttering about various methods and tools she could fabricate. She envisioned a plan that would not only facilitate her escape from the rooftop, but also leave behind a catastrophic mess. To this, Zhou Lin could only remark that everyone was not on the same wavelength. If Yang Chi-Chi possessed Zhou Li's intellect, she would not have ended up in such a predicament. However, Zhou Lin could not fathom that there existed individuals with even less discernment. Chapter 27. A Novel Can Save Lives. The Property Management Office of Lanshan Community. As an upscale residential area for the affluent, the Lanshan Property Management Office comprises a fully equipped suite of facilities, including offices and staff quarters. Xiao Hang led Tang Ili to the office and poured him a cup of hot water. He had sensed that Tang Ili was not a local, and upon inquiry, his suspicion was confirmed. "What do you do?" Xiao Hang's gaze swept over Tang Ili's muscular physique. "A fitness coach," Tang Ili replied. "Oh, simply training?" Xiao Hang continued. "Weight loss, strength training, various fitness routines, including Sanda." The fitness coaching industry is indeed quite competitive, given its relatively low entry barrier. As long as one has a solid physical foundation and is willing to endure hardship, they can thrive. Thus, a lack of knowledge is detrimental. Upon hearing that Tang Ili also practiced Sanda, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Xiao Hang's eyes. He pointed outside, where snow was falling, and the traffic had come to a standstill. "Do you have a place to stay in Jiazhua?" "I am staying at a friend's house," Tang Ili replied candidly. "Does he have food?" "Sao Hang in Guit?" Tang Ili swallowed hard. It was tea that Sun Chenghao's house lacked provisions, but the offerings were too monotonous. Hence he had not eaten. He had pursued AI being out of hunger and cold, and now his stomach was protesting. Do you know what people online are saying about this situation? Xiao Hang retrieved a bag of bread and a carton of milk from the room and placed them in front of Tang Yili. The apocalypse, the end of the world. The entire globe is blanketed in snow and experiencing a drop in temperature. Have you considered how you will survive? No, I haven't, Tang Yili responded, shaking his head while munching on the bread. Look, this can be said to be the most elite community in Jiazhua. The residents here are either wealthy or of high status, with numerous connections. Why not stay here and work with me? As long as I have food, you shall never go hungry. Tang Yili pondered Xiao Hang's words and found merit in them, though he had one stipulation. AI being, right? Rest assured, as long as I do not consent, she cannot leave this community. In times like these, we must not overly prioritize women. As long as we possess food and weapons. What type of woman can we not have? Let me tell you, among the women residing in this community, AI Bing's caliber is hardly remarkable compared to her peers. But I like her, Tang Yili asserted, swallowing the last piece of bread. All right, I promise you, AI Bing will absolutely belong to you. How's that sound? Good. This time, Tang Yili did not hesitate and nodded vigorously. Then I will work with you from now on. Good brother. Xiao Hang laughed heartily and patted Tang Yili on the shoulder. I'll fetch you a winter security uniform and introduce you to the others. Thus, Tang Yili transformed into a security guard at Lanshan Community. After considerable reflection, he even called Sun Chenghao, of course, with Xiao Hang's approval. On the call, Tang Yili persuaded Sun Chenghao with the promises of food and camaraderie, securing his agreement to join the organization in the shortest time possible. Indeed, it was an organization. Although Xiao Hang has not read extensively, his intellect is quite sharp. At 30 years old and still unmarried, he has developed a penchant for various types of online novels, particularly those revolving around apocalyptic themes. When anomalies began to manifest globally, he began to compare these occurrences with the narratives he had encountered in his readings. The current crop of online novelists is indeed remarkable, leveraging a substantial body of content to exchange quantity for quality, effectively depicting a myriad of potential apocalyptic scenarios and the various strategies that different societal strata might adopt in response. While much of the content is fanciful, such as the absurd notion that temperatures could soar to 70 degrees, which even Xiao Hang, a product of 9 years of compulsory education, knows would cause proteins to coagulate around 60 degrees, there remains a wealth of practical insights he could draw from. For instance, strategies on stockpiling resources, acquiring weapons, and identifying suitable shelters are all valuable. Xiao Hang believes that the most prudent course of action, given his current circumstances, is to recruit personnel. As long as conditions permit human survival, even with limited resources, adequate manpower can mitigate other challenges. Several days prior, Xiao Hang had begun engaging with the security staff, attempting to enlist them into his fold. If persuasion proved futile, he would utilize his authority to reassign them to other properties managed by the company. While this would reduce his workforce, it would ensure the integrity of his team, in addition to the obedient security personnel as his core strength. Xiao Hang also set his sights on young, strong passersby who lacked support. Tang Yili was neither the first nor the last individual he would recruit. Uncertain of how the disaster would unfold, what measures the government might implement, or whether social order would collapse entirely, Xiao Hang devised a dual strategy. As long as societal order persisted and there remained a possibility for improvement, he could delegate certain clandestine tasks to the recruited outsiders. Should any issues arise, he could easily extricate himself by eliminating any knowledgeable parties and evidence. Simultaneously, Xiao Hang undertook a thorough assessment of all residents within the community, employing various means, such as the gatekeeper and surveillance systems. He believed he had acquired over 90% of the community's resource status, meticulously recording what each household had procured, when, and in what quantities. Some records even noted the number of residents in each home and their consumption rates. Armed with these preparations, Xiao Hang was confident he would emerge as the most fortunate individual in this apocalyptic existence. He even found himself grateful for the advent of the apocalypse, as it allowed him to engage in activities previously unattainable in a normal society and to savor experiences he had never known. By sealing the community's entrance, he would become the sovereign of his domain. When Sun Qinghao arrived, he was nearly frozen solid. The streets were largely devoid of vehicles capable of movement. In such frigid temperatures, The engines of ordinary cars, once cooled, could not ignite, and some poorly manufactured automobiles even stalled completely. Even more alarming was the fact that certain areas had lost power due to failures in the electrical transmission lines. The absence of power supply poses a significant challenge for heating. "It's all over, Lao Tang, it's finished," Sun Chenghao lamented, tears streaming down his face. "So it's you, Sun Chenghao? Worry not. Our community possesses ample fuel and generators. Maintaining warmth in this residence is certainly manageable. Moreover, I have gathered everyone here to confront even more dire circumstances." Xiao Heng began his persuasion anew. "There's a gas station not far away. But can you extract fuel on your own? Even if you manage to do so, how much can you carry alone? United, we are strong. If we pool our efforts, not only can we secure fuel, but seizing the entire gas station would be well within our capabilities. There are also other supplies. The city's supermarkets are plentiful. But would you dare to venture alone? Would you even return?" Xiao Manager, "No, brother, I will follow you." Chapter 28. The Eternal Night of Extreme Cold. In the early hours of July 6th, Zhou Lin awoke, not from the cold, but from the chill of the room, which was likely only 10 degrees. Compounded by power outage, the fragility of the power supply was starkly apparent. A mere gust of wind could plunge the city into widespread darkness, rendering the fanciful notions of literature, which depict sustained power supply post-disaster, utterly ludicrous. In the real world, a flood lasting 2 or 3 days could sever electricity for a week or even half a month. At this juncture, ordinary individuals found it almost impossible to engage in outdoor activities. The cessation of electricity also meant the disruption of civilian communications. The government and power companies would be unable to mobilize personnel for repairs, and, as time progressed, the situation would only worsen. Zhou Lin understood that for the vast majority, it was essentially time to bid farewell to the electrical age. For the ensuing 3 months, solar power devices suitable for personal or household use would be inoperative. Lacking even the simplest conditions for hydroelectric generation, and wind turbines would fail to function. Reliance on thermal energy generation was the only recourse. In the tool room, darkness enveloped everything, save for the terrified voice of Yang Qiqi. "Who is there?" "It's me. The power is out." Zhou Lin shook the flashlight, revealing Yang Qiqi cocooned in a sleeping bag, resembling a larva. The boiler continued to operate normally, as long as Yang Qiqi remembered to add coal every 8 hours. It would not extinguish. In contrast, this space was warmer than the 2 floors below, with the thermometer registering a comfortable 23 degrees. The engine was marked, and the fuel was ready. Zhou Lin needed only to follow a few simple steps to ignite it. Moments later, the lights flickered back to life. "I've locked all the windows. No one is to open them without my permission." Ignoring Yang Qiqi's deliberate display of her half-exposed form, Zhou Lin issued a warning before descending to the lower levels, where he discovered that everyone had risen, including Wu Shui, who had stayed overnight since the previous evening. Initially reluctant, Wu Shui had been persuaded by Zhou Li's compelling reasoning. As the attending physician for Zhou Chaijun, she had a duty to see things through to the end. Holding hands with Zhou Li, Wu Shui felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards her companion. Had Zhou Li not insisted she remain, she would have been left to endure the hardships of power and heating outages alone in her own home, potentially facing even greater miseries. The apocalypse has officially commenced. Zhou Lin gestured for everyone to take their seats at the dining table. For we are about to confront adversaries not only in the form of a harsh natural environment, but also in the guise of those suffering from hunger and cold. Except for Wu Shui, both Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li exhibited a remarkable calmness. Cheng Yali, a person who had genuinely taken a life, possessed a profound and chilling wisdom within her slight frame. As for Zhou Li, she might be the least daunted by the end of days among the family. Despite the presence of blast-proof doors and the welding shut of unnecessary entrances, such measures do not guarantee absolute safety. Lily had installed surveillance cameras throughout the corridor, rooftop platform, and tool shed, equipped with alert software to signal any anomalies. Anyone who hears the alarm must promptly inform every family member. After conveying this, Zhou Lin handed a compact communication device to Wu Shui, instructing Lily to teach her its usage. He then proceeded to outline several precautions and assign tasks to each individual. Cheng Yali would continue to manage the family sustenance, while Wu Shui volunteered to assist her. Zhou Caijuan's paramount objective was to restore his health, whereas Zhou Li was entrusted with the maintenance and upgrading of all technological devices in the household. Zhou Lin assigned himself two responsibilities: overseeing Yang Qiqi's management of the tool shed and enhancing his physical fitness. If there were any aspect that brought Zhou Lin joy over the past few days, it would undoubtedly be the evolution of his abilities. Symbiosis, Beginner 578-1000. Currently, symbiotic transportation. Laifu, a large surface vessel. Number of available symbiotic transports: 0. Storage capacity: 11. Zhou Lin insisted on repeatedly harnessing his abilities as long as his stamina permitted, resulting in a surge of experience points. He also noted changes within his own physique. Primarily, his strength had increased. Previously, lifting a 20-kilogram sack of rice would leave him drenched in sweat. Now, he could effortlessly hoist it with one hand, feeling only fatigued when faced with 50 kilograms. Secondly, his endurance had improved. He felt little fatigue while working, possibly due to not engaging in any strenuous labor or training recently. Moreover, his senses had sharpened, with his neural reflexes quickening. For instance, even in the same room, he could detect the breath of every individual, and in a sufficiently quiet environment, he could even hear heartbeats. He estimated his hearing to be akin to that of Heizai. His vision and olfactory senses had also enhanced, though lacking instruments for measurement. Zhou Lin was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. Was he not evolving? In his previous life, Zhou Lin had heard those who had evolved speak of the process as gradual rather than instantaneous, a long-term journey. With consistent training and adequate nourishment, the benefits of evolution would amplify over time. As for the ultimate potential of an evolved being, Zhou Lin had no knowledge nor the right to inquire in his past life. He only understood that many evolved individuals, hindered by a lack of food, refrained from exerting themselves, resulting in stagnation and ultimately succumbing to insurmountable dangers in a humiliating demise. Having fortuitously embarked on the path of evolution 5 years ahead of others, Zhou Lin vowed never to relinquish his pursuit of strength. Perhaps in this lifetime, he might touch the ceiling of what it means to be an evolved being, if such a threshold exists. The Zhou family's residence spans several hundred square meters, encompassing 6 suites, a grand living room, a small parlor, a reception area, a tea room, and a study. Zhou Lin ultimately transformed the 30-square-meter reception room into a temporary gym. The fitness equipment was procured from the American base, featuring professional apparatus utilized by American soldiers, which Zhou Lin found relatively easy to install given his current strength. From now on, it is imperative that you all maintain your physical fitness. The future environment will only deteriorate, and I hope each of you possesses the ability to safeguard yourselves. Due to Wu Shui, firearms cannot be exposed at present, making the practice of using cold weapons essential. In fact, my apartment downstairs could also be put to use. Wu Shui remarked. I have considered that, Zhou Lin replied, but at this moment, it is unnecessary. Your apartment has not been reinforced, nor have its doors and windows been modified for extreme cold weather. While I possess ample materials for renovations, the process would require various tools, which would inevitably alert the entire neighborhood to the fact that they still have electricity. Although it is likely that other residents also have power, who would undertake renovations under such circumstances if resources are scarce. Let us wait and see if the government takes any action. Zhou Lin's reasoning was sound. A week after the onset of the eternal night, temperatures would experience a brief resurgence, lasting nearly a full week, thanks to the government's robust infrastructure capabilities and prior preparations. A basic level of electricity supply had been restored. Utilizing thermal power generation and underground conduits, the government implemented targeted power access and supply to densely populated neighborhoods and districts. At that time, they could reassess the necessity of renovating Wu Shui's apartment. As Zhou Lin busied himself, Zhou Li lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Wu Shui was taken aback. Her phone had ceased to receive any messages at midnight, leading her to wonder if Zhou Li was indeed playing a single-player game. Sister Shui, do you wish to go online? Zhou Li blinked innocently, though her demeanor bore the semblance of a mischievous imp tempting one into wrongdoing. Chapter 29. The inquisitive young doctor in the United States, the Eden and art projects, spearheaded by Missy Polant with the backing of the nation's elite, were progressing remarkably well. Building on the foundations laid during World War II and years of relentless effort, prior to the arrival of the Eternal Night, the United States had established one Eden, 3 arcs, 8 super shelters, and 23 large-scale shelters, alongside numerous civilian shelters. These sanctuaries, however, could not accommodate the 200 million populace of the United States. let alone the illegal immigrants who were not even counted in the statistics, a demographic Missy Poland had never contemplated. Nevertheless, the Eden and Ark shelter initiatives undeniably aim to protect the nation's most vital elite and the wealthiest individuals who controlled the majority of resources. Curiously, the locations of the Eden shelters were known only to those notified. Even the current president of the United States and his advisors lacked the qualifications to enter Eden. Within Ark 1, the aged President Biden trembled as he faced hours of relentless reports from various departments, having completely lost the ability to think clearly. On the surface, he appeared to be diligently listening to the report, yet his mind wandered to thoughts of when he could return home to savor the dinner prepared by his wife. I have already grasped the situation. Let it be as it is. Subsequent solutions and the specific tasks for each department will be disseminated to each of you, and your role is merely to execute them. These were not his own words, but rather the instructions relayed to him through the miniature earpiece nestled in his ear. The secretary announced the conclusion of the president's workday, allowing everyone to depart. Once the doors closed, the secretary surprisingly patted Olby on the shoulder, commending him on a job well done, and informed him that he could now head home for dinner. Rest assured, as long as you follow the directives, your family will be well taken care of. Olby nodded and, assisted by someone who was ostensibly a bodyguard but functioned more like a caretaker, settled into an electric wheelchair and exited through another door. The Ark 1, also known as the Washington, Arkansas, is capable of housing over 300,000 residents. Powered by nuclear energy, it encompasses a range of facilities, from low-rise surface buildings to a resource center delving 200 meters underground. Divided into 7 distinct sections: the energy zone, resource zone, recycling zone, production zone, control zone, residential zone, and military zone. Utilizing high-powered communication devices, the Washington, Arkansas can exchange data with the majority of a nation's satellites in space, ensuring seamless communication and connectivity. Arks 2 and 3 are nearly identical in scale and function to the Washington, Arkansas, typically accommodating 300,000 inhabitants, but capable of expanding to 1 million in times of necessity, situated on either side of the nation. The 8 super shelters, while slightly smaller than the Arks, can accommodate even more people due to the absence of dedicated military zones, usually housing 400,000 but expanding to 1 million during critical periods. Large shelters typically house 200,000 individuals, with a capacity of 500,000 in emergencies. In essence, excluding Eden, the Arks and super-large shelters can normally accommodate nearly 8 million people, with a capacity to support 24 million during exceptional circumstances. While this figure may seem substantial, it constitutes merely 1/10 of the nation's population. The eternal night has just begun, and temperatures have yet to reach their extremes. The resourceful citizens are tirelessly engaged in self-rescue efforts. In contrast, the challenges faced by the government of Xia are undoubtedly far greater. The combined population of the top 10 cities in Xia is roughly equivalent to the total population of the nation, and in the face of such a vast, disaster-affected populace, the Xia government has prioritized the complete opening of its defense systems, initially intended for wartime readiness. Civil defense structures, underground passages, and the entire subway system serve as the best shelters against the cold. Local governments, in conjunction with stationed military forces, are managing and guiding the populace into these shelters in an orderly manner, assigning areas and tasks. While it cannot be guaranteed that every city will have sufficient shelter or that all citizens will receive aid, significant efforts have been made to protect the populace to the greatest extent possible, yielding remarkable results. Concurrently, the expansion of underground spaces, the restoration of the modern industrial system, the development of new energy sources, and the establishment of underground agricultural plots are all progressing in an orderly fashion. A substantial inventory of grain has been activated, and without considering loss or shelf life, even if there is no harvest for the next 2 years, no one will go hungry. However, there's a distinction between merely being full and being well-nourished. Staple foods differ from the essential fruits, vegetables, and trace elements required by the human body. Moreover, a brand new communication system is rapidly advancing under national guidance, with a certain launch center already preparing a series of satellite launch plans. Compared to the current mobile communication system, the new framework will no longer rely on terrestrial base stations. Although it may not match the existing system in terms of speed and bandwidth, it possesses a greater capacity to withstand external interference. The reason Zhou Lin is still able to access the internet is precisely due to the satellite communication system. If it is solely text content, There is virtually no delay in sending and receiving through specialized software. Zhou Lin has made certain modifications to the satellite communication equipment aboard the spacecraft, enabling her to connect directly to the beautiful country-S satellite in space using an ordinary mobile phone, accessing a satellite network that only a select few can currently utilize. Outside the gym, transformed from the reception room, Wu Shui gazed at the drenched figure within, her eyes momentarily fixated. It was not that she harbored any peculiar thoughts. As a clinical doctor, Wu Shui was somewhat afflicted by her profession. Is there something you need? Zhou Lin paused her training to inquire. Oh, Lily mentioned you would agree to grant me access, and I wish to see if I can connect with my parents. As she spoke, Wu Shui's eyes roved up and down, paying no heed to Zhou Lin's feelings. What is this girl up to now? What on earth requires my permission? Fine. I will speak with her once I finish. Is there anything else? Noticing that Wu Shui had no intention of leaving, Zhou Lin could not resist asking. Well, how long have you been training to reach this level? Wu Shui stepped closer, feeling the heat radiating from Zhou Lin, which made her slightly dizzy. I don't really remember. Zhou Lin shrugged, turning away, primarily to avoid eye contact with Wu Shui. Training? If it weren't for her body beginning to evolve, the difference between her and a couch potato might only be a few kilograms. Nevertheless, the effects of evolution were indeed apparent. Within just 2 or 3 days, every muscle in her body seemed to be in peak condition. In comparison to her appearance, Zhou Lin found the feeling of increased strength even more delightful. As beauty alone cannot sustain one in a post-apocalyptic world, but strength can certainly prolong one's life. May I collect some data? Wu Shui asked almost impulsively, as she observed Zhou Lin continuing her workout. Sure, but do you have the equipment? I have some at home. I'll go get it right now. As Wu Shui hurried downstairs to retrieve the equipment, Zhou Lin dashed into the living room. What do you mean by that? Brother, are you really that oblivious? If this woman owes you too much, even if she doesn't have feelings for you, she will accept you out of gratitude. Don't you have feelings for her? Chapter 30, each with their own thoughts. The equipment Wu Shui brought back turned out to be quite common medical instruments, such as a stethoscope, blood pressure monitor, and glucometer. The testing of fundamental data is not a remedy. It does not necessitate intricate equipment. The essence lies in persistent dedication, repeated measurements, and meticulous comparisons to arrive at precise conclusions. In matters of expertise, Zhou Lin found himself unable to counter the assertions made, feeling rather awkward in his fitted athletic attire, which accentuated certain contours rather starkly. In contrast, Wu Shui maintained a serene demeanor, even during the testing process when she made contact with Zhou Lin, displaying none of the flushed embarrassment he had moments earlier. Having recorded the essential data, she planned to create a graphical representation shortly, aiming for daily assessments to swiftly obtain a comprehensive curve of changes. Zhou Li's intellectual acumen and breadth of knowledge rendered her incapable of grasping Wu Shui's increasingly specialized terminology, leaving Zhou Lin utterly bewildered. He understood that such health examinations would necessitate daily attendance thereafter, which he found somewhat overwhelming, particularly when Wu Shui's soft, gentle touch brushed against him. The more he contemplated, the more he felt a loss of composure, ultimately concocting an excuse to escape for a shower. Wu Shui, let's not forget your original intentions. What were you truly planning to do? Zhou Li's reminder prompted Wu Shui to recollect her purpose and urgently inquire about the next steps. It is all in our hands. Please bring me your phone. Installing a satellite communication application was a trivial task for Zhou Lin, completed in mere minutes. Besides partially restoring telephonic functionality, she also assisted Wu Shui in joining a forum named the Last Human Alliance. Currently, fewer than 100,000 individuals were logged onto this forum. Although its interface was rudimentary and its functions limited, it remarkably enabled strangers worldwide to communicate. Upon retrieving her phone, Wu Shui's first action was to call her parents. But unsurprisingly, the call did not connect, unless her parents had also managed to link to satellites using a conventional mobile device. What about sending a message instead? Zhou Lin suggested. Wu Shui nodded in agreement. However, after several minutes elapsed without a response, she could only console herself with the thought that perhaps her parents had not seen the message or had discarded their now obsolete phones during their escape. The perpetual night and extreme cold had thrust human society overnight from an era of technology back to a near-primitive state. The ramifications of the power outage extended far beyond mere loss of illumination and communication. The absence of electricity meant a cessation of water supply, heating, and nearly all manufacturing industries. In other words, Without the restoration of power, the entirety of human society, apart from humanity itself, was rendered inoperative. In the tool shed, Yang Qiqi poured a shovel full of smokeless coal into the furnace. Her face bore no trace of her former meticulous makeup. It was smudged in patches of black and white, with a streak of ash on her nose and a few white feathers entangled in her hair, making her appear no different from a rural woman. Yet, her emotions were profoundly complex. She harbored a hatred for Zhou Lin, not due to the grimy and laborious work before her, but rather because he had brazenly disregarded her feelings. Yang Qiqi believed she was not inferior to AI Bing, perhaps even surpassing her by 2 sizes, and even Mr. Chow was enamored with her. How could Zhou Lin, a mere insignificant figure, manage to overlook her? Was his standard too lofty? If one truly possessed discerning taste, they would hardly find merit in AI Bing. She is well aware of how Zhou Lin once treated AI Bing, like a dog enamored by her, uttering those heartfelt and sincere words, remaining steadfast no matter how AI Bing rebuffed him. Wasn't it all merely a ploy to gain possession of her body? Now, with her alluring figure, she could easily grant favors with a mere nod, so why feign such lofty ideals? Scoundrel! Wretched man! The more Yang Qiqi pondered, the more her anger flared, to the point where she contemplated destroying everything in the tool room, believing Zhou Lin and his family would be unable to survive, struggling in the bitter cold, ultimately succumbing to helplessness and death. The thought brought her a perverse joy. Yet, it remained merely a thought, for Yang Qiqi lacked the courage to act, not only due to Zhou Lin's prior warnings, wherein she might be the first to perish in the cold, but also because a flicker of hope remained within her, embodied by Chow Bowen, the esteemed CEO. Surely, an opportunity would arise. Like all timid hearts, Yang Qiqi ultimately convinced herself, educated as she was. She recalled the idiom to lie on firewood and taste bitterness, though she had a warm sleeping bag, cohabiting with chickens and ducks. With the incessant clamor of poultry in her ears and an indescribable odor filling her nostrils, how different was it from enduring hardship? Suddenly, Yang Qiqi wondered what Tang Ili was doing, and what of his brother, Sun Qinghao? What a farcical notion of brotherhood. She had discerned at first glance that he was nothing more than a fair-weather friend, harboring unsavory thoughts about both AI Bing and herself. Surely, he must be on the brink of starvation, she mused, if not already frozen to death. If only she knew that Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were huddled over a steaming bowl of instant noodles, she could only imagine her reaction. After their meal, they would head to the garage. In the property management office, a large iron stove had mysteriously appeared, with a long chimney extending from the air conditioning vent, flames roaring within the hearth, keeping the entire room perpetually warm. Xiao Hang sat on the sofa, a thick notebook in hand, occasionally sketching by the light of an emergency lamp. Everything seemed to unfold as he had anticipated. The communication blackout and the drop in temperature had deterred the affluent homeowners from even bothering him, as the generators and fuel meant for elevator and lighting emergencies had been gathered by him in a vacant room beneath the property management office. Despite their considerable number, Xiao Hang forbade anyone from utilizing them. One must always maintain a sense of crisis. If disaster cannot be alleviated in a short span, who among you can repair the generators, and who can procure ample gasoline? These are irreplaceable resources. They must not be squandered in times of necessity. What does it matter if it gets a little colder? The stove crafted by Old Zhao is quite effective. With so many green plants in the community, and the wooden pavilions and structures serving as fuel, surely even wooden furniture can suffice in dire straits. Beyond mere frugality, the more crucial aspect is to seek new sources of sustenance. The circumstances outside remain unclear for the time being, yet the underground garage is bustling with vehicles. With an abundance of cars comes a plentiful supply of gasoline. Those residing in this community are hardly known for their frugality when it comes to fuel. Shall we wait until the owners remember to siphon their own gas? Tang Ili, Sun Qinghao, and Xiao Hang, accompanied by a few others, gathered their tools and followed the security guards wielding flashlights into the depths of the garage. The once brightly lit parking area was now enveloped in darkness, a true void where one could not see their own hand before their face. However, due to its subterranean location, the temperature here was surprisingly warmer than outside. Let us commence our task. We shall work in groups of 3, taking care not to damage the vehicles. The manager has indicated that these cars may yet prove useful in the future. Chapter 31. Sun Qinghao's ambitions. Snow fell throughout the night, blanketing not only Jiazhou City, but nearly every corner of the world in its frosty embrace. The flakes, larger than goose feathers, covered the globe in mere hours. In elevated regions, some households, entrapped in their wintry slumber, found themselves buried under the snow, struggling to escape only to succumb to the chill and harsh winds. While those who remain buried may have met a gentler fate. The location of Lanshan community is quite elevated, a testament to its status as a wealthy district, emphasizing the importance of height and visibility. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would not have agreed to relocate here. The Zhou family's former residence in the outskirts would have surely been buried under several meters of snow by now. Interestingly, deep burial has its advantages, due to gravitational forces. The lower layers of snow quickly transform into an impenetrable ice layer, serving as a protective barrier in a sense. Consider the ancient corpses preserved in icebergs, unchanged even after millennia. The sun shall rise no more, rendering external light fluctuations useless for gauging time. The interruption of electricity and the frigid temperatures have rendered most electronic devices obsolete, and even mechanical or quartz clocks struggle against the cold, malfunctioning or nearing failure. Only timekeeping devices specifically designed for harsh conditions continue to function normally. Tang Ili, alongside Sun Qinghao, lugged a barrel of gasoline, breathing heavily as they followed the leading security guard. Almost all vehicles in the underground garage have been attended to, reminiscent of days gone by. Their exploits bore fruit. After a thorough count, Xiaohang rewarded everyone with a box of instant noodles. More instant noodles again. Sun Qinghao whispered to Tang Ili, "Old Tang, relying solely on instant noodles is not sustainable. We cannot continue working for others." Despite Tang Ili's robust physique from years of exercise, his intellect left much to be desired. Naively straightforward, one might say. The ancient adage about brawn over brains holds truth, with exceptions being rare. Tang Ili is a perfectly ordinary specimen. In contrast, Sun Qinghao's intellect was notably sharper. After all, he did not indulge in protein powder. Shortly after their arrival, Sun Qinghao had surmised Xiaohang's intentions. The centuries-old trickster sought to exploit him, oblivious to his own limitations. Outside, a calamity was unfolding, yet Sun Qinghao remained unperturbed. As a local, he possessed an intimate knowledge of where food could be procured and the locations of oil resources. However, he harbored concerns. In chaotic times, venturing out for a scavenging expedition would likely lead him to cross paths with competitors. Given his meager strength, he would merely be delivering supplies for others. If only he could enlist Tang Ili, the dynamic duo of intellect and physical prowess would be unbeatable. In dire moments, Tang could also serve as a shield. The cold outside was biting. Tang Ili, oblivious to Sun Qinghao's intentions, shrank his neck. Those who engage in regular fitness often possess low body fat, although aesthetically pleasing. Such physiques are not resilient against depletion. Increased muscle mass means that even in repose, the body continues to expend energy, with the sole source of replenishment being food. In times of peace, acquiring sustenance is straightforward. Wealth suffices. But what now? Throughout his life, Tang Ili had not been one prone to deep reflection. Otherwise, he would not have settled for a career as a fitness instructor. Thus, when Sun Qinghao spoke of prospects and power, Tang was utterly perplexed, leaving Sun feeling somewhat anxious. To economize on heating, as individuals gradually congregated in the room, Sun Qinghao refrained from further commentary. Should word of his musings reach Xiaohang, it could lead to dire consequences. In times of peace, the loss of a few lives is not uncommon. In the current climate, Sun empathized, recognizing that a man like Xiaohang was capable of such acts. Thus far, Xiaohang had been pleased with the performance of his subordinates. With nearly 2,000 liters of gasoline at their disposal, the specifics of fuel grades became trivial. Coupled with several large oil drums that had been preemptively secured under the guise of property management, he believed they could last a year or two with prudent usage. After all, apocalyptic narratives often mention the cyclical nature of weather, cold followed by warmth, warmth giving way to cold. Xiaohang also considered that the cold would not persist indefinitely. After all, balance is a fundamental principle. The pressing issue remained the scarcity of food, necessitating that they venture out to search for supplies. Furthermore, the entrance and exit passages of the community needed to be kept clean, requiring them to clear the snow. The property management office was located on the 3rd floor, yet the snow outside had nearly leveled with the ground. If the snow here in Lanshan could accumulate to such depths, what of other areas? Many supermarkets, situated in basements or on upper floors, might be buried under 20 meters of snow, complicating any attempts to retrieve supplies. However, Xiaohang reconsidered. Perhaps this was advantageous, as it would deter others from pilfering resources. Glancing at Tang Yili and the others, Xiaohang opened his notebook to jot down his thoughts. He believed that every endeavor should be meticulously planned, and that valuable ideas ought to be promptly recorded to prevent their loss. In this regard, he shared a similarity with Zhou Lin. Recently, Zhou Lin had ascended to the platform to collect 2 chicken eggs, 1 duck egg, and a small bowl of quail eggs. And Zhou Lin had dutifully documented this with her phone. Was it truly necessary? Zhou Lin could not help but inquire. Zhou Lin nodded, asserting that without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach great distances. With records, she could estimate the overall egg production. After all, a 1,000-mile dam may be breached by an anthole, and she could not allow that woman to pilfer their resources. Apart from exclaiming 666, Zhou Lin found himself at a loss for words. That woman? Wu Shui approached and casually inquired, only to swiftly disregard the question. I've received news from my parents. The genuine joy radiating from her unadorned face made Wu Shui appear almost luminescent. Last night, or rather during Wu Shui's slumber, her phone had unexpectedly received several messages, the majority of which were from her parents. How are they? Zhou Lin asked. They said they are safe now, selected for a program called Olympus, a plan for humanity's survival in the apocalypse. By the time they messaged me, they were already in an underground shelter and had been assigned a small private room, though both of them need to work for the shelter. Thus, those who possess genuine skills and knowledge will never be overlooked. Had Wu Shui and her parents merely been affluent merchants or politicians, they would undoubtedly have been disregarded by the Olympus program, perhaps even eliminated in the initial selection round, leading to a dire fate. Upon receiving Wu Shui's message, her parents' first reaction was that their daughter must be under state protection. Although she had not yet officially graduated, Wu Shui's capabilities were commendable, and her youth itself held immense value. When they discovered that Wu Shui had not gone to the state shelter, her parents were utterly astonished, even urging her to reconsider. In any aspect, an individual cannot compete with the state. So, are you planning to leave, Sister Shui? People naturally aspire to rise, akin to water flowing downward. While I believe that sentiment holds truth, I still feel that my home may be more suitable for you. Zhou Lin gazed at Wu Shui with a pitiful expression, her eyes turning red in an instant. Chapter 32. The wisdom of women. Wu Shui, of course, did not wish to depart, even if her parents believed the shelter would undoubtedly be superior to the Zhou family. They were unaware of the extensive preparations the Zhou family had made for this catastrophe. At the very least, Wu Shui felt a greater sense of freedom here. Upon hearing Wu Shui declare her intention to stay, Zhou Li's face immediately brightened, her mood shifting faster than the turning of a page. I'm going to work out. Currently, there was little for Zhou Lin to do. Having entered the ranks of the evolved, he could not squander this precious opportunity. Moreover, Zhou Lin aspired for his parents and Zhou Li to possess abilities and become evolved as well. In his previous life, aside from luck, strength was also paramount in acquiring powers. The orbs of abilities that fell from the sky were not suited for everyone, or rather, there existed a process of mutual compatibility. Some fortunate individuals would merge with an ability orb before even realizing what it was, while others would attempt countless times yet fail to bond with any orb. The underlying rules were inscrutable. No one knew. Therefore, to ensure his parents and Zhou Li became evolved beings, the most reliable method was to acquire a sufficient number of ability orbs or more opportunities for trials, sooner rather than later. The earlier one obtained abilities, the easier it became to ascend to higher levels of power. For this reason, Yang Qiqi's significance became apparent, at least thus far. She remained the only lead Zhou Lin possessed. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, the ability orbs have transformed into a form of wealth, albeit one that remains confined to the upper echelons of society, far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Should the trajectory of the apocalypse persist, as it has, then Zhou Lin, possessing abilities and commencing evolution, is destined to ascend into the ranks of the elite. While these high-tier individuals enjoy resources beyond imagination, they are simultaneously beset by incalculable risks. Resources are perpetually finite. In a world starved of essentials, everyone yearns to possess more, and the sole means to achieve this is through plunder. Seizing what others have is invariably swifter and more bountiful than gathering resources oneself. The elite, much like the common folk, engage in continuous acts of theft among themselves. Without formidable strength, the more one possesses, the greater the number of hungry wolves that will converge upon them. Symbiosis. Level 742100. Currently symbiotic transport. Laifu, a large surface vessel. Available symbiotic transport. 0. Storage space. 11. Zhou Lin has discerned a mystical connection between abilities and evolution. Previously, each use of an ability would yield a slight increase in experience points, whereas post-evolution, each use now grants double the points. It remains uncertain whether the extent of physical evolution will affect the experience points of abilities, yet this enhancement has significantly improved efficiency. Zhou Lin calculated that perhaps in 4 or 5 days, he could reach an intermediate level. How will the symbiosis change at this level, and what transformations might it bring? Zhou Lin harbors hopes that upgrading his abilities will increase the number of symbiotic transports. Although the Laifu has ample space and abundant resources, it cannot be fully utilized at present. Even with the heavy snowfall outside, it does not suffice to completely bury an aircraft carrier, should anyone catch sight of it. Even if the government does not inquire about the carrier, he would be unable to explain how it arrived in Jiazhou. If others were to discover his abilities, while the national research institutions might not take action against him, there would undoubtedly be greedy individuals seeking to control him and unearth the secrets of his powers and evolution. Had he remained solitary as in his previous life, Zhou Lin might not have been overly concerned. If necessary, he could retreat into a desolate area, where the roles of hunter and prey could become ambiguous, for he is certainly no soft target. However, the situation has changed. Zhou Lin cannot allow his parents and younger sister to live in peril. As for his parents, they are not the primary concern, but while Zhou Li is intelligent, mere cleverness is of little use in the apocalypse. What is required is genuine strength, the kind that can disdain certain dangers. At this thought, Zhou Lin felt an overwhelming urge to interrogate Yang Qiqi with extreme measures. Yet, he recognized the futility of such an action, as Yang Qiqi is still unacquainted with Qiao Bowen and knows little of significance. Keeping her around is merely a flicker of hope, a belief that fate might align their paths with Qiao Bowen in due time. For now, it is time to focus on training. Are we starting the training now? Wu Shui asked as she followed Zhou Lin into the gym. Upon seeing the curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Zhou Lin felt a flutter in his heart. Are we doing it today as well? He inquired. Wu Shui nodded, her expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. It's for scientific research, don't misunderstand. What more could Zhou Lin say? It was all trouble stirred up by Zhou Li. However, Zhou Li would not bear the blame. Even as Wu Shui emerged from the gym, Zhou Li could not resist teasing her. Sister Shui, your attempts to cover up are rather transparent, aren't they? Wu Shui was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Li's use of idioms was somewhat muddled, but was her statement truly confusing or merely whimsical? Have you read any novels? People like my brother would rather wrongly eliminate 1,000 than let one slip away. As she spoke, Zhou Li gestured as if to slice. What? Wu Shui was even more puzzled. Was Zhou Li suggesting they should literally cut Zhou Lin into pieces? That was out of the question. Sister Shui, no, sister-in-law. You are mistaken. When faced with challenges, one must rise to the occasion. And when there are no challenges, one must create them to rise. Catching the essence of the matter, Zhou Li insisted, Lily, where are you going with this? Finally comprehending, Wu Shui stamped her foot. I have no such intentions. Sister Shui, no, sister-in-law, you just discreetly wiped your drool. 13 years old, Wu Shui finally believed that intelligence could lead to precociousness. Covering Zhou Li's mouth with a small notebook, Wu Shui whispered, let me teach you an idiom. To be overjoyed at the sight of a hunt. It's merely a professional habit. Zhou Li wriggled free and whispered, understood. Sister-in-law, you're female, and your profession is a rogue. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin, who was vigorously exercising in the gym, remained oblivious to the fact that his beloved sister had privately struck a deal with Wu Shui. Following initial negotiations, the two women shifted their battleground to Zhou Li's bedroom, where they began an in-depth analysis. Zhou Li believed that the harsh environment would persist for a lengthy period, and the inherent order of human society, even the national system, might struggle to endure. The future world would inevitably favor the strong. Wu Shui concurred. Zhou Lin's demonstrated physical prowess would attract admiration from the opposite sex, especially in adverse conditions. Wu Shui believed this admiration was ingrained in human genetics, aimed at better procreation. Thus, this is not love, Wu Shui stated candidly. So what? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do you intend to offer my brother to another woman? Perhaps the one in the tool room? Zhou Lin inquired. Lily, do you and I, individuals like us, fantasize about love? Wu Shui crossed her arms. You are right. Becoming your sister-in-law is my most optimal solution at present. Zhou Lin. Despite the academic nature of their discussion, it was essentially a matter of desire for Zhou Lin's physique. Truth be told, if Zhou Lin were not her brother, she would find it hard to resist. Zhou Li chose to support Wu Shui after thorough consideration of various factors. In terms of character, ability, knowledge, wisdom, and even looks, Wu Shui was exceptional, making her the ideal match for Zhou Lin. The only aspect Zhou Li did not contemplate was Zhou Lin's feelings. It was not out of disrespect, but rather because she believed he had no reason to disagree. Thus, discreetly matters were settled. Zhou Li, seizing the moment, rushed to discuss her conversation with Wu Shui, with Zhou Kaijun and his wife. The couple had no objections. Zhou Kaijun's forehead injury had not yet healed, and anyone who dared to speak ill of Wu Shui would face the wrath of Cheng Yali. After dinner, Zhou Lin sensed that the atmosphere at the table was somewhat off. Have I eaten too much? Chapter 33. Collective Action. To eat well is a blessing. Cheng Yali's face was beaming with joy, her gaze flitting between her son and Wu Shui, her thoughts as transparent as crystal. Then there was Zhou Li, grinning like a cat that had just stolen a fish. Even the dog beneath the table, Hei Zai, seemed to sway in agreement, perhaps reflecting Zhou Lin's illusion. In any case, an air of conspiracy pervaded the atmosphere. Son, come inside, I need to ask you something, Cheng Yali began, but was interrupted by the blaring alarm indicating someone was at the door. That oblivious fool. Enraged, Cheng Yali stood up, pushing her chair aside as she strode towards the door. Zhou Lin hurried to follow. Who is it? The formidable sound of Cheng Yali's voice could penetrate even the thick blast-proof door, startling Xiao Hang, who quickly announced his identity. The property manager? Haven't I paid the management fee? Cheng Yali shouted through the door. It's not about the management fee. I'm here to discuss matters with you, he replied, his voice barely audible. Cheng Yali turned to Zhou Lin. What did he say? Zhou Lin decided to take charge. Seeing only Xiao Hang standing outside, empty-handed, he opted to open the door for a conversation. Such a big man, yet utterly lacking in spirit. What a waste. Cheng Yali scoffed, though she remained wary of her son being taken advantage of. Unlocking the heavily fortified door was quite a hassle, but thankfully, Xiao Hang exhibited remarkable patience. When he beheld the 20-centimeter thick door panel, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Our property management company is dedicated to serving the residents. After conducting a survey, we found that many households are running low on food and heating supplies. To ensure the safety of all residents, we diligently located a large supermarket not far from here. Xiao Hang explained, internally lamenting the cold that seeped through the corridor as he stood outside. Even the blast-proof door had barred his entry, leaving him frozen. Such despicable behavior would surely be noted, and the abundance of supplies in this household seemed promising, perhaps a lucrative target. Shall we gather supplies together? Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes, sensing that the property manager before him might be a cunning fox. Nevertheless, he did not oppose the idea of a collective venture for free supplies. After all, who could ever have too many resources? Furthermore, he had the ample storage of the Leifaheo warehouse at his disposal, and even if Xiao Hang did not join, he intended to venture out himself. Though the permanent population of Jiazhou City was modest, it served as a critical transportation hub in the southwestern region of Xia Country. The logistics park on the western side of the city housed an unknown quantity of daily necessities. If you wish to participate, please register first. Once the action plan is set, I will arrange for someone to notify you, he stated. All right, just register me, Zhou Lin replied. He felt uneasy about the others venturing outside. The real danger was not the weather, but the people. Cheng Yali struggled to understand. She believed there was plenty of supplies and felt it unnecessary to risk going out. The darkness outside was not just ominous, although the snowfall had lessened. Who knew what lay beneath the thick blanket of snow? Moreover, with temperatures plummeting to minus 30 degrees, being inadequately dressed could lead to frostbite in mere minutes. We must go regardless, Zhou Lin insisted. Zhou Lin elucidated that although the land use ratio of Lanshan community is relatively low, it still accommodates 200 to 300 households. If one would stand out excessively, it could arouse suspicion, potentially rendering them an object of envy. Observing Wu Shui's eagerness, Zhou Lin promptly gestured dismissively, insisting, I shall go alone. You are not suited for this. Thus, Zhou Lin successfully persuaded everyone. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Lin prepared an ensemble for himself. The polar combat suit from the Lei Faheo, equipped with a ballistic helmet and goggles, featured a self-heating function with adjustable temperatures, capable of withstanding frigid lows of -50 degrees. And importantly, it was lightweight, allowing for unhindered movement. A pair of snow boots, essential for operations in snowy terrain, accompanied him. Additionally, he equipped himself with a concealed handgun and a magazine filled with ammunition, intended primarily for emergencies. Furthermore, he had modified an oversized suitcase to serve as a sled. All that remained was to await the appointed time. Xiaoheng did not personally notify each household. Rather, most homeowners were informed by ordinary security personnel. Even so, it took nearly 6 hours to ascertain the homeowners' intentions to participate, and the results were quite satisfactory, with virtually every household having someone willing to join. A few families, where members were reluctant to venture out for supplies, were duly noted by Xiaoheng for future consideration, either due to their lack of resources or their difficult nature. At 11:30, power would be supplied to the elevator, and at that time, homeowners participating in the collection of supplies would gather outside the property management office. They were advised to dress warmly and, ideally, to bring their own transportation tools, as they would set off promptly at 12 o'clock, with no delays allowed. Although the sun was obscured, it had not vanished entirely. The midday hours would bring slightly improved light and a marginally higher temperature than at other times. As painstakingly documented by Xiaoheng, who had invested considerable effort into managing Lanshan. "I am leaving now. Do not open the door while I'm gone. Little sister, keep a close watch on that woman. If she misbehaves, you know what to do." Zhou Lin, dressed like a cotton ball, recognized that such attire was perhaps unnecessary. Yet he was under the maternal impression that he might feel cold. Fortuitously, the property management was willing to power the elevator. Otherwise, clad in such heavy garb and burdened with a makeshift sled, Zhou Lin would have been at a loss as to how to descend. As the elevator descended, various homeowners entered, all strangers to Zhou Lin, who, even if familiar with some, might not recognize them due to their heavily bundled appearances. One could only distinguish individuals by their stature or voices. To Zhou Lin's astonishment, a number of women did emerge. The reasons for their presence, whether due to the absence of men at home or some other cause, remained unclear. When Zhou Lin joined others outside the property management office, a considerable crowd had gathered, though nearly all were silent. Today, Xiaoheng sported a rather flamboyant red winter outfit, topped with a blue cold-weather hat. In a moment, our security personnel will guide everyone to the location of the supermarket, which is currently buried under snow. There may be an ice layer beneath, and we will need to work together to clear the snow for entry. Government officials visited 2 days prior, and our shelter is now at full capacity. Therefore, the government has authorized our community's homeowners to venture out in search of supplies, which is not deemed illegal. Please be vigilant regarding safety. If you encounter other teams gathering supplies, adhere strictly to the commands of our security personnel. In these extraordinary times, unity is paramount. We must present a united front. Even in the face of conflict, do not fear, for as long as we uphold the truth, the government shall not penalize us. Xiaoheng possesses a certain eloquence, as evidenced by the approval he garnered from the majority of the assembled homeowners. Zhou Lin, concealed within the crowd, remained silent, yet someone approached him. "Young man, your sled is quite impressive. I have a suitcase of similar size at home. Would you be able to assist me in modifying it when you return?" Although the woman's appearance was obscured, her voice was pleasant and her conversation remarkably articulate. Had she been less experienced, she might have readily acquiesced. Chapter 34. The neighbor from next door, Zhou Lin, resided in Building 8, while the woman seeking his attention lived in Building 7, adjacent to his own. Fortuitously, this woman, Huang Minjing, also inhabited the 17th floor, albeit in a unit shared by 2 households, unlike Zhou Lin's single-family home. "I saw the structure on your rooftop terrace. There are even lights," Huang Minjing whispered into Zhou Lin's ear. Although he had never intended for the existence of the tool room to be discovered, it seemed she might be the only one able to see the light filtering from within. "What do you mean? Is this a threat?" Zhou Lin remained silent, merely observing Huang Minjing. "I merely wish to express my admiration," she replied, exhibiting no signs of apprehension. "More friends mean more opportunities, don't you think? Let us move out, everyone follow." Xiaoheng's voice interrupted the exchange between Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing. As Zhou Lin began to walk, Huang Minjing surprisingly kept pace beside him. "In fact, I know your mother. she stated, prompting Zhou Lin's mind to automatically conclude, I still exist. Cheng Yali was 57 this year. Therefore, how old could Huang Minjing be? Don't believe me? I also know that recently your mother purchased a substantial quantity of convenience food. Can you guess who she bought it from? At this point, Zhou Lin comprehended. Huang Minjing or her family must be involved in the convenience food business, potentially as agents for certain brands in Jiazhou. Initially, Zhou Lin feared such an encounter. Others might be unaware of the extent of the Zhou family's supplies, but those who sold goods to Cheng Yali certainly knew. Although he had paid the price of an entire warehouse for this information, in extraordinary circumstances, such subterfuge proved ineffective, as people only believe what they wish to believe. Like Huang Minjing, if she were convinced that Cheng Yali had hoarded the purchased convenience food, no matter how Zhou Lin explained, she would only perceive it as deception. This is troublesome. Let us continue this conversation later. Perhaps wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, Huang Minjing concluded the discussion. Zhou Lin exhaled a slight sigh of relief as he walked on, contemplating how best to navigate the situation ahead. Xiaoheng mentioned that the large supermarket is well known among many owners. It is a local chain situated not far from the community entrance. The establishment boasts a considerable scale and offers quality products. Most importantly, this supermarket is not located underground but occupies the first and second floors of a street-facing building. Compared to subterranean venues, such supermarkets are easier to excavate. What typically takes just over 10 minutes to traverse took a full half-hour this time. To avoid drawing attention, the security personnel prohibited everyone from activating their lighting devices, rendering it impossible to discern if anyone lurked in the shadows. Upon arrival, the security began assigning tasks. Men like Zhou Lin were naturally designated as the primary excavators. Each individual received tools, likely intended for use in the community gardens. Shovels, hoes, and spades were among the implements utilized. Given that the supermarket is housed in a standalone 3-story structure, there was no need for deep excavation. Once the first window was uncovered, a security guard approached and shattered it, crouching down to illuminate the interior with a flashlight. After determining that everything appeared satisfactory, he commenced the distribution of personnel. It was impractical for everyone to enter, so 1/3 of the group was assigned to guard the exterior. The room containing the window was evidently an office, leading out to a corridor flanked by rooms bearing various signs. Once inside, the security no longer restrained the others from using lights, as it was considerably darker within than outside. One of the guards lit a candle, purportedly to assess the oxygen levels. Evidence of prior rummaging was apparent, fostering a sense of unease among the group. They feared their efforts might be in vain. Fortunately, the supermarket's expansive layout spanned 2 full floors, encompassing a comprehensive array of essential goods. To enhance efficiency, the guards permitted the formation of teams. The second floor primarily hosted household items, while the first floor contained food, indeed, the main objective of their mission. However, Zhou Lin hesitated to descend to the first floor immediately. When he found himself alone, he retrieved his night vision goggles and donned them. Though the night vision device had its own color discrepancies compared to the flashlight's illumination range, it proved far more convenient. He observed that many counters on the second floor had been smashed, yet the actual items taken were few. Zhou Lin casually collected some clothing before meandering towards the personal care section, ensuring the area was unoccupied before beginning to gather items in earnest. Shampoos, body washes, insect repellent, soaps, and toothpaste. Though the Leifaheo warehouse was not lacking in such supplies, the adage holds true. Who would complain about having an abundance of provisions? Even if his family might not use them in the future, they could always serve as barter. As he gathered and walked, he occasionally tossed items into the sled behind him. When he reached the women's products counter, he inexplicably paused. He need not worry about what Cheng Yali and Zhou Li required. With Zhou Li's meticulousness and Cheng Yali's generosity, he had lost count of their stockpiling. His current concern was for Wu Shui. What size would she typically wear? Certainly, Cheng Yali's would not suffice, while Zhou Li's would be too small. After much contemplation, Zhou Lin decided it was best to gather supplies together, planning to have Zhou Li inquire further upon their return. As he continued to meander, he found himself in the kitchenware section, where an array of items, knives, cutting boards, refuse bins, garbage bags, brooms, mops, were all laid before him, encompassing everything he could think of, and even some he could not fathom the purpose of. He left no stone unturned, for he had no intention of returning. And if others were to question the emptiness of this section later, they would surely believe that it had been cleared out by someone else. Just glance at Zhou Lin's sled. It was pitifully sparse. Not everything caught Zhou Lin's eye, however. The display of decorative crafts held no appeal for him, as art is often appreciated only after one's hunger has been sated. Consequently, he deemed such embellishments useless. No exquisite artwork could rival a mere expired sausage in practicality. After thoroughly exploring the second floor, Zhou Lin dragged his half-filled sled down to the first. By this time, he had removed his night vision goggles, and the pitch-black market was illuminated by erratic beams of light, revealing a scene of utter disarray. Many counters stood empty, while the area designated for fruits and vegetables was strewn with shards of ice. To Zhou Lin's surprise, there remained a considerable pile of packaged rice, estimated at around 70 to 80 bags, while homeowners diligently transported their finds, some equipped with their own tools, others utilizing shopping carts from the store. Enthusiasm ran high among all. The meat counter was likely the first to be stripped bare, its surface as pristine as if licked clean by a ravenous dog, while the dairy section mirrored this fate, devoid of any eggs. The condiment section appeared slightly more stocked, perhaps due to the priority given to staple foods for flavor pales in comparison to sustenance. A simple bowl of plain rice can be the most delightful fare in times of need. As previously stated by Xiao Hang, the distribution of collected resources will be based on each homeowner's contribution to the effort, meaning that each participant would receive a share. Thus, Zhou Lin began tossing oils, salts, sauces, and teas into his sled, discreetly stashing some away in his personal space as well. Approaching 4 o'clock, the security guard announced that all staple foods had been evacuated, urging everyone to return. Chapter 35, News of Dehydrated Vegetables. The inaugural collective effort of the homeowners in Lanshan community was relatively successful. Upon returning to the community and performing a preliminary inventory, they discovered that they had managed to haul back over 80 bags of rice, among which were over 20 large packages weighing 200 pounds each. Perhaps their weight was the reason these bags had remained in the supermarket. Collectively, the rice amounted to several tons, allowing each participant in this endeavor to receive 100 pounds. No one voiced dissent regarding Xiao Hang's distribution plan. 100 pounds of rice was ample to sustain a family for 1 to 2 months. Moreover, with additional flour and various grains, each individual could expect to receive over 10 pounds, which would easily suffice for a family of 3 for a month or so. Aside from grains, they also collected an abundance of snacks and daily necessities. Yet amidst their joy, the only regret was the scarcity of fruits and vegetables. Prolonged abstinence from fruits and vegetables not only precipitates a decline in immunity, but also renders one susceptible to various ailments. While technological advancements may offer some semblance of supplementation, they ultimately fall short, and not every household is equipped for such measures. As they awaited the distribution of supplies, Huang Minjing edged closer to Zhou Lin and whispered, "Do you still have any dehydrated vegetables at home?" "No," Zhou Lin replied without hesitation, mistakenly believing Huang Minjing was probing for information. Unbeknownst to him, he was entirely mistaken. "I am aware of a warehouse in the logistics park that houses dehydrated vegetables. That batch was originally destined for export, but has yet to be dispatched." Huang Minjing spoke in hushed tones, cognizant of the scarcity of resources. Her motivation for confiding in Zhou Lin stemmed partly from her regard for Chengyali and partly from the prophetic air that the Zhou family exhibited. Although the logistics park was not far from their location under normal circumstances, traversing it now posed considerable challenges. It was likely that throughout the entirety of Jiazhou City, one could scarcely find a vehicle capable of navigating the snowy terrain. Zhou Lin had reflected on this matter, pondering why he had not considered it sooner. Yet, upon further contemplation, he understood that in the southern regions of Summer Nation, acquiring a sled was simply not feasible. Noticing Zhou Lin's silence, Huang Minjing assumed he was skeptical and remarked, "I'll speak to your mother." Without context, Zhou Lin felt as though Huang Minjing was chastising him. Once the supplies were distributed, Xiao Hang commanded the activation of the generator to power the elevator, urging everyone to return home promptly as fuel was limited. At that moment, a homeowner suggested venturing out to procure fuel, noting a nearby gas station and the presence of professionals among the homeowners who possessed expertise in this area. With sufficient fuel, not only could they ensure heating for each household, but at the very least, they could collectively resolve the issue of illumination. Continuing in darkness raised concerns about potential deterioration of vision. For Xiao Hang, this homeowner's proposal was an unexpected boon within his managed group. No one had previously been familiar with gas stations. Let us deliberate. If other homeowners have similar suggestions, They may first transport their items back and then return. Together, we shall strive. The day's success, coupled with a carefully cultivated image, had established a favorable reputation for Shaoheng among many homeowners, prompting several to express their intent to join the discussion shortly. Will you not participate? Huang Minjing inquired, recalling Huang Minjing's earlier comments. Zhou Lin felt an inexplicable impulse and replied, I am but a child. Huang Minjing paused, then could no longer contain herself, erupting into laughter. She then entered the elevator, pulling along a sled laden with supplies, heading home. Cheng Yali paid no heed to the provisions, her sole concern being whether anyone was injured or frostbitten. You too. Take what you can use, she instructed. In the elevator, Zhou Lin retrieved several items specifically intended for Wu Shui and placed them onto the sled. To avoid any awkwardness, he discreetly pulled Cheng Yali aside and inquired whether she knew Huang Minjing. Boss Huang, have you encountered her? Zhou Lin nodded. I almost forgot. Her family resides in our community. Which building do they occupy? Next door, across from us. Zhou Lin indicated the direction of Building 7. She not only recalled that you purchased a substantial quantity of instant food, but also noticed the lights in our tool shed. Oh, what shall we do about that? Dear son, why don't we sneak out tonight and silence them? Zhou Lin's lips twitched as he stared at Cheng Yali, unsure of how to respond. Just kidding, just kidding. With her son safely returned, Cheng Yali felt her spirits lift. After all, their home lacked neither sustenance nor warmth, and 3 short months were but a fleeting moment. Boss Huang was a decent person and unlikely to spread rumors. Though her mother was another matter entirely, she had always exhibited poor sportsmanship during their card games. You play cards with Huang Minjing's mother? How old is she that you still play with her? Ah. Cheng Yali paused briefly before bursting into laughter. You must be mistaken. Boss Huang's mother is from the same generation as me. Boss Huang is quite young, not even 30 yet. Zhou Lin realized he had jumped to conclusions, misled by Huang Minjing's initial remark. Boss Huang is quite impressive. Her father passed away 5 years ago. Cheng Yali recounted Huang Minjing's rise to success for half an hour, then expressed her dissatisfaction with her own son, who at 25 or 26 was still a waste of potential without a wife, had it not been for his rebirth. With no choice but to pivot the conversation, Zhou Lin quickly mentioned that Huang Minjing might come to discuss the dehydrated vegetables at the logistics park. There was indeed a company dedicated to exports, and his mother had even visited their cultivation grounds, where no pesticides or fertilizers were used. She had scoffed at the notion that people from the island could obtain such organic vegetables while they could not. Guess what the company told me? They said it's mainly because it's expensive. If there really were a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables, she would certainly want to procure some. Serve them right. Mom, please don't agree to anything hastily. We lack transportation. While Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali deliberated in their room, Wu Shui and Zhou Li busied themselves sorting supplies around the sled. The staple rice was set aside, while Zhou Li organized all the snacks into the living room coffee table and snack cabinet, only to discover quite a few intimate garments belonging to women. With Zhou Li's sharp wit, she chuckled upon glancing at the sizes of the clothing. Sister-in-law, if you wish for others to remain unaware, one must refrain from wrongdoing. You can take these. Aren't you an auntie interested? In truth, Wu Shui was not particularly lacking in such garments, but thought it prudent to prepare more, as future availability was uncertain. Alas, a small horse cannot bear a large saddle. My brother must have already forgotten me. The peach blossoms are nowhere to be found, while the familiar face continues to smile in the spring breeze. Wu Shui's face darkened. Shaoli, you seem to have misread the situation. Really? But I see the spring breeze on your face, Shaoli teased. Ah, don't hit me. I'm leaving, brother, help. Help. Sister-in-law is going to beat me. This playful banter lightened the atmosphere at home, particularly for Cheng Yali, who couldn't help but nudge Zhou Lin. Were you planning to move in together? Chapter 36. A mother and daughter apart from the world. Huang Minjing's home was far from the warmth of Zhou Lin's family. In the living room, there stood an imposing fireplace, ablaze with large logs. However, upon surveying the surroundings, one could scarcely discern any furniture. A thick leather mat lay before the fireplace, where Huang Minjing's mother reclined, her eyelids drooping, too weary to rise even at the sound of the door opening, offering only a feeble greeting. Mother, there's food ready. Wait for me. I shall prepare porridge for you. There was no one else in the house. Since Huang Minjing's father passed away 5 years ago, her mother, overwhelmed by grief, lost all desire to manage the factory, leaving the entire burden on Huang Minjing, who was then pursuing her master's degree. Ultimately, she juggled work and studies, exhausting herself to the brink of collapse. Following her thesis defense, Huang Minjing devoted herself entirely to the factory, sometimes residing there, not only stabilizing the faltering business, but also expanding it significantly, eventually becoming the leading enterprise in the convenient food sector across Bashu. At the level Huang Minjing had reached in her career, personal issues were repeatedly set aside. Busyness was one reason, while concern over others' ulterior motives was another. Fortunately, her mother was relatively open-minded, refraining from incessantly troubling her about such matters. Yet, no one anticipated the onset of the apocalypse. Within mere days of the endless night descending, both mother and daughter deeply felt the absence of a man in the household. With no food left and hesitant to venture outside to seek assistance, Huang Minjing was left with no choice but to chop up the expensive wooden furniture in their home. Luckily, her late father had a particular fondness for wooden furnishings, which allowed the fireplace to burn until now. Even so, the wooden sofa, dining table, bookshelf, desk, chairs in the study, and even the lounge chair on the balcony, along with the solid wood bed in the bedroom, had all been consumed by the flames. If they continued, they would have to pry up the solid wood flooring. The porridge, infused with millet and corn fragments, simmered enticingly, and the mother and daughter savored a large pot, nestled beside the fireplace, their faces reflecting contentment. "Mother, today I encountered the son of Boss Chung." "That Boss Chung? The one you often play cards with?" "Their family owns a farm where you used to love their grain-fed chickens and eggs." "Have you forgotten?" Huang Minjing's mother squinted, recollecting. "Oh, are you interested in him?" "That wouldn't do. There's a generational gap." "What are you thinking?" Huang Minjing rolled her eyes at her mother. "There's something I've never told you. I have a feeling that Boss Cheng's family must have anticipated this situation. Do you know how much stock she procured for me recently?" "How much?" "Various types and flavors. She ordered a staggering 300,000 worth of goods. Their family doesn't even have a distribution business." 300,000. If it were for personal consumption, it would take them 3 to 5 years to finish. Even though Huang Minjing's factory produced a range of convenient foods at varying prices, the factory gate price was not exorbitant. 300,000 worth of goods filled an entire truck, delivered directly to the Zhou family's warehouse in the logistics park. Wasn't that warehouse burned down? Huang Minjing's mother suddenly recalled, having intended to call Chung Yali to offer comfort after hearing the news, though she could never get through. "I refuse to believe it." Huang Minjing shook her head. Had it not been for the subsequent catastrophe, she might not have harbored any suspicions. However, from the moment she laid eyes on Zhou Lin, she was convinced that the fire at the warehouse was undoubtedly a ruse orchestrated by the Zhou family. In truth, anyone with a modicum of sense could connect Zhou Saijuan's closure of the breeding farm with Chung Yali's frenzied procurement, leading to conclusions akin to Huang Minjing's. The future remained uncertain, yet Huang Minjing was resolute. Unless the calamity subsided, the two of them would not be able to progress far on their own. Today, the property management could still organize a collective effort to gather supplies. But what about the next time? How many supermarkets in the vicinity could they raid collectively? Without organized action, what would happen when their home supplies of food, drink, and warmth dwindled? Would she dare venture out alone? Moreover, the disaster had only just begun. Today, Huang Minjing overheard that the government did not anticipate any short-term alleviation of the crisis, and the shelters established by the state were already at full capacity. Having endured numerous ruthless commercial battles, Huang Minjing recognized that when one is isolated and vulnerable, it becomes imperative to forge alliances with the powerful. Chung Yali was of good character, evident even at the card table. Her husband, old Zhou, was also a decent man, and their son would likely not be a scoundrel. If one wished to test the waters, she would not oppose it. Huang Minjing's mother nodded in agreement, cautioning that the location of their last batch of goods should not be carelessly divulged. "Of course not," Huang Minjing replied with a smile. Jiaing Company had a shipment of dehydrated vegetables destined for the island nation, which had not yet been transported before the disaster struck and remained in the logistics park warehouse. This batch of dehydrated vegetables could serve to gauge Zhou Lin's intentions and was also poised to become a vital resource, rivaling staple foods in importance. With a plan in place, Huang Minjing scarcely allowed herself a moment's respite. After ensuring her mother was settled, she hurried downstairs toward the Zhou residence. Upon her arrival, she found Zhou Lin drenched in sweat at the gym, leaving the reception duties to Chung Yali. Thanks to their previous rapport, Huang Minjing was permitted direct entry into the house, where she was immediately struck by the warmth. The living room lacked visible heating devices or smoke. indicating that the Zhou household possessed a complete and functioning heating system. Huang Minjing's thoughts immediately turned to the tool room on the rooftop terrace. The Zhou family must have stockpiled a considerable supply of coal. Just moments ago, my son mentioned you, Boss Huang. Cheng Yali's ability to handle interpersonal relations was unquestionable, unless it was someone she disdained. The two women exchanged pleasantries, and Wu Shui, perceptively, brought in tea and then discreetly withdrew. Let's refrain from calling each other boss. We are all refugees now, Huang Minjing remarked with a smile, before promptly addressing the matter at hand and expressing her desire to collaborate. I truly cannot make that decision. The son is no longer under the mother's control. Zhou Lin, come here. Dressed in athletic gear, Zhou Lin appeared in the living room, towel in hand. He was somewhat taken aback by Huang Minjing's presence. Had he known the young boss Huang was so youthful, he would have changed in a more appropriate attire. It was not an attempt to impress Huang Minjing, merely a sense of impropriety. Are you still working out? Huang Minjing was somewhat astonished. What kind of family still dares to exercise nowadays? Is food free? Idly passing time. Zhou Lin wiped the sweat from his brow and sat beside Cheng Yali. Mom, have you all reached an agreement? Reach an agreement? How could I discuss anything when you're not here? Huang Minjing replied. The implication from Boss Huang was that neither of our families could possibly manage the warehouse of dehydrated vegetables. She had no one she could trust in this community and suggested that you consider negotiating with the property management, as unity in numbers could yield strength. Property management? Zhou Lin thought of Xiao Heng, unaware that Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were also part of the property team, having merely been absent last time. I disagree, he stated after a moment's consideration. Why? Huang Minjing remained composed, not reacting negatively to Zhou Lin's refusal to collaborate with the property management, instead patiently awaiting his reasoning. I do not trust them, Zhou Lin replied candidly. Collaboration demands efficiency. If you lack even this modicum of trust in me, then there is no point in continuing our discussions. Cheng Yali remained silent, tacitly endorsing Zhou Lin's stance. Huang Minjing fell into deep contemplation, not doubting Zhou Lin, but reflecting on whether there was information unknown to her that influenced Zhou Lin's distinctly different perception of the seemingly acceptable property management. As an entrepreneur, one cannot be excessively obstinate, especially in the absence of information. Hastily drawn conclusions could lead to failure. In peaceful times, failure might only result in financial loss. However, in the current climate, it could be a matter of life and death. Could you elaborate on your reasoning? Zhou Lin shook his head. Had Huang Minjing agreed without hesitation, he would have granted her more trust. Yet, her inquiry indicated that their collaboration might only occur this once. Unless Huang Minjing's actions in the future could alter his perspective, such a change would be difficult to achieve. It's just a gut feeling, Zhou Lin said, his expression shifting from joviality to seriousness. If you decide to involve the property management, I will choose to withdraw from this matter. Taken aback by Zhou Lin's resolute stance, Huang Minjing found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she looked towards Cheng Yali for assistance. All right, we haven't made a decision yet, Cheng Yali interjected. By the way, son, don't you have a walkie-talkie? Give one to Boss Huang. It would facilitate communication, especially in this frigid weather with no electricity. It's quite dangerous for her to be going back and forth. Zhou Lin certainly did not regard a mere walkie-talkie as something precious. Moreover, military-grade products were reliable in both performance and function, as long as the main unit remained in his possession. He had complete control over when Huang Minjing could use it and what she could or could not hear. At that moment, no one foresaw that this device would soon prove its worth. After Huang Minjing departed, Cheng Yali inquired if Zhou Lin had detected any issues with the property management. Zhou Lin could not provide a specific answer. Xiaoli, you come here. Xiaoli emerged from the room, rolling her eyes at Zhou Lin, and remarked, those outside our kin are bound to have differing intentions. The property management and the homeowners maintain a relationship of mutual indifference. Can't you communicate properly, you girl? Had she not been her own flesh and blood, Cheng Yali would have undoubtedly wished to strike Zhou Li dead. Fully aware of her limited education, yet still brandishing grandiloquent words. Trust in me, and you shall attain eternal life. Eternal life. Eternal life. I command you to live forever. In Cheng Yali's realm, there was no discrimination between genders. She had always been a proponent of fairness. Whether it was Zhou Lin or Zhou Li, the force of her slap would be equally felt without distinction. Zhou Li, overwhelmed, fled with her hands clasped over her head, all the while crying out that Cheng Yali was devoid of martial ethics. urging her to take care. Wu Shui, observing from the side, stifled her amusement. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin returned to the gym to continue his workout, still unprepared. Suddenly, the room was pierced by Huang Minjing's cries. "Help! Murder! Help!" Wu Shui was the first to hear, and with remarkable speed, she dashed toward the gym, nearly colliding with Zhou Lin as he rushed out. "It's Boss Huang. I'll check it out," he declared, swiftly donning his polar combat gear and bolting outside. At that moment, Cheng Yali's voice rang out from above, cautioning, "Be careful. Bring a weapon." Even amidst chaos, Zhou Lin took a moment to glance at the surveillance monitor before opening the door, ensuring no one lurked outside. Caution is the mother of safety. In a world on the brink of collapse, one could never be too careful. The elevator was out of service, so Huang Minjing must have taken the stairs. Zhou Lin gauged her speed, surmising she had only just reached the ground floor, though he entertained other possibilities as well. As he bounded down the stairs, it felt less like descending and more akin to leaping from a height. He cleared a flight of stairs in just 2 strides, his body unscathed, a feat unimaginable before his evolution. A misstep then could have led to broken bones or worse. On the 2nd floor, he heard voices, specifically a woman's shrill cries mingled with the deep tones of 2 men. "Let go of me. I am the resident. Where's the security? We are the security. What of it? Your good fortune to attract my attention. Who would bother in this weather?" Zhou Lin could scarcely believe the audacity of the security. He understood that as the apocalypse loomed, societal order would inevitably disintegrate, but this descent into chaos was alarmingly swift. Switching off his flashlight and donning night vision goggles, Zhou Lin cautiously emerged from the stairwell, spotting 3 figures entangled in a struggle. A flashlight lay discarded at their feet, presumably belonging to Huang Minjing, while another, still aglow, was clutched by one of the men. In the dimly lit corridor, the poorly powered flashlight barely illuminated the scene. Unless the beam directly swept across them, they remained oblivious to Zhou Lin's presence. Given the circumstances, he chose to conceal his identity, drawing forth a collapsible baton to test its weight before striking decisively at the flashlight held by the man. With a resounding crack, accompanied by the man's anguished scream, the flashlight shattered, plunging the surroundings into deeper darkness. Without hesitation, Zhou Lin seized Huang Minjing's flashlight, extinguishing it, leaving only him with the ability to see. The 2 men, caught off guard by the sudden attack, were in a state of panic, their attention diverted from Huang Minjing. They threatened with harsh voices while fumbling for the staircase they remembered, mistakenly believing that both Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing were equally blind to their surroundings. In stark contrast, Huang Minjing maintained her composure. Having just regained her freedom, she instinctively crouched down, wrapping her arms around her head, thus minimizing her physical presence. In the enveloping darkness, this self-protective gesture was undoubtedly the wisest choice, as a smaller profile would reduce the likelihood of being targeted by indiscriminate aggression. Amidst the chaos caused by the 2 frenzied security guards, Zhou Lin silently approached Huang Minjing and whispered, "Boss Huang, do not speak. Follow me." Upon hearing his voice, Huang Minjing instinctively lifted her head, but alas, it was still pitch black. Nevertheless, she recognized Zhou Lin's voice and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Zhou Lin grasped her right hand, gently pulling her to her feet before they descended the staircase together. The lighting in the lobby below was significantly better, allowing Huang Minjing to finally discern Zhou Lin's silhouette. "Thank you. It seems you were right. I was indeed naive," she exclaimed. "No need for thanks. It's too cold outside. Let us head to the garage," he replied. "Is it safe in the garage?" Huang Minjing asked, clutching Zhou Lin's hand tightly. "I will ensure you get back safely," he assured her, uncertain of whether any property management personnel were present in the underground parking lot. Zhou Lin refrained from turning on his flashlight. With his guidance and timely reminders, Huang Minjing navigated the space without much difficulty. Although the temperature in the garage was slightly warmer, the air was stale and devoid of light. Even with a flashlight, she would have hesitated to venture down alone. "It feels like descending into hell," Huang Minjing remarked. Chapter 38, Rescuing Others. Hell is empty. Before switching on the flashlight, Zhou Lin first stowed away his night vision goggles. He had anticipated needing some time to adjust, yet he discovered it was not as he had imagined. For Huang Minjing, perhaps only the area illuminated by the flashlight represented light, but Zhou Lin could see a much larger expanse around the beam, including the shadowy corners with remarkable clarity. Was it evolution that had enhanced his senses? Zhou Lin contemplated testing his vision in complete darkness later. The distance from the underground garage to Building 7 was not far, merely a matter of minutes. But to avoid any unforeseen incidents, Zhou Lin insisted on accompanying Huang Minjing. "I am truly grateful," she said, adjusting her tattered clothing. The hallway, thanks to the chimney effect, felt considerably colder. "Do you not have warmer clothing?" Zhou Lin inquired. Huang Minjing offered a sorrowful smile and shook her head. She was not lacking in funds, yet lacking the adventurous spirit of a mountaineer. She had not prepared specialized cold weather attire. Even her fur coat prioritized fashion over function, making it cumbersome for any modifications. "I'll check at home and prepare something suitable for you." "We must act swiftly," Zhou Lin replied. He refrained from questioning Huang Minjing about the potential involvement of property management. Wise individuals often communicate through unspoken understanding. If she were the type to insist on such matters, he would not have descended to rescue her in the first place. "Would 10 o'clock tomorrow morning be acceptable for our departure?" Huang Minjing gritted her teeth and said, "When the time comes, I'll be using the walkie-talkie. So you need to come up to fetch me. Where shall we meet? At the entrance of your building, perhaps?" "All right. Upon arrival, shall we rest for a while inside?" "No need." Zhou Lin declined Huang Minjing's invitation, returning the flashlight. "How will you navigate without a flashlight?" "I have one," Zhou Lin replied, turning into the corridor. His voice swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Although Huang Minjing perceived no light, she could hear the resolute sound of Zhou Lin's footsteps fading away. Indeed, he could see. A smile crept across Zhou Lin's face in the dark. His evolution had indeed enhanced his senses, at least in terms of vision. He was confident he could rival any feline creature. Though the images were somewhat blurred, they sufficed for him to descend the stairs without stumbling. One could only imagine that in such an environment, encountering an enemy would place Zhou Lin in an advantageous position. Unless the adversary possessed equally keen senses or night vision capabilities, which was highly unlikely. As Zhou Lin joyfully made his way home, Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao were engaged in mutual complaints. Sun Chenghao supported his left hand with his right, revealing that his left hand had been deformed, with fingers twisted at various angles, red and purple. "What on earth happened? Didn't you notice someone was coming? I'm not equipped with dog-like hearing. Didn't you hear it either?" Although Tang Yili initially felt a twinge of guilt, he eventually grew weary of Sun Chenghao's incessant nagging. "Why should I coddle you? I'm not a woman. I was merely trying to catch that woman first." Sun Chenghao retorted, eyes wide. "Isn't it your own fault? You get distracted by a woman, and look what happened. If you hadn't tried to take advantage, would you have been hit? You totally deserved it. Am I the only one trying to take advantage? You're no different. I was just making a comment. You were the one who went up to entangle her. And you even thought of using a packet of instant noodles to win her over. How ridiculous. What is wrong with a packet of instant noodles?" Tang Yili's gulp. "Offering a pack of instant noodles shows I respect her. Believe it or not, I could spend an entire day with just a packet of noodles. Enough of this bickering. Let us find a doctor first and see if we can fix my hand. Damn, I can't feel it. We'll have to consult the boss." "You better be polite." Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao had known each other for many years, and bickering was quite normal. However, abandoning him was not an option. "Doctor?" Xiao Hang glanced at Sun Chenghao's hand, unable to resist asking how it had happened, unwilling to disclose the truth. Sun Chenghao and Tang Yili had agreed to say it was an accident with a door. "You got your hand mangled by a door? Are you out of your mind?" If Xiao Hang had previously pretended to be genteel in front of Sun Chenghao, he had now laid his cards on the table. All that pretentious politeness was cast aside. "I'm just a rough man, and if you don't listen, you want to eat. If you don't listen, you can go out and starve." Yet even a piece of toilet paper, though useful, would lose its efficacy if torn, while it wouldn't be entirely useless. One would certainly think twice before using it for personal hygiene. To preserve the utility of this toilet paper for Sun Chenghao, Xiao Hang opened his notebook. As a property manager, how could he not understand his clientele? In the community, Xiao Hang has diligently recorded the backgrounds and professions of every resident and their immediate family in a small notebook. Our neighborhood comprises a total of 8 households in this regard. As for Building 8, with its 16 floors, it is best left alone due to its inhabitants' elusive nature. However, one might consider visiting Unit 301 in Building 2. Both residents are physicians specializing in traditional Chinese medicine. The husband operates a physiotherapy clinic which appears to be thriving. Although one cannot ascertain his actual skills, one must hope for the best. Remember to bring some gifts as offerings when you visit Captain Zhang. This is a one-time exception. The strategy of employing both the carrot and the stick is one that Xiao Hang has mastered. Sun Qinghao feels as though he sees through Xiao Hang's tactics, but finds it inappropriate to voice his thoughts, while Tang Yili is immensely grateful. Nearly compelled to bow to Xiao Hang upon learning that the gifts require no contribution from them. At this moment, which landlord has any surplus? The moonlight? The sunlight? No. For Tang Yili, it is a consistent struggle for sustenance. Upon returning home, Zhou Lin found himself expending considerable effort in explanation. He had simplified his discourse sufficiently, yet it still astonished Cheng Yali, who promptly turned to the intercom to comfort Huang Minjing. Although framed as consolation, her true intent was to hear Huang Minjing praise Zhou Lin. After all, isn't the purpose of bearing a son to instill pride and joy? Otherwise, one might as well give birth to a mere placenta and dispose of it in the toilet. Sister-in-law, do you now believe? Those who trust in me shall attain eternal life. Homeowners shall never be enslaved. Being addressed as sister-in-law in Zhou Lin's presence made Wu Shui feel somewhat bashful. Stealing a glance at Zhou Lin, she noticed his indifference, which prompted her to take hold of his arm in exasperation. Huh, what's that about? Off to the health check. As Zhou Lin was dragged away by Wu Shui, Zhou Li's eyes glinted with mischief as she beckoned over He Zai. The bewildered He Zai assumed there might be a treat awaiting him, only to find Zhou Li fastening a camera around his neck. To capture the elusive tiger, one must venture into its lair. Let us document everything. A wayward son returning is priceless. Initially indifferent, He Zai could not resist when Zhou Li revealed a piece of beef jerky. Even with his pride intact, he succumbed to the temptation, stealthily inching towards the gym, his head almost entirely inside. Wow, how are you so impressive? Your heart rate has dropped again with the same exercise intensity. You've gained an inch. At this rate, you want to transform into Guadacidin, will you? Goodness, how firm. Who can withstand this? Perhaps every seemingly tranquil little fairy conceals a devil within her heart. Zhou Lin was oblivious to Wu Shui's thoughts. All he knew was that he could not afford to think of anything at this moment. Chapter 39. The logistics park is akin to a vast snowy expanse. For those living in a post-apocalyptic world, today brings a piece of good news. The snow has ceased. Although the temperature has not risen, the cessation of snowfall means that many need not worry about awakening to find their homes buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, nor the possibility of succumbing to asphyxiation in their sleep. Prepared once more, Zhou Lin set out. He had just been in contact with Huang Minjing, who was also readying herself. While dehydrated vegetables may not hold immediate significance, their importance will undoubtedly become increasingly pronounced as time progresses. After traversing the underground garage, Zhou Lin finally retrieved his sled. Once again, the elevator was out of service, and he was certainly not foolish enough to carry a suitcase nearly half his height up the stairs, his winter gear and snow boots in tow. In the desolate lobby, Zhou Lin unfolded the sled and began to retrieve the items he had prepared in advance for Huang Minjing. He felt immensely grateful. Huang Minjing, though merely a collaborator, was somewhat overwhelmed with emotion. Women tend to be more sentimental, easily moved by acts of kindness in dire situations, leading to promises of undying loyalty or vows of devotion in another life. As they exited the lobby, the security guard spotted them and promptly notified Xiao Hang. That boy from his Zhou family, what was his name again? Xiao Hang pondered whether they were off to gather supplies. He decided to wait and see if they would return. The main gate of the community was locked, but a small iron gate nearby could be opened from the inside. As Zhou Lin passed through this gate, he glanced back. Despite the pervasive gloom, he felt an unsettling sensation that someone was watching him from the shadows. It could be Xiao Hang or someone from property management. Zhou Lin dismissed the thought. He simply wished to avoid revealing too much too soon. However, should anyone dare to provoke him or his family, much like the previous encounter with those roadblock thugs, he would not hold back. Huang Minjing's field of vision was quite limited. Zhou Lin had refused to use a flashlight or emergency lights, as that would easily attract unwanted attention. How can we proceed in such darkness? She inquired. You'll ride, Zhou Lin replied, gesturing toward the sled on the ground. He had calculated the distance between their locations, Huang Minjing's speed, and her stamina, ultimately concluding that it would take at least 12 hours, not accounting for delays in the warehouse. This was unacceptable to Zhou Lin. Thus, he resolved to pull Huang Minjing along, confident that with his current strength and endurance, he could reduce the journey to 8 hours. Then an idea struck him. Skiing? As a southerner, he had never skied before, But in his past life, during the apocalypse, he had desperately learned the skill for survival. With the skis on, his speed significantly increased, but it required both strength and technique to maneuver the skis while dragging a rudimentary sled at a swift pace. During the day, the minimal light filtering through the swirling snow was insufficient for ordinary visibility, yet Zhou Lin could discern objects clearly within 100 meters. This visibility would suffice for driving. He refrained from pushing himself to his physical limits, however, as the wind was too fierce. While Zhou Lin could endure the chill of movement, Huang Minjing, nestled within the sled, was not so fortunate. She had nearly buried herself within it, shivering uncontrollably from the cold. "Stop, let us take a break." Huang Minjing's voice trembled after half an hour. She feared that if they did not pause to warm up, she might freeze solid before they reached the logistics center. "We've covered about a third of the distance," Zhou Lin remarked, exhaling a long plume of mist that curled and dissipated in the frigid air. "You're really fast. Aren't you tired?" Huang Minjing asked. "I'm managing," he replied. Zhou Lin inserted a chocolate candy bar into his mouth. The most striking similarity between evolvers and special ability users is their insatiable appetite. When they remain inactive and do not utilize their abilities, it is manageable. However, once they engage or activate their powers, they resemble insatiable food-devouring machines, often consuming without pause. At times, Zhou Lin mused that perhaps not allowing everyone to transform into evolvers or special ability users is a form of protection for this world. After all, resources are finite, and there is not enough to sustain the voracious consumption of evolvers and special ability users. From the map, Zhou Lin surmised that he was situated in a commercial center, with the iconic twin towers less than 50 meters away. Given that these were office buildings, it was likely that the occupants evacuated following the calamity, as he had not glimpsed a single illuminated window. Suddenly, Zhou Lin recalled the official shelters. In his previous life, he had not been in Jiazhou, so he was unaware of the precise locations of these shelters. However, as a local, he could speculate on a few potential sites, as those areas were once renowned for their civil defense structures. 2 of these locations had even been developed in underground shopping malls. In addition to these large shelters, hospitals and state-owned factories from earlier times also had their own civil defense facilities. As long as they had not been demolished or buried, they should still serve as shelters today, given that they were originally designed to withstand potential nuclear warfare. If they could withstand such a cataclysm as nuclear devastation, then the mere threat of extreme cold would surely be inconsequential. Ultimately, the significant decline in population was primarily due to the scarcity of resources. Thus, during this expedition to the logistics park, Zhou Lin had his own plans beyond merely acquiring dehydrated vegetables. However, he would certainly need to avoid Huang Minjing. The matter concerning space was a closely guarded secret among the Zhou family. Not even Huang Minjing or Wu Shui were privy to it. Perhaps only when special ability users began to emerge would others be deemed worthy of knowing this monumental secret. "Come on, I seem to be functioning again." The two continued their journey, stopping once more to allow Huang Minjing a moment to catch her breath. By noon, Zhou Lin spotted the row of flagpoles at the entrance of the logistics park. Standing over 30 meters tall, less than 2/3 of the flagpoles were visible above the snow. The flags that once adorned them had surely long since vanished, yet the poles remained resolute, as if erected solely to signify the existence of the logistics park. However, apart from these flagpoles, Zhou Lin's field of vision was engulfed by a vast expanse of white snow, reminiscent of the northern landscapes depicted in poetry. It sounded beautiful and romantic, yet neither of them had the heart to appreciate it at that moment. Let me think about the approximate depth below. After halting the sled at the flagpole, Huang Minjing stood up and switched on her flashlight. The warehouses in the logistics park were approximately 9 meters high, all exceeding 10 meters. "I am quite curious. How did you manage to see along the way?" This question had long piqued Huang Minjing's curiosity, and she could no longer contain it. "Perhaps it is because I have a particular fondness for fish," Zhou Lin replied without hesitation. Who would believe that? It mattered not. Zhou Lin believed it himself. Surely, this would not result in him being sliced by Huang Minjing. Let's rather consult the map. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin doubted that Huang Minjing would be able to pinpoint the exact location of the dehydration warehouse in the vast expanse of snow. He feared that a careless guess would merely squander their strength and time. Chapter 40. The Discovery. The benefit of the eternal night was that as long as no light was visible, one could be reasonably certain that there were no nearby people. Even if there were, They could not see what one was doing, unless someone possessed night vision akin to Zhou Lin's. With the aid of a map and a military compass, Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing ultimately identified a specific area. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, digging down should reveal the warehouse storing dehydrated vegetables. Let's begin. Time is of the essence. We shall divide our tasks, Zhou Lin stated. They had previously agreed on their roles. Zhou Lin would excavate the warehouse, while Huang Minjing prepared a makeshift shelter, essentially a snow house. Typically, a warehouse would contain dozens, if not hundreds, of tons of dehydrated vegetables. It would be impossible for just 2 people, or even a group of 10 or 20, to transport it all at once. Furthermore, regardless of whether it snowed again in the future, each time they needed to transport the dehydrated vegetables, they would have to dig and refill a pit to avoid exposing the warehouse. A relatively stable base not only served as a resting place, but also as a storage facility for supplies. Zhou Lin retrieved 2 shovels from the sled and handed one to Huang Minjing, and they began their respective tasks. Although the intensity of their labor differed significantly, by the time Zhou Lin reached the roof of the warehouse, Huang Minjing had only managed to dig a shallow pit, barely deep enough to bury her calves. Time is of the essence, Zhou Lin remarked softly. In a world ravaged by disaster, there was no room for gentility. Those who were starving and freezing would fight desperately for survival, and anyone who lagged behind would be mercilessly abandoned. Huang Minjing also felt the awkwardness of the situation. Yet the snow beneath her was already frozen hard. With Zhou Lin's current physical condition, this level of exertion required no rest, and he quickly uncovered the ventilation window beneath the roof of the warehouse. "I will go down and take a look," he announced, and with that, he knocked open the glass and slipped into the pitch-black interior of the warehouse. Huang Minjing anxiously awaited outside by the window. Inside the warehouse, enveloped in near-total darkness, Zhou Lin had to turn on his flashlight for illumination. What luck! Upon landing, Zhou Lin spotted neatly stacked sealed boxes, all adorned with characters from the island nation and illustrations of various vegetables. He could hardly be mistaken. Each box of dehydrated vegetables weighed 30 kilograms, and if one were to consume a mere 100 grams per meal, it would suffice for an individual for approximately 6 months. The entire warehouse contained no less than 10,000 boxes. Unfortunately, since he was accompanied by Huang Minjing, he could not transport all of it back to the Fuhua warehouse. Zhou Lin decided to take around 2,000 boxes, leaving only a small portion of the warehouse empty, which should not arouse Huang Minjing's suspicions. "Come in, it's safe." Upon seeing the boxes of dehydrated vegetables, tears of joy welled up in Huang Minjing's eyes, and it took her a moment to compose herself before asking Zhou Lin how they would transport the goods back. "What else could we do? I certainly cannot bring out the conqueror to pack everything," he replied. "You go up and continue. This time, let's take 10 boxes back to distribute," Zhou Lin suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Minjing found no better alternative. The journey may not reveal its challenges easily, but once inside the community, the situation becomes precarious. If anyone dares to trust the property management again, they will surely find themselves on Huang Minjing's blacklist. Transporting 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables on a makeshift sled crafted from a suitcase proves to be quite a struggle. Forcing Huang Minjing to sit atop the vegetables while observing Zhou Lin laboriously advancing on his snowboards. Her emotions are a tangled web. During a brief respite, she tends to Zhou Lin with exceptional care, offering him food and water, nearly resorting to chewing the vegetables herself to feed him. "Boss Huang, there's no need for such courtesy," Zhou Lin replies, somewhat taken aback. "Why still call me Boss Huang? If you don't mind, just call me Sister Huang. Or even my name will suffice," she insists. Zhou Lin begins to grasp her sentiment and quickly suggests, "That should be enough. Let us move on, or we want to make it by tonight." "Very well, but you must come to my home tomorrow. I will cook for you," she offers. "No need. It's not a burden," Zhou Lin responds, exerting himself to pull the sled. Once they pick up speed, Huang Minjing dares not utter a word. The cold is too biting. As they pass a building, suddenly beams of light converge upon Zhou Lin and the sled. This is bad. Zhou Lin swiftly discards the snow barrier and draws his weapon. In the next moment, he sees 7 or 8 figures rushing out from the building, each armed with various implements. Though the light is dim, Zhou Lin discerns that they wield either baseball bats or kitchen knives. "Don't move. Leave your belongings. We do not wish to kill. Do not resist." Perhaps due to the recent onset of the apocalypse, this band of robbers maintains a semblance of humanity, but it could also be mere pretense. Who can guarantee they won't resort to murder if resistance is relinquished? Huang Minjing is rendered speechless by the tension. She has never encountered such a scenario and is utterly at a loss. Observing that the assailants are unarmed, Zhou Lin holsters his pistol and approaches the foremost man, wielding a raised kitchen knife. Narrowing his eyes, he throws a punch. His fist, the size of a sand bowl, makes a resounding crack as it strikes the man's solar plexus. There is no notion of mercy here. Even in peacetime, such an action would be justifiable. Multiple layers of winter clothing and thermal gear cannot entirely absorb the force of the blow. Through thick fabric, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing resonates. The man with the knife opens his mouth as if to speak, yet his eyes instantly fill with blood, swelling and gradually losing their luster. As he collapses, the 5 men behind him halt in their tracks. They are merely ordinary individuals. And when faced with the undeniable might of a blow typically reserved for the realm of cinematic heroism, who could muster the courage to attack Zhou Lin? Instinctively, humans are inclined towards self-preservation. Gulp. One man swallows hard, retreating slowly. There is no negotiation. The cold is too severe, and speaking is a waste of warmth. Once they ascertain that Zhou Lin does not pursue them, the 5 men gradually back away, ultimately fleeing. Is it over? Are they dead? The beam of the gathered flashlight vanished, prompting Huang Minjing to finally switch it on. She illuminated the man lying on the ground, his face already encrusted with frost, and incredulously inquired, "Let us go." Zhou Lin shook his head. If it weren't for the burden of Huang Minjing, he would have undoubtedly joined those individuals rushing into the building, not out of a desire to kill. He was not that cold-blooded or brutal, but rather to ascertain how they had discovered him and Huang Minjing. Without resolving this issue, the next time they encountered this group, it was possible they would employ ranged weapons. Firearms, bows, or slingshots, who could say? But it was certain they would. Even though Zhou Lin had just demonstrated his prowess, when faced with starvation and a desperate gamble for survival, he too would choose the latter, unless they were kept from seeing him. To achieve this goal, he needed to first understand how they had done it. Dragging the sled, they continued on their way. As they approached the community entrance, Huang Minjing jumped off the sled, preparing to open the door. "Don't turn on the light. Let me handle it," Zhou Lin suddenly suggested. "Why not? Isn't it's safe now that we're at the community?" Chapter 41, Abilities Upgrade. Indeed, they had gone out to gather supplies. From the window of the property management office, Xiao Hang, utilizing a device, peered through the layers of darkness to see Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing entering. How did those two end up together? Cao Hang Muset Alao. Beside him, Huang Xiefeng, dressed in security attire, quickly inquired whether they should send someone to ask them. "Ask what?" Xiao Hang, fiddling with the night vision goggles, observed, "This device is quite good. See if that kid has any more." "None left," Huang Xiefeng replied. "That kid is on the brink of starvation. He'll spill everything, even the photos he took of the female homeowners." "Photos? Excellent. Let me see them first. Which building are they from?" Xiao Hang narrowed his eyes with interest. As for Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing going out to gather supplies, Xiao Hang was not particularly concerned. How much could that sled carry? It wouldn't last them long. As long as they kept a close watch, they could send someone to follow them the next time they ventured out, and they would have everything they needed. "Let me help you take it upstairs." Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing arrived at the lobby of Building 7, each taking half of the 10 packages of dehydrated vegetables. Huang Minjing initially intended to take only 3 packages, but Zhou Lin, feeling compassionate, insisted on splitting them evenly. Considering Huang Minjing's strength and the potential time wasted, Zhou Lin handed her a metal baton to guard the sled. As Zhou Lin effortlessly carried 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Minjing involuntarily swallowed hard. Who said women couldn't crave? She was indeed craving at this moment, especially since Zhou Lin had returned in less than 5 minutes, a speed that left her astonished. "Are you even human?" Zhou Lin replied. "If you keep exercising, you can do it too. Trust in science." In truth, he hadn't actually carried 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables up 17 flights. It would be foolish not to utilize the warehouse. Had the elderly lady not opened the door slowly, Zhou Lin could have descended even sooner. After dragging the sled back to Building 8 and ensuring the surroundings were clear, Zhou Lin stored the sled away, casually heading upstairs. Only when he reached his front door did he retrieve it, knocking before entering his home. Upon seeing 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, the 4 members of the Zhou family displayed no particular expressions. Thus far, they had lacked for nothing in terms of food and drink. In the words of Cheng Yali, they had not yet tasted the harshness of the apocalypse. Even Yang Chi-Chi, who resided in the tool room and primarily consumed the Zhou family's leftovers, found her diet to be more abundant than that of the majority struggling in the wasteland. Perhaps due to the prolonged comfort of their lives, Yang Chi-Chi felt no gratitude toward Zhou Lin and his family. Instead, her resentment only grew, and she was preoccupied with thoughts of delivering a fatal blow to them. "I'll take a break," Zhou Lin announced, giving a gentle rub to the head of Black Zai before hurriedly returning to his room. In truth, he was not fatigued. The real reason was that his ability was on the verge of upgrading. Symbiosis. Beginner 999-1000. Current symbiotic transport vehicle. Laifu, a large waterborne transport. Available symbiotic transport vehicles. 0. Storage space. 11. Having never experienced it before, Zhou Lin was uncertain about the nature of an ability upgrade. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he locked the door behind him and sat cross-legged in the center of the room. After regulating his breathing and heartbeat, he began to slowly return the pile of supplies he had prepared, starting from the lightest to the heaviest. 1, 2, 3. As he stored approximately 50 kilograms of supplies, Zhou Lin felt a loss of control over his body, as if his soul had entirely detached from it. After a few seconds, or perhaps minutes, he sensed the return of his body. Symbiosis. Intermediate 10,000. Current symbiotic transport vehicle. Laifu, a large waterborne transport. Available symbiotic transport vehicles. 1. Storage space. 12. Strength symbiosis. 25 minutes, 24 hours. Evolution level. 25, 2,514, 10,000. The changes following the upgrade of his ability included an additional quota for symbiotic transport vehicles and storage space, the introduction of a new value termed evolution level, and the acquisition of an active skill, strength symbiosis. His body could attain the strength of the symbiotic transport vehicle, but could only be used once a day, currently lasting 2.5 minutes, aligned with the value of evolution level. Zhou Lin was not surprised by the emergence of evolution level. In his previous life, he had known that ability users would inevitably become evolvers. However, ordinary evolvers likely could not intuitively perceive their own evolution level. This privilege belonged to ability users. He mused that the duration of the strength symbiosis skill might be directly related to the evolution level, assuming the level of the symbiosis skill remained unchanged. The higher the evolution level, the longer the duration of strength symbiosis. Reflecting on this, Zhou Lin found no fault in his reasoning. If strength symbiosis were viewed as a powerful move, its efficacy and duration would indeed rely on his inherent qualities. In other words, he currently possessed 2.5 minutes each day to transform into a steel-bodied figure. Forget firearms. Even a rocket launcher might struggle to inflict harm upon him. Though 2.5 minutes may seem brief, unless in a specific environment, it was ample time for Zhou Lin to escape any perilous situation. If he could not confront them, could he not flee? Overall, he was quite satisfied with the changes brought about by the recent upgrade, particularly the emergence of the evolution degree, which allowed him to visually perceive the results of his diligent training. The levels associated with the evolution degree excited Zhou Lin even further, as he anticipated the progression to higher tiers. The prospect of advancement filled him with an invigorating motivation, making him eager to commence training immediately. However, once the exhilaration subsided, he became acutely aware of a gnawing hunger coursing through his body. Raising his hands, he was startled to find them almost skeletal. Had all his muscles and fat been consumed during the upgrade process? Without a moment to ponder his current appearance or the potential shock he might instill in others, Zhou Lin's singular focus shifted to satisfying his hunger. With a mere thought, a plethora of hamburgers materialized before him. Swallowing hard, he seized one, tore off the packaging, and stuffed it into his mouth. Driven by overwhelming hunger, Zhou Lin transformed into an unrelenting food-devouring machine, consuming hamburger after hamburger. Only when he felt the threat of choking did he pause to gulp down some cola. The hamburgers aboard the Laifu vehicle were impressively large, with increasingly thick patties. Conventionally, a few would surely suffice to satiate someone of Zhou Lin's stature. Yet, astonishingly, he devoured no fewer than 70 or 80 without any sign of his stomach swelling, while his previously emaciated state began to improve, as though the meat within the hamburgers was gradually replenishing him. Eventually, after an indeterminate quantity, Zhou Lin felt his frantic hunger abate, and by then, his physique had nearly returned to normal, Indeed, he appeared taller and more robust than before. The contours of his muscles were now obscured beneath resilient skin, presenting a more aesthetically pleasing appearance than that of a purely bodybuilder-esque physique. Rising to inspect himself in the mirror, Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. The only concern that lingered was the upcoming health examination with Wu Shui. While Zhou Lin was secluded in his room undergoing his upgrade, a convoy appeared at the entrance of Lanshan community. Dozens of bright searchlights illuminated the courtyard, drawing nearly everyone awake in the community to the windows in curiosity. Cheng Yali, Zhou Li, and Wu Shui were among them. Even Zhou Chaojun, who had been recovering and largely inactive, made his way to the specially retained open window to peer down and discern the identity of the visitors responsible for such a spectacle. Chapter 42, The Government Convoy. The sudden appearance of the convoy stirred the entire community. Xiao Hang felt a twinge of anxiety. Everyone, please remain calm. We are the Government Disaster Recovery Command. The command was jointly presided over by the government and stationed military personnel, comprising both soldiers and local department officials. I am Su Yuanji, the director of the Greenery Street office. Is there anyone here who knows me? It turned out to be representatives from the government. The inherent trust the citizens of Xia country held towards their government alleviated the concerns of most in the community, except for those like Xiao Hang, who harbored ulterior motives. A dozen soldiers clad in snow camouflage and fully armed disembarked from the vehicle and entered the community, followed by two individuals in civilian attire. Thanks to the brilliance of the searchlights, nearly everyone in the vicinity could see them clearly. I am Su Yuanji. Is Manager Xiao Hang present? Director Su, it truly is you. Xiao Hang hurriedly approached Su Yuanji to shake his hand. The outside air was chilly. Let's converse inside the hall. Old Huang, please activate the electricity. Did you not notice that Director Su has arrived? A few minutes later, the lights in the property management office illuminated, and the heating system began to operate, gradually raising the temperature. Su Ziyuan and Wu Jinkai had three primary objectives for this outing. Firstly, to demonstrate to those outside the shelter that the nation and government still exist and that social order remains intact. One should not entertain the illusion of lawlessness. Secondly, the state assessed that the disaster would not conclude in the near term, necessitating the expansion and enhancement of the shelter-esque capabilities, which requires the recruitment of talent. Thirdly, to gather supplies. Little Xiao, our time is limited and our tasks are significant. It is crucial that you communicate these 3 points to every resident in the community. The shelter welcomes their enthusiastic applications. All eligible individuals should prepare themselves, as we will arrange for a convoy to pick them up tomorrow. This communication device is entrusted to you. Soon, the state will distribute them in bulk, and everyone will have the opportunity to purchase one. Xiao Hang accepted a device that resembled a brick, wearing a broad smile and nodding repeatedly to assure Su Ziyuan that he would accomplish the task. Outside, the loudspeaker had already broadcast the shelter-S recruitment notice and specific requirements 3 times. The community-S residents, without stepping out of their homes, were already aware of Su Ziyuan's purpose for visiting. Whether anyone was intrigued remained uncertain. However, it was clear that the Zhou family of 4 was not interested. Nor was Wu Shui. It turned out they were recruiting for the shelter, seeking skilled workers and laborers. However, given the current circumstances, many might be inclined to accept any offer for a meal, suggested Zhou Kaijun. Not necessarily. Zhou Li shook her head. People act in their own interests. The shelter is not an idyllic paradise. There are plenty who are physically present, yet mentally elsewhere. The other 3 individuals struggled to comprehend Zhou Li's point, but they were accustomed to such exchanges. At that moment, Zhou Lin finally emerged. He had just realized that, with the enhancement of his abilities and physical evolution, his resistance to the cold had significantly improved. However, to avoid startling others, he reluctantly donned a jacket. Meanwhile, Cheng Yali was exclaiming that he would catch a cold, which was quite serious. Isn't there a doctor here? It's really not that cold, Wu Shui remarked, tilting her head as she scrutinized Zhou Lin. I feel you've changed a bit. Really? Perhaps it's due to my recent exercise, Zhou Lin denied. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali exchanged discreet glances before shifting the topic. Su Ziyuan led the convoy away, and the community fell back into silence and darkness, as if one could hear many sighs. When would such days come to an end? The lights in the property management office remained lit. As Xiao Hang examined the communication device, it appeared to be infused with a distinctly Russian style, likely a hastily assembled prototype, a combination of an ordinary smartphone, a satellite communication module, and an oversized power bank. Perhaps to conserve energy, its functions were rather limited, featuring only calls, text messages, and a rudimentary chat application that allowed for one-on-one private conversations, categorized into shelter, regional, and national segments. However, activating the national section requires permission. After registering, Xiaoheng discovered that he could not yet access the national section. Yet, as he gazed upon the myriad of messages within the shelter and regional sections, he felt a profound sense of returning to a civilized era, nearly moved to tears. He informed his brothers that they would enjoy a good meal today, then went door to door to notify and encourage the homeowners in their community. Sign up for the shelter? Huang Xiefeng inquired. Xiaoheng tilted his head, casting a glance at Huang Xiefeng. Are you foolish? Of course, we should encourage them to stay and become self-reliant. However, we must do our utmost to drive away the troublemakers. And the family with the surname Huang on the top floors of Building 8 and Building 7 must not be allowed to leave. Consequently, Huang Xiefeng could only serve as the deputy captain of the security team, his understanding lagging behind the urgency of the situation, even questioning why it was essential to retain these two families. Are you really that dim-witted? Oh, forget I asked. Have you forgotten how they once ventured out alone and returned with a truckload of supplies? Do you think one could easily find a truckload of supplies outside now? Xiaoheng tapped Huang Xiefeng on the head, urging him to move quickly. I want to see which homeowners are considering leaving. This is my territory. They cannot depart at will. As a well-read enthusiast of countless apocalyptic novels, Xiaoheng felt a sense of protagonist within himself. And Lanshan was his launching pad. Both resources and people were under his command. The recent announcements from the shelter's convoy had indeed stirred interest among some homeowners. A few days, or even a week, might be bearable for most, but what if it continued indefinitely? The government has begun to expand the shelters, indicating a lack of faith in the improvement of the disaster situation. Wise individuals should follow in the footsteps of the government rather than attempt to stand out. As for the quality of life within the shelter, it may not be ideal, but it would at least provide sustenance, and surely one would not succumb to the cold? In the event of death, there would always be someone to bury them, right? Huang Minjing's mother believed they should head to the shelter. Huang Minjing was also swayed, ultimately reaching out to Cheng Yali. However, Cheng Yali was reluctant to voice her opinion on this matter. When it came to purchasing clothing, bags, or even cars and houses, differing opinions held little weight. After all, it was merely money. But for decisions that could affect life and death, it was best to make one's own choices. Jiang Ye, do you intend to go to the shelter? Since Cheng Yali remained silent, Huang Minjing decided to adopt a roundabout approach, mirroring her. When Cheng Yali unequivocally stated her refusal, Huang Minjing understood. Then we shall not go either, Cheng Jie. From now on, my mother and I will follow your lead. What do you mean? Cheng Yali, holding her walkie-talkie, was perplexed. What does following me entail? Not that Cheng Jie, I have a stockpile of instant food in an absolutely secure location. Around 50 tons. Let us not discuss following each other. We are merely helping one another, mutually beneficial. If you require anything urgently from my end, please let me know. Cheng Yali softened her tone. Do you have any excess coal or charcoal? I've been burning the floorboards for fuel. Chapter 43, Racing Against Time. She needs coal? What could she offer in exchange? Cheng Yali spoke about the matter of 50 tons of fast food stock, yet she conceded that Huang Minjing might be speaking untruths. Nevertheless, the allure of those 50 tons of fast food is indeed immense. According to Zhou Lin's account of the apocalyptic progression, the future value of this stock is beyond estimation. She merely mentioned it, and even if it exists, she would not easily part with it. Zhou Lin shook his head, having discerned after several encounters with Huang Minjing that she was no ordinary woman. Could a simple individual manage to turn a nearly defunct food factory into a thriving enterprise within 3 to 5 years? She was aware of my extensive coal procurement. In truth, it was not just coal. At that moment, Cheng Yali had no time to strategize. There were numerous items to procure, and for the sake of efficiency and cost, she could not afford to worry too much, even if she knew it might pose risks. There were no better alternatives available. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose and resolved to venture outside. What on earth are you going out for? It's cold and dangerous out there. And we are not lacking anything, he interrupted Cheng Yali. Not lacking now does not guarantee we won't lack in the future. Seeing her attempts to dissuade him were futile. Cheng Yali, with a scowl, sought out Zhou Li and Wu Shui, intending to employ a maternal approach with Zhou Lin. Little did she know she was already a step too late. Without any encumbrance, Zhou Lin required no preparation to leave. The outside was shrouded in darkness. Who could possibly see him depart? Quick, inform the boss. That man from Building 8 has gone out again. The truly slumbering Xiao Heng was roused. But by the time he retrieved the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin had already exited the community gate. Damn! Xiao Heng smote his thigh. Didn't I instruct you to secure the main gate? It's no use. Once the shelter personnel arrive tomorrow, we'll seal the gate. Boss, sealing the gate is meaningless. The snow accumulation in many areas of the community is higher than the walls. Traversing the snow is far more convenient than using the main entrance. Xiao Heng glared at the security officer who spoke, then stuffed the night vision goggles back. You will watch for another 8 hours before your shift change. Outside the community, devoid of the shelter of buildings, the biting cold wind was markedly more severe. Zhou Lin glanced back at the community, the silhouettes of the buildings, with scarcely any light emanating from the windows. In this eternal night, darkness reigns as the perpetual theme. In just over 10 days, that once vibrant luminescence seems like a distant memory. Perhaps humanity will find it challenging to recreate its former glory. Even if the eternal night passes, the world will not treat humankind gently. Hence, I require more supplies. After invigorating himself with this thought, Zhou Lin steadied his snowboards and glided toward the logistics park. Buried beneath heavy snow, the roads had vanished, and the rivers were obscured. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his abilities, his night vision seemed to have improved as well. Previously, he could barely see over 100 meters. Now, he could discern nearly 200 meters clearly, and even beyond that, he could make out outlines. This ability alone was sufficient to place Zhou Lin in an invulnerable position, for in comparison to him, others were akin to the blind. Even Su Ziyuan's team, relying on high-powered searchlights, likely could not see as clearly as Zhou Lin. To ensure safety, the convoy must adhere strictly to the newly established satellite navigation. Otherwise, the peril of vehicular destruction and loss of life loomed at any moment. Due to the arduous nature of their expedition, Su Ziyuan and his companions would halt at every community or building that might harbor individuals or supplies. In the current state of shelter, nearly every essential item was in short supply. In other words, any material related to daily life was deemed invaluable. High-value targets, such as granaries and supply depots, were typically addressed by more elite and specialized teams, often comprised solely of seasoned soldiers, led by experienced scouts and specialized mountain troops. Zhou Lin, merely a few hundred meters from the logistics park, spotted a substantial convoy. Would they arrive too late? The sight of the illuminated logistics park set Zhou Lin's nerves on edge. He presumed that the authorities would not forsake the logistics park, yet he was surprised by their swift arrival. While it was true that the logistics park was significant, he had anticipated it would be prioritized after grain and oil depots and large supermarkets. His line of thought was not entirely misplaced. He simply underestimated the number of troops stationed in the vicinity. Despite the seemingly modest administrative status of Jiazhua City, it was, in fact, a bona fide military stronghold, with several army brigades encamped nearby. When combined with other military branches, the total number of personnel easily approached 100,000. Furthermore, due to the ample military budget in the past decade, even the army was well equipped. Following the onset of the disaster, local troops participated in relief efforts, allowing the Post-Disaster Command in Jiazhua to deploy multiple convoys simultaneously. Some seemingly improbable events are transformed when government involvement is factored in. The inventory list of the logistics park at the onset of the disaster was currently in the hands of Colonel Wang Pingping, the leader of the convoy. Had they yet to locate the 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables? The excavation had commenced half an hour prior, with several key warehouses in the hands of every participant. However, the absence of personnel from the logistics park proved to be the greatest blunder of this operation. Primarily, no one had anticipated the severity of the snow accumulation around the logistics park prior to departure, and the lack of tall buildings as reference points made locating the precise position exceedingly difficult, were it not for the serendipitous confluence of various circumstances. Zhou Lin might have never laid eyes on even a trace of the dehydrated vegetables. Yet, as fate would have it, he was able to stealthily approach the dehydrated vegetable warehouse and slip through a previously created passageway. Without Huang Minjing, who had been a burden, Zhou Lin was free to indiscriminately collect boxes of dehydrated vegetables into his vehicle. The neatly stacked, dehydrated vegetables vanished one after another, and within 10 minutes, the entire warehouse appeared as if it had been licked clean by a dog. Even with enhanced abilities and an evolved physique, Zhou Lin felt utterly drained and dizzy after clearing out the warehouse. He had not calculated how many vegetables he had collected. He merely knew it was time to leave. Just 2 minutes after he emerged, beams of light converged at the location of the vegetable warehouse. Soon, work vehicles arrived, and within 2 to 3 minutes, an operational area was established. Upon hearing that the dehydrated vegetable warehouse had been located, Wang Pingping could not resist coming personally. However, upon seeing the air vent that Zhou Lin had forcibly opened, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The convoy aimed to empty the warehouse, necessitating the excavation of the main entrance. However, Wang Pingping, unable to wait any longer, ordered his men to enter through the ventilation window for a reconnaissance. Soon, those who ventured inside emerged with news that nearly caused Wang Pingping to lose his hat in disbelief. Who could have possibly arrived first? He found it perplexing, as the warehouse door was securely locked. Was it conceivable that 30 or 40 tons of dehydrated vegetables had been transported out through the small ventilation window, box by box? The time and manpower required for such an endeavor were staggering. This realization cast a grave shadow over Wang Pingping's countenance, not from pity for the dehydrated vegetables, but from the dread of even more severe implications. Continue, he waved, hastening toward the command vehicle to promptly report the situation to his superiors. Chapter 44. The Second Symbiosis. Outside the logistics park, Zhou Lin, concealed in the darkness, felt a twinge of regret. He had initially regarded the logistics park as his own domain, merely delaying his collection of resources. Yet, he had learned that a moment's hesitation could lead to a cascade of missteps. Never mind, he thought, after all, they need to sustain hundreds of thousands. I can certainly do without these supplies. With a dismissive pat, Zhou Lin donned his snowboarding gear and set off toward his next target. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Pingping had already marked the thieves of the dehydrated vegetables as his foremost adversaries, reporting to the disaster response headquarters representing the government of Jiazhou City. In his briefing, Wang Pingping candidly stated that a malevolent gang had emerged within the city, posing a threat to societal order and the lives of hundreds of thousands. He called for a decisive crackdown and severe punishment. Since his ability upgrade, Zhou Lin had been contemplating what means of transportation to symbiotically create. His initial thought turned to the readily available aircraft aboard the Righteousness, including fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters. However, after much deliberation, he deemed them unsuitable. Given the harsh realities since the long night freeze and his past demise, aircraft were not the most practical mode of transport. Ground-based vehicles were his most pressing need. The Conqueror in the warehouse was truly a versatile champion. If he had no other choice, it would undoubtedly be the one he selected. Measuring over 11 meters in length, 2, 55 meters in width, and 3, 95 meters in height, with a curb weight of 23,000 kilograms. It boasted a maximum power of 425 and a horsepower of 578, along with a maximum torque of 2,800. With a main fuel tank of 600 liters and an auxiliary tank that could be added at will, it could hold over 1,000 liters of fuel in total. It featured 3 interaxle differential locks and 4 interwheel differential locks, totaling 7 in all. The cargo compartment utilized a bridge-breaking thermal insulation sandwich structure to ensure high strength, hardness, insulation, heat resistance, and noise reduction. A 3-point floating balance beam system guaranteed a smooth and comfortable ride. The vehicle was equipped with a reversing camera, an 8-channel surveillance system, and waterproof, sandproof storage compartments, complete with a self-contained 18, 500-pound rear winch, shovel, and recovery boards. The roof was adorned with 12 solar panels and included a solar charger, supported by a high-power hybrid power system and an ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel generator, with a lithium iron phosphate battery pack providing 216 degrees of electricity. The interior space measured 20 square meters and, with the terrace, could reach 255, featuring dual kitchen designs for both indoor and outdoor cooking. The spacious refrigerator, electromagnetic stove, range hood, microwave oven, coffee machine, and all conceivable kitchen appliances are present, while the bathroom is furnished to rival that of a 5-star hotel. An 800-liter water tank, a fully automatic diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of DC inverter air conditioners, and 2 sets of diesel heating systems, complemented by a pollen filtration and exhaust system, ensure that the vehicle remains a sanctuary of spring-like comfort throughout the seasons, impervious to the extremes of heat and cold. It can be asserted that, aside from its exorbitant price, This vehicle is undoubtedly the quintessential choice for civilians bracing for an apocalyptic scenario. Such a vehicle in peacetime is something Zhou Lin could scarcely dare to dream of possessing. It is not to imply that the RV market is limited to the Conqueror. In recent years, the burgeoning RV trend in summer country has unveiled opportunities for numerous automotive modification manufacturers, who have not only produced a range of urban RVs, but also delivered commendable offerings on heavy-duty truck platforms. In Zhou Lin's blueprint, the residence in Lanshan is merely a temporary refuge for the onset of the apocalypse, as the initial 2 months of frigid conditions will eventually give way to a relatively temperate period. However, the melting snow will precipitate surface water flooding, commonly referred to as a deluge. While not every region will experience flooding, Jiazhou City is certain to be affected. Areas currently blanketed by heavy snow will inevitably succumb to flooding, and some shelter entrances will be submerged. If such situations are not promptly addressed, it could lead to water inundating the interior of the shelters, which is precisely why Zhou Lin resolutely avoids them. Following the deluge, many anticipate a surge of heat accompanied by epidemics. However, this is a misjudgment. The copious surface water will plunge many regions of the Earth into a marshy state, and as temperatures rise, the evaporated moisture will swiftly coalesce into cumulonimbus clouds, precipitating upon land. Consequently, the aftermath of the flooding will witness a prolonged period of erratic weather, characterized by thunderstorms, torrential rains, hail, and hurricanes, with temperatures oscillating between sub-zero and 40 degrees. A scenario far worse than mere extremes of heat or cold. Additionally, the northern coastal regions of summer country will face a severe wave of nuclear contamination. During the eternal night's frigid period, the island nation's nuclear facilities, shattered by volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, lie in a frozen state. Upon thawing, persistent rains and flooding will wash away nuclear materials and waste, polluting the entire archipelago and subsequently spreading through ocean currents and precipitation to surrounding countries and regions. The intense nuclear radiation will not only inflict harm upon humanity, but also lead to the demise and mutation of countless life forms. With the eventual dispersion of these nuclear materials and waste across the globe, the repercussions of which are incalculable. However, the island nation's government did not endure even the initial wave of the eternal night's frigid period, leaving only about 30 million of its 200 million citizens with a glimmer of hope for survival. By the time the dire consequences of nuclear contamination manifest, the majority of these 30 million will have perished due to their own miscalculations, with the number of those who truly managed to flee the nation dwindling to a mere fraction, possibly less than 1 million. Yet, the island nation has not perished. They have established a significant diaspora in summer country and have forcibly occupied a territory in Huzhou, endeavoring to reconstruct their homeland. As for the ultimate fate that awaits them, Zhou Lin remains uncertain. It is rumored that the mutated creatures in Huzhou and Yangzhou are particularly ferocious, suggesting that the islanders may face formidable challenges ahead. As he journeyed forward, memories flooded back to Zhou Lin, who, unbeknownst to him, had arrived at his destination, the Jiazhou Automobile City. Much like the logistics park, this place was also blanketed in snow, with the once sprawling Ford dealerships buried beneath the pristine white layer. Zhou Lin was not in search of a vehicle. Among civilian vehicles, the Conqueror could be deemed the pinnacle of excellence. In the Summer Kingdom, particularly in small cities like Jiazhou, it was nearly impossible to find a more formidable counterpart. However, in Zhou Lin's eyes, the Conqueror had yet to reach its optimal state. To truly thrive in synergy and frequent usage, it necessitated secondary, if not multiple, modifications, maintenance, and repairs. It is said that a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Even though modifications and repairs could be conducted within the storage space post-symbiosis, components and materials could not simply materialize from thin air. While some vehicle parts were available on the Lei Faheo, they may not necessarily be suitable for the Conqueror, which is why Zhou Lin ventured here to explore. Having found a suitable location, he began to excavate and soon stumbled upon a familiar domestic emblem. Although it was not his primary desire, given his presence, it was only natural to delve deeper. After half an hour, Zhou Lin finally entered the original exhibition hall. Upon illuminating the space with his portable lamp, the sight that met his eyes was disheartening. The once glass curtain walls lay shattered, and most of the exhibited vehicles were encased in ice, rendering them practically unusable. There are no signs of human activity. It seemed everyone had evacuated before the calamity struck. After some contemplation, Zhou Lin decided to transfer the vehicles from the exhibition hall to the deck of the Le Fajeo, then turned to enter the maintenance workshop at the back. A significant number of vehicles awaited service or were in need of repairs, but regrettably, they would never see their owners again. Zhou Lin had no interest in them. He was solely there to collect brand new components and repair tools from the warehouse. 15 minutes later, panting, Zhou Lin paused, realizing that this approach was inefficient. He could not keep making daily trips. Chapter 45, Yang Kikies Antiques Bep. Beep. The alarm startled Zhou Li, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. The monitor displayed a night vision image of someone knocking at the blast-proof door outside the elevator. Mom, Dad, it seems to be someone from the property management. Outside the blast-proof door, Huang Xiefeng furrowed his brow in concern. Having been specifically instructed by Xiao Hang, he had come to inquire about the Zhou family's stance. Property management? What brings you here? The voice of Zhou Kaijun resonated through the surveillance camera as Huang Xiefeng directed his flashlight towards it, his impatience growing more palpable. Not even opening the door? Do they not trust us at all? This is the life of the wealthy. They truly deserve to be condemned. You've heard about the recruitment for the shelter, right? Is your family interested in signing up? Huang Xiefeng called out loudly. We will not participate, Zhou Kaijun replied curtly. Oh, understood. Huang Xiefeng nodded, then continued. I hear the owner of Unit 2 on the 16th floor is also in your household. What is her stance? I will not participate either, Wu Shui interjected. Huang Xiefeng nodded again. All right, we got it. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Xiefeng appeared breathless outside Huang Minjing's door. Who is it? Security Captain Huang Xiefeng. Although he had announced his identity, Huang Minjing showed no intention of opening the door. What is the matter? There is something. Huang Xiefeng felt a surge of frustration. He had anticipated a close encounter with Huang Minjing. He had been intrigued by this young, beautiful, and affluent executive for quite some time. With no men around and only an elderly woman at home, he was fully aware of her situation. We shall not participate. Thank you, Huang Minjing stated. By the way, if you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me, Huang Xiefeng replied. Thank you for your kindness. But I currently have no needs, she politely declined. Anger boiled within Huang Xiefeng. Had it not been for a lingering thread of rationality, he might have impulsively burst through the door. No, not now at least. Although dissatisfied, the outcome was still favorable. Huang Xiefeng did not care whether Zhou Lin's family stayed. As long as Huang Minjing remained, he still held a chance. No one could usurp that from him. Or so he believed. Hearing footsteps fade away outside, Huang Minjing exhaled in relief and quickly contacted Qingyali. The property management is utterly unreliable. I have long noticed that Huang Xiefeng's gaze towards me was unsettling. Well, it's only natural for a man to glance twice at someone like you. Qingyali joked. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Minjing returned to discussing their previous transaction. Sister Cheng, I fear for my mother if we run out of coal. We can negotiate, but Zhou Lin has stepped out. Stepped out? Huang Minjing paused, pondering whether Zhou Lin had ventured out alone to fetch dehydrated vegetables. Yet, even if he did, what did she do? Confront him? No, such an action would only sever their alliance with the Zhou family, bringing no benefits. Is your son truly not returning tonight? Zhou Kaijun inquired. Yes, he mentioned he needed to collect some useful items, and the timing is uncertain. Zhou Lin had chosen not to return, wishing to avoid wasting time on the road. However, this seemingly lazy decision nearly condemned him to lifelong regret. The following day, as noon approached, lights illuminated outside the community once more. Having received prior notice, Xiao Hang promptly sent someone to attend to the situation. 2 hours earlier, Xiao Hang had received news of Suzy Yuan's return. A total of over 80 individuals had registered from Lanshan community, eager to proceed to the shelter. After an initial screening, Suzy Yuan had approved 42 candidates, while 20 remained undecided. The selected 42 were primarily from 16 households, mostly those without elderly or young children, while the undecided 20 required a second round of interviews. Suzy Yuan was absent. Today, Wu Jinkai led the team. Originally, none of this pertained to the Zhou family. But as the convoy members assisted the 16 households in moving their belongings, a desperate cry for help suddenly echoed from the rooftop of Building 8. It was Yang Qiqi. She had heard the convoy's announcements clearly from the tool room the previous day, had it not been for the details mentioned in the announcements. Yang Qiqi would not have dared to resist, as she could not guarantee her survival outside the tool room. Yet, fortune smiled upon her. The government had sent personnel, and they were recruiting. Yang Qiqi recognized this as her golden opportunity. If she missed it, her life could be irrevocably ruined. In her excitement, she yearned to scream, but soon realized that her voice would not carry, and even if it did, those below would not hear her. Fortunately, the government personnel would return the next day, granting Yang Qiqi a chance. Just as Zhou Lin was away in the Auto City, Yang Qiqi seized the opportunity during the night when everyone was presumably sound asleep. With a screwdriver in hand, she forcefully pried off a section of the tool room's wall. Upon hearing commotion downstairs, she wrapped herself in a sleeping bag, burst through the wall, and rushed to the platform, calling out loudly, "What is happening?" Wu Jiansai's complexion changed drastically as he fixed his gaze on Xiaohang. I don't know either. It seems to be coming from the rooftop of Building 8. You all go and investigate. As a government official representing the shelter, he felt compelled to act. Such occurrences could not be ignored. When one hesitates, chaos ensues. I say that woman should be eliminated. Zhou Jia and Zhou Li watched the surveillance footage, shaking their heads incessantly. She was not particularly concerned with Yang Qiqi's actions, but the damage to the tool room's wall was critical. It compromised the insulation, endangering their hard-grown vegetables and the chickens, ducks, and geese. I'm going to take her down now. Cheng Yali, seething with rage, pulled out a gun, leaving Wu Shui beside her wide-eyed in disbelief. She never imagined that the Zhou family possessed such weaponry. What kind of family is this? Mom, I advise you to remain calm, Zhou Li said. You and Dad, work together to bring that woman down. As she saw Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun ascend the stairs, Zhou Li began calling for Zhou Lin. It was my oversight. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin responded, I will set out immediately. Do not open the door until I arrive. Brother, wishing for something unattainable is futile. I will handle it. No sooner had Zhou Li's words left her lips than the monitor emitted an alarm. The area outside the blast-proof door was illuminated, and a group led by Wu Jiankai had already arrived. I represent the Post-Disaster Command Center and order you to open the door at once, or face the consequences. Wu Jiankai stood before the blast-proof door, his expression grim. He had encountered many wealthy individuals, but those who fortified their doors like a bank vault, surely they were hiding something. Do you have a search warrant? Zhou Li inquired through the camera. Wu Jiankai was momentarily taken aback. A search warrant? What was the situation that warranted such a request? While he understood the rationale, he could not voice it, lest he sound a slap to his own face. There's a woman calling out on your platform. Under special circumstances, for the safety of the people's lives, I demand that you open the access to the platform. Wu Jiankai, quick-witted, pivoted to the notion of saving lives without a search warrant. In emergencies, firefighters often broke down doors to save lives. Who would think to request a search warrant in such cases? Oh, that woman on the platform? She is my brother's girlfriend. They are having a dispute. Though he did not dare to hope, he wondered if Wu Jiankai and his group might prefer to avoid complications. Wu Jiankai, noting the Zhou family's resolute stance, indeed felt tempted to find a way to extricate himself from the situation. However, just as he was about to speak, someone from the property management suddenly stepped forward. She is lying. I know who is on the platform. Chapter 46, Coexistence, Lu Xiaofeng. Who are you? Wu Jiankai furrowed his brow, staring at Tang Yili, who stood behind Xiaohang. My name is Tang Yili. The one who just called for help is my girlfriend, AI Bing. I am not a resident of this community. I came here to save her. If you don't believe it, you can ask Manager Xiao. Despite Tang Yili's imposing stature, his eyes reddened as he spoke, demonstrating the prowess of a true actor. His every expression moved Wu Jiankai, who turned to the camera and declared, Did you hear that? Some are accusing you of unlawfully detaining women. Open the door immediately for us to verify. Inside, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali felt a surge of panic. Though they conducted large-scale business, their innate honesty and deep-seated fear of the authorities were evident. Wu Shui remained silent, observing Zhou Li, whose face bore no hint of anxiety. AI Bing, we are unfamiliar with anyone by that name. My brother's ex-girlfriend is named Yang Qiqi. We do not know an AI Bing, the young girl retorted. Wu Jiankai discerned Zhou Li's youth and insisted, Have your elders speak with me. There is nothing to discuss. Zhou Li coldly replied, This is a family matter. My brother was about to marry her, but she suddenly demanded 1 million, which led to the fallout. This has nothing to do with outsiders. As for that Tang, don't slander us. Wait until my brother returns to see how he deals with you. Is there truly a misunderstanding? A girlfriend? 1 million? Wu Jiankai furrowed his brow, starting to believe Zhou Li's words considering the innocence of a girl so young she struggled with idioms and proverbs. Are there no adults in your family? He inquired of Xiao Hang. I recall there are, Xiao Hang replied. How are you managing this property? Wu Jiankai shot an incredulous glance at Xiao Hang before raising his voice. Let us do this, whether it's Yang Chi-Chi or AI Bing. You first allow her to come out, and we shall discuss other matters later. Cutting the grass without uprooting, it will only lead to its regrowth. Do not mention later. My brother is conveniently absent. You can take her away, and we will owe each other nothing, saving me the waste of my family's resources. Outside, Wu Jiankai and the others exchanged glances, none daring to assert their understanding of Zhou Lin's intentions. Nevertheless, rescuing the individual was paramount. Keep her distance, further away. Once Wu Jiankai and the others were sufficiently distant, Zhou Lin instructed Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali to push Yang Chi-Chi forward. You are a clever woman. You have seen our family's circumstances. If my brother is arrested over AI Bing, the government might just confiscate this establishment, leaving you with no path for retreat. You harbor no deep-seated enmity with my brother. We have treated you with fairness these days. It is a matter of whether to walk a path of darkness or leave some room for kindness. Consider your options. After Zhou Li's poignant words, Wu Shui opened the blast door slightly, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali forcefully shoved Yang Chi-Chi out. Bang! The blast door slammed shut once more, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali exhaled heavily. However, their joy was muted. Who could guarantee that releasing Yang Chi-Chi would not lead to further troubles? As they advanced further into the predicaments, Zhou Li sighed like an adult and turned to Wu Shui, sister-in-law. Do you wish to separate for a while? Wu Shui shook her head. She could not bear to share only the good times without the hardships, especially since she was uncertain of Yang Chi-Chi's situation. Outside the door, Yang Chi-Chi could scarcely believe she had truly been released. Upon discovering Wu Jiansai's identity, she immediately broke down in tears, leaving those unaware of the circumstances to assume she had endured untold suffering at the Zhou family's hands. Yang Chi-Chi, where is AI Bing? Dang Yi Li Sao Det? What on earth is happening? Initially, Wu Jiankai was equally furious. However, upon observing Yang Chi-Chi's condition, doubt began to creep into his mind. No matter how distressed she appeared, it could not alter the fact that her attire was neat and her movements were unimpeded. In fact, she seemed to radiate a certain vitality. Save for a slight layer of dirt and a more pronounced odor, her state was hardly distinguishable from life before the apocalypse. If this were the visage of someone who had been mistreated, one might wonder how many outside would willingly endure such torment. Do not lie. We can all corroborate. Wu Jiankai barked as he noticed Yang Chi-Chi's darting eyes. He was far too busy to entertain any trivial emotional entanglements. Now tell me, what is your connection to this family? Swallowing hard, Yang Chi-Chi contemplated denying any acquaintance with the Zhou family, yet such a falsehood would not withstand scrutiny. Observing the demeanor of Wu Jiankai and his companions, she suddenly recalled Zhou Li's words. I am merely an ordinary friend of Zhou Lin. AI Bing. Yes, AI Bing has left. Zhou Lin even wished for me to marry him, which I, of course, refused. I attempted to deflect them with the promise of a dowry, but he sought to coerce me. When I rejected him, he confined me on the rooftop without food, aiming to freeze me out. You represent the government and the military. You must apprehend his entire family. In extraordinary times, the decision to detain is not yours to make, Wu Jiankai replied sternly. Let us proceed this way. It appears you are unharmed, and we shall discuss the particulars later. We have matters to attend to. Ignoring Yang Kiki's fignet protests, Wu Jiankai turned to leave. If she truly wished to understand deprivation, she ought to witness the plight of those enduring hunger outside. One should reflect before casting falsehoods. Inside, Zhou Li watched as Wu Jiankai and his companions departed, a faint smile finally gracing her youthful face. Brother, for now the storm is calmed, but that woman will undoubtedly not relent. You must prepare yourself. Understood. I shall return promptly. Zhou Kaijun replied as he and Cheng Yali ascended the stairs to repair the tool room. With Yang Chi-Chi gone, these matters would likely fall upon Zhou Kaijun's shoulders. In a heavy-duty truck repair workshop within the automobile city, Zhou Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, his brow furrowed in concentration. The 12-meter-long Conqueror loomed nearby. Countless auto parts, components, and various raw materials were meticulously categorized around him. Just hours earlier, Zhou Lin had completed the symbiosis with the Conqueror, naming it Lu Xiaofeng. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1-2-5-7-1-0-0-0-0. Currently, symbiotic vehicles. Laifu, large surface transportation vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground transportation vehicle. Available symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage capacity. 12. Symbiotic duration. 28 minutes, 24 hours. Evolution level. 28. 284-510-000. After coexisting with the Conqueror, Zhou Lin might possess a deeper understanding of it than anyone else in the world, enabling him to swiftly devise a renovation plan. The initial aspect was related to mobility. Despite the Conqueror being based on a heavy-duty chassis, it was not originally designed for unpaved roads. In the aftermath of apocalyptic disasters, finding a pristine road is quite a challenge. To allow Lu Xiaofeng to truly soar across the land like the wind, modifications to the chassis and suspension were imperative. While Zhou Lin contemplated making adaptations suited for the current snowy terrain, he ultimately deemed it unnecessary. He did not intend for the entire family to venture out, rendering the use of the Lu Xiaofeng vehicle highly improbable. Moreover, given its substantial weight, navigating uncertain routes could easily lead to getting stuck, transforming it into a liability. Perhaps even making it faster for individuals to traverse on skis. Thus, modifying the vehicle for snowy terrain was deemed unwarranted. Rather, enhancing the chassis and ensuring the vehicle's waterproof capabilities became Zhou Lin's second focus. Following that, the fortification of the vehicle's structure and its ballistic resistance was crucial. Although the current situation in the country was relatively safe, such security would not last indefinitely. Once the snow melted, numerous areas stocked with firearms would attract opportunists, leading to an increase in firearms and ammunition circulating among civilians. Fortunately, the windows of the Lu Xiaofeng vehicle were already bulletproof, necessitating Zhou Lin to address the ballistic concerns of the cabin and other areas, a task that was not particularly daunting in terms of planning and materials. The true challenge lay in Chapter 47, the commencement of renovations. After coexisting with the Conqueror-type RV and renaming it Lu Xiaofeng, Zhou Lin began the modification process at the automotive city. He opted against adapting it for snowy terrain, choosing instead to reinforce the chassis and suspension to ensure the RV's maneuverability. Additionally, ballistic capabilities were paramount. At the very least, the body must withstand ordinary bullets with ease. Beyond that, Zhou Lin required the vehicle to possess exceptional sealing capabilities, even allowing for short-term buoyancy to adapt to the harsh road conditions of the apocalypse. This was the most arduous aspect of the entire transformation. This symbiosis ability permitted Zhou Lin to mentally execute modifications on the symbiotic vehicle within the storage space. The apparent prerequisite was the availability of materials and components. However, an underlying condition was Zhou Lin's physical strength and energy. Previously, Zhou Lin had not undertaken any substantial modifications to the Laifu vehicle, merely rearranging a few items, which incurred minimal exertion. It was only when he commenced alterations on the Lu Xiaofeng that he realized how laborious the task truly was. For instance, when modifying the suspension, with ample materials and components at hand, a single alteration could be completed in mere seconds with a flicker of thought. Yet, upon finishing the modification, Zhou Lin found himself consuming 10 hamburgers and taking a half-hour respite. Conversely, if the entire modification process were to be executed manually, Zhou Lin estimated it would take approximately 5 hours of labor. Thus, everything was a matter of equivalent exchange. The supernatural ability merely assisted Zhou Lin in achieving his goals through the simplest means while still adhering to the fundamental laws of energy. If there were any aspects of the supernatural that seemed inconsistent with basic laws, it might simply be that humanity has yet to uncover these underlying principles. The modifications to the base and suspension took a total of 3 hours, during which it could be said that 2 hours and 55 minutes were devoted primarily to eating and regaining energy. At this rate of efficiency, Zhou Lin surmised that at least another 2 days would be required to complete all the alterations, which is quite swift indeed. To achieve these modifications in reality might take even a month, if not more. The best defense is a strong offense. Hence, in Zhou Lin's renovation plans, the Lu Xiaofeng must also possess formidable offensive capabilities. The originally installed lift platform on the vehicle's roof was transformed into a turret capable of a full 360-degree rotation and an 85-degree elevation, housing the Vulcan cannon salvaged from the Laifu. Additionally, He retrofitted the front and rear of the vehicle with concealed rocket launcher mounts, repurposed from spare parts in the Lai Fu's maintenance depot. Multiple firing windows were integrated into the front, rear, and sides of the vehicle to ensure that personnel inside could engage targets without any blind spots while maintaining their safety. Furthermore, Zhou Lin intended to create a drone platform at the rear for launching and retrieving drones, thereby enhancing Liu Xiaofeng's reconnaissance capabilities. Lastly, the vehicle underwent an electrification upgrade, incorporating infrared night vision cameras and the like. Zhou Kai-jun and his companions were unaware of the existence of supernatural abilities. However, they maintained communication via walkie-talkies, alleviating their concerns for Zhou Lin's safety. Their worry was rather directed towards Yang Qiqi, uncertain of what further troubles she might stir. In fact, after witnessing Yang Qiqi's performance, Wu Jinkai had largely accepted Zhou Li's assertions. Recognizing it as a mere youthful romantic conflict, he lost interest in intervening. He instructed Xiao Hang to gather those requiring a second interview, urging them to expedite the remaining tasks. Among all present, the most displeased was undoubtedly Tang Yili. "I Bing, do speak up. I clearly saw her enter with you. How would I know?" Was it had said that she left after arguing with Zhou Lin? Yang Qiqi found herself in a dilemma. Evidence suggested Zhou Li had not lied, as she observed the plight of Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao. The situation with General Chao was unresponsive. Even if he dispatched someone, they would struggle to locate her. Yang Qiqi felt compelled to consider her own circumstances more carefully. Unfortunately, just moments ago, Wu Jinkai had been dismissive of her, even denying her access to the shelter, citing her ineligibility. She yearned to ask Wu Jinkai how her beauty could render her unqualified, as if the shelter were a selection for a consort. Had she gone to the shelter, Yang Qiqi would undoubtedly have disclosed Zhou Lin's involvement in AI Bing's demise. Yet at present, she felt apprehensive. "You aren't planning to sleep in the hallway, are you? Come on, let us head to your accommodation first." Frustrated, Yang Qiqi followed Tang Yili back to their lodging, and upon seeing the surroundings, her mood soured further. Is this where we're staying? Wrapped in the security officer's military coat that Tang Yili had given her, she nearly burst into tears. What kind of place is this? There's no lighting or heating, merely a faint warmth emanating from the stove in the lobby. The windows were sealed to retain heat, and the cramped room contained 2 bunk beds. The air was stifling and foul, far worse than the tool shed at Zhou Lin's home. At this moment, Yang Qiqi's foremost thought was to return to the home of Zhou Lin. Although she lived amidst chickens, ducks, and geese, and bore the responsibility of tending to the plants, there was light, warmth, and the vibrant green of vegetables and lively animals, all of which she now recalled with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. She even envisioned that in due time, she might harvest those vegetables and secretly indulge in a few crisp leaves of lettuce, which would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. "What's wrong?" Tang Yili inquired from his bed, the feeble light of a hand-cranked flashlight illuminating his face. "Nothing," Yang Qiqi replied, shaking her head. "Tang Yili, forget about AI Bing. In this environment, you cannot possibly find her. You must focus more on yourself." The present surroundings were increasingly difficult for Yang Qiqi to endure, as the air grew ever more suffocating, leaving her with a sense of breathlessness. "How about?" Tang Yili paused. "Shall we go to Sun Qinghao's house? I have no electricity, no water, and certainly no food at home. If you wish to leave, I can give you the keys," Sun Qinghao interjected, showing no objection. After all, he had no intention of departing as long as Huang Minjing remained. He was intent on revenge. All right, he is indeed infatuated with Huang Minjing, especially after their last encounter. The more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. Let me think. Yang Qiqi's mind was in disarray. She was acutely aware of the truth in Tang Yili's words, yet she was reluctant to remain here. Return to the Zhou family, continue sleeping on the platform, feeding chickens, and growing vegetables? No, why not consider an alternative approach? With this thought, Yang Qiqi's eyes sparkled with inspiration. She suddenly stood up, casting her gaze over Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao. The Zhou family had everything. They even possessed surplus grain for raising chickens and rabbits, along with a garden of vegetables. "Impossible," Tang Yili exclaimed in astonishment. "I also find it hard to believe," Sun Qinghao added. Yang Qiqi, feeling helpless, proceeded to inform them of what she knew. After hearing her, Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao fell into a stunned silence, primarily in disbelief. How could such a miraculous existence be possible in the apocalypse? Yet, Yang Qiqi had no reason to lie, and moreover, she bore no semblance of hunger or cold. Thus, a glimmer of madness flickered in Sun Qinghao's eyes. So, if we seize that house, all of this would belong to us? Precisely. Yang Qiqi nodded. They have a beautiful woman in their household, along with a little girl. They would all be yours. A beautiful woman? Sun Qinghao leapt to his feet. Is she more beautiful than you? Well, that depends on personal opinion. You would certainly find her more attractive than me. What are we waiting for? Let us seize it. I will go and take it, Tang Ili proclaimed, thumping his chest with fervor. Let us go now. Sun Qinghao waved his injured hand, filled with excitement. Calm down. Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes. Didn't you see that door? Are you going to use your head to open it? How we open it? Sun Qinghao frowned in confusion. Chapter 48. A Mutual Downfall. Narcissistic individuals often perceive those around them as fools. Yang Qiqi was quite self-absorbed in her mind. The phrase elegantly gifted was tailored specifically for her. Let us employ cunning. Cunning? How do we do that? Today is not feasible. You should first help me find some food. I'll take a nap, and once I've rested, we can discuss further. Yang Qiqi believed that her recently conceived idea was brilliant and destined for success. She envisioned a future where she would indulge in life's pleasures while also tormenting Zhou Lin. Not only did she want him to experience the hardships she had endured, but she also envisioned him serving her daily, attending to her every need. When a woman becomes resolute, nothing is beyond reach. Far away in the automobile city, Zhou Lin contemplated the possibility of Yang Qiqi seeking revenge. However, he soon found himself compelled to set aside that concern, as the relentless transformation he was undergoing was excruciating. Eventually, his mind felt utterly numb, requiring one cigarette after another and cup after cup of coffee just to maintain a semblance of alertness. The ordeal was torturous, an extreme form of suffering. Yet before long, Zhou Lin found himself oddly relishing it, all because of the shared existence he was cultivating. Currently, he had formed symbiotic connections with two modes of transportation, the Lai Fu, a large watercraft, and Lu Xiaofeng, a medium-sized terrestrial vehicle. The potential for additional symbiotic vehicles stood at 0, with a storage capacity of 12. The intensity of this symbiosis lasted for 31 minutes within a 24-hour period. His level of evolution had reached 31. Not only had his extraordinary ability experience increased by 300, but his evolution level had also seen a significant rise. This dual benefit, coupled with such high efficiency, made him ponder the potential for skyrocketing experience points if he could sustain this pace. However, reflecting on the food and resources he had consumed over the past 2 days, he understood why the evolutionists he had known in his previous life advanced so slowly. They were perpetually famished, hardly in a position to evolve. It was only because he had the resources of an aircraft carrier as a foundation that he dared to take such risks. As the materials and components around him dwindled, the transformation of Lu Xiaofeng was nearing completion. Meanwhile, the Zhou household had finally enjoyed a peaceful night, but before breakfast could be served, the surveillance system alerted them to someone outside the door. Cheng Yali's anger surged upon recognizing who it was. That wretched woman dared to return. Who is it? Zhou Kaijun inquired. Who else could it be? Where's my knife? Cheng Yali exclaimed, brandishing a kitchen knife as she approached the door, leaving Zhou Li momentarily stunned. What are you planning to do? Outside stood Yang Qiqi, still clad in the same clothes she had worn the previous day, trembling and looking pitiful. Auntie, I was wrong. Tears streamed down her filthy face, falling like ice shards upon landing. Don't call me auntie. I can't bear it. Now get out. Leave immediately. Cheng Yali raised the knife, forcing Yang Qiqi to step back. Auntie, please listen to me. I didn't say anything, really. No matter how they questioned me, I kept silent. You must believe me. Believe Yang Qiqi? Given AI Bing's situation, Cheng Yali could never trust her. She would sooner believe a dog than Yang Qiqi. Just as Cheng Yali was about to retort, two figures suddenly burst from the stairwell. Sun Qinghao, arms crossed and attempting to embrace, found himself thwarted and resorted to choking Cheng Yali instead. The abrupt change left Cheng Yali momentarily stunned. It was not until Yang Qiqi seized the knife from her grasp that Cheng Yali regretted opening the door. Thinking of her husband and daughter still inside the house, Cheng Yali suddenly turned around, shouting, "Lock the door, Lao Zhou, lock the door. Hurry, rush in." Yang Qiqi exclaimed. At that moment, the three inside the house, Zhou Kaijun and the others, finally reacted, but how could they possibly leave Cheng Yali outside? It was too late to go upstairs for a gun. Zhou Kaijun unexpectedly grabbed a folding chair and dashed outside, only to collide head-on with Tang Yili, who was rushing in. Old fool. Seeing Zhou Kaijun brandishing the folding chair, Tang Yili remained unfazed, raising his hand to deliver a punch to Zhou Kaijun's chest. Despite being a fitness instructor with considerable strength, Tang Yili's blow sent Zhou Kaijun stumbling backward with a gasp, forcing Wu Shui, who intended to assist, to halt and support him instead. Chaos erupted both inside and outside the house. Between the two doors, Sun Chenghao was choking Cheng Yali, while Yang Qiqi hesitated, brandishing a kitchen knife but reluctant to strike. Inside, Tang Yili threatened Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui. It must be said, the originally beautiful Wu Shui appeared even more striking amidst the apocalypse, a stark contrast to the grimy Yang Qiqi, to the extent that Tang Yili hesitated to strike, fearing he might harm Wu Shui, feeling a pang of regret. Damn it, Sun Chenghao must not benefit from this. Tang Yili thought. Old hag, move again and I'll cut you. Yang Qiqi finally pressed the knife against Cheng Yali's throat, allowing the exhausted Sun Chenghao a moment to breathe. Just as Yang Qiqi believed the situation was under control, a shadow suddenly dashed into the corridor, lunging at her with lightning speed. Yang Qiqi screamed, instinctively swinging the knife at the shadow. Ow! The shadow collided with the blade, yet continued its charge, knocking Yang Qiqi down. Landing itself on the ground, it was the black dog, He Zai, summoned by Zhou Lin from the platform. At that moment, it bore a fresh wound on its head, blood seeping from it. Seeing He Zai injured, Cheng Yali roared like a mountain, first slamming Sun Chenghao against the wall before turning to confront Yang Qiqi in a fierce struggle. Just as Yang Qiqi sat up, knife in hand, facing He Zai, Cheng Yali's eyes blazed with fury. Today, she was ready to fight Yang Qiqi to the death. Perhaps it was the pressure from He Zai, or perhaps Cheng Yali's ravenous gaze, but Yang Qiqi could no longer hold her ground, crying out for Tang Yili to save her. Upon hearing her call, Tang Yili hesitated, primarily reluctant to leave Wu Shui behind. However, when He Zai charged in, barking fiercely, he could no longer wait. Without Sun Chenghao and Yang Qiqi as support, he dared not confront a dog head-on, especially with 3 others present. Rushing out of the house, Tang Yili ignored Sun Chenghao, landing 2 punches on Cheng Yali. Had it not been for He Zai and Zhou Kaijun, and with Wu Shui following closely behind, he would have been prepared to counterattack with a knife in Yang Qiqi's hand. In the narrow corridor, the injured Cheng Yali, Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui, and He Zai faced off against the pale-faced Yang Qiqi, Tang Yili, and Sun Chenghao. And since He Zai had just bitten Sun Chenghao, he was essentially incapacitated. Don't come any closer, we're leaving. Yang Qiqi, assessing the situation, realized that the goal for today was unattainable, and with the ineptitude of Sun Chenghao hindering their progress, retreat became the only option. It was not a crime of war. It was all due to that accursed dog. Cheng Yali and the others dared not pursue, as old Zhou had taken a punch to the chest and remained uncertain about potential injuries to his bones. Cheng Yali fared little better. Thankfully, her excess fat had mitigated some of the damage, for otherwise, Tang Yili's blows would have been far more severe. Then, there was He Zai, whose blood had obscured his vision, barely holding on by sheer will, and it remained uncertain whether he was in life-threatening danger. Close the door, Cheng Yali urged Wu Shui, gritting her teeth as she assisted Zhou Kaijun into the house, while He Zai stubbornly refused to move, baring his teeth at the entrance. He Zai, come here. Let me take a look, Wu Shui said, cradling the dog's head as tears streamed down her face. Zhou Lin, you had better return swiftly. Things have taken a turn for the worse. In the living room, Zhou Li spoke into the intercom. Chapter 49, a joyous event. Wait for me. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation was not yet complete, but upon hearing that his parents and He Zai had been injured, Zhou Lin could no longer afford to wait. Bursting forth from the snow, he strapped on his snowboard and raced back, his heart laden with anxiety. Curse him. I should have eliminated Yang Qiqi and that Val AI being together, turning them into fertilizer. Perhaps then we would not be facing this predicament today. Thankfully, my parents should be mostly unharmed. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. The journey to this point had taken Zhou Lin nearly 5 hours. Yet the return was accomplished in less than 3. Alongside his anxiety, his physical evolution contributed to his speed. Normally, Zhou Lin would stow his snowboard outside the community. But this time, he paid no heed and glided directly to the base of Building 8. With a bandaged head, the pitiful yet comical Heisey met Zhou Lin, instinctively nudging his leg, only to inadvertently jostle his wound, howling in pain. Easy now. Patting Heisey's back, Zhou Lin shot an admonishing glance at Zhou Li, questioning her reluctance to shoot. Seize the moment. Zhou Li shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Zhou Lin's ire. No need to shout. Shooting would only complicate matters. Zhou Kaijun sat on the sofa, his complexion far from favorable, but after Wu Shue's examination, he appeared to be mostly unscathed. Sheng Yali's condition was similar. It could only be said that Yang Chi-Chi and her companions lacked experience. Otherwise, the outcome would have been entirely different. It was my oversight, Cheng Yali confessed. We must all be vigilant. The door must remain closed. Wu Xuan nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, Uncle and Aunt are unharmed. It's just Heisey." All will. As if he understood Wu Shue's words, Heisey proudly raised his tail, circling the living room as if to assert that he was fine. "It must hurt terribly," Wu Shue remarked, a glimmer of sympathy in her eyes as she gazed at Heisey. "Thank goodness you're here." Zhou Lin smiled at Wu Shue, but his expression soon turned serious. The trio had come together. Apart from Tang Yili, who else could it be? Zhou Kaijun and the others were unaware of Sun Chenghao's name, yet they would undoubtedly recognize him upon encountering him again. "Are you going to seek them out?" Cheng Yali shook her head, expressing her disapproval. "No, it's not feasible. The government officials visited yesterday. If you harm someone, they will undoubtedly report it, and you'll be apprehended." Suppressing his fury, Zhou Lin retorted, "Surely we can't let this matter rest. Isn't it possible to at least give them a good beating?" Yet, Cheng Yali remained adamant against Zhou Lin's involvement, unaware that he had already evolved and fearing for his safety. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shue also opposed the idea, believing that in this precarious situation, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Reluctantly, Zhou Lin decided to set the matter aside for the time being, retreating upstairs to retrieve a gun along with a magazine and ammunition, which he placed before Wu Shue. If a similar situation arises again, do not hesitate, shoot. However, Wu Shue was visibly anxious. Leaving aside the question of whether she could bring herself to kill, she had never even handled a real gun before, nor had she ever contemplated doing so. "There is no buts," Zhou Lin declared sternly. "No matter how grave the trouble, your safety is paramount. I can handle any complications that may arise." "Don't listen to him," Cheng Yali interjected, stepping closer and placing the gun in Wu Shue's hands. "He does have a point. If your life is in danger, do not overthink it." Clutching the weapon, Wu Shue realized this was an immense display of trust from his Zhou family. With tears welling in her eyes, she nodded. "All right, Aunt. Why are you still calling me Aunt?" "Never mind. I won't pressure you. Let things unfold naturally." Cheng Yali responded with a smile, while Zhou Kaiju nodded, slightly in agreement. Although their acquaintance with Wu Shue had been brief, the experiences they had shared were enough for them to accept her. In these extraordinary times, unique measures were necessary. The best way to integrate Wu Shue into their small circle was indeed the plan that Zhou Li, the clever one, had initially conceived. With no parents nearby, being an only child without close relatives, possessing vital medical skills in a chaotic world, and with her striking beauty at a suitable age, where could they find a more fitting daughter-in-law? Such blatant implications made Wu Shue lower her gaze. She did not oppose the idea. It simply took her by surprise. To claim that her feelings for Zhou Lin were profound would be an exaggeration, but in this tumultuous era, did emotions truly hold significance? Observing Yang Chi-Chi and the other residents of the community while recalling the dystopian novels she had read, it became evident that being with Zhou Lin was her most optimal choice. Yet, such matters should not be instigated by a woman. Should it not be Zhou Lin who made the first move? Unfortunately, he appeared as dense as a block of wood. Cheng Yali could no longer bear to watch and directly twisted Zhou Lin's ear. "You child, say something." Zhou Lin, still preoccupied with thoughts of dealing with Yang Chi-Chi and Tang Yili, was jolted out of his reverie by the pain in his ear. "What am I supposed to say?" "Shue Shue will be your girlfriend. Do you have any objections?" None, right? Then it's settled." Cheng Yali did not grant Zhou Lin the opportunity to voice his opinion. "Mom, you want to get married directly? Fine. Your father and I have no objections." "Shue Shue, you have no objections either, do you?" "Aunt, isn't this a bit too hasty?" Wu Shue was taken aback. Cheng Yali was certainly not following the usual script. Besides, in the apocalypse, did marriage even hold any meaning? "Well, you can still message your parents, can't you? Come on, let's go upstairs and talk." Cheng Yali released Zhou Lin's grip and took Wu Shui upstairs. Brother, consider others as you do yourself. You must prepare in advance. Zhou Li whispered as she leaned against Zhou Lin. Prepare? Are we hosting a banquet? Zhou Lin replied, rolling his eyes. What are you talking about? I'm referring to the matter of marriage. That wretched person. Children shouldn't use foul language. How about calling her a green TBTCH? Formalities are to be avoided. They can lead to disaster, and that green tea will certainly not let things go easily. Zhou Lin nodded, agreeing with Zhou Li's assessment. So what are your thoughts? I just simulated the situation, Zhou Li said. One must appear to be open while secretly maneuvering. She might disclose our family's circumstances. And then what? You can't carve rotten wood. Must I explain this? We're in deep trouble. Zhou Li shook her head. Do you understand what it means to be the target of public scorn? That idiom is aptly used, Zhou Lin chuckled. So what if we are the targets? If pushed to the brink, he dares to retaliate. I concur. Zhou Li raised her hand. However, our parents and sister-in-law might relent. People tend to associate with their kind. We should prepare in advance. How do we prepare? Zhou Li shook her phone. I have compiled 20 harrowing apocalyptic novels, which I shall send to them shortly. I will engage in self-reflection daily and write reviews after finishing each one. Zhou Lin gave Zhou Li a thumbs up and nodded slowly. You are impressive. Whoever raises the issue must resolve it. This task is yours. And you? Me? Zhou Lin smirked coldly, glancing at the dozing Zhou Kaijun. Of course, I will first collect some interest. Despite Cheng Yali and Zhou Saijuan's vehement objections, Zhou Lin could not swallow his indignation. Besides, Tang Ili had already made an appearance. He certainly couldn't let him flee with Yang Chi-Chi. Could he? Chapter 50, just collecting some interest. Sun Qinghao felt quite unfortunate. Why was he always the one to get hurt? His hand was still not healed, and now the thickest part of it had been bitten by a dog. The critical issue was that the doctor in Building 2 did not have rabies vaccine. If something were to happen, it would be disastrous. The more he thought, the more discontent brewed within him, especially upon seeing Tang Ili and Yang Chi-Chi exchanging flirtatious glances. Although he now recognized Yang Chi-Chi as a mere green TBTCH. Purely exploiting Tang Ili, what about him? If this streak of bad luck continued, he might even struggle to seek help from 5th Mississippi. Thus, Sun Qinghao's frustration gradually morphed into dissatisfaction with Tang Ili and Yang Chi-Chi. He felt rushed this time and should have brought a weapon. Yang Chi-Chi was still summarizing their situation, entirely oblivious to the notion that if she had just wielded a kitchen knife against Cheng Yali first and then rushed into the room, Zhou Li would likely have fired, leaving none of them with an escape route. Yet if they attempted to return, they would find the door barred. Tang Ili was not solely muscle-bound in his thinking. No worries, we can find someone to pick the lock. However, Yang Chi-Chi's idea was destined to fail. It was unlikely for someone who relied on lock-picking to reside in Lanshan. Furthermore, Zhou Lin stealthily descended the stairs and headed straight for Xiaohang. Dan Yili? I don't know. He's not one of our property personnel. Xiaohang promptly denied any connection to Tang Ili while in the property management office. Yet he still advised Zhou Lin that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, since Wu Jiankai had not mentioned it. It indicated that the matter of the Zhou family unlawfully detaining Yang Chi-Chi had passed. Moreover, he was aware that AI Bing had entered the community, and no one had seen AI Bing leave. Why would Zhou Lin invite trouble upon himself? Did he intend to have the individual imprisoned again? The government would not turn a blind eye. They could very well break down his door, and could he resist that? Observing Xiaohang's demeanor, which seemed devoid of deceit, Zhou Lin then recounted that while he was away, Yang Chi-Chi had arrived with Tang Ili and another man, not only injuring Zhou Kaijun and his wife, but also wounding his dog. You still have a dog? Xiaohang shook his head, stating he was unaware of such developments or where they might currently be. I will find them. And then, Zhou Lin urged for calm, warning that if the government personnel were to return, no one would be able to protect him. Although Xiaohang spoke in such a manner, he secretly wished for a conflict between Zhou Lin and Tang Ili along with Sun Qinghao. If one or two were to perish, it would be ideal. Not only would the resources of the Zhou family belong to him, but so would that woman named Wu Shui from the 16th floor. Everything would be his. Regarding women, Xiaohang's desires were not overly strong. After all, he had read many online novels that suggested women were merely a hindrance. Furthermore, with power in hand, he would have as many as he desired in due time. The resources of the Zhou family were undeniably abundant. Looking at Yang Chi-Chi and the dog, if he could acquire such provisions, they would undoubtedly serve a greater purpose. With this in mind, Xiao Hang held a degree of contempt for Zhou Lin, who seemed perpetually engaged in furtive activities, failing to utilize resources to gather allies. Perhaps he should temporarily serve under Zhou Lin. Given that Yang Qiqi and her companions were absent, Zhou Lin saw no reason to waste time. He recognized that Xiao Hang was not a virtuous individual, but as long as he was not provoked, it was prudent to remain indifferent. The occupancy rate of the community had never reached 100%, and with the onset of the apocalypse, some homeowners had not returned, and another batch had departed yesterday, leaving many vacant houses. Fearing trouble from the Zhou family, Yang Qiqi and her two companions chose not to return to the dormitory arranged by the property management, but instead found a recently vacated house, breaking in through a window. They used the remaining wooden furniture to kindle a fire, gradually alleviating the chill that had settled upon them. Tang Ili also tended to some of Sun Qinghao's injuries, though the efficacy of his efforts was uncertain. Given the current temperature, however, the likelihood of infection was low. As he crouched by the fire, Sun Qinghao felt his stomach gnawing with hunger. "Old Tang, do we have anything to eat?" "No." Tang Jili Plaith, secretly slipping the last bag of cookies from his pocket to Yang Qiqi. Receiving the cookies discreetly, Yang Qiqi stood and excused herself to the restroom, but as she departed, she planted a fervent kiss on Tang Ili's cheek, to his delight. "Old Tang, heed my advice. A woman like Yang Qiqi is a source of trouble." "I do not appreciate that sentiment. Yang Qiqi is so delicate. How could she possibly be troublesome?" Tang Ili countered. "I actually find his statement to be quite accurate." Zhou Lin's voice suddenly interjected, startling Tang Ili, who sprang to his feet, glancing around anxiously. "Who is there? Show yourself." The fire pit cast insufficient light. Aside from a living room, the surrounding areas were cloaked in darkness, severely obstructing the vision of Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. In fact, Zhou Lin had entered through a pried-open window, and with the aid of infrared night vision goggles. Locating the hiding place of Tang Ili and his companions was hardly a challenge. One merely had to observe where the three were congregating. Moreover, apart from the ground floor, which had transformed into the second and third floors due to accumulated snow, they could not access higher buildings. At last, Sun Qinghao switched on the flashlight, its beam illuminating Zhou Lin's figure. "You are Zhou Lin?" Tang Ili exclaimed, "Long time no see. Have you seen me before?" Tang Ili furrowed his brow, unable to recall. "Not only have I seen you," Zhou Lin thought, "in a past life, we even resided in the same house, sharing a bed. Ugh, the mere thought of it repulses me. Are you here for revenge?" Upon observing that Zhou Lin was alone and unarmed, Tang Ili felt a surge of confidence. He believed he would prevail in a physical confrontation, particularly given his imposing stature compared to Zhou Lin. Indeed, that had been the case in their previous lives. However, in this incarnation, Tang Ili remained unchanged, while Zhou Lin was no longer the same. With an evolution degree of 31, Zhou Lin's physical prowess was 31 times that of an average individual. Although this figure represented an amalgamation of attributes, it was not something Tang Ili could contend with. Although Tang Ili initiated the attack, Sun Qinghao perceived Zhou Lin's movements as swifter. As it turned out, Sun Qinghao's instincts were correct. Before Tang Ili's fist reached the spot where Zhou Lin's head had been, he was met with a rapid kick to his right thigh, delivered with astonishing speed. A dull thud resonated, accompanied by Tang Ili's anguished cry. He crumpled almost immediately. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Lin's seemingly casual kick felt akin to being struck by a small car? Utterly unbearable. Tang Ili, clutching his injured thigh and collapsing to the ground, was reduced to tears, overwhelmed by pain and fear, crumbling at the slightest provocation. "What is your name?" Zhou Lin inquired, turning to the immobile Sun Qinghao. "Brother, my surname is Sun Qinghao. I am merely an ordinary friend of theirs. I admit I have visited your home, but I truly did not harm anyone there, and I was bitten by your dog." Zhou Lin remained silent, reflecting on whether he had ever heard the name Sun Qinghao in his previous life. "What happened to your hand?" Zhou Lin casually asked. "I fell," Sun Qinghao muttered, casting his gaze downward. Aware of the underlying truth, Zhou Lin chose not to expose it, moving to Tang Ili's side, stepping on the spot where Zhou Lin's kick had landed. "Where's that scoundrel? Don't claim you weren't with them." Chapter 51. Do not cross me. In the apocalypse, not only order crumbles, but humanity itself does as well. The largest shelter in Jia City is situated in the heart of the Old Town, a vast underground structure built during the founding of the Summer Nation to prepare for war. Every young person entering this place finds it incredible that such a grand project was accomplished in an era of utter deprivation. There was a construction company executive who had never visited the site before. After surveying the area, he remarked that if the project were to be undertaken now, it would require at least 70 to 80 billion. Thus, one might ponder that the true wealth of a nation or a people is not merely measured by the number of towering skyscrapers, but rather by the awareness of its officials and the faith of its citizens. Unfortunately, in recent years, while the economy of the summer nation has developed, certain essential values have gradually eroded. In a room within the core area of the underground project, which served as a conference room, Wang Pingping was briefing the attendees on the logistics park situation. The objectives had mostly been met. However, the dehydrated vegetables had been swiftly taken, amounting to 38 tons, enough to sustain all of us for a month. But can we expect the calamity to conclude in a month? Comrade Wang Pingping, please remain composed. At the head of the table sat Zhu Guanghan, the former second-in-command of Jiazhua City and now the head of the shelter. At 56 years old, Zhu was in the prime of his leadership experience. When the disaster struck, he was in the provincial capital for a meeting, unable to return in time. As the city lord and deputy supervisor, Zhu Guanghan naturally assumed the role of commander of the post-disaster headquarters and head of the shelter. Beside him sat Zhao Xinxiao, a middle-aged man in a general's uniform, who was the commander of the garrison in Jiazhua City and now the deputy commander. You claim that our city has an exceedingly malevolent criminal gang threatening the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens. And your evidence is the removal of 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables? Zhu Guanghan frowned. Commander, if they were merely seeking personal gain, 1 or 2 boxes of dehydrated vegetables would suffice for several months. If they were not pursuing greater interests, why would they go to such lengths to remove all 38 tons? I suspect these individuals either aim to profit from the disaster or seek to leverage these resources to recruit forces. In chaotic times, there are always those who fancy themselves as potential leaders, and in either case, their actions are utterly reprehensible. Zhao Xinxiao waved his hand. Please take a seat. Seeing that Zhu Guanghan had no intention of speaking, he continued, I will not conceal from you that the disaster will not resolve in the short term. Thus, our primary task now is to focus our efforts on expanding and reinforcing the shelter. While ensuring the safety of the shelter, we must also assist those citizens who have not yet entered it to weather this crisis. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables is neither an insignificant nor a trivial matter. Yet we cannot afford to cause a commotion over it. We lack both the time and energy. Comrade Wang Pingping, I urge you to persevere. All resources from the outside are invaluable to us. Your next directive is to lead a team to Jiazhua Auto City to retrieve as many vehicles, materials, parts, and usable machinery as possible. Understood. Wang Pingping stood at attention, saluted Zhao Xinxiao, and assured him he would accomplish the task. Individuals of the caliber of Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai were not yet qualified to attend this meeting, so they waited nearby in the conference room for further orders. Something has happened at Lanshan Community. Wu Jiankai, feeling rather idle, thought of Yang Qiqi and decided to share this trivial matter with Su Ziyuan. The Zhou family? Is that the one involved in aquaculture? Su Ziyuan, the director of the street office, is undoubtedly quite competent. Instantly, thoughts of Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali came to mind. It seems their family is well endowed with resources. Could it be from the livestock at their farm? Is it on a large scale? Wu Jiankai inquired. If memory serves me right, Zhou's farm has previously had hundreds of pigs and thousands of chickens simultaneously. If Zhou's family were to slaughter all those animals and hide the meat, how long could they sustain themselves? How long? Wu Jiankai chuckled bitterly. It's truly hard to calculate. Until death? Should we report this upward? Let us go. This matter must be reported. Su Ziyuan forcefully pulled Wu Jiankai up, and they walked side by side toward the conference room. Zhou Lin was still unaware that someone had set their sights on his family's wealth. He dragged Yang Qiqi, whom he had hidden in the bathroom, and threw her beside the fire. Try to deceive my mother into opening the door? Yang Qiqi, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Then go ahead. Yang Qiqi raised her chin defiantly, truly believing Zhou Lin wouldn't have the courage to harm her, at least not now. After all, the government was still in place. She had been personally rescued from the Zhou family by Wu Jiankai. If Zhou Lin were to kill her today, how would Wu Jiankai save face? Surely, Zhou Lin would face severe consequences, possibly even execution. Beside them, Tang Ili stifled his cries. He admired Yang Qiqi's fierce spirit, yet loathed Zhou Lin to the core. Given the opportunity, he would certainly ensure Zhou Lin faced dire retribution. It seems you truly fear not death. Zhou Lin slaped young Kiki heart, the force nearly snapping her neck. Yang Chi-Chi, thrown off balance, could barely cry out, blood spilling from her mouth as she lost two prominent teeth. Woe betide you when CEO Chow arrives. Her face swelled visibly, resembling dough left to rise overnight in a warm environment. Sun Qinghao, petrified, lay still as if playing dead. That slap was merely collecting interest. With that, Zhou Lin approached Tang Ili, and under his terrified gaze, stomped down hard. Crack! Tang Ili's left hand, which hadn't been retracted in time, was ruthlessly crushed beneath Zhou Lin's foot, leaving no bone unbroken. Even if he were rushed to the best hospital in the world now, recovery would be impossible. The excruciating pain made Tang Ili howl, his neck veins bulging, and the corners of his mouth tearing from the strain, blood flowing profusely. That kick was for my father's interest, and now it's for my mother's. Tang Ili, you must live well, for I have yet to settle the score with you. Sun Qinghao dared not speak. Yang Chi-Chi was too pained to utter a word, and Tang Ili lacked the strength to respond. The room fell silent, save for heavy breaths. A few beams of light approached, and Xiao Hang arrived with his men. Huang Xiefeng, initially brimming with bravado, gasped in horror upon seeing the tragic state of Yang Chi-Chi and Tang Ili, quietly retreating to Xiao Hang's side. Zhou Lin, is this excessive? Do you truly believe the law ceases to exist in these apocalyptic times? Manager Xiao, Zhou Lin replied nonchalantly. These three injure my family's dog and harm my parents today. Where was your advocacy for the law back then? You are aware that the apocalypse has arrived. In truth, there is little to lament about the end times, is there? I see you have adapted quite well. Allow me to impart a piece of advice. Do not provoke me. Zhou Lin departed, entirely disregarding Xiao Hang and his entourage. Boss, he is far too arrogant. He must be dealt with, Huang Xiefeng remarked, gazing in the direction Zhou Lin had taken. Chapter 52, A Timely Aid. Upon returning home, Zhou Lin could not escape a barrage of complaints from Cheng Yali. Black Dog seemed to sense the scent of an adversary, curiously circling around Zhou Lin, occasionally whimpering as if inquiring whether he had avenged himself. After rubbing the dog's chin, Zhou Lin ascended to his room, indulging in a long, soothing hot shower, which allowed him to relax completely. However, upon emerging from the bathroom, he was startled by the unexpected presence of Wu Shui. Instinctively, he clutched the towel wrapped around his waist. "What are you doing here?" he stammered. Wu Shui, initially a bit embarrassed, nearly broke into laughter upon seeing Zhou Lin's reaction. "Annie let me in." Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, pondering what his mother was scheming this time. Even if everyone had no objections, surely feelings require nurturing. "When you left, Annie spoke with my parents, and they had no objections. Your parents have never met me, and they have no objections?" Zhou Lin found it difficult to believe that they were so open-minded. In truth, Zhou Lin was overthinking the situation. In peaceful times, given the circumstances of the Zhou family, Wu Shui's parents would likely have reservations, and Wu Shui would not spare Zhou Lin a second glance. A studious individual like her would be drawn only to someone with superior academic prowess. But what is the current state of affairs? As intellectually gifted individuals, Wu Shui's parents were acutely aware of the realities. One must possess resources and capabilities to survive. The Zhou family, possessing both, was a fitting match, though they resided abroad and were part of the Olympus project that did not guarantee safety. Naturally, Wu Shui's parents were considering their daughter's future. What better choice could there be than the Zhou family? Even if alternatives existed, would Wu Shui be able to extricate herself if the Zhou family were offended? Moreover, a significant reason was Wu Shui's complete lack of opposition. Auntie said she will no longer oversee your daily needs. That responsibility falls to me. I'll go fetch your clothes. Daily needs? If I hadn't just witnessed your earlier gulp, I might actually believe you. Indeed, you are merely coveting my physique. Due to Cheng Yali's injury and Wu Shui's utter lack of culinary talent, Zhou Lin ultimately found himself in the kitchen. Had he known, he would have refrained from showering. After enjoying a delightful meal, Zhou Lin reclined comfortably on the sofa, his mind delving into the modifications of the Lu Xiaofeng. All the necessary materials and components had been preemptively stored in the vehicle. Due to the haste of his departure, there were still a few shops in the auto city he had yet to visit. He intended to return when opportunity allowed. "Have you found them?" Cheng Yali lay sprawled across another sofa, her ample form nearly engulfing it entirely, while Zhou Kaijun applied eyes to her bruised areas. Yes, and I severed Tang Yili's hand and foot. Why must you be so impulsive? Cheng Yali wore a stern expression, apprehensive about the potential repercussions of any disturbances that might attract the government's attention. I was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Just as the mother and son engaged in conversation, Huang Minjing's urgent call pierced the air. Could it be that trouble had arisen once more? Zhou Lin frowned as he answered, only to be met with Huang Minjing's tearful voice. Sister Cheng, is Zhou Lin not back yet? My stove is about to go out. Should I come over now? I have returned, Zhou Lin replied, glancing at Cheng Yali. Just wait. I'll bring some coal over right away. Be careful. We cannot afford any more trouble. All we desire now is to live in peace. You are right, mother, exclaimed Zhou Li, who had been engrossed in her phone. But that is surely impossible. As the saying goes, the tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. I am leaving, Zhou Lin decided, taking advantage of Wu Shue's presence in the kitchen to avoid the pretense of hauling coal from upstairs, which would be quite laborious. After deliberately lingering for a few minutes, he knocked on Huang Minjing's door, his sled laden with coal beside him. Upon seeing Huang Minjing's tear-streaked face, he refrained from entering the house, preferring to maintain a respectful distance to avoid future complications. He did not mention any fast-tracked arrangements. After all, a sled full of coal would not last long unless Huang Minjing was astute enough to uphold her word. To Zhou Lin's surprise, Huang Minjing had been prepared to accept any terms he proposed when she opened the door. Business people like her are well aware that, at any time, what is given freely is often the most valuable. However, for the sake of her mother, she accepted the offer in silence. You simply gave it to her without discussing any fast-tracking? Cheng Yali furrowed her brow. She wasn't lamenting the coal. Rather, she made it clear, I only recognize Xiao Xue as my daughter-in-law. Any other woman must step aside. Upon hearing this, Wu Shue, who had just finished tidying up the kitchen, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. What are you thinking? Zhou Lin shook his head. Since we are to collaborate, it is prudent for us to display sincerity. I will check the tool room, he added. Without Yang Kiki, the go-to person, many tasks would have to be tackled personally, which was rather tedious. Not exhausting, but time-consuming. The vegetables in the hydroponic tubes thrived rapidly under constant temperature, light, and ample nutrients, particularly the lettuce and Shanghai green, which will be ready for harvest in 2 to 3 days. There were plenty of chicken and duck eggs, while the geese, in contrast, proved to be the least cost-effective, growing slowly with fewer eggs, taking up space, and consuming more food. If it weren't for breeding purposes, I would have already cooked you, he mused. Wong Wong. Black dog barked twice, as if expressing agreement. After all, in the entire tool room, the only creatures daring enough to confront it were the pair of geese. Upon hearing black dogs barking, the geese flapped their wings and began to stir, revealing their combative nature. In stark contrast, the rabbit hutch remained tranquil, especially the largest doe, which had previously dashed about during Zhou Lin's visits, but today remained utterly still. Could it be that she has given birth? Zhou Lin wondered aloud, lifting one of the doe's hind legs to count. To his astonishment, there were 12 plump little ones. Upon hearing the news of the rabbit's litter, 3 women rushed upstairs in eager anticipation, unintentionally alarming the mother rabbit, who nearly abandoned her young in fright. A delightful omen, indeed. Our family is blessed with double happiness. Cheng Yali's boisterous laughter resonated through the tool shed. In these apocalyptic times, such occurrences are truly joyous. The sight of vibrant green vegetables instilled hope in everyone. Although hydroponics relies solely on synthetic fertilizers, who cares about that now? Wu Shue inquired of Zhou Lin whether, if they continued to expand, they could cultivate a variety of vegetables to satisfy their family's needs. Zhou Lin had contemplated this as well. For instance, when conditions permit in the future, they could easily find a storage space within the Reifu to fill with hydroponic equipment or adopt a more environmentally friendly method known as aquaponics. What is aquaponics? Wu Shue asked curiously. To put it simply, it involves using water from fish tanks to grow vegetables, then returning the purified water, cleansed by the vegetable's absorption of nutrients, to nourish the fish. Theoretically, this method allows for the cultivation of delicious fish alongside completely organic vegetables. So, what shall we give a try? Chapter 53. Fish, Vegetables, and Water. Zhou Lin never anticipated that Wu Shue's suggestion to try was not about aquaponics, but rather about the water aspect. Is something wrong? Leaning against Zhou Lin's arm, Wu Shue slightly furrowed her brows, her face still tinged with a rosy hue. Her skin glowing under the light in a way she had never experienced before. Initially, it was indeed a challenge, yet Zhou Lin proved to be an excellent teacher. Once she caught up, she began to savor the experience. Honestly, it was quite marvelous. All right, Zhou Lin adjusted his arm, allowing Wu Shui to nestle closer, yet felt compelled to assure her that there was no need for such apprehension. Even if circumstances were changed, they would never treat her as an outsider. Not entirely. Wu Shui whispered, in these chaotic times, a woman like me, lacking in physical strength, must rely on a man to survive. Rather than face an uncertain demise or be forced into a corner someday, it is better to willingly accept someone I genuinely desire. Indeed, I simply crave your physical presence. Do you like me? Even the most intelligent of women occasionally reveal their true nature. I do. Zhou Lin pressed a gentle kiss on Wu Shui's forehead. Now rest. You must be tired. He turned off the light and lay down. The next day, as they exited their room, they found Cheng Yali seated on the sofa, wearing an unmistakable Andy smile. Andy, you still call me Andy? You child, here, I have prepared a red envelope for you. Your father is still asleep, so I shall act on his behalf. Mom. Wu Shui bit her lip, accepting the red envelope with a hint of shyness. Why don't I have one? Zhou Lin inquired. Do you want a lump sum? How dare you ask your old mother for a red envelope when I could just as easily request child support from you? All right, family dynamics established. Oh, my mom. Such a large gold bar. Upon receiving the red envelope, Wu Shui felt it was unlike any money she had encountered, especially since paper currency had become more useful for lighting fires than anything else. If used as a red envelope, it would merely symbolize good fortune. Cheng Yali would never resort to such trivialities. She had directly placed a 300-gram gold bar into the envelope. How do we even come by this? Zhou Lin was momentarily taken aback, believing their family had exhausted all their resources before the apocalypse. You know nothing. Shui, come here. If he dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, and see if I won't teach him a lesson. In contrast to the escalating chaos outside, the union of Zhou Lin and Wu Shui enveloped the Zhou family in a jubilant atmosphere for several days. Newlyweds, Zhou Lin found little motivation to gather supplies, instead indulging in tender moments with Wu Shui while leisurely continuing the modification of the Lu Xiaofeng. However, this tranquil existence was disrupted 5 days later by the blaring of the surveillance alarm. The monitor revealed a group of individuals, including Su Ziyuan and Wu Jinkai. What are they doing here? Cheng Yali felt a twinge of anxiety. What brings you here? Zhou Lin inquired through the camera. This is Su Ziyuan. May I inquire if Comrade Zhou Kaijun or Cheng Yali is present? We wish to clarify a few matters. Cheng Yali exhaled in relief. As long as they were not here to apprehend Zhou Lin, it was acceptable, perhaps due to her habitual trust in the government. Cheng Yali was about to open the door, but Zhou Lin swiftly pulled her back, signaling for Zhou Kaijun to remain silent. My parents are ill. You can speak to me directly about your concerns. Is that how it is? Su Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly. Zhou Lin's demeanor was making him feel somewhat embarrassed. With elderly and young ones at home, it's not very convenient. Perhaps you could come in alone? Zhou Lin, is it? We should have apprehended you last time. I advise you to tread carefully. Wu Jinkai interjected, unable to contain himself. Such remarks are rather pointless, Zhou Lin replied nonchalantly. Either refrain from speaking or proceed, as I suggest. You. Wu Jinkai was about to retort, but Su Ziyuan interrupted him, clarifying that they were not there to quarrel with Zhou Lin, nor to defend AI Bing. Very well, I shall enter alone. Su Ziyuan assumed Zhou Lin was inviting him in, only to realize there was still a security door in between. Having missed the previous rescue of Yang Chi-Chi, he was taken aback by the 2 layers of security. You must have been prepared for this. No, we merely exercise habitual caution. Zhou Lin set up a small tea table in the corridor, complete with 2 small stools and a tea tray. The fragrant steam wafting from the teapot enticing Su Ziyuan's palate. Tea had become a luxury in these times, even the most ordinary variety. Given Su Ziyuan's current status, it was a challenge to enjoy a warm cup of tea. Excellent tea. Your household's lifestyle seems to surpass even that of a commander. Zhou Lin chose not to engage with this comment, instead refilling Su Ziyuan's cup and awaiting further dialogue. I have no other intentions. I merely wish to inquire about the livestock at your farm. I heard that your parents dismissed the workers just days before the disaster. The closure of the farm had long been in the works. I returned with the intention of taking them to Shenzhen, where opportunities abound. This narrative had been meticulously crafted by Zhou Saijuan's family to navigate situations like this. It should be noted that in Xia country, when the government seeks to investigate a matter, few obstacles stand in their way. Su Ziyuan shook his head. Let us not delve into that. Regarding the livestock, they didn't perish in the storm, did they? They were all slaughtered, a portion was sold, and the remainder has been frozen. Excellent, Su Ziyuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. How much was frozen? Where's it stored? Zhou Lin gazed at Su Ziyuan with an expression of utter incredulity, remaining silent. Cough, cough, given the current scarcity of resources. The tens of thousands in the shelter are in dire need of this batch of meat. Su Ziyuan attempted to persuade Zhou Lin, but upon seeing Zhou Lin's indifferent demeanor, he realized this approach was futile. How can I convince you to part with this meat? Zhou Lin took a sip from his teacup. Director Su, you know well that in our household, we lack many things, but a sense of security is sorely missing. Security? Su Ziyuan turned to glance at the two security doors. Your sense of security is already off the charts. Not sufficient. Zhou Lin shook his head and recounted the incident when Yang Qiqi, accompanied by Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao, had injured Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. Indeed, even today, the couple remains bedridden, and who knows, they might not recover in the coming days. Such a situation exists? What kind of security do you desire? Su Ziyuan felt a sense of foreboding. He then observed Zhou Lin making a gesture. Impossible. Su Ziyuan nearly stood up in outrage, on the verge of flipping the table. In Xia country, such matters are taboo. Special circumstances require special handling. Our family are law-abiding citizens, and our intentions are merely for self-preservation. Alas, if anything were to happen to my parents, my sister, and I might not withstand the blow, perhaps even resorting to drastic measures. Su Ziyuan's expression darkened. Prior to this encounter, he had contemplated that Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali might demand exorbitant concessions. Yet he never anticipated Zhou Lin's audacity would surpass all expectations. Strictly speaking, what Zhou Lin sought was not particularly valuable in monetary terms. It was exceedingly rare and costly, for what he desired was a form of privilege. I refuse to believe that such resources are entirely absent from the outside world. Director Su, if you can assure me that there are absolutely none among the populace, I would have no qualms about surrendering the entire batch of meat to you. Can you guarantee that? Chapter 54, A Meeting of Minds. At the Post-Disaster Command Center in Jia City, Su Ziyuan was not responsible for security matters. However, that did not imply he was uninformed about the situation. Half a month has passed since the calamity struck, a brief span in the grand scheme. Yet human society proves to be remarkably fragile, with the fabric of daily life utterly unraveled. Political order clings to existence only in areas where state power remains. Despite Xia country's stringent gun control, acquiring firearms in the apocalypse is not particularly challenging. Police department branches, security firms of financial institutions, and even certain specialized enterprises have stockpiles of weaponry and ammunition, provided one knows their precise locations and possesses the capability to breach entry. How many firearms and ammunition have transitioned from these official entities to the civilian realm? It is impossible to quantify precisely, but it is safe to assert that the numbers are significant. Zhou Lin's desire to exchange por for a firearm to safeguard himself seems quite reasonable. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Su Ziyuan lacks the authority to make such decisions. Not even Zhu Guanghan holds that power. In Xia country, the separation of military and political affairs is customary, a principle that remains unaltered even in the face of apocalypse. Then I will await your news. Zhou Lin stood up, signaling the end of the meeting. I cannot make any guarantees, and regarding the quantity of meat, I shall only know once my father awakens. With nothing further to discuss, it was unthinkable to threaten Zhou Lin at gunpoint to extract information. Utterly ungrateful. They cannot possibly believe they can reside here indefinitely, can they? Ultimately, they will have to seek refuge, and by bringing it up now, we might even secure them a favorable position for the future. When Su Ziyuan emerged with a grim expression, Wu Jiankai feared the worst, his anger surging. Su Ziyuan gestured for him to return first and discuss matters later. Is that how it ends? Wu Jiankai felt a twinge of anxiety. It was no small feat to venture out in this environment, and the mere thought of fuel consumption was disheartening. Yet, Su Ziyuan had already departed, and no further word from Wu Jiankai could change the situation. The soldiers would not blow open the blast door merely because of his orders. There remained a portion in the cold storage, perhaps around 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, due to the low temperature, it had not spoiled. After hearing Zhou Lin's account, neither Zhou Kaijun nor Cheng Yali expressed any objections. The quantity of firearms and ammunition was not the crux of the matter. The key was having official endorsement to access them openly. I cannot guarantee anything. They may consider alternative methods, as it is still a bit early. The apocalypse had only descended for half a month, and many still held hope, yearning for the calamity to pass swiftly. As time drags on, those in despair will shed their inhibitions, and order will further disintegrate. At that juncture, firearms will lose their significance. The news of the Zhou family stockpile of frozen meat had somehow circulated within the community, even reaching the hidden Yang Qiqi and her companions. I knew it. Though Yang Qiqi's face had swollen less, it had become oddly asymmetrical due to the loss of 2 molars. Tang Ili lay on the ground, having withered away from pain and hunger, resembling a different person altogether. In recent days, his most frequent lamentation was a desire to return home. Among the 3, Sun Qinghao was in the best condition, as he would often sneak snacks on his way back after searching for food from Xiaohang. What use is knowledge? Sun Qinghao retorted. Do you intend to resort to theft? He touched his still aching backside, and the image of Heizi flashed through his mind, pleading silently, don't involve me. Can't you see how incapacitated old Tang has become? Useless. Yang Qiqi scoffed softly, believing Tang Ili to be asleep and unaware, yet he was not asleep. He turned his head, silently clenching his teeth. I'll step out for a moment. Yang Qiqi, wielding a flashlight, made her way to the property management office, only to be blocked by Huang Xiefeng, who usually stood guard there during quiet times. I need to see Manager Xiao, she stated. Wait, yes, busy. Busy with what? Yang Qiqi had already heard the commotion. After a moment, a heavily bundled woman emerged, her head and face obscured beneath a thick hat. Yet the length of her legs alone was enough to captivate Yang Qiqi. The woman hurried away, head bowed. Is there something amiss? Yang Qiqi instinctively leaned closer to the heater, halting only when she found the most comfortable position. I have something to discuss with you. Xiaohang frowned slightly. He had just eaten and felt somewhat bloated in what one might call a sage state. If Yang Qiqi intended to tempt him now, she was sorely mistaken. His standards were exceedingly high at that moment. I know where a substantial amount of supplies can be found, even live poultry. Really? Xiaohang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. My request is rather simple. 1/3, I demand 1/3. Furthermore, you must ensure my safety here. Yang Qiqi initially aspired to unite with Xiaohang, but the recent encounter with that woman instilled in her a sense of clarity. 1/5, Xiaohang contemplated. At least 1/4. Just 1/5, otherwise, I could easily extract the information from you. Upon witnessing the fierce glint in Xiaohang's eyes, Yang Qiqi swallowed hard and acquiesced. The Zhou family. It turns out they are exceedingly wealthy. You may leave. Once the supplies are secured, I will notify you. No, I shall remain here. Yang Qiqi had no intention of departing. This place was warm and pristine, and she was willing to stay even in Xiaohang's company. However, her optimism was misplaced. Ultimately, Xiaohang did not expel Yang Qiqi, yet he would not indulge her for free. The distinction between necessity and willingness was significant. Xiefeng, come in for a moment. To avert prolonged complications, Xiaohang turned and summoned Huang Xiefeng for a discussion. Immediate action was not feasible, as Su Ziyuan had indicated he would return. The Zhou family's entry posed a challenge. Could you seek a locksmith or a capable individual? As a property management company, they indeed had numerous locksmiths on call. And fortunately, Huang Xiefeng knew one residing nearby who could be contacted. Additionally, Xiaohang requested he procure a cutting machine. Witnessing Xiaohang's earnest regard for Yang Qiqi filled her with joy. Initially, she had no desire to collaborate with him. Yet the incompetence of Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao compelled her otherwise. Indeed, Yang Qiqi had never believed the previous failure was in any way her fault. It was solely the blunders of those 2 men. Hence, she sought out Xiaohang. As for Zhou Lin or the Zhou family, they were undoubtedly culpable. Firstly, Zhou Lin's failure to fawn over her after AI Bing's demise was a grave mistake. A sycophant ought to possess the awareness befitting their role. Who they choose to flatter is inconsequential. She at least was not akin to AI Bing in that regard. This is Yang Qiqi's rationale, and it mirrors the logic of many women like her. Who claims women lack logic? When provoked, they can be as formidable as men. Yang Qiqi held Zhou Lin in deep contempt, perceiving him as indecisive, incapable even of murder. Indeed, that was her conviction. Had she been aware that her continued existence hinged upon Zhou Lin's desire to connect with Chao Bowen through her, she would have surely been taken aback. However, Zhou Lin has now resolved to abandon the matter. Presently, it appears that Yang Qiqi holds no weight in Qiao Bowen's estimation. Otherwise, he would have reached out to her by now. There was no profound enmity between him and Yang Qiqi. Had she been more forthright and successfully drawn Qiao Bowen in, Zhou Lin would not have minded accommodating an additional person in his household. But as it stands, Zhou Lin has already condemned Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili to a grim fate. In fact, Yang Qiqi's current actions were entirely within Zhou Lin's expectations. Otherwise, how could he have proposed such exchange conditions to Su Ziyuan? Now, it remains to be seen whether the command center will acquiesce. Chapter 55. No more transactions in the future. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Pingping vehemently opposed. Firearms must never be distributed to the public. In this present May, there exist factions that prioritize monetary gain over human life. Should these individuals acquire firearms, the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. It is not merely the common citizens who would be at risk. Even the military might find themselves under threat. Yi Xinxiao harbored reservations. Yet without a declaration from Zhu Guanghan, he refrained from voicing his opinion. Letting Wang Pingping raise his voice might serve a purpose, such as the political wisdom that has endured in Xia for millennia. However, we're in dire need of that frozen meat, Su Ziyuan remarked quietly, suggesting that a handgun and several rounds of ammunition would not pose a significant issue. Zhu Guanghan, extinguishing the nearly burnt cigarette in the ashtray, turned to old Yi. What do you think? In truth, firearms are not the primary concern. As a seasoned soldier, he succinctly highlighted the crux of the matter. Without ammunition, a gun is less effective than a knife, and may even be inferior to a mere stick. Wang Piping was about to interject, but a glance from Yi Xinxiao silenced him. The crux of the issue lies in the quantity of bullets. It is our tradition not to take from the common folk, and we cannot disregard this principle in times of calamity. I propose that 10 pounds of pork be exchanged for a single bullet. I find old Ye's suggestion quite reasonable. What do you all think? Zhu Guanghan was the first to endorse it. What more could the others say? Armed with the organization's decision, Su Ziyuan returned to Lanshan community. Once again, he found himself only qualified to converse between the two doors. Fortunately, he could still enjoy hot tea, which was not entirely a loss. He had not anticipated the government's stinginess. Zhou Lin chuckled, noting that 10 pounds of frozen meat for a bullet, when calculated at current prices, was more precious than gold. However, Su Ziyuan had his rationale. The government does not encourage private disputes. Many conflicts can often be resolved simply by brandishing a weapon. The Zhou family's desire for self-defense does not necessitate an abundance of ammunition. Under no circumstances should firearms be discharged unless absolutely necessary, and even then, they should primarily serve as a warning. So, does this mean that the bullets I procure in exchange for 10 pounds of frozen meat can only be used for air? Director Su, do you find that reasonable? I believe it is quite reasonable. Sometimes, the focus should not be on the infinite, but rather on the transition from 0 to 1. The price is non-negotiable. Ultimately, Zhou Lin recorded the location of the cold storage and the quantity of frozen meat on a piece of paper. The firearms may be provided initially, but the ammunition will be delivered once we verify the details. Su Ziyuan placed a pristine Type 92 pistol on the table, clearly unused, as it still bore the oil for manufacturing. Zhou Lin was indifferent to the terms of exchange. The Post-Disaster Command Center would surely honor its commitments. As for the frozen meat in the cold storage, it was merely what had remained from that time, totaling around 1,000 pounds. 100 bullets were inconsequential to Zhou Lin. Why have you never inquired about how we came to possess firearms? Zhou Lin lay on the bed, watching Wu Shui tidy her clothes. Though her outings were infrequent, she still needed to change and wash. Some matters, if constantly probed, might lead to frustration. Even if you're not annoyed, you would still be on guard around me. In the past, one could simply divorce if the relationship became unbearable. But such an option no longer exists, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, one could not help but admire such clarity in thought, leaving Zhou Lin at a loss for words, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. Have you reached any conclusions from the ongoing assessments of my health data? Yes. Wu Shui closed the wardrobe and settled beside Zhou Lin, eager to listen. Of course, she replied. If my previous studies are correct, then you're mistaken. What do you mean? Zhou Lin inquired, sitting up. Wu Shui playfully pinched Zhou Lin's abdominal muscles. Despite the lack of significant outward differences, it was impossible for humanity to possess such attributes. Yet, My worldview prevents me from accepting the existence of supernatural beings. Thus, your very existence is the greatest affront to modern medicine. Having delivered her serious statement, Wu Shui could no longer suppress her laughter. Look at your gloomy face. Fear not. Although you possess a strength that defies human norms, in a world like this, what is there that I cannot accept? Moreover, no woman would resent her husband for being robust, unless he resorts to domestic violence. Would you ever harm me? That's hard to say, Zhou Lin exclaimed, suddenly springing up and pinning Wu Shui down. Today, you shall experience it. With an evolution level exceeding 3, Zhou Lin's physical prowess was thrice that of an average person. Wu Shui, who had previously asserted that no woman would mind a strong husband, was about to learn otherwise. Happiness is one matter, but after the bliss, Wu Shui found herself troubled. This was a conversation she hesitated to have with Zhou Lin and instead sought out her mother-in-law, Yali. Fear not. Our family's resources are ample. In the past, both old Zhou and I were preoccupied with our careers, but now we have the luxury of idleness. Yet, Wu Shui remained apprehensive. Although a natural birth seemed feasible under their current circumstances, what if a cesarean became necessary? Could she perform it herself? Furthermore, resources at home were finite. One cannot live off the land indefinitely without facing scarcity. Would they allow their child to suffer in such conditions, sitting idly and consuming resources? Yali paused before softly assuring her, I cannot guarantee everything else, but when it comes to food and supplies, rest assured. Even if you were to bear 10 or 8 children, we would have more than enough. 10 or 8. Wu Shui gasped, pondering how much stock the Zhou family had hidden away. Was it several tons or tens of tons? Surely not hundreds? And if so, there was no way such an abundance could fit in their home. She often visited the tool shed. Could the supplies be concealed elsewhere? Even so, Wu Shui's concerns lingered, albeit tucked away in her heart. A couple of days later, Su Ziyuan made a special visit, delivering bullets while expressing gratitude on behalf of the Zhou family. In addition to over 200 pounds of frozen pork, they had also discovered more than 100 chickens in the cold storage. So, 100 chickens for 20 bullets? Zhou Lin chuckled. To be precise, it's 10 bullets. With another 10 as a bonus, Su Ziyuan replied. How generous. Please extend my thanks to the commander for me. I am quite satisfied with this transaction. Su Ziyuan smiled slightly, about to respond when Zhou Lin interjected, let's not engage in trade any further. Su Ziyuan awkwardly excused himself. Having not even sipped a cup of tea, will this offend him? What if we end up with a disadvantage? Yali expressed her concerns, and Wu Shui shared the sentiment, recognizing the importance of maintaining amicable relations with the authorities. However, Zhou Lin held a different view. This is the apocalypse. In this world, kindness and cowardice are original sins. If you do not assert yourself, you will become nothing more than prey in the eyes of others. Actual flesh. Wu Shui was somewhat startled, her voice trembling as she said, surely it cannot be so cruel. How could one possibly resort to cannibalism? Her sister-in-law retorted, you are naive. My brother is right. Humankind is the most merciless of all beings. Zhou Li raised her phone, revealing that someone had already confessed on the forum. Confess? Confess to what? To eating people? Wu Shui's complexion turned pale in an instant, and she hastily ran towards the restroom. Brother, the burden is heavy. Zhou Li pointed at Wu Shui's retreating figure. Zhou Lin could only shrug in response before following her. Meanwhile, Xiao Hang assessed that Su Ziyuan would likely not be arriving anytime soon. What a pity for those frozen meats. If only you had informed me earlier, he lamented. At that time, I was still trapped on the rooftop. Yang Qiqi scoffed. Are we about to take action? We'll proceed as soon as Huang Xiefeng returns with the lock-picking tools. Chapter 56. I too have parents. Eternal night lacks the sun. Daylight is a void of darkness. While night descends into deeper shadows, many suffer from disrupted biological clocks because of this. However, Zhou Lin's family fared better, with heating and lighting, and Wu Shui, as the family healthcare professional, insisting that everyone adhere to a normal schedule for health's sake, they managed well. After midnight, while others were asleep, Zhou Lin remained on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. The Apocalyptic Human Alliance forum had seen a surge in new members, and various sections had become lively. Just days prior, a regional section had been introduced, and Zhou Lin was currently perusing the Bashu section of Xia Country, with total posts barely reaching 2,000. Today alone saw over 500 new threads, most seeking either people or supplies, while some exceedingly bored individuals indulged in analyses of various matters. Zhou Lin found little interest in the threads seeking individuals, but was quite intrigued by numerous supply exchange posts. Once valuable antiques, gemstones, and luxury items now bowed before the necessity of food and medicine. A diamond ring traded for 10 pounds of rice. A painting once auctioned for millions exchanged for 100 pounds of staple grains, and bags worth tens of thousands bartered for mere buns. If transportation were not so inconvenient, he could have traded some items to wait until the eternal night passed. After all, a bit of patience would not hurt. While Zhou Lin was lost in thought, the surveillance monitor suddenly emitted a beeping alarm. Intruder at the blast-proof door. He muttered, "What time for a thief?" He silenced the alarm to avoid disturbing others and brought up the surveillance footage, only to be taken aback by the sight. It was Sun Qinghao, lurking at the door without even a flashlight, merely tapping lightly and heavily on the door. Without the camera, one would hardly have noticed him. After ensuring that only Sun Qinghao was present, Zhou Lin opened the door. "What brings you here?" "Brother, I have significant intelligence," Sun Qinghao exclaimed, glancing nervously at the darkened corridor. "Can we discuss this inside?" "Significant intelligence?" Zhou Lin furrowed his brows, allowing Sun Qinghao to step into the corridor. "Speak slowly." The small tea table had yet to be moved, and the corridor was nearly transformed into the Zhou family's living room, designated for receiving guests. "Brother, that property manager, Xiao, is colluding with Yang Qiqi. They intend to seize you." "Seize me?" Zhou Lin questioned. "It could happen the next few days," Sun Qinghao replied. Zhou Lin chuckled. "Aren't you allied with them? What made you decide to tip me off?" "After a period of deep reflection, I realized that you resemble a protagonist from a novel." "A protagonist from a novel?" Zhou Lin was amused and inquired about Sun Qinghao's reasoning. "Primarily because of those two wretches, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The epitome of green tea. Generally, those who unabashedly fawn over green tea are the villains, while those targeted repeatedly by them often resemble the protagonists of the story." "Brother, do you think I'm right? Is that the only reason?" Zhou Lin asked. "Hey," Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands together, gesturing towards the bomb-proof door behind him. "Isn't it obvious?" Indeed, none of the survivors were simple characters, and Sun Qinghao clearly harbored suspicions about the Zhou family's preparations. His suspicion wasn't born out of malice. He simply sought a strong ally. "Just wait," Zhou Lin said as he entered to fetch a package of food, intending to send Sun Qinghao on his way. However, Sun Qinghao refused to take it, looking at Zhou Lin with a pitiful expression. "I've spent my life knowing I contribute little to society, but my parents are still alive, and if given the chance, I wish to reunite with them. Even if I can't offer much help, as long as we can be together. To leave in perfect order?" A single phrase from Zhou Lin left Sun Qinghao momentarily speechless, tears brimming in his eyes, unsure whether to weep or not. "How about I give you a hand-cranked flashlight? As long as you have hands. You won't run out of power. Aren't you looking for your parents?" "Actually, they're divorced." Sun Qinghao wiped his face, forcing a smile. "I figured as much. Is it really that obvious?" Zhou Lin nodded earnestly. "I lack food, but I possess plenty of other resources. However, I am neither kind nor moral, and I harbor no sympathy or compassion. Thus, understand," Sun Qinghao exclaimed, lifting the package of food from the small table. "Brother, from now on, you shall be my brother, and I will be your undercover agent infiltrating the enemy. That is a bit exaggerated. I mean, Yang Qiqi and the others aren't worthy foes. Merely insignificant cockroaches, really just a nuisance." "Got it. Brother, from now on, I shall be your cockroach poison. One dose to wipe out a whole nest." Sun Qinghao departed. Whether he could indeed eradicate a nest remained uncertain. He was a genuine scoundrel, likely shaped by a troubled childhood and lacking any real capabilities, contributing nothing to society but mere numbers. But was there truly any distinction between Zhou Lin before his rebirth and Sun Qinghao? None. Both were merely fillers. In fact, over 95% of the population are fillers, with the exception of perhaps someone like Wu Shui. But what difference did that make? Zhou Lin believed that even without awakening any extraordinary abilities or evolving after his rebirth, he would still strive to survive. Sometimes, living is not solely for oneself. A newborn possesses no survival skills, and by the time one can ponder such matters, they have already accrued a substantial debt that must be repaid. At times, Zhou Lin wondered if his rebirth was merely to settle that debt, considering he had failed to care for his parents in his previous life, even unaware of their well-being. Thus, it is only natural that he would seek repayment from individuals like AI Bing and Tang Yili. The debts I owed in my previous life must be settled, both principal and interest. As for what was owed to me, it shall be repaid with the utmost severity. As for Xiaohang, he can only blame himself for harboring inappropriate thoughts. Perhaps he does not perceive any wrongdoing on his part. Just as Sun Qinghao remarked, every human being yearns to survive, and he is no exception. However, he is more ambitious than Sun Qinghao. Not only does he wish to survive, but he also desires a more comfortable and distinguished existence, which is why he chose to collaborate with Yang Qiqi. The locksmith has arrived, and Huang Xiefeng managed to bring him over from the neighboring community for the mere price of a bag of bread. He appeared to be a rather unassuming individual, for if he had looked like a thief at first glance, the police would surely not have issued him a locksmith's license. Yet, even the most honest of individuals may resort to desperate measures in the face of hunger and death. After all, it is merely a matter of unlocking a door. This particular door, however, posed a challenge. Upon first sight of the blast-proof door at Zhou Lin's residence, the locksmith began to shake his head. How can you declare it unopenable without even trying? Huang Xiefeng exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the back of the locksmith's head, the sound resonating crisply. Are you telling me this is a security door? This is a blast-proof door. The locksmith, one hand clutching the back of his head, pointed at the door. Is it not a security door? This is a violence-proof door. It is designed to withstand not explosions, but brute force. With a simple tool, I can disable all the locks in a matter of moments. Not even explosives could breach it. This is akin to a bank vault. Damn it. Huang Xiefeng turned to Xiaohang. What should we do now? Chapter 57. Zhou Lin's Bastion. A private residence utilizing the same specifications as a bank vault? One can only conclude that the wealthy ought to be condemned. With such wealth, why not contribute it to charity? How are thieves and locksmiths supposed to survive? Xiaohang truly wished to confront Zhou Lin and inquire about his thought process. Waving the locksmith away, Xiaohang gritted his teeth. Let us go for it. With oxyacetylene, the temperature can reach up to 3,000 degrees. No common metal would withstand it. There was no need for an outsider to operate the oxyacetylene torch. Huang Xiefeng was capable, having worked in a factory before. The purple-white flame was particularly blinding in the dim corridor, causing Yang Qiqi to feel tears welling up, rendering her vision a shimmering blur. She quickly stepped back, turning her head away from the flame, her eyes finally feeling a bit more at ease. In the shadows, Sun Qinghao remained concealed, his fists clenched tightly, although he was a rogue, who said that rogues lacked the ability to discern right from wrong. In fact, rogues often prefer good people, as they are easier to manipulate. Thus, Sun Qinghao chose to maintain his distance from Xiaohang and the others, particularly from that woman, Yang Qiqi. Generally speaking, those who play the green tea card tend to meet a grim fate, dragging down those around them as well. Having already internally designated Zhou Lin as the protagonist, Sun Qinghao felt compelled to position himself correctly. Constant oscillation could lead to disastrous consequences. Seeing Huang Xiefeng slowly approach the blast-proof door, Sun Qinghao began to worry. Wondering if this would be the end of it all. Would the curtain fall here? How could they have brought this contraption here? Inside the room, the Zhou family had all risen. Upon witnessing the bright flames on the screen, Zhou Lin felt a twinge of trouble. It was not that he couldn't handle it. Defeating them would be quite simple. The crux of the matter lay in the aftermath, which promised to be quite complicated, especially with that Xiaohang, who in peaceful times was merely a property manager, hardly a significant figure. However, it seemed the authorities had begun to acknowledge his managerial position, as Su Ziyuan had contacted Xiaohang on several occasions. It wasn't that all property managers garnered official attention. Rather, it was Xiaohang's demonstrated capabilities that warranted such recognition. He was indeed a talent. I shall go take a look, Zhou Lin declared, donning his attire and stepping outside. At that moment, Huang Xiefeng had adjusted the oxyacetylene flame to its maximum temperature, poised to direct it towards the explosion-proof door. The door swung open. Yang Qiqi gasped softly. Huang Xiefeng halted. Xiaohang squinted, and Sun Qinghao's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly fearless, Zhou Lin's gaze shifted from Huang Xiefeng to the figure of Xiaohang behind him. Manager Xiao, what does this signify? Ahem. Xiaohang cleared his throat, having anticipated such a scenario long beforehand. He stepped forward confidently. It's nothing of great consequence. I merely heard that your family possesses considerable resources and wish to request some for shared prosperity. Shared prosperity? With whom? You or her? Zhou Lin chuckled lightly, revealing a baton from behind his back, one of those rubber truncheons used by the police. While it wouldn't be lethal unless aimed at the head, it could certainly inflict considerable pain and injury, depending on the wielder's intent. Huang Xiefeng, discarding his spray gun, produced a similar baton from his lower back and grinned menacingly at Zhou Lin. Kid, thinking of making a move? You're still a bit too green. Xiao Hang was not accompanied by Huang Xiefeng alone. Aside from the ineffectual Sun Qinghao, two tall and robust individuals were present. However, compared to Huang Xiefeng, they retained a modicum of shame, as the notion of stealing from their own was somewhat beyond their moral threshold. Yet often, a person's bottom line is akin to their undergarments, easily discarded when the stakes are sufficiently high. Charge in. Xiao Hang contemplated and decided on a swift resolution. After all, they were on the top floor. As long as they didn't stir up too much chaos, he could enjoy the spoils. Unless that Yang Qiqi was lying. But even if the Zhou family lacked adequate resources, there was still that Wu Shui, wasn't there? Huang Xiefeng shouted loudly, yet he did not truly advance. He was waiting for the other two security personnel. He assumed that wealthy individuals like Zhou Lin would not resort to violence easily, revealing his ignorance of Tang Yili's true nature, or he would not have been so naive. Fool! Zhou Lin emerged from behind the explosion-proof door, raising his hand to strike Huang Xiefeng on the head. A true adept with a baton would never employ such a straightforward method, as it was far too susceptible to being blocked. A sheer waste of effort. Huang Xiefeng reacted swiftly, raising his hand to defend himself, believing he could thwart the blow. What he did not anticipate was Zhou Lin's extraordinary strength, so formidable that he could not muster additional force in time. All he felt was a ringing in his head before everything faded to black. Perhaps it was due to Huang Xiefeng's sudden downfall that the two security guards had not yet made a move, standing rigidly in place, their eyes fixed on Zhou Lin, who was leisurely retracting his baton, swallowing hard. You two coming at me together? No. The guards hastily waved their hands. What a joke. Huang Xiefeng's baton was bent at a 90-degree angle. It was a steel-core rubber baton, and yet it had broken so easily. Moreover, Huang Xiefeng was still sprawled on the ground, a cautionary tale indeed. Damn it! The guard's retreating demeanor made Xiao Hang curse under his breath, deeming them unreliable. He had yet to perceive the disparity between himself and Zhou Lin, merely attributing Huang Xiefeng's defeat to carelessness, believing he had not evaded. If Huang Xiefeng had wielded a knife, the situation would have been entirely different. After all, the reaction of an ordinary person to a baton and a knife is undeniably distinct. With Huang Xiefeng down and the two guards hesitating, Xiao Hang resolved to take matters into his own hands. He possessed a knife, a quasi-military dagger with a blade exceeding 20 centimeters, gleaming with potential menace. Its effectiveness remained uncertain, yet it was certainly intimidating. A white blade would inevitably yield a red one, if you don't want it to stab a few holes in you. Kneel. Xiao Hang brandished the knife, feigning a ferocious expression. Zhou Lin raised his baton, having exerted a bit too much force, causing a slight deformation. Come on, let us see if I don't make you unrecognizable today. Damn. Usually, Xiao Hang was quite composed, but at this moment, he was genuinely incensed. Charging forth despite, knowing Zhou Lin was formidable. A knife is more dangerous than a baton, or so the ordinary mindset goes. Yet, for a true master, the level of threat often correlates directly with the length of the weapon. Otherwise, the saying an inch longer, an inch stronger would be meaningless, devoid of any specification as to whether it referred to a baton or a knife. The evolution Zhou Lin had undergone endowed him not only with strength, but also with significant enhancements in speed and accuracy. He seemingly swung the baton casually, yet it struck Xiao Hang's wrist with uncanny precision, a result of Zhou Lin's restraint. Had he wished to, he could have effortlessly sent Xiao Hang flying before the blade even grazed him. With a crack, Xiao Hang yelped, discarding the knife, cradling his wrist with his left hand and hopping backwards in distress. The pain was undeniable, but the fear was paramount. He feared Zhou Lin would capitalize on his advantage and show no mercy. You scoundrel, stop. Zhou Lin paid no heed to Xiao Hang. His attention remained fixed on Yang Qiqi in the corner. Observing her intent to flee, Zhou Lin bellowed, simultaneously swinging his baton towards her. It was a genuine strike. The baton soared through the air with a whooshing sound, and by the time Yang Qiqi turned to look upon hearing it, it was already too late. Zhou Lin's baton was not only thick and heavy, but also swift. A sharp pain shot through her leg, causing her to lose her balance, flailing dramatically. Had she not caught herself in time, her chin would have surely met the ground with a harsh impact. Did I grant you permission to leave? Zhou Lin's foot pressed firmly on Yang Qiqi's waist, leaning down to say, is it not better to live with food and drink than to seek death? I was wrong. Zhou Lin, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, forgive me. Yang Qiqi struggled to turn her head, yet she could not catch a glimpse of Zhou Lin. Too fearful to resist, she could only weep incessantly. Thus, it is said that women are made of water. Whether joy or sorrow, tears flow freely. Yet Zhou Lin remained impervious. A man who has traversed the apocalypse knows that not even blood tears hold weight. Consequently, Yang Qiqi felt a sharper pain in her waist, as if her very bones were being crushed. Spare me, please. Have mercy. 2 security guards fled, their cruelty evident. They were assaulting a woman. Sao Han gone them pet et sket. But upon hearing Zhou Lin's cold snort, he dared not move, obediently pressing himself against the wall, as if in the office of the general manager. As for Sun Qinghao, Zhou Lin had just given him a look that forbade his appearance. I am willing to serve you, truly. I promise I will not misbehave again, never. Yang Qiqi continued her desperate pleas for mercy. You, come here, Zhou Lin commanded, gesturing toward Xiao Hang. Is there anything I can assist you with? Xiao Hang repositioned himself, donning an expression of earnest service to the homeowner. Indeed, I find this woman utterly detestable. What do you suggest we do? She is not from our community. I shall have her expelled immediately. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiqi felt a flicker of hope. Anything would suffice as long as she could survive. However, she sensed Zhou Lin's murderous intent, sending chills throughout her body. Expelled? No, a woman such as her deserves to have her legs broken first. You are truly cruel, Xiao. Yang Qiqi cursed vehemently, only to be met with a kick to her face from Xiao Hang, who was eager to convey goodwill to Zhou Lin. Allyship? To hell with allyship. I shall not perish for the sake of comrade. A promising future awaits. Zhou Lin patted Xiao Hang on the shoulder. Not at all. Xiao Hang replied with a forced smile. I shall summon assistance at once. Who are you calling? You proposed the idea. You should carry it out. Otherwise, how can I perceive your sincerity? By the way, what that Tang Yili? Is he not on the brink of death? Xiao Hang point et Yang Qiqi. This woman claims she visited him last night. So you believe that Tang Yili met his demise due to her? Sao Hang zet ponde pom ti li. Zhou Lin nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Do you require my instruction? As he spoke, Zhou Lin retrieved a mobile phone. Good. Upon witnessing the phone's flash illuminate, Xiao Hang understood the gravity of the situation. Despite his reluctance, he begrudgingly picked up the stick from the ground with his left hand, gritting his teeth as he aimed for Yang Qiqi's legs. Xiao Hang, you bastard. Zhou Lin, may you suffer a terrible fate. Yang Qiqi, not one of her legs broken. What difference would that make to death? Found Zhou Lin's foot pressing down on her waist like a mountain, rendering her unable to escape. Xiao Hang swung the stick with all his might, yet it was aimed at Zhou Lin's face. He did not pity Yang Qiqi. Rather, he resented living under another's roof. As long as Zhou Lin lived, Xiao Hang could not rise. If he could not even control a single community, how could he aspire to greatness in chaotic times? Thus, Xiao Hang chose to gamble. Victory would grant him dominion over Lanshan community, while defeat meant merely a beating. He believed Zhou Lin allowed him to act out of concern, fearful of governmental retribution. Slap! Zhou Lin effortlessly caught the stick's end. Manager Xiao, your actions put me in quite a predicament. Xiao Hang tugged at the stick with all his might, but it remained immovable. I was wrong. Stepping back, he bowed deeply, his face a mask of sincerity. So what? Zhou Lin replied with a smile, yet he did not lift his foot. Instead, he slowly drew a handgun from his lower back. Bang! Without any further explanation, the blaze from the gun's muzzle and the deafening report spoke volumes. The bullet ricocheted off the corridor walls, sparking as it did. Do you think you can report me to the authorities? Have you considered what benefits Director Su must have granted me to take away over 1,000 kilograms of frozen meat? Gazing at the smoking muzzle, Xiao Hang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I understand now. From this point forward, you are in charge of this community, and I am but a dog beneath your feet. Woof woof. Please, master, allow me a moment. I shall break this woman's legs right now. Yang Qiqi, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not struggle further. She never imagined Zhou Lin would possess a gun, a symbol of governmental power. A firearm, openly wielded, represented authority in Xia country, an unparalleled power for an ordinary person. I can offer you a chance. Tang Yili can die at her hands, but she herself cannot perish just yet. Her suffering must surpass death. Zhou Lin whispered in Xiao Hang's ear. You may either run far away or obediently play the part of dog. I have a fondness for dogs, provided they listen. I can offer you meat, bones, and leftovers. Do you understand? Understood, master. Xiao Hang replied solemnly, akin to a devoted German shepherd. Leave everything to me. You shall be satisfied. No, Zhou Lin, spare me. Please. I could be your dog too. Truly, any dog will suffice. Yang Qiqi's plea was cut short as Xiao Hang took action. This time, he dared not entertain any ulterior motives. The stick struck Yang Qiqi's thigh with brutal force. Her delicate, fair skin could not withstand the blow, and she collapsed in pain. Unconscious. Stop, Zhou Lin exclaimed, noticing the blood seeping through Yang Qiqi's cotton pants. She won't last long like this. Allow me to take over. Yes, my apologies, master. Putting away his phone, Zhou Lin lightly tapped Yang Qiqi's leg, though he was cautious not to cause an open fracture that could lead to her swift demise. Hearing the distinct crack of bone, Xiao Hang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing just how terrifying Zhou Lin truly was. Even without a gun, ending his life would likely require no more effort than swatting a fly. What madness had possessed him moments ago? Drag her away. I'll provide some anti-inflammatory medication later if her wound becomes infected. And that fellow, dispose of him quickly. He is a nuisance. Understood, master, right away. Xiao Hang was unable to move Huang Xiefeng and Yang Qiqi himself, but the two security guards had not strayed far. A few shouts, and they obediently returned. 10 minutes later, the corridor was immaculate once more. Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction, instructing Xiao Hang to wait at the door. I keep my promises. While you may not lack for food Thank you, master. Xiao Hang's face radiated joy as he held an entire pack of cigarettes. Although they were not the finest, what more could one desire? After sending Xiao Hang inside, Zhou Kaijun and the others gathered around. They had just witnessed the entire live broadcast, and now Wu Shue's face was pale, clearly shaken. Chapter 59, Practicing Shooting Skills. What if Xiao Hang betrays us? This was the concern of Cheng Yali and Wu Shui. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, however, did not share such doubts. He wouldn't dare, Zhou Kaijun asserted. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away. Brother, next time, be more decisive. Hesitating is not the mark of a good chef. Cheng Yali could hardly bear it, and playfully struck Zhou Li on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Always talking about violence. Are you even a girl? Mother, stop being so naive. Reading extensively reveals the essence. Perhaps you should delve into some apocalyptic literature. Zhou Kaijun stepped forward to calm Cheng Yali, saying, the child speaks truth. You must gradually adjust. You only know how to criticize. Why didn't you go out just now? How can you call yourself a father, sending your son into danger? Cheng Yali was pulled away by Zhou Kaijun, and Zhou Li headed upstairs, still half asleep. This left Wu Shui, unsure of what to say, feeling somewhat helpless. She understood that Zhou Lin had done nothing wrong, yet she struggled to convince herself. That woman, Yang Qiqi, deserved punishment, but consider this. If we lack the blast-proof door, the firearms, and my current strength, Wu Shui, being astute, soon began to tremble slightly. You are right. She stepped forward to embrace Zhou Lin, placing his smoke-scented hand to her lips. When will you teach me to shoot? I'm afraid I won't hit the mark. Anytime, but we must change our location. In the eternal night, it was often eerily silent, as tranquil as paradise, devoid of the cries of the damned. Even practicing in the tool shed could echo for miles. An occasional sound might be acceptable, but how could one perfect their aim with just a few attempts? Thus, it was best to practice outdoors. Zhou Lin thought the last automotive city was quite suitable, and it would allow him to gather some materials as well. Is that really necessary? Cheng Yali opposed this the next day. Yet, Wu Shui genuinely wished to step outside for some fresh air. Those who toil mentally govern others. Those who labor physically are governed. I will not go, Zhou Li declared. Once again, they found themselves with the familiar sled and skis. After descending the stairs, Zhou Lin made a quick stop at the property office. The master has arrived, Xiao Hang exclaimed, his joy apparent and devoid of pretense, even with other security personnel present. Rest assured, that woman is still alive. Xiao Hang gestured towards the stove, where the filthy Yang Qiqi curled up in a blanket of indeterminate color, casting a venomous glare at Wu Shui beside Zhou Lin. This woman must have usurped her place in Zhou Lin's heart. Otherwise, how could Zhou Lin treat her this way? If looks could kill, Wu Shui would now be riddled with wounds, desperate for death yet unable to escape life. Well done. Zhou Lin tossed a pre-prepared box of liquor onto the sofa and began distributing it, cautioning, "But don't get drunk." "Thank you, master." "Should we all express our gratitude to the master?" "Thank you, master." Among those expressing their gratitude was Huang Xiefeng, whose head was wrapped in bandages. It must be said that this lad possesses remarkable resilience. Zhou Lin had believed that a single blow would send Huang Xiefeng to the afterlife, yet unexpectedly, he managed to endure. It mattered little now. As the sled traversed the entrance of the community, Zhou Lin glanced around and noticed numerous traces at the door. Although chaotic, he could roughly discern the types of vehicles that had left their mark. Due to the swift pace, the biting wind, and the frigid temperature, Wu Shui remained silent throughout the journey, unaware of the distance or duration involved. On their previous outing with Huang Minjing, Zhou Lin had not prepared a heater or a thick fur blanket for her. Had they possessed such windproof and warm items, Zhou Lin could have easily raced straight to the automobile city. Strange, there had been little snowfall in recent days. From afar, Zhou Lin sensed something was amiss. It was not like this when he last departed. The once flat snowfield had vanished, replaced by numerous excavated pits, with sloped paths allowing vehicles to reach the depths of the holes. Clearly, someone had been there, and it was evident that a significant force was involved. It was unmistakable that the only entity in Jiazhou City with such power could only be the government. Damn it, they were late. Wang Pingping had expressed similar sentiments. When reports came in about the numerous off-road vehicles, parts, and materials missing from the automobile city, he immediately recalled their previous encounter. This lawless gang must be apprehended and executed, every last one of them. Initially, Wang Pingping had considered leaving a few spies behind in case the gang returned, but ultimately, he abandoned the idea. No one could withstand the cold of such a place. Anyone left would face certain death. Zhou Lin led Wu Shui on a detour, confirming the absence of activity before slipping into an exhibition hall. Good grief. The exhibition hall was cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog, with even the tables and chairs removed, leaving nothing behind. Steeling himself against his anger, Zhou Lin began instructing Wu Shui on the use of firearms. The consumption of ammunition was of no concern. However, he meticulously collected every spent shell casing. If it weren't for the difficulty in retrieving the bullets, he would not have overlooked those either. The thick layer of snow served as the perfect target. Illuminating it with a portable light spared them the need to change targets. The only worry being the light itself. "I can't take it anymore. My senses are dulled." No matter how minimal the recoil of the handgun, emptying 3 to 5 magazines in succession was still taxing. Nevertheless, Zhou Lin was somewhat astonished by Wu Shui's aptitude for shooting. It was rather simple, aligning 3 points in a line, with steadiness and composure being fundamental skills for a surgeon. Wu Shui's statement was met with disbelief from Zhou Lin. What kind of surgeon could achieve such proficiency in shooting with just a couple of magazines of practice? Surely, she must have been a sharpshooter in a past life. Before his evolution, Zhou Lin could never have reached such a level. "Take a break. I'll leave the gun and ammunition here with you. Keep the walkie-talkie on. I'll scout around to see if there's anything worth bringing back." In the vast expanse of the automobile city, it couldn't possibly have been stripped bare. With a firearm in hand, Wu Shui felt relatively secure, nodding in assurance to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin ascended the snow pit, eschewing the already excavated areas, instead relying upon his memory to gradually search the snowy expanse. Fortune favors the diligent. Soon he unearthed an undiscovered dealership. Although it did not rival the prestige of the Four Sons, this capable dealership boasted a diverse array of vehicles, substantial discounts, and even the rarest of brands and models, including those not typically available in Xia country. Generally speaking, only those with considerable acumen could manage a dealership. The establishment Zhou Lin discovered was quite expansive, with the combined value of the vehicles within the showroom likely reaching 20 to 30 million. The reason this dealership had managed to survive was its somewhat remote location, which Zhou Lin stumbled upon quite by chance. Within the showroom and garage, there were several non-standard luxury pickup trucks, including Raptors, Kideos, and Tianfengs, with the Raptor being the most popular in Xia country. In total, there were 12 vehicles, all acquired. Among the 5 parallel imported luxury SUVs, the most expensive was the Kinlin full-size model. Zhou Lin left no appealing item untouched, treating them as a reserve of parts. At this moment, he remained unaware that the truly remarkable treasures did not reside within the showroom or garage. Chapter 60. An unexpected surprise. The discoveries in the showroom and garage brought a smile to Zhou Lin's face. Although he had spent more time than anticipated, Dinner was still far off. Occasionally, he exchanged a few words via intercom with Wu Shui, feeling reassured that no mishaps would befall her. The perpetual night served as the perfect cover. Unless one possessed Zhou Lin's night vision capabilities, they would be easily revealed by the distant lights. In the general manager's office of the Four Sons dealership, the general manager might merely be a senior employee, yet the dealership itself was not to be underestimated. Zhou Lin had little interest in perusing it, were it not for the sight of that door. This particular blast-resistant door seemed out of place. Standing outside, he contemplated before retrieving a small piece of explosive from the RAFA number. He lacked the means to simply open the door, and even standard explosives might not suffice. The wall, however, appeared more fragile, composed of nothing more than a single layer of red bricks. How resilient could it be? The thick layer of snow acted as an excellent sound insulator, and by sheer luck, the explosion resulted in a substantial hole in the wall without causing any further damage. Zhou Lin, did you hear that? Don't be afraid, I set off a firecracker. Wu Shui fell silent. A firecracker? What was the point of setting off such a thing when it wasn't a festive occasion? Frustrated, yet unable to inquire further, Wu Shui begrudgingly loaded a magazine filled with bullets into her gun. However, her right hand had yet to recover. Her fingers, palm, wrist, and even her entire arm ached. Practicing under such conditions was not only futile, but also fraught with risk. Her left hand could also be employed, driven by a desire to vent her emotions. Wu Shui disregarded where the bullets landed and fired indiscriminately. Yet, after emptying one magazine, she found herself stunned. How was it that her left hand seemed even more accurate than her right? True, most skilled surgeons possess dexterity in both hands. But was performing surgery the same as shooting? Resolutely, Wu Shui decided to give it another try, as Zhou Lin had left her several large boxes of ammunition. Even a day of shooting might not exhaust them all. Hearing the faint sound of gunfire, Zhou Lin chuckled, surprised to discover that Wu Shui harbored a violent streak. This office was quite spacious. Entering through the gaping hole in the wall, Zhou Lin surveyed his surroundings. The decor and furnishings indicated that this general manager was no ordinary individual. The ebony tea table alone would certainly command a seven-figure sum. Such fine items, he decided to claim. The desks and chairs were undoubtedly expensive as well, but Zhou Lin had little interest in industrial products. He approached the large desk and swiftly opened each drawer. Inside, he found prized cigars, a high-end lighter, exquisitely crafted office supplies, and a string of polished Z beads, which he promptly took. He disregarded several sets of keys and paper documents. Was this all? It didn't seem right. Something felt amiss. What could possibly be missing? Sitting in the chair and turning from side to side, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. A safe. It was inconceivable that such a luxurious office would lack a safe. Thankfully, now that he had a lead, searching became much easier. The small cabinet pressed against the wall next to the desk had seemed oddly positioned. A simple twist revealed it to be the outer door of a safe. Damn! The metallic hue, akin to a blast-proof door, immediately alerted Zhou Lin to potential trouble. Whether it had a self-destruct mechanism was one concern, but surely it couldn't be rigged with explosives? However, an idea quickly formed in his mind, utilizing his considerable strength. He pried the safe from the wall with several steel bars, then retrieved a water jet cutter from the maintenance warehouse of the LAFOA. The water jet cutter, a tool that slices through materials using a high-pressure jet of water mixed with abrasive particles, resembled a crystalline, cylindrical saw blade, slowly cutting through the half-height safe. After half an hour, the entire back of the safe was severed and clattered to the ground. Inside, apart from some seemingly important documents, he discovered 50 100-gram gold bars and 3 exquisite men's watches. Zhou Lin initially believed that was all, until he stumbled upon a metallic box emitting a faint white glow. Expecting it to contain some form of jewelry, he was taken aback when he opened it. An ability orb? How could this be? The first orb was not due to appear for nearly 5 more years, so why would a car dealership owner in Jiazhou possess one? The pure white orb, resembling a large, round, colorless pearl, lay quietly in the velvet lining. Zhou Lin would not mistake it. Perplexed, he decided to secure it for now. The nature of the powers contained within the orb could not be discerned without direct contact and fusion. Moreover, he was cautious. What if the timing was not right? And touching it could lead to dire consequences? It was not an impossible scenario. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a valuable item, if he wished to experiment with its powers. He could wait 5 years to present it to his family for testing. Noting that time was slipping away, Zhou Lin hurried to find Wu Shui. The gunfire continued unabated. When Zhou Lin witnessed Wu Shui shooting with her left hand, hitting the target with each shot, he was left utterly astounded. Are you a sharpshooter delayed by medicine? No, you are the real-life version of a gun-toting old lady. What old lady? Wu Shui pouted, fortunately not aiming her gun at Zhou Lin. Are you going to take it back? Did you find something good? Not much. Do these count as good stuff? Zhou Lin tossed a gold bar onto the ground. Its dazzling gleam nearly blinding Wu Shui. In truth, these 50 gold bars were hardly significant, worth only a couple of luxurious SUVs before the apocalypse. Yet Wu Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, I want. Put it away. Gold is not as useless in the apocalypse as many novels portray. Quite the opposite, in fact. According to Zhou Lin's plans, they were to visit the gold shops in the city, but it would have to wait a while. Just before the endless night ended and the snow melted. Upon returning home, Wu Shui eagerly shared her discoveries with Zhou Li. Even her swollen wrist became a badge of honor. During dinner, she displayed the gold bars on the coffee table, a delightful surprise of the day. Mom, should you put these away? Cheng Yali smiled broadly, finally pleased that Wu Shui had changed her tone, now hoping for a grandson. Gold. What could be more important than a grandson? Put away, what do I need these for? Cheng Yali waved her hand, then shot a glare at Zhou Lin. Unaware that his wife needed to take care of her health. Out all day, and now her wrist is injured. Next time, believe me, I'll break your legs. I want to go again. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Next time, you take Lily with you. Always playing on her phone, never bothering to read. Zhou Li rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue with Cheng Yali. The disparity in their intellect made conversation impossible. Dad, are you going out to practice shooting? Huh? Am I included? I thought you forgot about me. Zhou Kaijun chuckled. How could I? Zhou Lin awkwardly smiled. We 1T practice shooting. But I wanted to ask if you're interested in feed? Chapter 61. The Advancing Neighbors. Humans possess the most intelligent brains in the animal kingdom. Yet the vast majority remain confined by their own perceptions. If it weren't for Zhou Kaijun's mention, Zhou Lin would never have considered stockpiling feed. Is feed unimportant? Certainly not. Generally, people believe feed is solely for livestock, not for human consumption. However, it is indeed edible, albeit with some adverse reactions. It is far preferable to starving to death. Dad, why didn't you mention this earlier? I just thought of it. But I wonder if the government will take it away. That is unlikely. I still see many large supermarkets buried in snow around the city. Zhou Lin replied. Just give me the location, and I'll check it out myself. Sure. Zhou Kaijun didn't insist. His health had never been robust, and with age, he felt he would only become a burden to Zhou Lin. Honey. Zhou Lin was momentarily stunned before realizing. What? Hand me the gun again. You call me a gun-toting old lady. What if someone causes trouble when you're not around? All right. Such demands, Zhou Lin felt, were hardly worthy of the title husband. Yet he was determined to comply. Little did he anticipate that what Wu Shui had casually mentioned would swiftly come to fruition. It had been over 20 days since the onset of eternal night. In Jiazhou City, 1/3 of the populace had sought refuge in official shelters, while a quarter had retreated to rural relatives, leaving the remainder to struggle for survival. Xiaohang initially intended to organize a second collective effort to gather supplies. But when the security personnel he dispatched for reconnaissance nearly met a violent fate, the plan was abandoned. However, the residents of Lanshan community, despite their reluctance to venture outside, were not immune to the predatory intentions of outsiders, especially after nearby areas had been thoroughly scoured. Somehow, the renowned affluent district of Lanshan had garnered a reputation for hoarding abundant resources, seemingly overflowing with wealth. Zhou Lin sensed something amiss during his last excursion. Yet he never anticipated the situation would escalate so rapidly. Ironically, less than 2 hours after Zhou Lin set out, a scatter of lights appeared at the entrance of Lanshan community. Were they from the shelters? Director Su had issued no notifications. As Xiaohang approached the window, he noticed that those scattered lights had already infiltrated the community, revealing a considerable number of shadowy figures. Boss, this is bad. The guarding security rushed in, shouting, They're here to rob us. Rob us. Xiaohang was taken aback, thinking, well, I haven't even had the chance to rob anyone, and here I am, being robbed instead. Grab your weapons. Let us take them down. Following the disaster, the property management had only 16 security personnel, and with the few additional recruits Xiaohang had enlisted, their numbers barely exceeded 30. Fortunately, they were all men, relatively young, and possessed a measure of combat capability. About 30 individuals, including Xiao Hang and Sun Qinghao, charged into the community courtyard like a swarm, rushing towards the scattered lights. No questions were asked, nor were they necessary. Wielding a long knife, Xiao Hang struck decisively, aiming straight for the forehead of the first adversary he encountered. Someone has been killed. Fight back. Kill them, kill them. It was unclear who first shouted, but the once dispersed lights began to coalesce, with many flickering out or being trampled into the snow. In an instant, both sides suffered injuries, and the cries of battle and anguish reverberated throughout the community. Some daring residents peered from their windows but quickly retreated to arm themselves and barricade their doors, while the more timid hastily fortified their entrances with furniture. Downstairs was in chaos. Wu Shui heard the commotion but could not discern the details. Use this. Zhou Lin presented a night vision device. Had Wu Shui been more knowledgeable about such equipment, she surely would have been astonished by the cutting-edge military gear from the United States. With Zhou Li's assistance, she donned the night vision goggles, allowing the faint light and distance adjustments to illuminate the scene below clearly. Someone is fighting with Xiao Hang and the others. They're not from our community. This isn't good. Xiao Hang and his team are faltering. Wu Shui relayed the situation as if she were a live broadcaster, causing Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali to feel increasingly anxious, while Zhou Lin remained nonchalant, casually remarking, "Perhaps reinforcements will arrive soon." As the last echoes of speech faded, a piercing alarm blared. Outside the explosion-proof door, a breathless Sun Qinghao was shouting Zhou Lin's name. "I'll go take a look," said Cheng Yali, moving to open the door, followed closely by Zhou Kaijun. "Uncle, Auntie, is my brother Zhou not here? Hurry, we can't hold out any longer. There are too many people outside." Blood streamed from Sun Qinghao's head. His lip was split, and numerous cuts marred his body, yet he remained unscathed due to his thick clothing. "Never mind. I'll go take a look," Zhou Kaijun contemplated, but Cheng Yali interjected. "No, I will go." "Let me go. My marksmanship is excellent," Wu Shui insisted. "Sister-in-law should go. Dad, you help keep watch, and Mom, stay home to protect me." Among the four, Zhou Lin remained the calmest, swiftly devising the most advantageous plan. Cheng Yali wished to argue, but her loud voice was ineffective at this moment. Just before Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui stepped outside, Zhou Lin leaned closer to Wu Shui and whispered a few words. Heizai attempted to follow, only to be seized by Cheng Yali, who held him back. Observing the surprise etched on Sun Qinghao's face, Wu Shui retorted coldly, "You should stay back, right? I'm not going. I'm relying on you. Hurry." As the group descended the stairs, the situation below had shifted once more. One could only say that Xiao Hang and the others had done their utmost. It was not for lack of effort, but rather the enemy was too fierce. Everyone bore injuries, and several had already been scattered. Whether having fled or been defeated remained uncertain. In a state of helplessness, Xiao Hang and his companions retreated while engaging in battle, somehow making their way back to the entrance hall of Building 8. "Close the door." Xiao Hang, covered in blood, both his own and that of others, had a wound on his forehead, his clothes marked by signs of struggle, torn and battered. A testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Although the last arriving security guard managed to close the glass door, tempered glass could hardly withstand the relentless assault of iron rods and blades, shattering into fragments with a few resounding blows. "Damn it, let's fight." Xiao Hang gritted his teeth, preparing to lead the charge, when suddenly, the crack of a gunshot rang out from behind. "Guns! They have guns!" Xiao Hang initially thought Zhou Lin had arrived, but turning around, he was met only by the grave expressions of Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui, the latter donning night vision goggles. "How did she come down?" Xiao Hang glanced at Sun Qinghao, and, just as he was about to speak, he noticed the gun in Wu Shui's hand, smoke still curling from its barrel. "So, it was Wu Shui who fired the shot? That woman. Just one gun. What is there to fear? Charge in. One gun cannot kill many. Seize her weapon." The enemy's restless movements heightened Xiao Hang's anxiety anew. It was no longer a matter of whether they could prevail. Xiao Hang couldn't help but curse Sun Qinghao and the Zhou family for allowing Wu Shui to confront them with a firearm. They could have given it to Zhou Kaijun instead. However, Wu Shui did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward, delivering one final warning. "Leave the community immediately." Chapter 62. Wu Shui was in a frenzy. What is so terrifying about one gun? It's nothing. Exactly. She is in decent shape. Let us charge together. Go. It must be said that individuals are easily swayed by collective emotions. Under ordinary circumstances, One would instinctively feel fear upon encountering a real firearm. However, in this moment, influenced by the collective emotions of the crowd, not only did they disregard the peril posed by the bullets, but some even contemplated turning against Wu Shui. Observing the rising agitation of the crowd, Xiao Heng silently cursed his misfortune and turned to Wu Shui, urging her to hand over the gun and quickly secure the door. His intuition was indeed sound, as even son Cheng Hao nodded in agreement. Yet in the next instant, Wu Shui aimed the gun at Xiao Heng and demanded he step aside. Xiao Heng had no choice but to retreat a step, thinking to himself that she could act as she pleased. But he would relish the moment when she ultimately faced her demise, and if Zhou Lin returned, he would not be held accountable. Witnessing the internal discord between Wu Shui and Xiao Heng, those at the doorway suddenly perceive an opportunity and surge toward Wu Shui with a shout. Bang! 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 No one anticipated that Wu Shui would fire without hesitation. Even more astonishing was the revelation that she wielded a gun in both hands, her marksmanship impeccable. Almost every bullet found its mark, hitting either an arm or a leg. The thick cotton clothing could withstand a blade, but it was no match for bullets. As Wu Shui emptied 2 magazines, there were scarcely any standing individuals left at the entrance. Gulp. Watching Wu Shui skillfully reload, Xiao Heng turned pale. He never imagined that this seemingly delicate woman was not only adept with firearms, but also cold-blooded in her actions. Any lingering thoughts he had were extinguished in that instant. Having reloaded, Wu Shui did not spare a glance at the fallen. She walked past the moaning figures, and just as she was about to exit, she abruptly halted and fired at a person feigning death on the ground. Damn it! The man, who had not been shot, had merely collapsed to simulate death. Yet Wu Shui saw through the ruse. Although the injury was not fatal, it was excruciatingly painful. Only after being shot did he realize that the portrayals in films were utterly fictitious. The notion of surviving multiple gunshot wounds to mount a counterattack was ludicrous. One would be writhing in agony, unable to retaliate at all. The gunfire also attracted attention from those outside. Some astute individuals turned to flee, but there were always those who sought trouble. The night vision goggles provided Wu Shui with immense assistance. While she did not recognize the residents of the community, she could discern friend from foe based on their movements. Anyone rushing at her with a weapon was undoubtedly an adversary. There was no room for hesitation regarding enemies. She merely had to pull the trigger. It was akin to her training at the Auto City, with the only addition being a bit of anticipation, ensuring her shots would not stray too far. Should she miss, it would simply be the adversary's misfortune. By the time she emptied another magazine, no one dared to approach her again. Sister-in-law, you are magnificent. Xiao Heng, his face tinged with fear, cautiously approached Wu Shui and spoke softly. Let's drag these people to the community entrance. Their fates are sealed. Then, we must find some individuals to use snow to barricade the community's main gate. The surrounding walls must be raised as well. And finally, we will pour water to freeze and reinforce them. Surely this is not beyond your understanding? No, it is not, Xiao Heng replied, puffing out his chest. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. I will return to collect some rice, and if anyone is injured, whether carried or supported, I can attend to their wounds. Having spoken, Wu Shui did not remove her night vision goggles, but turned and departed. Zhou Kaijun smiled at Xiao Heng and said, Young man, you've worked hard. It's not hard at all, old man. Xiao Heng responded, visibly excited by the praise. Sister-in-law is so cool. At home, upon hearing Zhou Kaijun's account, Cheng Yali turned pale. While Zhou Li was quite thrilled, exclaiming, I want to go next time. You can forget about that. Cheng Yali shouted, with your frail frame, you might just get crushed. Humph. Zhou Li rolled her eyes and then smiled at Wu Shui, saying, Sister-in-law, I'm not wrong, am I? Indeed, Wu Shui replied. Earlier downstairs. Although Wu Shui felt a bit anxious at first, as she was aiming at living targets rather than inanimate ones, she soon recalled Zhou Li's instructions to switch to infrared mode. Instantly, the figures before her transformed into moving red silhouettes, making the experience significantly more bearable. Just as Zhou Li had said, it felt like playing a video game, and it was over before she knew it. To avoid overwhelming herself, Wu Shui only switched modes after going upstairs. Throughout the ordeal, she had never seen a single face or a drop of blood. Though it seemed a bit like burying one's head in the sand, it undeniably minimized the psychological impact. Furthermore, as a doctor, Wu Shui had likely dissected countless bodies, giving her a resilience that surpassed that of Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. The following day, when Zhou Lin returned, the community had been mostly tidied up. He took a glance at Xiao Hang to ensure Yang Qiqi was still alive. Thanks to Zhou Li's timely updates the previous day, Zhou Lin remained calm and successfully transported hundreds of tons of finished feed and over 200 tons of raw materials from the small feed factory onto the Leifaheo, later releasing the Luxiafang to enjoy a hearty meal and a good rest before returning unhurriedly. Take this, Zhou Lin tossed a walkie-talkie to Xiao Hang, noting the bloodied state of his face. In case of similar situations in the future, you can call me directly. Understood, Master. Please, don't call me Master. It sounds peculiar, Zhou Lin replied, recalling the now-defunct island nation, which left him feeling quite nauseated. All right, boss. Please convey our gratitude to sister-in-law for her miraculous healing. Got it. Zhou Lin waved his hand and glanced over at Yang Qiqi, who lay motionless like a vegetative state next to the stove. She seemed stable. But what about Tang Ili? Boss, Tang Ili has passed away. Sun Chenghao approached quietly. As Tang Ili's friend, he was the only one who cared about his condition. Tang Ili had succumbed to starvation, or rather, he had suffered an agonizing death from pain and hunger. Sun Chenghao disregarded him. Yang Qiqi was in no position to help herself, and the incapacitated Tang Ili could only endure the torment of thirst and hunger until his demise. He got what he deserved. Zhou Lin had initially thought that a fitness instructor like Tang Ili would last longer, but to his disappointment, he had perished in just a few days. He reminded Xiao Hang once more, make sure Yang Qiqi does not die. Boss, I'll have Sun Qinghao look after her closely. She won't die, and who knows, it might even lead to complications. That's not my concern. Zhou Lin said, let us ascend to the upper floor. I shall not be stingy with your rewards. 200 pounds of rice may not seem excessive, yet it is certainly sufficient. If rationed wisely, it could sustain the 30 or so individuals for nearly half a month. The security personnel, led by Xiao Hang, expressed their gratitude profusely to Zhou Lin. The ice wall remains inadequately fortified. We must expedite its reinforcement and diligently guard the entrance. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call for assistance. The decision to spare Xiao Hang's life was made merely out of Zhou Lin's reluctance to direct the security staff, and in retrospect, it appears that choice was indeed prudent. News of the bloody battle at Lanshan community spread rapidly, reaching even those within the official shelters. Was it not decreed that firearms should not be discharged indiscriminately? Wang Pingping was infuriated upon witnessing the aftermath. Over 40 individuals had been shot. Such a dire situation could not be tolerated. It was imperative to retrieve the firearms and impose severe penalties. Chapter 63. The Military Perspective. Life within the shelter has become increasingly arduous. The food supply has dwindled to a mere trickle, with no influx to compensate for the consumption. The consequences of such depletion are unbearable. Even with daily expeditions to procure provisions, the yield diminishes with each passing day, and some groups have begun to return empty-handed. Jiazhou City lacks an oil refinery, and with long-distance transportation nearly severed, gasoline has become a non-renewable resource. Each drop utilized diminishes the supply. Particularly for those vehicles retrofitted with tracks, none are fuel-efficient. The accessible gas stations have been drained, and the remaining fuel reserves are a cause for concern. Under the current circumstances, it appears we can barely sustain ourselves for another month. A month of eternal night has descended, and humanity's once proud cities are on the brink of collapse. The shelter, having undergone extensive modifications and expansions, has recently acquired a set of hydroponic equipment. Utilizing artificial lighting and liquid fertilizers, the first batch of vegetables has sprouted. Though they're far from maturity, this at least validates that this path is viable. However, the leaders of the shelter face a pressing dilemma. The liquid fertilizer is insufficient. Initially, no one envisioned the need for agricultural production within the shelter, hence no reserves of chemical fertilizers were stockpiled. Had traditional farming been adopted, the shelter's large population would not have faced concerns regarding organic fertilizers. Alas, organic matter is unsuitable for hydroponic cultivation. Despite the presence of numerous agricultural and chemical experts within the shelter, solving this century-old quandary remains elusive. Thus, the quest for fertilizers has become urgent. Yet, Jiazhou City also lacks a fertilizer factory. The only glimmer of hope lies with the fertilizer merchants on the outskirts of the city. Consequently, Wang Pingping felt compelled to make a personal trip. Fertilizer was successfully retrieved, but as the convoy passed through the automotive district, Wang Pingping, on a whim, decided to conduct a search. To his astonishment, he discovered signs of recent activity. Upon viewing the damaged walls and the breached safe at the shop once destroyed by Zhou Lin, Wang Pingping's expression darkened. His concern was not for the treasures within the safe, but rather for the explosives and tools used to breach it. Could these be possessed by mere ordinary individuals? He promptly summoned several criminal investigation personnel. Wang Pingping resolved to remain. His duty compelled him to unravel this mystery, particularly the source of the explosives. Soon, the explosive experts from the Criminal Investigation Department and the military arrived, analyzing the situation with urgency before arriving at their conclusions. Look at this. This is no ordinary explosive. At least in our country, such materials have never been sold to civilians. Where did it come from? Moreover, the water jet used to cut the safe is similarly not a civilian device. Additionally, the police assessed that there could only be one person at the scene. Given the weight of the safe and the equally heavy cutting equipment, I cannot fathom how this was accomplished. Superhuman, perhaps? Zhu Guanghan's expression was equally grave. As the current leader of Jiazhou City, and during such a critical period, who would wish to encounter such circumstances? There must be something peculiar about the city. Wang Pingping continued to express his views, asserting that if these uncertain and unstable factors are not eradicated, and if the world does not return to normal in the near future, they could pose a risk to the safety of hundreds of thousands of lives in the future. As a soldier of the people, Wang Pingping could not permit such occurrences. As the discussion progressed, they returned to the topic of Lanshan community, where Wang Pingping had previously made it clear that the person who fired the gun should be apprehended, regardless of whether it was Zhou Lin or not. However, Zhu Guanghan disagreed, stating that there were still over 1,000 pounds of frozen meat to be consumed. Was it sensible to arrest someone now? Furthermore, there was a reason behind the incident. Lanshan community was merely engaged in passive defense. If arrests were to be made, would that mean everyone involved in that brawl should be apprehended? Not to mention whether this approach would win public support. Those arrested could not simply be left to starve. Supporting them would incur significant expenses, and even the landlord has no surplus provisions. Perhaps a warning should suffice. It was reported that the shooter was a young girl, and her marksmanship was quite skillful, as she did not aim for vital areas. She likely was not of a cruel disposition. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. It is understandable. When Yixin Xiao spoke, Wang Pingping was reluctant to counter, though he did not entirely concur with the commander's perspective. What do you mean by not being cruel? Such sentiments may hold in peacetime, but can they be applied now? Those struck by bullets, although they did not succumb immediately, how many of them will survive? Without doctors to treat their wounds, insufficient medication, and even a lack of nutrition, what purpose do these individuals serve other than becoming a burden? Thus, Wang Pingping believed that the girl who fired the gun was exceedingly ruthless, not only taking lives, but also inflicting psychological harm. In truth, Wang Pingping had misjudged Wu Shui. She had not contemplated such complexities. Before descending, Zhou Li had specifically cautioned her, and even now, she felt Zhou Li's warning was wise. Had she acted impulsively, she might have killed someone, depriving those individuals of the chance for redemption. Indeed, those individuals had genuinely sought to reform. Retraining could be considered a form of renewal. Ultimately, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao instructed Wang Pingping to have a conversation with Zhou Lin, both as a warning and to ascertain whether Zhou Lin could provide some compensation. Given the number of injuries sustained, boss, the military has arrived. Xiao Heng dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities and immediately notified Zhou Lin upon seeing the military vehicle. At that moment, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were busily engaged in the tool shed. The rabbit has given birth once more, and Wu Shui is particularly delighted, for she will soon savor the delectable rabbit head. As for the cuteness of the little bunnies, considering Wu Shui's profession, it's evident that she has dissected countless creatures, from frogs to white mice and rabbits. Thus, the allure of their charm pales in comparison to their culinary potential. Typically, a female rabbit delivers 4 or 5 offspring, yet the one raised by Zhou Lin astonishingly produced 8, adding to the 12 from the previous litter. What a flourishing brood. Truly, she is a heroic mother. Zhou Lin chuckled as he replenished the rabbit's feed. After giving birth, the mother rabbit's appetite surged remarkably. With increased consumption comes greater waste, making daily cleaning essential for the health of the bunnies. However, the confined space of the tool room harbors an unpleasant odor. It is apparent that Yang Chi-Chi must have endured considerable discomfort initially. Perhaps it would be wise to enlist someone to assist. Zhou Lin discussed this with Wu Shui, expressing concern that he might often be away from home, leaving only the elderly or women behind. which felt somewhat unfair to them. But whom could they trust? Wu Shui shook her head, acknowledging that while having someone would be beneficial, finding the right person is no simple task. What about Sun Qinghao? Zhou Lin proposed modifying the tool room so that it could not be accessed from the house, ensuring that even if he attempted any mischief, he would be thwarted. Besides, they had firearms at home, which should deter him. It would be prudent to consult with his parents. All right, let's discuss it during dinner. By the way, how are your parents faring? Well, my father-in-law. They seem to be managing well enough, having food and drink. My dad mentioned he might participate in some research projects soon. Is it feasible to conduct research in the shelter? Wu Shui, being young and having spent most of her time in an ivory tower, could not fathom many of these matters. Chapter 64. You are unworthy. The Olympus Project, a collaborative effort among numerous developed nations, encompasses several shelters and has allied with various research institutions. In the early days of the apocalypse, it sheltered over 25% of the European population. Subsequently, it began expansion and reconstruction, and by the time superhumans and evolved beings emerged, over 90% of the shelters in Europe had joined the Olympus Project, which later integrated nearly all European superhumans and evolved individuals, except for the nation of Mao. In Zhou Lin's recollection, Mao did not seem to possess any notable doomsday plan, and even until his demise in his previous life, the nation had not fallen into extinction due to the apocalypse. Rather, it remained in a relatively isolated state, with little known about its situation from the outside. However, Zhou Lin vaguely recalled that roughly 7 years into the apocalypse, 30,000 evolved beings and superhumans from Europe invaded Mao, attempting to plunder its population and resources. Ultimately, this group, operating under the banner of the Olympian gods, reportedly perished on Mao's soil. Inquiries from Olympus to Mao yielded no response, and even threats of nuclear action from Olympus proved fruitless. Whether or not Olympus eventually launched a nuclear strike remains unknown, but Mao became a forbidden zone, where no one wished to risk their life unnecessarily. Zhou Lin had yet to discuss the matters of Olympus with Wu Shui when he was interrupted by a call from Xiaohang. Military personnel? Understood. Zhou Lin initially believed that this matter would have little bearing on him. However, he was soon summoned again by Xiaohang, who informed him that the military personnel had specifically come in search of him, related to the recent violent altercation. It was I who fired the shots, Wu Shui declared. Do not jest. Remain indoors and do not venture out after I leave, Zhou Lin asserted, blocking the door, as he would not permit any capriciousness regarding this matter. After all, he was no ordinary individual now. Symbiosis. Intermediate 2120100000. Currently symbiotic transport means Li Fu, a large watercraft, Luxiafeng, a medium ground vehicle. Available symbiotic transport means 0. Storage space, 12. Symbiotic strength, 45 minutes per 24 hours. Evolution level, 45, 451210000. His physical prowess exceeded that of an ordinary person by more than fourfold. And with the array of weaponry aboard the Li Fu, it could be posited that, should Zhou Lin so desire, he could single-handedly wage a localized war, perhaps even exceeding the scale of an ordinary conflict. Therefore, regardless of the military's intentions or treatment towards him, Zhou Lin remained unperturbed. Downstairs, Xiaohang found a clean space to receive Wang Pingping. At that moment, he was unaware of Wang Pingping's name, but he sensed the formidable aura of this middle-aged soldier. Undoubtedly someone he could not provoke. Xiaohang even contemplated where he would stand should a conflict arise between Wang Pingping and Zhou Lin. The outcome was evident. How could an arm compete with a thigh, let alone a mere hair? Are you Zhou Lin? Wang Pingping inquired, his expression calm, seated with imposing presence. Flanked by several fully armed soldiers, their helmets and masks obscuring any trace of emotion, creating an atmosphere of oppression. Yes, is there something you need? Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, as a citizen of the Xian nation, Zhou Lin felt a slight unease under Wang Pingping's hawk-like gaze, as though a heavy stone weighed upon his chest, constricting his breath. I am Wang Pingping, representing the authorities. Regarding the recent altercation, you discharged your weapon, resulting in over 40 casualties. I believe it was self-defense. Had they not stormed our community armed and aggressive, we would not have fired in an effort to repel them. Our intent was merely to deter them from inflicting further harm upon other citizens. That is mere pretext. Wang Pingping slammed the table, exclaiming, "This is precisely why I advocate against the proliferation of firearms among civilians. There are far too many self-righteous individuals like you. Do you comprehend the ramifications of indiscriminate gunfire? The sole consequence was the protection of law-abiding citizens like us who strive for self-sufficiency, causing no trouble for the state and even endeavoring to contribute to it. Gradually acclimatizing to the situation, Zhou Lin found the courage to confront Wang Pingping directly. It seems you are one who must see the river to shed tears. Then, let us converse slowly at the shelter. Are you attempting to apprehend me? Zhou Lin's expression shifted slightly, realizing that even they would resort to severing bridges and repaying kindness with enmity. Wang Pingping felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he had sampled that batch of frozen meat himself. Although it was a fair trade, he had never claimed he intended to apprehend you. Are your ears malfunctioning? If at ISNT apprehension, then I see no reason to go. Zhou Lin shrugged nonchalantly. Wang Pingping was taken aback by Zhou Lin's obstinate demeanor, akin to an unyielding piece of meat. However, what irked Wang Pingping the most was Zhou Lin's fearless attitude. Let's not forget, the Xia nation still exists. The Xia government is intact, and we remain here. Unless you leave the Xia nation, you will forever be a citizen of Xia, bound to abide by its laws and societal ethics. Commander Wang, I believe you may be mistaken about something. Whether I have committed an offense should not fall under military jurisdiction, and as for societal ethics, even if I were to concede my moral failings, does that warrant execution? Wang Pingping was truly at his wit's end. Yet before his departure, Yi Xinxiao had explicitly instructed him to avoid any confrontation by force. Given the current scenario, it was evident that Zhou Lin was not an enemy of the state, and the military had no grounds to act against him. Thus, Wang Pingping contemplated the possibility of first taking Zhou Lin to a shelter, where he could be confined for a few days in a dark room, during which time all manner of troublesome matters could be clarified. As long as they obtained Zhou Lin's confession regarding any wrongdoing, the remaining issues would be easily resolved. However, Zhou Lin's unwavering refusal to cooperate placed Wang Pingping in a precarious position. To apprehend him would contradict the commander's orders. Yet to refrain from action would seem to concede to Zhou Lin's defiance. It appears you are resolutely intent on opposing the government. Wang Pingping sneered. Do you realize that your actions could potentially result in the entire Lanshan community being excluded from the rescue roster? What rescue roster? Xiao Hang, who had been silently listening, suddenly interjected. Oh, you were unaware? The shelter now possesses the capability to cultivate fresh vegetables and will soon expand production. Aside from internal consumption, there may even be external trade. Fresh vegetables? A glimmer of hope sparked in Xiao Hang's eyes. This could serve as a valuable commodity beyond mere grain. After all, prolonged deprivation of vegetables could lead to nutritional deficiencies, affecting even the healthiest individuals. The shelter will only engage in trade with communities that have passed the review. A community like yours, Wang Pingping cast a discerning glance at Zhou Lin, does not meet the criteria to be a trading partner with the shelter. I would like to inquire, Commander Wang, when did our Xian nation begin to practice collective punishment? Regardless of whether I have committed an offense. Even if you believe I have, does that justify implicating others? If you truly entertain such thoughts, I'll lament the military uniform you wear, for you are unworthy of it. Chapter 65, Agreement Reached. Wang Pingping, in a fit of rage, suddenly rose and drew his weapon. However, he was utterly unprepared for Zhou Lin's swiftness. Before he could even aim, Zhou Lin deftly maneuvered behind him, seizing Wang Pingping's right hand with the gun and twisting it forcefully, pressing the muzzle against Wang Pingping's temple. Do not move. Release the commander. Lower your weapon. Several soldiers were noticeably delayed in their reactions, and by the time they comprehended the situation, Zhou Lin had completely subdued Wang Pingping. As a distinguished military officer, Wang Pingping was overwhelmed with despair. Shoot, if you dare. Just pull the trigger. He bellowed in frustration. He attempted to struggle, only to find himself unable to budge Zhou Lin, as powerless as an ant. This realization left Wang Pingping not only disheartened, but also perplexed. Having ascended through the ranks from a soldier and once bearing the title of the finest warrior, he had grown somewhat complacent in recent years, yet he believed he should still be far superior to this young man, Zhou Lin. What granted him such strength? It was evident that Zhou Lin's background was likely quite extraordinary. Further investigation was warranted. Little did Zhou Lin suspect that his instinctive action would evoke such rich associations in Wang Pingping's mind. Commander Wang, if you don't draw your weapon, we remain friends. Fine. Just release me, Wang Pingping replied, his face flushed. All right, Zhou Lin responded, unperturbed by the prospect of Wang Pingping turning against him. As he held a deep respect for soldiers, Wang Pingping and the few soldiers with him could tell from his accent that he was neither from Jiazhou nor even from Bashu. In the face of calamity, had their families not suffered? Did they not need assistance? Yet, adorned in their military uniforms, they were bound to uphold the code of a soldier and fulfill their sacred mission. Zhou Lin questioned whether he could ever embody such principles. Put down your weapons. Wang Pingping, regaining his freedom, glared at his subordinates before addressing Zhou Lin. You've got some skill. I didn't even see it coming. How would you feel about joining the military? Me? A soldier? Zhou Lin shook his head. No, my temperament does not suit it. Wang Pingping stretched his neck and fixed his gaze on Zhou Lin. I won't hold you accountable, but you've injured over 40 people. How do you propose to compensate? Compensation? It seemed this was the true purpose of Wang Pingping's visit. What do you desire? Zhou Lin pondered for a moment before asking. Anything will do. Food, meat, fruits and vegetables, anything consumable or useful. Zhou Lin, in truth, lacked for nothing in terms of supplies. In some respects, he was even more affluent than the shelter itself. However, one must not flaunt wealth. Thus, Zhou Lin remained silent. Do you have any food? Wang Pingping, unable to contain himself, inquired. Zhou Lin shook his head. Frozen meat? Dehydrated fruits and vegetables? Warm clothing? Feed? I have it. How much do you need? What? Wang Pingping thought he had misheard. Who in their right mind stockpiled animal feed? Oh, Zhou's family had made their fortune in livestock. That made sense, yet he had forgotten this detail. Do you have 5 tons? Wang Pingping asked tentatively. More than that. At most 1 ton of high-protein pig feed, suitable for human consumption. 3 tons. Absolutely not. So, you managed to appease a general with just 2 tons of feed? Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali exchanged skeptical glances. In their eyes, 2 tons of feed held little value. During normal operations, those pigs that couldn't be fed would vanish in an instant. Times have changed. With a protein content of 35, it's a fine product. Zhou Lin shrugged, feeling he had been shortchanged. The thought of returning to the countryside felt burdensome. Dad, that Wang Pingping revealed an important piece of information. What news? The shelter has begun to experiment with soilless cultivation. Do we have a fertilizer factory in Jiazhou? No, Zhou Kaijun replied with certainty. I am not well versed in fertilizers. And besides, there is no need for us to compete with the shelter, is there? It's not about competing with them. We need fertilizers as well. Zhou Lin was contemplating the future. From the onset of eternal night until 5 years later, the climate was unsuitable for the production of vegetables and fruits. When he risked his life to seize the Lei Fuhua, Zhou Lin envisioned implementing soilless cultivation aboard it. Once the snow melted and the overall environment stabilized, he could find a suitable location to release the Lei Fuhua, transforming it into a stronghold for the family. However, at that moment, Zhou Lin glanced at Wu Shui, who was engrossed in her studies. Truly a scholar. Even amid such circumstances, she continued to delve into her professional books, occasionally gesturing and murmuring to herself. This was advantageous. The stronger Wu Shui's medical skills became, the more invaluable she would be in the future. Zhou Lin would not sell her worth short. It was simply a fact. Outside, son Chenghao anxiously rubbed his hands together. He did not knock, but merely smiled at the camera. If no one from Zhou Lin's household was paying attention, he would certainly wait, never daring to disturb the esteemed figure. He could endure the cold. After all, it would not be fatal. Humanity's adaptability to the environment is indeed remarkable. Currently, the outdoor temperature fluctuates around -30 degrees, but aside from the initial wave, few have succumbed to freezing. Particularly, the youth under 30, as long as they have no underlying health issues, have largely adapted to such low temperatures. Without the eternal night, they might have resumed normal outdoor activities. The northern regions are even colder. In places like Mohu in Xiagua, nighttime temperatures may plummet to -70 degrees. Yet some resilient individuals have even ventured onto the ice to fish. Sun Qinghao did not wait long before the explosion-proof door swung open. Stepping into Zhou's household for the first time, he approached everyone cautiously, greeting each individual with the utmost respect, as they were all esteemed associates of the big shot. From now on, you shall reside in the tool room, engaging in a pastoral life of planting vegetables and raising chickens. Are you pleased? Zhou Lin said, patting son Chenghao on the shoulder with a smile. Thank you, esteemed one. This is truly a dream come true. Sun Chenghao did not speak falsely. Though the odors in the tool room were far from pleasant, and the security dormitory was hardly better, It's agreed. You'll be provided with food and shelter, but there will be no salary. Please do not report me to the Labor Department in the future. Boss, you jest, he replied. After Zhou Lin outlined the necessary precautions, Sun Qinghao officially commenced his duties. Finally, I no longer have to clean rabbit droppings. This is wonderful, Zhou Li exclaimed, happily sucking on a popsicle, revealing her small tiger teeth. Wu Shui was equally pleased. The two women shared remarkably similar sentiments. It was not a disdain for labor, but a simple desire to avoid the tool room, which would hinder their studies. Recently, Zhou Li had been self-studying knowledge in electricity and communication, aware that Zhou Lin planned to establish a base in the future, and, as the second-in-command of the base, she needed genuine skills to earn the respect of others. Everyone should exercise caution, particularly you two young ladies. You are not permitted to ascend the stairs unaccompanied. If you require anything, let it be placed at the doorstep for us to retrieve. Understood, father? Zhou Li and Wu Shui replied in unison. Huang Minjing, why is she here again? Observing the figure that appeared on the monitor, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. Chapter 66, The Military Uniform. With Huang Minjing's arrival, Cheng Yali would undoubtedly extend a warm welcome. However, the more enthusiastic Cheng Yali became, the more pronounced the awkwardness in Huang Minjing's eyes. Once, the assets controlled by Huang Minjing far surpassed those of the Zhou family, but now she found herself in a predicament. Not to mention, it would be embarrassing to admit that the household was now devoid of coal and food supplies. Although she still had some dehydrated vegetables, one cannot subsist solely on vegetables. Even if she could endure, she could not bear to let the elderly go hungry. Regarding the batch of instant meals discussed previously, wasn't it agreed to split the allocation evenly? Zhou Lin inquired, assuming Huang Minjing had reconsidered. Indeed, Huang Minjing contemplated retracting her offer, not out of regret for her share, but rather she was willing to relinquish 10%, allowing both families to share equally. With 50 packages per box and 2,000 boxes in total, Zhou Lin's journey could yield him 1,000 boxes of instant meals, 50,000 packages. In 2 years, a single package could be exchanged for a woman to bring home, a legitimate form of hard currency. If you are amenable, I would like to trade 500 boxes from my 1,000 in exchange for coal and other food items. Other food items? While coal is useful, it is not as critical as one might think. In a mere 2 months, the temperature will rise, significantly reducing coal consumption. Later on, individuals will return to open-pit coal mines to extract and sell coal, and once industrial uses diminish, the supply will become abundant. As for other food items, while they exist, the key is not to reveal too much, considering the limited space of the house. Even if every room were stacked to the ceiling, the total quantity would still be finite. Staple foods, meats, and even seasonings are available. Huang Minjing unconsciously licked her lips, revealing that it had been quite some time since she had tasted anything truly flavorful. Let us discuss the exchange later. When do you intend to depart? The sooner, the better. Ideally, you could provide me with some coal and food beforehand. Rest assured, aside from me, no one knows the whereabouts of that batch of instant meals. Huang Minjing hastily clarified, fearing Zhou Lin might doubt her. I will deliver the coal and food shortly. Please provide me with the address for the instant meals. More people are venturing out now, and there are also official teams collecting supplies, which complicates matters. Very well, the address is 2 garages that are connected. Typically, no one goes there. Without the slightest hesitation, Huang Minjing disclosed the location of the 50 tons of instant meals, leaving Zhou Lin somewhat astonished. At this point, surviving is paramount. I cannot bear to witness my mother perish from hunger. Huang Minjing raised her hand to wipe away her tears, inhaling deeply as she endeavored to muster a smile. Although she wore no makeup, her natural beauty surpassed that of many celebrities from the pre-apocalyptic era. However, such fleeting beauty could not captivate Zhou Lin. A man who had endured a decade in a post-apocalyptic world had long since learned to overlook a woman's appearance. A vase serves only to hold flowers. If the flowers are absent, who desires the vase? Zhou Lin did not hasten to deliver supplies to Huang Minjing. He exercised at home for almost 3 hours, and only after indulging in a hearty meal did he finally drag the sled out the door. Wu Shui had seen the sled before. It could no longer be accommodated within the Lei Faheo. 2 tons of coal, 500 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, and 200 pounds of frozen meat. Huang Minjing was utterly astonished as she watched Zhou Lin transport the provisions in batch after batch. Is anyone next door? Zhou Lin inquired. With his current physical condition, it was indeed difficult for him to break a sweat. There were some people, but they moved out when the government shelter came to recruit. They fit the criteria perfectly. That's a relief, Zhou Lin replied, fearing that with such a large quantity of supplies stacked at the door, someone next door might spy through the peephole and, after he left, approach Huang Minjing for a handout, causing him further trouble. With this batch of supplies, they should be able to endure until the end of the winter night. The term winter night was the official designation for the summer nation, which had gradually been adopted in common parlance. Are you leaving already? Do you have other matters? A hint of embarrassment flickered in Huang Minjing's eyes. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to come in for a glass of water. It's quite cold. It has always been cold. I've grown accustomed to it. Zhou Lin tightened his cold-resistant attire. I'm leaving now. Call if you need anything, and make sure to lock the door. Close the door. Huang Minjing sighed deeply. Only call if there's something urgent. I suppose I'm getting older. What was she thinking? With a self-deprecating smile, Huang Minjing quickly gathered her spirits. It was time to add coal to the stove. Today, she must ensure that the room temperature rises above 15 degrees, so her mother would not cough. And yes, she would stew some meat, add dehydrated vegetables, and cook a large pot of white rice. In this post-apocalyptic world, what more could one desire when they could still enjoy such meals? Unlike Zhou Lin's family, which was incomparable in its plight. Nevertheless, no matter how bitter or challenging the circumstances, the nation had not ceased its efforts. Today, the Jiazhou shelter received a batch of supplies transported from the provincial capital, astonishingly delivered by airship. The low temperatures and poor air quality could severely affect airplane engines, but airships were different, as long as the gas bag remained intact. The electrically powered fans could function normally, propelling the airship forward. However, at present, only the provincial capital of Bashu had thought of and begun to implement airships for long-distance transport. Other regions either lacked the capability or had never possessed the means to construct such ancient flying machines. Zhu Guanghan stood in the biting wind, his eyebrows and eyelashes coated with frost, forcing him to squint, yet he remained reluctant to return to the shelter for warmth. What is hope? This is hope. A long plume of white breath escaped his lips, quickly dispersed by the cold wind, but it nonetheless left a trace of existence in the world, akin to every individual striving for survival. At the very least, the universe acknowledged that he had once been here. Yi Xinxiao's physical condition was evidently superior to Zhu Guanghan's. Hence no frost adorned her face. To her surprise, the bulk of the first batch of supplies consisted of radios, rumored to have an exceedingly low power consumption, with a single AA battery capable of lasting for months. How had she never heard of such a device before? Even if it existed before, would you have known how to use it? Zhu Guanghan responded. True, like this thing, it had long been outdated. Perhaps only our country has it now. Why send thousands of radios instead of transporting grain? This also involves considerations at the national level. In the face of natural disasters, high technology falters, while the humble radio, once merely tinkered with by the elderly, possesses numerous advantages absent in many high-tech communication devices. Its energy efficiency is one such merit, accompanied by its robust signal reception capabilities, requiring minimal resources to sustain its operation. Furthermore, the technology behind radios is relatively simple, rendering them durable, easy to repair, and highly reusable. Immediately arrange for personnel to distribute them. Leaving 1,000 units in the shelter will suffice, while the rest should be distributed across every community. Ensuring at least one radio is available in each residential building, Zhu Guanghan instructed his mid-level managers. As the airship completed its cargo unloading and began to ascend slowly, Yi Xinxiao and the other soldiers raised their hands in salute. Although their ranks significantly surpassed those of the soldiers aboard the airship, the bravery of those soldiers, who risked their lives to come forth, warranted a solemn military salute from Yi Xinxiao and his fellow leaders. It was an acknowledgement, a testament to the romanticism of soldiering. They hope for their safe return. They will surely make it back. Wang Pingping said, his eyes glistening with emotion, as he saw in those soldiers a reflection of his former self. No, it was more accurate to say that donning the military uniform imbued him with a profound sense of sacred duty. Through mountains and rivers, through fire and sword. How could one falter? There was no turning back. If the early days of the disaster claimed the lives predominantly of the elderly and the infirm, now it was the soldiers who faced daily sacrifices. Wherever there was a need, soldiers were destined to be present. In Xia country, a military uniform symbolized not only honor, but also a level of dedication and sacrifice that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Chapter 67. Sun Qinghao longed for home. That Zhou Lin, I find him quite peculiar. Upon returning to the shelter, Wang Pingping could hardly contain his eagerness to report to Yi Xinxiao. In the room, apart from the two of them, there was only Yi Xinxiao's bodyguard, allowing Wang Pingping to speak freely. Physically stronger than you? Yi Xinxiao was taken aback. He was well aware of Wang Pingping's capabilities. How could an ordinary person possess such strength? Moreover, I suspect he has access to a vast array of resources. After returning, I sought to review his records, and the results were rather strange. You suspect he possesses more than 2 tons of fertilizer? It should be far more than that. This individual is exceedingly cunning. Commander, do you think it's possible that he is not an ordinary person at all? Yi Xinxiao narrowed his eyes and responded directly. Commander, have you ever read those apocalyptic novels? Yi Xinxiao shook his head. He hardly had the time for such things, though he had heard children mention them during meals. However, were novels not merely fanciful tales? What was Wang Pingping implying? I investigated the Zhou family. Their behavior prior to the disaster was exceedingly abnormal, as if they had foreseen the calamity. Could it be that someone in their household possesses a unique ability? If such a person exists, I believe it must be Zhou Lin, unless there is more than one in their family. Since you believe there's a possibility, delve deeper. But do not disclose this to Zhu Guanghan and the others just yet. Wang Pingping nodded in agreement. Certain matters remain solely within the purview of our military. Here, I shall impart a fragment of insight. This calamity may endure for several years, if not longer. Our military's forthcoming mission is to safeguard human civilization, particularly the legacy of our nation. Therefore, when the need arises, though Yi Xinxiao did not articulate the latter part, Wang Pingping gleaned the essence. A flicker of compassion crossing his eyes, yet he maintained his silence. Yi Xinxiao patted Wang Pingping on the shoulder, stating as soldiers, we must uphold a sense of duty while adhering strictly to our orders. Moreover, I have another piece of information to share. Though unconfirmed, some research institutions speculate that, with the changing environment, humanity may undergo mutations. Individuals like you, possessing robust physical qualities in youth, may have the highest likelihood of such changes. As for me, I am past my prime. Mutations? Evolution? Wang Pingping felt a stir within. Commander, do you think Zhou Lin could be one of them? Regardless of whether he is or not, do not disclose this to anyone else. If confirmed, report it, but refrain from unnecessary actions. Remember, beyond natural disasters, we must also guard against man-made calamities. It is implausible for someone in a commanding position to possess a simplistic mindset. Despite Yi Xinxiao being in his 50s, his mind remains remarkably clear. His assessment of this disaster is considerably more pessimistic than that of Zhu Guanghan. Zhu Guanghan is undoubtedly an idealist. His unwavering optimism in the face of calamity allows him to labor tirelessly. Yet, it is perhaps this very optimism that may one day lead to his downfall. Optimism is not inherently flawed. At least in this already dire world, it can render existence a tad more bearable. Much like Sun Qinghao, despite having a myriad of tasks, always finds reasons to persevere, even if it involves mere conversations with chickens, ducks, and geese for hours on end. It seems you are faring well. And your work is commendable too. You manage the food supply. Should you require more, do not hesitate to inform me. At present, Zhou Lin is the sole visitor to the tool shed. He is not specifically there to see Sun Qinghao. Rather, he has come to replenish the generator's fuel, bringing 2 barrels from the ship, along with some instant meals and a box of dehydrated vegetables as a bonus. Thank you, esteemed one, Sun Qinghao exclaimed, eagerly receiving the supplies and promptly organizing them. He has come to regard the tool shed as his home, perhaps even more so than his actual residence, which he seldom tidied. After fueling the generator, Zhou Lin surveyed the tool shed. Some vegetables on the hydroponic rack were already being harvested, while Sun Qinghao was busy nurturing seedlings to ensure the equipment remained in use. The young rabbits born a few days prior had grown rapidly, no longer resembling naked little creatures. Their eyes were open, and their ears had developed, frolicking about joyfully. The chickens, ducks, and geese remained as they were, and due to space constraints, Zhou Lin had no immediate plans for incubation. When the Laifu ship's base officially opens, he intends to dedicate an entire level to cultivation and breeding, necessitating careful planning to optimize sunlight access to the lower deck while maintaining temperature regulation. Winter nights are less than 2 months away. It is said that in certain areas, one can faintly glimpse lights at noon, which is indeed encouraging news. Some optimists have begun to celebrate, proclaiming that the long night is nearing its end, and dawn is upon us. While the first part of this assertion holds some truth, the arrival of dawn does not necessarily herald beauty. For the flora and fauna that perished in the winter night, their revival is not guaranteed with the coming of dawn. It is equally possible that the very sun, a symbol of light, may have been the cause of their demise. Perhaps the world possesses a compensatory mechanism, one that necessitates longer periods of heat to rectify the prolonged chill, suggesting that balance may indeed be correct. Yet the flaw lies in the fragility of most beings that inhabit this world. If circumstances allowed, Sun Chenghao would accompany a smile, hoping to establish contact with his parents. What do you think, my friend? Sure, Zhou Lin contemplated, agreeing to procure a phone capable of sending and receiving messages for Sun Chenghao, akin to a stripped-down version of the one Wu Shui used. It was evident that Sun Chenghao was astute, and given that he bore no deep-seated animosity toward Zhou Lin and the Zhou family, it was improbable that he would risk his life for revenge against Tang Yili, making it unlikely that he would resort to any deceitful tactics. Today, Zhou Lin intended to deliver feed to Wang Pingping, opting not to approach the shelter directly. For that was another's territory. One could never know if Wang Pingping might lay a trap. He found a relatively neutral location, placing bags of fertilizer in an unoccupied room before sending Wang Pingping a location message. Shortly thereafter, 5 tracked military vehicles arrived, and Wang Pingping disembarked, greeting Zhou Lin before instructing her men to move the fertilizer. This time we are even. Should you desire anything in the future, let it be exchanged for bullets or firearms. You've got quite the audacity to mention bullets to me, Wang Pingping jested. After several encounters, he was reasonably certain that Zhou Lin was not a villain, though neither could he be deemed virtuous. Yet, in the world of adults, where is the black and white? Besides firearms and ammunition, what else do you have to offer in exchange? Zhou Lin smiled, aware that Wang Pingping held some skepticism, as many matters could not remain concealed in Xia country. Yet, what use was suspicion? Surely, one could not arrest him merely on the basis of doubt. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Wang Pingping could apprehend him at all. Dream on. The government will not permit firearms and ammunition to circulate among civilians. You are already a special case. Just as he began to speak, Wang Pingping's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 68. Had they already been exposed? Do not ask. I shall not answer. Zhou Lin preemptively cut off Wang Pingping. Previously, he had wondered whether the issue lay with Su Ziyuan or Wang Pingping. Now it seemed plausible that their noble patrons had simply forgotten. Wang Pingping's lips moved, culminating in a long sigh. He recalled the information divulged by the commander. If matters were to escalate to that extent, would it truly matter whether the common folk possess firearms? Furthermore, Wang Pingping harbored a suspicion that the mutated creatures from apocalyptic novels might indeed manifest. Recently, whenever he found time, he would delve into those novels. And the more he read, the more he felt that art indeed stemmed from reality, albeit a reality that was unbearably harsh. Here we are, just the two of us. Can you speak candidly? As Wang Pingping presented a facade of camaraderie, Zhou Lin found himself momentarily taken aback, retreating a step. What? Our relationship is not that close. I've already told you not to inquire further. He refrained from questioning the matter of bullets, instead posing a different query. Did you only become stronger after the apocalypse? Stronger? What do you mean by that? I've always been like this. Zhou Lin believed he was managing his expressions well, or so he thought. However, Wang Pingping was no ordinary person, having commanded troops numbering no fewer than 8,000. Zhou Lin's meager acting skills could hardly deceive him. It appears my suspicions were indeed correct. With a serious demeanor, Wang Pingping remarked, though you are not a soldier, I sense that you're not a malevolent individual. I hope you wield your abilities wisely. While one must look out for oneself, do not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. A beast hunts only out of hunger. Do not descend to a level beneath that of a mere animal. I am uncertain of your meaning. All I know is that a virtuous life is often short-lived. Zhou Lin shook his head, unwilling and unable to acknowledge anything. It is often said that with greater power comes greater responsibility, yet Zhou Lin was reluctant to become the one to bear such burdens. He merely followed Wang Pingping's advice of self-preservation. Once the fertilizer was loaded, Wang Pingping prepared to depart. Perhaps we shall meet again soon. Zhou Lin thought to himself. I hope that is not the case. By the way, do you need a radio? No, thank you. Yesterday, a distribution of radios had occurred in Lanshan community. provided free of charge, though the initial supply was limited. Only 20 units were available, ensuring that nearly every unit received one. For the average person, these radios could prove useful, as both the central and provincial stations broadcast continuously, offering news of disasters, missing persons, emergency measures, survival skills, and occasionally comedic language programs. In the late hours, one could even listen to movies and television shows, making for a rather enriching experience. However, for Zhou Lin's family, it was of little use. Zhou Li had prepared extensively, but Zhou Lin found no need for national-level updates. As for Zhou Kaijun and Chengyali, their days now revolve around rigorous physical training and binge-watching series at home. In Zhou Kaijun's words, aside from the lack of sunlight and freedom, life is even more comfortable now than before. As Wang Pingping's vehicle drove away, he cast a lingering glance at Zhou Lin. For reasons unknown, that gaze imparted a sensation of being thoroughly scrutinized. Just how much did Wang Pingping know? Was he alone in his knowledge, or was there a broader awareness? Zhou Lin felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed imperative to adopt a more discreet approach moving forward. After witnessing Wang Pingping's convoy vanish from view, Zhou Lin turned to depart, intending to collect the 50 tons of instant food. Huang Minjing possessed a house in the suburbs, not in a villa district, but of slightly lesser status, yet boasting a splendid environment. Each household comprised 2 or 3 stories, with lower units featuring front and back gardens and upper units offering terraces. Even the underground garages were secured by iron gates, permitting exclusive access to each family. After purchasing the property, Huang Minjing had yet to commence renovations, being too occupied and feeling it unnecessary to trouble her mother. Little did she know that the calamities of the apocalypse would strike suddenly. In the end, the last batch of goods, which she had decided to keep on a whim, remained securely locked in the garage registered under her name. The location of the community is somewhat remote. However, for Zhou Lin, who is adept at maneuvering on skis, it is tolerable, taking just over an hour to arrive. The gate stands wide open, shrouded in darkness, leaving one to ponder just how many residents remain in this area. It is difficult to ascertain, but certainly fewer than in Lanshan. In the stillness of the night, Zhou Lin ambles forward with a calm demeanor, eventually locating the number that Huang Minjing had mentioned. This must be the place. He approaches and touches the massive brass padlock, with a gentle tug between his fingers. The parking garage swings open to reveal 3 small delivery trucks parked inside. These vehicles are evidently overloaded, yet during Huang Minjing's arrival, there were neither road officials nor even a handful of traffic police in sight. The trucks, rated for less than 5 tons, bear a weight 3-fold their capacity, contorting under a burden that should not be endured. Fortune favors the bold. Gaining access to this garage is not particularly challenging, even without Zhou Lin's physical prowess. A simple crowbar could achieve the same outcome. This suggests either that the residents of this community are indeed sparse, or that no one perceives any utility in vehicles under such circumstances. If cars are deemed useless, who would care about the garage meant for their storage? The sheer volume of vehicles is overwhelming. Zhou Lin finds himself compelled to indulge in a voracious eating spree. He consumes while gathering provisions and continues to eat during breaks. Initially, the abundance of ready-made hamburgers and ingredients aboard the Laifu left him questioning his existence. But now he finds them woefully insufficient. Who would dare believe he could consume 10 hamburgers in one sitting? As his capacity increases, Zhou Lin feels he could single-handedly demolish all the hamburgers on Laifu. Devouring hamburgers and drinking cola, he opts for the highest caloric offerings available, for there are no experts to admonish him about unhealthy eating at this juncture. After all, those who indulge in fast food are hardly in a position to preach about health. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Zhou Lin, feeling slightly dazed, steps into Laifu. Once all the fast food is stored away, he releases his modified vehicle, the Luxiafang. There is no time to return home tonight. He certainly cannot sleep in an empty garage or in one of those uncomfortable delivery trucks. Within the 12-meter-long vehicle, one finds all the comforts of home. And it is more than just a convenience. Enjoying the warm air, sipping tea, and watching a film to pass the time is a simple pleasure. The only lament Zhou Lin has is the absence of a workout space in Luxiafang. As he prepares for bed, the hour is nearly upon him. He lays out his bedding, freshens up, and blissfully burrows under the covers, feeling utterly content. However, just as he begins to drift off, the alarm of Luxiafang blares, indicating the approach of an individual outside. The infrared surveillance camera captures a clear image of a person, a resident of the community, out collecting supplies in such cold weather. It would be best if they do not seek him out, lest trouble ensue. Yet, contrary to his wishes to avoid conflict, trouble finds its way to him. Knock, knock, knock. The visitor is rather impolite, rapping insistently on the door of Luxiafeng. Chapter 69, Relatives. The illumination abruptly flickered to life, its blinding radiance compelling the figure at the entrance to instinctively recoil, as if seeking refuge in the shadows. Observing the footage on the monitor, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. If his eyes did not deceive him, he recognized his cousin-in-law, Yang Min. There were few relatives who usually mingled with Cheng Yali, but Cheng Dong, who ran a renovation company, was one of them. During festive occasions, the two families would occasionally meet for a meal. Cheng Dong's renovation business was thriving, which afforded him the means to purchase a residence in this neighborhood. Yet, why did Yang Min appear so terrified? After dimming the lights, Zhou Lin stepped out of the car, only to find Yang Min still there, curled in a corner, her arms wrapped around herself. Her attire was scant, insufficient to shield her from the biting cold. Cousin-in-law, it's me, Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Min, with a dazed expression, seemed to regain her strength. Stumbling toward him, her voice choked with emotion. Hurry, you must help your uncle. Help Qingdong? Was something amiss? Yet, Yang Min's demeanor was evidently erratic, and Zhou Lin noticed visible bruises on her face, her hair in disarray, and her clothing haphazardly worn, a stark contrast to her usually polished appearance. Take it slow, cousin-in-law. The beam from the flashlight was limited, but Yang Min seemed oblivious to the darkness as she dragged Zhou Lin forward, nearly causing her to trip several times had he not reacted swiftly. Even so, she refused to slow her pace, muttering, hurry, hurry, or we'll be too late. The journey from the underground parking to Chengdong and Yang Min's home would typically take about 10 minutes. However, propelled by Yang Min's frantic tugging, they arrived in merely 4 or 5 minutes. Chengdong's residence was a duplex, and from outside, Zhou Lin could see flickering lights dancing across the glass windows, indicating someone inside was wielding a flashlight. As they approached, he overheard voices emanating from within. The accents unmistakably belonged to individuals not from Chengdong's circle, and there were at least 3 speakers. Yang Min seemed to have forgotten Zhou Lin, lunging toward the door, flinging it open with a shout. Honey, where are you? That woman has returned? Just in time, catch her. Shout Duan, go apprehend her. This family has an abundance of possessions. As voices rose, Zhou Lin witnessed 2 shadows darting from within, akin to famished wolves lunging at Yang Min remaining silent. He charged forward, retrieving a military dagger from his pocket, a serrated back. Long and broad, this dagger, presumably a personal belonging of some foreign soldier from a vessel, was unlike their standard-issue bayonets. Zhou Lin was uncertain of its quality, but sufficed for his purpose. As the assailants approached, Yang Min instinctively halted, attempting to retreat, yet her body betrayed her. Huh! The foremost figure reached out, nearly seizing Yang Min's neckline, just a hair's breadth away. His laughter had barely escaped his throat when the subsequent sound was abruptly stifled by the blade's intervention. Choking in his chest, in the dim light, Zhou Lin stood like a formidable deity, positioned between that man and Yang Min. No one could clearly discern how he had appeared. All they knew was that a flash of silvery light had just flickered by. Xiao Duan gasped. Each person's reaction varied, yet Zhou Lin remained indifferent. He retracted his dagger, casting a glance at the bloodied serrations before continuing to wield the blade in a reverse grip. With a swift motion, he unleashed the dagger. Xiao Duan, with his throat torn open, lacked the strength to resist as blood gushed forth from the wound, and he collapsed limply. The man beside Xiao Duan finally reacted. He intended to flee, but Zhou Lin's knife was swifter, deliberately wielding the dagger in a reverse grip, utilizing the serrated edge as a blade. The devastation wrought by his amplified strength was far more terrifying than a mere cutting edge. With a single stroke, the man's right shoulder was cleaved as if by an axe, creating a deep gash that reached into his lung. If the light had been sufficiently bright, one would have witnessed the right lung pulsating, the severed trachea, and the arterial blood gushing forth. The man collapsed to the ground, still wailing in agony. Yang Min seemed to disregard the brutality before her, darting into the living room from Zhou Lin's side, loudly calling for her husband. Damn it! A curse echoed from the bedroom. Perhaps the occupant was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, merely perceiving the commotion at the door and assuming that Xiao Duan was struggling to restrain Yang Min. 2 fools. Muzzle her. Do you wish to summon the entire neighborhood? Zhou Lin exclaimed, gripping the man's neck with his left hand. The man's features appeared unremarkable, yet under 40, his eyes glinted with cunning. "I am Zhang Jiaoyi. Spare me, please," he pleaded. As long as Zhang Jiaoyi was not blind or deaf, he must have recognized Zhou Lin's formidable presence. Xiao Duan lay motionless, surrounded by blood, while Lao Lin writhed on the ground, emitting feeble groans, likely nearing death. Zhang Jiaoyi was perplexed by Zhou Lin's sudden emergence. Could it be that the woman had summoned reinforcements? What terrible luck! Zhang Jiaoyi thought. Husband, what is wrong? Wake up, husband! Yang Min's cries echoed from the dining area. Dragging Zhang Jiaoyi along, Zhou Lin entered and beheld Cheng Dong lying on the ground, his forehead deeply indented, face smeared with blood, eyes wide open in death. Perhaps sensing that Zhou Lin's attention was diverted, Zhang Jiaoyi seized the rare opportunity. His right hand trembled, producing a 20-centimeter-long knife. With the blade in hand, Zhang Jiaoyi's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. He gripped the handle tightly and lunged toward Zhou Lin's neck, showcasing the skill of an experienced assailant, as most would not realize that this position was the most effective and least laborious for a strike. Thud! The knife tip failed to penetrate Zhou Lin. He forcefully hurled Zhang Jiaoyi against the wall, weighing no less than 150 or 60 pounds. Zhang Jiaoyi seemed no more substantial than a beer bottle in Zhou Lin's grasp, with the only difference being that a beer bottle would shatter, while Zhang Jiaoyi appeared intact for the moment, merely appearing whole on the surface. The pain radiating from his spine and the numbness below his waist drove Zhang Jiaoyi into a frenzy of struggle. He yearned to rise, to flee, yet his legs obeyed, not the commands of his mind, remaining immobile like two wooden stakes. Cheng Dong was dead. It was undoubtedly the doing of Zhang Jiaoyi and his accomplices, who perhaps intended to harm Yang Min, but inadvertently allowed her to escape. In a state of panic and confusion, Yang Min found herself in the underground parking garage, likely alerted by the commotion caused by Lu Xiaofeng, where she encountered Zhou Lin. This, in essence, was the crux of events. As for why Zhang Jiaoyi and his cohorts ventured to Cheng Dong's residence, it was evidently to commit robbery, taking everything within their grasp, including women, whom they would not spare. Thus, they all deserve their fate. "Aunt you," Zhou Lin wished to console Yang Min, reminding her that the dead cannot return to life, and those who remain must muster the courage to continue. Fortunately, Yang Min ceased her tears, seemingly having accepted her grim destiny. "This knife of yours, it appears rather beautiful," she remarked, reaching for a portion of the blade's hilt. Chapter 70. It turns out love had truly arrived. The dagger, held in Yang Min's hand, seemed somewhat unwieldy. Her hands were too small, yet she gripped it with fervor, so much so that Zhou Lin could discern the tendons straining beneath her skin. Zhou Lin had anticipated Yang Min's intentions even before handing her the dagger. What could be more cathartic than exacting revenge with one's own hands? There was no reason to refuse. Zhou Lin's only task was to prevent Zhang Jiaoyi from making a desperate lunge. As it turned out, his instincts were correct. When Yang Min crouched down, Zhang Jiaoyi attempted to seize her by the neck. Without hesitation, Yang Min plunged the dagger fiercely downward, striking true at Zhang Jiaoyi's shoulder. Zhou Lin paused. For Zhang Jiaoyi retracted his hand before it could reach Yang Min. It was a reflexive response. After withdrawing the dagger, Yang Min thrust it once more, this time into Zhang Jiaoyi's abdomen. He could no longer withstand the pain, beginning to wail and plead for mercy. Zhou Lin retrieved a cigarette and lit it. He typically abstained from smoking, but this scene compelled him to indulge. One stab, then another. Zhang Jiaoyi's voice gradually diminished, and the metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, suffocating even Zhou Lin's cigarette. At last, Yang Min ceased her assault, her body splattered with blood, her face, skin, and hair all marred. The congealing blood rendered her visage somewhat grotesque, her once delicate features now distorted, resembling a calm lunatic. "Zhou Lin, there is a safe beside the bed in the upstairs bedroom. The code is yours to unlock, and please retrieve all the gold bars within. Now." Zhou Lin furrowed his brow. Yang Min gazed at him, a smile unexpectedly gracing her lips. "Yes, let us take them and leave to your home." "Very well." Zhou Lin scratched his scalp. It was surely inappropriate for Yang Min to remain here any longer. Firstly, with so many deceased, she was likely to be frightened, and secondly, there was no one to care for her. Such tragedies were unthinkable. Cheng Yali would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Yet in this apocalyptic world, countless lives were lost daily, not merely due to natural disasters, but also human calamities. Zhang Jiaoyi and the others have likely not yet had the chance to search the second floor. Everything appears remarkably tidy, a testament to Yang Min's prowess in managing her household. The master bedroom is easily located. Upon opening the bedside cabinet, one finds a safe. It is modest in size, yet sufficient for storing valuable items. Upon entering the password, the safe reveals a collection of documents, important identification, a jewelry box, and several small gold bars. Indeed, Cheng Dong is not particularly wealthy. He cannot afford gold bars of 100 grams. After slipping the 5 gold bars into his pocket, Zhou Lin turns to descend the stairs. However, upon reaching the staircase landing, an unsettling feeling washes over him. With his current hearing, in such a tranquil environment, the absence of breathing sounds is disconcerting. Could it be that Yang Min has departed? Rushing into the dining room, Zhou Lin discovers Yang Min collapsed beside Cheng Dong. A dagger is plunged into her heart, the 30-centimeter blade buried deep. What immense determination and strength must it have taken to achieve such a feat? Were he not witnessing it firsthand, Zhou Lin would scarcely believe that such a delicate woman could ruthlessly take a life. Yet astonishingly, there is no trace of agony on Yang Min's face. Nestled in Cheng Dong's embrace, a hint of happiness graces her lips. Could it be that love truly exists in this world? Zhou Lin wipes away the tears that have accumulated in the corners of his eyes, acknowledging that love does exist. But one must encounter the right person. Perhaps Cheng Dong did not wish for Yang Min to accompany him, which is why he fought valiantly against Zhang Jiaoyi and the others, allowing her a chance to escape. Had Zhou Lin not crossed paths with her, Yang Min might not have sought death. Given her character, she would likely have sought vengeance, living on even as a mere shell of herself until she could exact her revenge. It is Zhou Lin who has allowed her to fulfill her wish, enabling her to slay her enemy. Therefore, there is no longer a need for her to linger. One wonders if their fate would have been different had they had a child. Who can say? Zhou Lin sets aside his reflections and ascends the stairs to retrieve a few bedsheets. Even if he does not believe in ghosts or deities, he must at least provide his uncle and aunt with a resting place. To leave in such a manner would surely invite the wrath of Cheng Yali. Thinking of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin pulls out the walkie-talkie and approaches the window. Dong Dong and Miminar. Cheng Yali's body shudders, large tears streaming down her face, startling Zhou Kaijun beside her. Just as he attempts to comfort her, she glares at him, causing him to retreat in haste. Dong Dong and Mimin are dead. What? Zhou Kaijun gasps. Cheng Dong? Dead? Who did this? Mimin is dead too. Cheng Yali cries out in anguish, her wail echoing like a tiger's roar. In the living room below, Wu Shui stands up, while Zhou remains composed, engrossed in her book. Lily Mother. Time reveals a person's true nature. Sister-in-law. You will gradually acclimatize, Zhou replies without lifting her gaze. Wu Shui is left with no choice but to sit back down, picking up the ancient Chinese medicine book in her hands. Just days prior, she had discussed with Zhou Lin how, after the complete collapse of the modern industrial system, Western medicine would become increasingly ineffective, while traditional Chinese medicine, utilizing natural remedies and techniques, would be more suitable for the impending apocalypse. Along the banks of the Spring River surrounding Jiazhou City, a blaze rips through the darkness. The biting cold wind fuels the flames. And Zhou Lin watches as Cheng Dong and Yang Min gradually disintegrate, ultimately leaving behind a handful of ashes. Traversing the frozen Spring River on foot leads him to Yunshao Mountain. On the summit stands an obscure Taoist temple, where Zhou Lin does not intend to inter the ashes of Cheng Dong and Yang Min within its sacred confines. Instead, he plans to place them in a box and bury it beneath the largest pine tree outside the temple. From the perspective of feng shui, this site appears auspicious, elevated and far-reaching. Zhou Lin inquired of Cheng Yali, who voiced no objections. Little did he anticipate that this first encounter with relatives in the post-apocalyptic world would culminate in a final farewell, leaving Zhou Lin with a sense of profound dismay. Initially intending to return home, he found himself drawn back to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's residence, determined to tidy up and dispose of the remains of Zhang Jiaoyi and his companions. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the bodies on the floor had vanished. The dark, reddish-brown stains had frozen into layers of ice, evident at the doorway and in the dining area. It was inconceivable that Zhang Jiaoyi and his companions could have risen and exited on their own, as if in a zombie film. The icy bloodstains were now marred with numerous erratic footprints. Someone had entered the house, removed the bodies, and ransacked the place, particularly the kitchen, where cabinet doors hung ajar, and even the seasonings had not been spared. Were these intruders neighbors from the community or outsiders? Zhou Lin pondered, retrieving a UV flashlight to illuminate the blood-stained footprints, which became strikingly apparent. Following the trail, he arrived at another house. Standing at the base of the stairs, Zhou Lin discerned voices emanating from above. It appeared the occupants were gathered there, though their intentions for the bodies remained unclear. Surely, they could not be contemplating cannibalism. The situation had yet to deteriorate to such depths. Eschewing the stairs, Zhou Lin, relying on his formidable physical prowess, scaled the exterior wall to the third floor. Through the dual-layered, hollow glass window and heavy curtains, he overheard a multitude of voices engaged in conversation. As he pried open the window and lifted the curtain, the scene that unfolded before him left Zhou Lin utterly astounded. Chapter 71. The Mysterious Organization. Madness. The temperature within the room was not particularly high, yet the men and women present were clad only in shorts. The bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and his companions lay in the center of the room, surrounded by flickering candles. The scantily clad individuals knelt in concentric circles around the corpses, their eyes half closed as they chanted in an unintelligible language, resembling individuals in a trance. They remained oblivious to Zhou Lin's presence. Zhou Lin contemplated making a hasty retreat. He had no desire to engage with a throng of lunatics. However, as he turned to leave, he caught sight of another room illuminated by candles. On the wall directly opposite the door, a white cloth hung, adorned with a peculiar design. This pattern bore resemblance to a hexagram, yet after several transformations, it also evoked images of a snowflake. In a flash of insight, Zhou Lin suddenly recalled. This was none other than the emblem of the legendary mysterious organization. Prior to eavesdropping on AI Bing and Chao Bowen's conversation, Zhou Lin had indeed been aware of this organization, which had existed in a semi-public state for approximately 7 or 8 years in the apocalypse. It was said to comprise many formidable evolved beings and supernatural entities, led by a figure known as the Sect Master, whose power was said to rival that of deities. Regardless of the strength of the Master, the power of that organization is evident, even daring to confront government-led sanctuaries, expedition teams, and enforcement agencies in certain areas. Many have remarked that the members of this organization are fearless lunatics, a notion that Zhou Lin initially found hard to believe. So, this is the nascent form of that enigmatic organization? Its origin? Who then is the Master? Among the madmen in the Grand Hall, there appeared to be no extraordinary figures, nor could any discernible hierarchy be observed. Zhou Lin surmised they were likely just ordinary followers and decided to investigate the room further. In contrast to the brightness of the hall, the room was somewhat dim. Before reaching the doorway, Zhou Lin discerned the breaths of 2 individuals within, one light, the other heavy, one slow, the other quick. Taking another step, he heard a heartbeat indistinguishable from that of a normal person. However, upon reaching the door, he noted the absence of the other person's heartbeat. Something was amiss. Just as Zhou Lin prepared to enter the room, not only had one breath ceased, but even the previously normal heartbeat had abruptly intensified. Had he been discovered? Without hesitation, Zhou Lin dashed into the room. On a large bed against the wall, a man and a woman were parting ways. The frantic heartbeat emanated from the man, reflecting the terror on his face, while the woman, appearing to be in her 20s or 30s, scrutinized Zhou Lin with an assessing gaze. "Who are you?" Her voice was melodious, even more alluring than her appearance. "You should leave," Zhou Lin replied, gesturing towards the young man, who seemed utterly flustered. "Go on, it's fine." The man, wrapped in a blanket, shuffled past Zhou Lin, leaving a trace of fragrant air in his wake. "It seems you are not here to join us. So how did you find your way here?" The woman stood casually, seemingly unperturbed by Zhou Lin's gaze. Lighting a cigarette, she took a deep drag. At that moment, Zhou Lin could finally hear her heartbeat, slow yet imbued with strength. This was no ordinary rhythm. He felt a jolt of shock within. He surmised that this woman was not merely an ordinary individual, but possibly an evolved being. "Blue Moon, let us get acquainted. I have no desire to know you." Zhou Lin indicated towards the hall. The leader of that group of madmen cannot be much better. Blue Moon exhaled a cloud of thick smoke. "So you believe me to be a wicked woman?" "Oh, and about what you just witnessed, well, if you're unwilling, then you may leave. I want to keep you. What is your ability?" Zhou Lin suddenly inquired. "What are you talking about?" Blue Moon's voice sharpened, and Zhou Lin felt as though his head had been pierced by a needle, causing him to involuntarily step back. "An ability user. A mental attack." These two thoughts flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. Though his head still throbbed, he felt a sudden wave of relaxation. Blue Moon likely posed no real threat. Her ability would at most cause him discomfort, provided his will remain steadfast. Seated at the edge of her bed, Lan Ye observed Zhou Lin merely retreating a couple of steps, not collapsing in the agony she had anticipated. A wave of panic washed over her. Impossible. How could her supernatural ability fail to take effect? Why did Zhou Lin not succumb to her powers like those outside? The reason was rather simple. Lan Ye's abilities remained rudimentary, incapable of inflicting harm on Zhou Lin, who was already at an intermediate level. Had her powers not been of the psychic variety, the disparity in levels might not have been so pronounced. It could only be said that Lan Ye was unfortunate. Her abilities should have been effective against others, save for Zhou Lin. Upgrading her powers necessitated repeated usage, which in turn required the expenditure of energy derived solely from sustenance. Adhering to the law of conservation of energy in the material world, the dilemma lay in the scarcity of food in a post-apocalyptic world. Lan Ye had hoped to mold herself into a deity within the mental realms of others to compel them to gather food for her. She had originally planned to elevate her abilities to an intermediate level within 6 months and then assess whether to pursue the next tier. She never anticipated encountering Zhou Lin. With the knowledge from his previous life, Zhou Lin understood the situation, while Lan Ye lacked such fortune. The failure of her powers left her in a state of disarray, prompting her to irrationally seize a knife concealed beneath her blanket. Kill. It appeared that she had committed murder before, as her gaze suggested. Unfortunately, her physique paled in comparison to Zhou Lin's, and her speed was no match for him. He effortlessly seized her wrist, as Zhou Lin gradually tightened his grip. The pain intensified for Lan Ye. It felt as though her right hand would break, or perhaps lose all sensation. Yet, she had no intention of surrendering easily. She abruptly lifted her left foot, aiming a precise kick toward Zhou Lin's neck. Evidently, she had trained, executing the movement with remarkable precision and fluidity. Albeit her lack of clothing was somewhat provocative. With a swift motion, Zhou Lin accurately caught her ankle and, with a flick of his wrists, hurled her toward the window. In midair, Lan Ye gasped, bracing for an impact against the glass. However, in the next moment, Zhou Lin appeared at the window even faster, smashing the glass with his fist before turning to catch her mid-fall, not in a princess carry, but firmly grasping one of her hands and one of her feet. A frigid wind, plunging to -30 or 40 degrees, rushed in, almost instantly coating Lan Ye's hair with a layer of frost. Her previously fair complexion turned ashen, her pores constricting under the chill, causing her fine hairs to stand on end, with goosebumps emerging in certain areas. Cold. Lan Ye's teeth clattered together, her eyes filled with desperation. At that moment, those in the living room finally reacted, rushing in like madmen. Yet they were too late. Zhou Lin, holding Lan Ye, leapt directly out of the third-floor window. Chapter 72. She was not the leader after all. Boom! Zhou Lin leaped down the stairs, carrying Lan Ye, as the gusting wind stirred up the snow beneath them. Despite this, Zhou Lin's feet sank nearly to his knees. The situation was even worse for Lan Ye, whose skin had taken on a faint purplish hue, a sign of ruptured capillaries due to the frigid temperature. At this moment, she was unable to utter a word, biting her teeth together to prevent them from clattering incessantly. Above, the crazed individuals sought to pursue Zhou Lin, yet none were properly attired. The biting cold left them swaying unsteadily, and their initial fervor rapidly waned in the plummeting temperature. Among them, a few steadfast souls even began to waver in their adoration for Lan Ye. Zhou Lin had no intention of causing her demise. He was eager to unravel the origins of her extraordinary abilities and to determine whether the enigmatic organization had indeed possessed the ability orbs long before. As Chao Bowen had claimed, now that he had the lead of Lan Ye, Yang Qiqi had become entirely superfluous. In his previous life, everyone believed the ability orbs had descended from the heavens, a notion Zhou Lin had wholeheartedly embraced. Yet now, including Lan Ye, he had encountered at least 3 orbs. This suggests that even if the orbs were heavenly gifts, they certainly did not appear 5 years post-apocalypse. After running for a distance, darkness enveloped Zhou Lin and Lan Ye entirely. Even if those lunatics donned their garments to pursue them, they could not catch up. Zhou Lin released the Lu Xiaofeng, pulling Lan Ye into its warm embrace. In this comforting temperature, Lan Ye gradually regained consciousness, having fainted from the cold. Gazing at the opulent surroundings, she initially thought she was dreaming. "Should you employ your abilities against me again, I shall cast you out," Zhou Lin declared, sipping hot tea and nibbling on snacks. "Where is this?" Lanya asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she tried to avoid looking directly at Zhou Lin, yet couldn't resist stealing glances to gauge his reaction. Like any normal person, she feared for her life, and upon realizing that her formidable abilities were ineffective against Zhou Lin, she was already hesitant to act recklessly. "Speak. How did the ability orbs come into existence?" He placed a steaming cup of milk before her. "Answer, and you shall have it. Is a cup of milk enough to threaten me?" A trace of disdain flickered on Lan Ye's lips, yet her stomach audibly betrayed her with a growl. "Add a handsome burger from the beautiful country." "Oomph." She turned her head away, feigning indifference to the allure of food. "2 bags of chicken feet and a self-heating hot pot." "Deal. I want to eat the hot pot first. Is it spicy?" Indeed, no woman could resist the temptation of Sichuan hot pot. "I'm a glutton." As she devoured the hot pot, Lan Ye began to share her story, recounting her rich life experiences with a calm demeanor, as if narrating the affairs of another. In truth, Lan Ye was already 35 this year, regardless of her attire. Zhou Lin felt she appeared far younger. It is undeniable that fortune has smiled upon her, while the individual features of Lan Ye may not stand out distinctly. Together they create a uniquely captivating allure. Coupled with her graceful figure and flawlessly fair skin, she irresistibly attracts the attention of the affluent middle-aged elite. At the tender age of 18, she was whisked away by a man of 50 from a hotel lobby to a charming villa. By 21, this man introduced her to his influential patron, and thus, through a series of encounters, Lanya unwittingly became a shared secret among the powerful men of Basha province. In her own words, she had merely come to Jiazhua for a brief respite. Little did she know she would stumble into an apocalyptic world. As for her extraordinary abilities, they stem from a pearl bracelet gifted by another. Lan Ye remarked that prior to the onset of the apocalypse, the bracelet held no remarkable qualities, until one winter's night when she inadvertently discovered one of the pearls radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Perhaps it was hunger, or perhaps a surge of emotion, but she felt an overwhelming urge to crush that pearl with her teeth. However, upon swallowing the pearl, a miraculous event transpired. In truth, it proved to be of little use. Lan Ye had already consumed 2 servings of self-heating pot. The appetites of both evolved beings and those with abilities are substantial, leaving her still yearning for more. She gazed longingly at Zhou Lin, expressing her desire for further sustenance. The self-heating pot was depleted. Zhou Lin then pushed a chicken leg burger toward her, urging her to eat and satisfy her hunger before embarking on their journey. With a clatter, the fragrant burger landed on the table, causing Lan Ye to recoil in fear. "Are you trying to kill me?" she exclaimed. Zhou Lin admitted to harboring such thoughts. Her knowledge was perilously extensive, and she could pose a threat to him. If he allowed her to depart, she might rally a considerable following, seeking vengeance against him in the future. "I assure you, that will not happen," he replied, shaking his head. "I have never aspired for greatness. I merely desire to be satiated." Observing Lan Ye, Zhou Lin fell into contemplation. The mental powers wielded by evolved beings pose little threat to one another, yet they become formidable against ordinary individuals lacking resolve and non-evolved beings. From this perspective, Lan Ye still possesses value, hinging upon the ability to control her abilities. "Did you design the pattern on your room's wall?" he inquired, noting its aesthetic appeal. "The pattern?" Lan Ye furrowed her brows in thought. "Are you referring to the design on that white cloth?" "That was not my creation. It was his." "His?" "Yes, the owner of the house, my previous." Lan Ye trailed off, winking at Zhou Lin. "Where has he gone?" "Don't tell me he was the one in your bed just now." "How could that be?" she retorted, crinkling her nose in disbelief. While such a gesture from a 35-year-old woman might appear contrived, Lan Ye's innocence breathed a refreshing naivety into the moment. "He left shortly after the calamities began, claiming he had important matters to attend to. He instructed me to remain here, assuring me he would return soon." "Humph. He didn't even leave enough provisions for me. How am I to wait for him? Am I to transform into a zombie while awaiting his return?" According to Lan Ye, she should not be the leader of that mysterious organization, and it is quite possible that the man in question was not the leader either. Zhou Lin found himself unable to ascertain whether Lan Ye was speaking the truth. If she were not lying, then that mysterious organization would indeed be quite formidable. By the way, the pearl bracelet was a gift from him. Perhaps sensing a decline in Zhou Lin's murderous intent, or perhaps merely indulging herself. Lan Yi resumed, devouring her hamburger with gusto. What's his name? Well, you probably don't know him. In fact, many men around me remain obscure to the public. Yet their prowess is unparalleled. And I'm not referring to that aspect, mind you. Enough chatter, or you'll forfeit your meal. Don't they? His name is Chao Boding. Chao, as in Chow Chow. Bo, meaning learned, and Ting, referring to a courtyard. I'm not entirely sure what he does. But he is certainly not from Jiazhu, nor is he one of us from Bashu. He is quite wealthy and remarkably talented, fluently speaking at least 6 languages. In her hunger, Lan Yi divulged everything she knew about Chao Boding. However, Zhou Lin absorbed little of it, as another name and face surfaced in his mind, Chao Bowen, the deputy commander of the Ningnan shelter, and AI Bing's former partner in life. One of them, Chao Boding, Chao Bowen, just a single character apart. Was there a possibility? If he had previously worried that Lan Yi might not provide any truly valuable leads, he could now find solace. Yang Qiqi was utterly useless. Chapter 73, Shelter. Lan Yi's appearance revealed 3 crucial insights to Zhou Lin. 1. The ability orb he procured from the automotive city would not have to wait 5 years for him to retrieve it. 2. The mysterious organization did not emerge solely after the apocalypse. They might indeed still possess ability orbs. 3. He should be able to locate Chao Bowen, provided he first finds Chao Boding. It must be said, fate operates in wondrous ways. Had Huang Minjing not been willing to trade her hidden instant noodles with Zhou Lin, he would never have encountered Yang Min, who had escaped from home. This meeting led to the deaths of Zhang Jiaoyi and his 2 companions, which in turn brought him to Lan Yi due to their corpses. Without encountering Lan Yi, Zhou Lin could not ascertain the usability of the ability orb, nor would he have made the connection to Chao Bowen. Reflecting on Chao Bowen's clandestine actions at the Ningnan shelter, they bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the mysterious organization. This suggested that Chao Bowen was likely an undercover agent planted within the government of Xia country, possibly a brother or cousin of Chao Boding. Zhou Lin remained unaware of the ultimate objective of the mysterious organization. In his previous life, he lacked the standing to comprehend such matters, yet he was aware that the organization had committed numerous heinous acts, with rumors circulating that they hunted ability users and evolved beings for live experimentation. If these rumors held any truth, then regardless of the organization's nature, its essence was undoubtedly malevolent. Had there been no intersection between their paths, Zhou Lin might have chosen not to meddle. However, since Chao Bowen was likely a member of that mysterious organization, it was clear that Zhou Lin could not coexist peacefully with them. As an undercover agent, Chao Bowen's ascendance to the position of deputy commander at the Ningnan shelter indicates that he is far from an inconspicuous figure within the mysterious organization. Should he ultimately fall at the hands of Zhou Lin, the organization would undoubtedly seek retribution. Conversely, Zhou Lin would never allow Chao Bowen to escape, thus sealing his fate of inevitable confrontation with the enigmatic group. Perhaps it would be prudent to disclose this information to the state, leveraging its power to eradicate the organization before it can fully manifest. Yet, the quandary lies in how to convey this message to the authorities. If, hypothetically, the state remains oblivious to the existence of ability users and evolutionaries, an entirely plausible scenario, how then can Zhou Lin substantiate this claim? Surely not through his own means, as the risks and uncontrollable variables are far too great for him to entertain such a gamble. Thus, Zhou Lin resolved to seek counsel from Zhou Li. Her intellect surpasses his own. The pressing matter now is Lan Yi. It is evident even to the most uninformed that this woman is anything but ordinary. While eliminating her may seem expedient, she could very well be the only evolutionary aside from Zhou Lin in the world. Such a loss would be regrettable. You promised not to kill me. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent, Lan Yi cast a pitiful glance his way, her crimson lips and eyelashes quivering slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Truly, she is a favored darling among the powerful. Her acting prowess rivals that of an Oscar-winning actress, and her innate allure is undeniable. Without a decade of apocalyptic experience, Zhou Lin would surely falter under her spell. Though Lan Yi remained silent, her gaze seemed to beckon, suggesting to Zhou Lin that he could do as he wished. Even if she might resist, escape from his grasp would be impossible. If you wish to survive, you should temper your demeanor. It is of no use to me. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration and exited the vehicle. Why step out into the cold? Thankfully, he had no intention of allowing Lan Yiye to freeze to death and provided her with a set of winter attire. It must be said that she is a natural model. Even bulky winter gear appeared fashionable on her. Just as they disembarked, before Lan Yiye could acclimatize to the frigid air, Zhou Lin swiftly rendered her unconscious with a precise strike. He could not allow her to witness him stowing away the Lu Xiaofeng vehicle. The existence of abilities must remain confidential, once thoroughly examined by adversaries. They could easily turn into a death knell for the ability user. When Lan Yiye was roused from her icy slumber, they found themselves standing outside the gates of Lanshan community. Zhou Lin intended to temporarily house her in Wu Shui's residence, although some modifications will be necessary first. Follow me, but do not speak without my permission. Zhou Lin issued a precautionary warning to Lan Yiye. However, upon her arrival at the Zhou household, the expressions on Zhou Kaijun and the others varied widely. Who is she? Surely she is not yet another enemy of yours? Cheng Yali circled around Lan Yiye, her instincts warning her that this woman was not to be underestimated. Wu Shui, on the other hand, wore a tense expression, her gaze fixed on Zhou Lin. Should Lan Yiye have any connection to him, Wu Shui would sever ties with Zhou Lin without hesitation. She could not bear the thought of another woman by his side. At least not at this moment. How shall I put this? You may regard her as a significant figure, yet she remains my captive. Shui, I intend to renovate your residence temporarily to confine her. Very well. Although Wu Shui harbored some dissatisfaction, as long as no boundaries were crossed, she could still support Zhou Lin unconditionally. The renovation was not overly complicated. First, the front door of Wu Shui's house would be welded shut, followed by the creation of a circular opening in the corner of the living room, where an iron door, capable of being locked solely by Zhou Lin, would be installed. Finally, a room would be designated as Lan Yiye's bedroom, complete with heating arrangements. What appeared simple was, in fact, quite challenging. Zhou Lin divided the labor slightly. He would handle the physically demanding tasks, while Zhou Kaijun and his wife would take on the more technical aspects, such as welding, wiring, and cutting grooves. Fortunately, the absence of daytime effectively equated to a lack of nighttime, allowing them to work swiftly as long as the neighbors did not complain about the noise. The finishing touches were left to Zhou Li, primarily the installation of surveillance cameras to monitor Lan Yiye's every move. Lan Yiye had no objections to this arrangement. Faced with an apocalyptic environment more tormenting than death itself, and lacking the courage to end her own life, she found that she could accept anything in order to survive. What did mere surveillance matter in a world devoid of privacy and freedom? After 30 hours of relentless toil, Zhou Lin finally managed to rejuvenate himself with over 10 hours of sleep. He had initially planned to deliver some instant meals to Huang Minjing, but with 500 boxes, her home could scarcely accommodate them, so he could only bring them in portions. Moreover, after the winter nights had passed, the top floor of Lanshan would no longer be habitable. Should Huang Minjing and her daughter still be alive by then, they would undoubtedly need to relocate. The woman downstairs insists on seeing you urgently. Wu Shui informed Zhou Lin while bringing him breakfast. She wishes to see me? When did this come about? She began gesturing in front of the camera 2 hours ago, but refused to disclose anything to me. Zhou Lin shook his head. Let me finish my meal, and we shall go together. Wu Shui's expression finally brightened. She realized her jealousy may have been excessive, but isn't that human nature? Just as Zhou Lin could not accept her entanglements with other men, he would certainly not tolerate it. Upon opening the iron door between the two residences and lowering the ladder, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui descended to find Lan Yiye approaching them with a look of sheer panic. Chapter 74. The Peculiar Effects of Psychic Abilities. It was evident that Lan Yiye was indeed anxious, more so than when Zhou Lin had initially captured her, even threatening to kill her. What is the matter? Speak plainly without any physical gestures. Zhou Lin retreated a step, skillfully evading Lan Yiye's attempt to grasp him. Wu Shui let out a cold huff, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhou Lin, confronting Lan Yiye directly. Don't misunderstand. Lan Yiye waved her hand. I feel unwell. Both Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were baffled. What did feeling unwell mean? In this apocalypse, who truly felt well? That is not what I mean. Zhou Lin, are you certain you wanted to know? Lan Yiye cast a glance at Wu Shui, igniting her ire. What secrets do you two harbor that I cannot be privy to? Upon witnessing Wu Shui's complexion, Zhou Lin comprehended that today's matter could not be resolved. He surmised that Lan Yi's intentions might pertain to their supernatural abilities. Speak, he urged, massaging his temples. Last night, shortly after I fell asleep, I had a dream. A dream? Is that even worth discussing? Yet, Zhou Lin's expression subtly shifted. While it is commonplace for ordinary individuals to dream, even those endowed with extraordinary powers are not exempt. However, certain psychics seldom dream or do so with great reluctance. This phenomenon may be linked to their abilities. It is said that the dreams of psychics often foretell imminent events. What did you dream about? Ignoring Wu Shui's incredulity, Zhou Lin inquired solemnly. An earthquake. Lan Yiwe Guiva. A massive earthquake. Where? Here. I even witnessed this building teetering during the quake, vast chasms emerging in the ground, and some structures being entirely swallowed. Did you see any areas that were safe? Zhou Lin refrained from naively asking Lan Yi if she knew the precise time of the earthquake, as dreams typically do not reveal such specifics. Yes. Lan Yi's eyes widened as if she were reminiscing, ultimately describing the safe zone she envisioned around Jiazhou City. However, upon hearing her account, Zhou Lin was taken aback. Isn't that the vicinity of the Zhou family's breeding farm? Thus, it appeared they were contemplating a return there. In his previous life, Zhou Lin had never heard of Jiazhou or the entirety of Bashu being affected by an earthquake. At that time, he was traversing the depths of the city with Ai Bing and Tang Ili in search of sustenance, exhausted daily, yet perpetually unable to satiate his hunger. Without the means to communicate with others and lacking official news, how could he possibly be aware of events occurring thousands of kilometers away? So, did his parents and younger sister perish at the onset of the apocalypse? Or did they succumb to the impending earthquake? Or perhaps to the subsequent floods, plagues, and sweltering heat? The thought compelled Zhou Lin to strike himself in frustration. How utterly foolish. He would soon take action against Yang Qiqi. What on earth are you two discussing? Wu Shui's intuition signaled that Lan Yi and Zhou Lin were not jesting. The question remained, how could a dream be regarded as a prophecy? Zhou Lin seemed to believe it, as though he had fallen under Lan Yi's spell. May I attack her once? Lan Yi suddenly proposed. No. Zhou Lin shook his head, uncertain whether Lan Yi was merely attempting to validate the existence of psychic powers to Wu Shui or secretly implanting something in Wu Shui's mind, something he could neither perceive nor inspect. Nevertheless, Zhou Lin devised a more effective method of proving their claims. He led Lan Yi and Wu Shui downstairs to the property management office. In recent times, Xiao Hang had been enjoying a rather comfortable life. He scarcely needed to concern himself with supplies, as long as he fulfilled the tasks assigned by Zhou Lin. Everything was readily available. Consequently, he had begun to seriously doubt his role as the protagonist. He often pondered whether Zhou Lin was, in fact, the true hero, possessing an abundance of resources likely stored within Zhou Lin's dimensional space. Regarding Zhou Lin's certainty about the existence of a dimensional space, Xiao Hang believes it can indeed be substantiated. However, he wonders whether it contains elements such as light, springs, or soil that could sustain life, as often depicted in novels. Boss, you're here. In Zhou Lin's presence, Xiao Hang noticeably became more obsequious, almost akin to worship. Zhou Lin frowned, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Where's that woman? She's here, alive and well, eating 4 meals a day. 4 meals? Wu Shui expressed her discontent, feeling slighted since she did not enjoy such privileges. The boss specifically instructed that she must have all 4 meals, Xiao Hang replied, counting on his fingers. 3 meals at regular intervals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, plus 1 at night, totaling 4. Get lost. Understood, boss. In the corner, Yang Qiqi had been listening to Zhou Lin's voice for some time. Yet she was genuinely terrified now. 4 meals a day, though administered with bamboo strips that wound tea proved fatal. The pain was excruciating. The worst part was that Xiao Hang, that brute, applied medicine to her wounds, but never allowed them to heal completely. The sensation of bamboo, striking tender, newly formed skin was more agonizing than being flayed alive. Just let me die, she lamented, turning her head towards the wall, avoiding Zhou Lin's gaze. All right. Wait, what did you say? You want to kill me? Yang Qiqi abruptly turned her head, her face twisted in shock. Zhou Lin truly intended to take her life, but Yang Qiqi did not wish to die. Even though she often wished for death during her beatings, after the most intense pain subsided, the instinct to survive would return. Living brought hope, did it not? Even if one day someone might avenge her, what significance would it hold if she were already dead? Please don't kill me. Zhou Lin paid no heed to Yang Qiqi's desperate pleas, instructing Xiao Heng to carry her to an empty room. Let us begin. After dismissing the onlookers, Zhou Lin pointed at Yang Qiqi, who writhed on the ground like a maggot, pleading for survival. Wu Shui initially thought Zhou Lin intended for Lan Ye to carry out the execution. However, Lan Ye merely stood still, fixated on Yang Qiqi. Suddenly, Yang Qiqi fell silent. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she crawled toward Zhou Lin, murmuring, "Give me a knife, a knife." Zhou Lin steadied Lan Ye, who nearly stumbled, and retrieved a small fruit knife from his pocket. "What did you do to her?" Wu Shui's face turned pale as she clutched Zhou Lin's arm. Addressing Lan Ye, her will to survive was quite strong. She almost succeeded. "I'm so hungry, give me food, quickly." When Zhou Lin handed a chocolate bar to Lan Ye, Yang Qiqi plunged the tiny fruit knife in her neck. The act was slow, revealing the internal conflict within her mind. Yet ultimately, she succeeded. The fruit knife was not particularly sharp. After piercing the skin, it struggled to penetrate further, and blood began to flow. Wu Shui slowly tightened her fists. "Your wife is timid," Lan Ye remarked after finishing the chocolate bar, visibly recovering, even having the energy to tease Wu Shui. Wu Shui shot her a glare, but did not loosen her grip. "Not everyone possesses the same cold-blooded nature as you. Indeed, the lives I have taken, whether by my hands or through my own body, surpass the total number of human births since time immemorial." "Men, hush, do not disrupt my emotions." Zhou Lin fixed his gaze upon Yang Qiqi, as if beholding the conclusion of a vivid dream. He had contemplated employing various merciless and sanguinary methods to bring about her demise. However, for one who consumes 4 meals a day, perhaps there are no particularly cruel methods left to consider. Hence, let her demise be self-inflicted. The torment of wanting to live, yet being unable to control one's own body, must be excruciating. Very well, so be it. Though vengeance must be exacted, the living hold greater significance, be they kin or adversary. Chapter 75. The earthquake approaches. The Zhou family gathered around the dining table, all eyes fixated on Zhou Lin. For pairs of eyes were directed at him. "Regarding my spatial abilities, Shue, you have arrived rather late." Wu Xuan nodded in understanding. She was capable of empathizing. "To be precise, my spatial ability is a form of supernatural power." Lan Ye was the first individual with such abilities I encountered, an ability related to the mind, allowing her to exert a degree of control over the thoughts and actions of ordinary individuals. After broadly explaining what supernatural abilities entailed, Zhou Lin broached the subject of the impending earthquake. This constituted a unique capability within the realm of mental abilities. While dreams may be uncontrollable, the success rate exceeds 90%. Lan Ye had a dream last night. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's recounting of the dream, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali turned pale. An earthquake capable of ravaging Lanshan community. Did that not mean they had no escape? In a frigid, snow-laden world, lacking a haven for survival is akin to awaiting death. The sole consolation lay in Zhou Lin's spatial abilities, which would at least allow them to salvage supplies and ensure they would not be deprived of sustenance. She mentioned that the farm was safe, yet already buried beneath the snow. "Should we not excavate the house immediately?" Cheng Yali inquired. Zhou Lin nodded. "Generally speaking, the duration of dreams for those with mental abilities cannot be precisely determined." Lan Ye merely sensed that something was imminent. Zhou Lin's apprehension stemmed from the fact that Lan Ye's dream was still shrouded in heavy snow, and with less than 2 months remaining in winter. If a significant earthquake were to occur, it would undoubtedly transpire within this time frame. Just when everyone assumed Zhou Lin had finished speaking, he produced a delicately crafted metallic box. The supernatural pearl, whether it could be fused with it, and what abilities might arise from such a fusion remained uncertain. "All of you may attempt it, starting with Lily. The younger one is, the greater the likelihood of successful fusion. Regrettably, in this apocalyptic era, there are far too few willing and capable individuals to bear and raise children." "I don't want to," Zhou Li surprisingly declared, expressing her reluctance to be the first, citing her aversion to the uncontrollable. Zhou Lin cast a deep glance at Zhou Li before returning the supernatural pearl to the table. "Shue, it's your turn." Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali spoke simultaneously. "Me?" Wu Shui felt both astonished and profoundly touched. Although she pursued a scientific path as a staunch atheist, this did not diminish her understanding of the pearl's intrinsic value. The couple, Zhou Kaijun and his wife graciously bestowed such an opportunity upon her, profoundly demonstrating their trust and affection. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Time was of the essence. And Wu Shui, not one to indulge in sentimentality, tearfully expressed her gratitude to Zhou Kaijun and his wife. Following Zhou Lin's earlier suggestion, she picked up the luminous orb of extraordinary abilities, resembling a radiant white pearl. Zhou Lin, let's try placing it in your mouth. The method of activating the ability orb is not universally fixed. For instance, Lan Ye accidentally activated hers by placing it in her mouth, and Zhou Lin believed Wu Shui should attempt the same. Wu Shui complied, yet the orb remained unresponsive. Zhou Lin slowly shook his head, concluding that perhaps Wu Shui was simply not destined to possess this power. Understanding the situation, Wu Shui carefully washed the orb before handing it over to Chengyali. It's all right. There will be more opportunities in the future. I assure you, you will surely become an extraordinary being. Zhou Lin comforted Wu Shui in an embrace. Before he could finish, a startled exclamation from Zhou Kaijun interrupted, "Wife, you!" A brilliant light erupted from Chengyali's hands, as if she were holding not a mere orb, but a sun itself. Had it been activated? And the commotion it caused was quite significant. Had the living room windows not been sealed, onlookers outside might have thought dawn had arrived. Fortunately, although the brilliance was intense, it posed no harm to the eyes and faded within 2 to 3 seconds. The orb had vanished from Chengyali's grasp, leaving her in a daze. "Honey, are you all right?" Zhou Kaijun tentatively reached out to pat Chengyali's shoulder, encouraged by Zhou Lin's nod. Startled, Chengyali seemed to awaken from a dream, her face alight with excitement as she exuberantly declared, "Son, it worked. It worked." Not just others. Even Zhou Lin found her enthusiasm overwhelming, his eardrums trembling with the force of her voice. Surely, her activated ability was not sound-related? Soundwave enhancement, son. My ability can, Zhou Lin interjected. Do not disclose the specifics of your powers to anyone. He cast a glance at Wu Shui and Zhou Li. There are means within abilities that compel one to speak the truth, so it's not a matter of distrust, but rather a desire to protect you. Zhou Li shrugged, Mom. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Speak more softly. I can hardly hear. Mom, you must enhance your training. For those endowed with abilities are inherently evolved beings. Upon becoming an evolved being, your physical capabilities will improve. Regular exercise not only accelerates the enhancement of your physical attributes, but can also influence the advancement of your abilities to a degree. This is for you to know. Do not share it with others, especially not with Lan Ye. Zhou Lin indicated towards downstairs, where she seemed blissfully unaware of this knowledge. Regrettably, my powers are of no use against earthquakes. When shall we commence our move, son? With the prospect of acquiring abilities and becoming a physically superior, evolved being, Chengyali has confidence about the future sword. Given the uncertainty of when an earthquake might strike, it was prudent to relocate as soon as possible. After discussing their roles, the family dispersed to commence their tasks. You say that those with abilities are naturally evolved beings, yet not all evolved beings possess abilities. Thus, it stands to reason that ordinary individuals can also become evolved beings, correct? Is it possible for someone without special abilities to become an evolved being like you? Wu Shui inquired of Zhou Lin while tidying up the room. Nowadays, Zhou Lin no longer needed to conceal his actions. He easily stuffed the boxes Wu Shui had packed into the Lai Fu vessel, making the task considerably more convenient. Indeed, however, for an ordinary person to transform into an evolved being, their physical condition must reach a certain threshold. I am unsure of the exact measure. Or perhaps they must undergo a significant stimulus, meaning that both their mental and physical states must surpass a specific limit before they can become evolved beings. I understand. Rest assured, I will strive for it. Wu Shui declared, clenching her fist. Zhou Lin affectionately ruffled her cheeks, reassuring her, do not worry. I will not allow anyone to harm you. But we are not only faced with man-made disasters. There are natural calamities as well. What if an earthquake strikes right now? Zhou Lin was about to caution Wu Shui against tempting fate when he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them. An earthquake? Could it be that Lan Ye's dream was materializing so swiftly? Zhou Lin swiftly pulled Wu Shui into his embrace, urging her to flee. Lily! Lily! The staircase leading to the second floor creaked ominously, as if it might be torn apart by the tremors at any moment. Everything around them swayed, and the one solid floor undulated like waves. Loose objects were hurled about, crashing to the ground with resounding clatter, or shattering into pieces. From above, Cheng Yali's voice rang out, overpowering all else. Zhou Lin, Lily, where are you? Come to me, quickly. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Cheng Yali held her slender husband close. A thick pillow perched atop her head, resembling a steadfast pillar determined to safeguard her family against any calamity. Chapter 76, Tent Living. The earthquake arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before Zhou Lin could locate Zhou Li, the shaking had ceased. Is it over? Wu Shui exclaimed, still shaken. It seems so, Zhou Lin replied cautiously, wary of declaring it fully safe. For who could predict if further tremors would follow? The immediate priority was evacuation. They abandoned all non-essential belongings, and at Zhou Lin's urging, the four of them hastily descended the stairs. In the tool room, Sun Qinghao gazed at Zhou Lin with tears in his eyes. The earlier quake had nearly terrified him to death. Now, although it had stopped, the boiler pipes were damaged. The generator was offline, and even the liquid fertilizer tubes were precariously swaying, spilling liquid fertilizer everywhere. Take your belongings and go downstairs to find my father. Zhou Lin, recognizing Sun Qinghao's efforts, chose to extend him another opportunity. Moments later, with a flourish of his hand, Zhou Lin temporarily relocated the entire tool room onto the deck of the Lai Fu vessel, leaving only a large cage wrapped in thick blankets to protect the poultry within. To prevent them from freezing, this was the only option. Should they ultimately perish from suffocation, it would be merely a stroke of bad luck. After tidying up the tool room, Zhou Lin sought out Lan Yi, dragging her from beneath the bed. Is this the scene you envisioned in your dream? Lan Yi shook her head. No, not at all. Damn, Zhou Lin muttered under his breath as he led Lan Yi downstairs. By this time, a large crowd had gathered below. As long as they could still move, no one dared remain upstairs, for who could tell if another earthquake would strike? Indeed, there had been a series of subtle aftershocks occurring unnoticed until a particularly fierce tremor returned everyone to the grip of fear imposed by the earthquake. Zhou Lin. As the aftershocks subsided, Huang Minjing hurriedly pulled her elderly mother from the throngs of panicked individuals. Sister Cheng, Minjing, are you all right? Cheng Yali greeted her acquaintance warmly, quickly assisting Huang Minjing's mother, as they had formed a bond over their shared pastime of playing cards, which had only deepened in these dire times. We can't stay here, can we? I just saw cracks appearing in the ceiling. Though flustered, Huang Minjing retained her composure, whispering in Zhou Lin's ear rather than raising her voice. Zhou Lin remained silent, tacitly agreeing. What do you plan to do next? He asked, hesitating. He was reluctant to allow just anyone to join them, yet the circumstances of Huang Minjing and her mother were somewhat exceptional. Son, come here, Cheng Yali beckoned, and once Zhou Lin approached, the two engaged in hushed conversation. Minjing, if you don't mind, you can come with us, but I must clarify a few things. Cheng Yali stated. Sister Cheng, please speak. I will comply with any requests. Huang Minjing, a perceptive individual, had come to believe that following Zhou Lin was her best chance for a better life. Cheng Yali served as a crucial link between them, and thus Huang Minjing exhibited both respect and considerable trust towards her. As the crowd thickened around them, Zhou Lin gestured, urging everyone to move along. Lacking snowmobile equipment, Zhou Lin instructed Huang Minjing's mother to sit alongside the less athletically inclined Lan Yi in the sled, while he pretended to retrieve several pairs of skis from the basement. Unexpectedly, Wu Shui demonstrated proficiency in skiing, and Zhou Li, under her guidance, quickly adapted, living up to her reputation as a prodigy. Huang Minjing, an entrepreneur, had also learned to ski, leaving only Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. One could not help but notice that, given Cheng Yali's physique, she ultimately settled for a door plank, sharing it with Zhou Kaijun. Brother, are you leaving? Xiao Hang pursued them, eyes wide with longing. Yes, our roof has cracked, Zhou Lin replied, unwilling to waste time. Their group was nearly devoid of supplies, and he preferred to depart before anyone returned upstairs to discover the emptiness within. Brother, may I accompany you? Xiao Hang pleaded. It's not convenient for me right now. However, if the situation improves, I will contact you, and you can come then. But no buts. Zhou Lin glanced around, lowering his voice. Remember, don't linger indoors unnecessarily. Carry sufficient food and water, and use the walkie-talkie to keep in touch. Brother, make sure to find me once you are settled. With no other recourse, Xiao Hang could only bid Zhou Lin a reluctant farewell. Through the pristine, white snow, the group advanced slowly. Due to the cumbersome sled and door plank, the skis primarily served to ease their progress and prevent them from becoming ensnared in the deep snow. The journey from a city to the farm typically took no more than 20 minutes, yet they found themselves trudging for a full 4 hours. I will first set up 2 tents, and then begin digging. In a place unseen by the others, Zhou Lin took out the tents and established a shelter for everyone. Once fatigue enveloped them and they succumbed to sleep, Zhou Lin retrieved an excavator from the storage to delve several meters into the deep snow. Questioning how long he could rely on manual labor alone. Just as he prepared to commence excavation, a figure unexpectedly emerged, pulling aside the layers of tent flaps. "Have you lost your senses?" Zhou Lin yawned, her eyes still glistening with remnants of sleep. "What do you mean? Ah, brother, your thoughts are as dim as a flickering candle. Have you not considered that being buried under snow is actually quite advantageous for us?" Her words struck Zhou Lin like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a profound realization. Indeed, the catastrophic earthquake that Lan Yi had dreamt of had yet to arrive. The farm and their home, ensconced beneath the snow, were effectively shielded. When the earthquake struck, they might be spared from significant destruction, contingent upon their fortune. However, excavating the structure could lead to peril, risking its very integrity. Thus, Zhou Lin suggested it would be more prudent to wait until after the earthquake to commence digging. The dilemma, however, lay in the uncertainty of when that earthquake might transpire. If they chose not to excavate, where would they reside? Would they all be crammed into the tents? Ah, yes, the Lu Xiaofeng. Zhou Lin decided to reveal his plan, unveiling the Lu Xiaofeng, which was situated in the front yard of their former home. This way, should the earthquake collapse the snow, their house would remain unscathed. "Wow!" Zhou Lin exclaimed, circling the 12-meter-long Lu Xiaofeng with satisfaction. "It's mine now." Zhou Lin ignored her boast, instead releasing a large recreational vehicle, repurposed from a bus, which matched the Lu Xiaofeng in size and internal space. "Since you're awake, let us collaborate." While the RV could provide insulation against the cold, it would consume considerable energy to maintain a comfortable temperature, given that they had no need to move. Zhou Lin's plan was to erect an additional layer of tent around the RV. When the others awoke and beheld the tent and the RV within, they were left in astonishment. "Darling, this, I unearthed it from the yard last night. Don't worry, it's all functional." 2 RVs accompanied by a spacious tent were set. Cheng Yali stayed with Wu Shui, Zhou Li, and Huang Minjing in the Lu Xiaofeng, while Zhou Kaijun, Zhou Lin, Sun Xinghao, and Lan Yi occupied the recreational vehicle. "I refuse." Among them, only Lan Yi voiced her dissent. Zhou Lin cast a glance her way. "Oh, then I shall find you another spot." Chapter 77, Mysterious News. Lan Yi initially believed Zhou Lin was captivated by her. Yet when he led her far from the RV and began to shovel snow, she soon understood. "No need. I find your arrangements quite satisfactory." Not feeling wronged, Zhou Lin continued his work. "Not at all. Truly not wronged. I have said I'm not wronged. Why do you still dig?" Zhou Lin chuckled. "If I do not excavate a large pit, how shall we manage waste disposal later? Especially with the looming threat of a significant earthquake. Who can guarantee that one won't find themselves tumbling down when the ground begins to shake? That would indeed be utterly distressing." Lan Yi felt particularly aggrieved, as Zhou Lin had insisted she assist in digging the pit. "I haven't engaged in such labor since turning 18. So what?" Zhou Lin paused, setting down his shovel to gaze at the sky. "Can you see clearly?" "Where?" Lan Yi looked around. "Why are you looking over by the tent? Aside from the areas illuminated, it's hardly visible." "Ah, how can one see clearly? Although I have masqueraded as a cat, I am not one. Lacking night vision, are we?" Zhou Lin nodded, falling silent thereafter. After assessing that the snow pit was sufficiently deep, he laid down a thick, impermeable membrane and led Lan Yi back into the tent. Considering the potential for an earthquake at any moment, the tent housed only a few small camping stoves, which provided a decent amount of warmth, though they required firewood every 3 to 4 hours. As Zhou Lin began to rest, the official shelters in the city remained chaotic, with a magnitude of 6.5 and aftershocks reaching up to 5. Zhu Guanghan, with a bandage wrapped around his head, was perusing the latest documents by the light of a gas lamp. He was rather unfortunate, as the earthquake had dislodged the light fixture from the ceiling, striking him on the head. Fortunately, the bulb had not shattered. Otherwise, the situation would have been far worse. "Old Yi, what is the casualty situation?" Yi Xin Xiao, his head adorned with icicles, entered, his expression gravely somber. "Several excavation sites have collapsed, entombing at least a few hundred individuals beneath the rubble. Wang Pingping is leading a team to dig them out. Let's hope they can rescue more." Zhu Guanghan let out a long sigh. Besides those buried in the collapse, there were numerous injured individuals in the shelter, and the scarcity of medical personnel and supplies meant many victims were receiving no treatment at all. Thankfully, the low temperatures reduced the risk of infection. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Commander, there's an urgent telegram from the provincial government. Another urgent message has arrived. I wonder if it bears good or ill tidings. Zhu Guanghan anxiously accepted the message, tears welling in his eyes as he read. The city of Jiazhou, not even the epicenter, has been struck with a magnitude of 6.5, resulting in catastrophic devastation. The provincial government estimates that the death toll may exceed 10,000. Most critically, aside from themselves, no one else can provide assistance. Natural disasters are not fearsome. No one can dictate where calamity will strike. Yet in Xia country, the sight of those green figures brings solace and warmth to the affected populace. However, now, winter nights have severed access routes, and volcanic ash has rendered air travel impossible. Even if one wished to provide aid, could they truly rely solely on their legs to reach the afflicted? Before Zhu Guanghan could finish his thoughts, Yi Xinxiao's guard entered once more, announcing, "Commander, urgent orders." Read it. Yi Xinxiao lit a cigarette, seemingly anticipating the content. Your unit must promptly compile the local casualty figures and the required rescue efforts. Should you have the capacity, report immediately, and the command center will arrange for support to the epicenter. Once the guard finished reading, before Yi Xinxiao could respond, Zhu Guanghan could no longer contain himself. What? We are also a disaster area. How can you suggest that you go there, to run there on foot? Old Zhu, disasters can vary in severity, and matters have varying urgencies. What is wrong with running? Did not our ancestors similarly traverse the grasslands and scale the snow-capped mountains on foot? The soldiers of the people exist for the people. Whenever the populace calls for assistance, our unit can dispatch half of its personnel to the epicenter of the disaster. Please advise from higher authorities. Old Yo, Zhu Guanghan, stamped his foot, yet he knew that further words would be futile. Though he had been granted the position of commander, Yi Xinxiao was merely the deputy commander. Military affairs were beyond Zhu Guanghan's purview. If you send half of your men, what will become of our subsequent operations? Zhu Guanghan muttered anxiously. Yi Xinxiao replied nonchalantly, we may be a bit slower, a bit colder, a bit hungrier. Enduring some hardships does not equate to losing our lives. However, a delay of just a minute on their end could cost several lives. Old Zhu, how would you decide? Zhu Guanghan waved his hand, sighing repeatedly. It was no easy task for anyone. Wang Pingping will stay to assist you, and I shall personally lead the team over. Yi Xinxiao rose, supporting himself on his knees as he spoke, and prepared to leave. Before Zhu Guanghan could react, Wang Pingping entered, lifting the curtain. Commander, I just received some news that I believe you both should hear. Go ahead. Despite the urgency, Yi Xinxiao could afford to wait a few minutes. Wang Pingping produced a specially designed phone and began to play a recording. The synthetic voice emerged clearly. This is the shelter command center. I have a message for you. Whether you believe it or not, it is advisable to trust it without doubt. The apocalypse has arrived, and anything is possible. What I am about to say is of utmost importance. Those who receive this message must relay it to your commander, or you will become a sinner against the state and the people. The voice began with grandiose declarations, prompting Zhu Guanghan to scoff, though Yi Xinxiao merely smiled, urging Zhu Guanghan to continue listening. This is just the beginning. In the near future, a far greater earthquake will strike, a super earthquake. 80% of the buildings in Jiazhou City will be destroyed. If preparations are not made, many lives will be lost. Strive to collect supplies from within the buildings. After the earthquake, retrieving them will be impossible. That is all. Weigh the information as you see fit. No need for thanks. As the recording concluded, Zhu Guanghan dismissed it with disdain. How childish. The state cannot predict earthquakes, yet this voice seeks to instill fear. Besides, we just experienced one. Isn't it said that once energy is released, it is resolved? How could there be one after another, each more severe than the last? Old Yi, I believe it is unnecessary to heed this. Yi Xinxiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused intently on Wang Pingping. Why do you think it is important for us to hear this? He understood Wang Pingping's character. Unless the recording held something extraordinary, he would not have bothered to bring it forward. The recording itself is unremarkable. It has been randomly synthesized and cannot be restored with our current equipment. However, one detail has left me quite astonished. Little Wang, what are you hinting at? Speak quickly. Everyone is busy. Zhu Guanghan expressed his irritation. Commander, it pertains to certain military secrets. Wang Pingping hesitated, but upon Yi Xinxiao's nod, he continued. Do you recall the incident involving the USS Theodore Roosevelt being hijacked prior to the natural disaster? What does the Theodore Roosevelt have to do with this recording? Zhu Guanghan inquired. Yi Xinxiao, as if struck by a revelation, murmured, Is this recording from the Theodore Roosevelt? No. Wang Pingping shook his head, but our electronic warfare experts, while receiving this audio recording, simultaneously intercepted the identification code of the beautiful Nation S Tefu aircraft carrier. Both events perfectly synchronized. Identification code? How could that be possible here in Bashu? Yi Xinxiao, usually composed, finally lost his demeanor at this moment. Chapter 78. A Pair of Little Rivals. Do you think the command center will believe it? Zhou Lin and Zhou Li sat around the stove. The gentle breeze does not recognize words. Do not disturb me while I read. Zhou Li shot an impatient glare at Zhou Lin. The matter had already been resolved. Whether they believed it or not was their concern. This is called doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Zhou Lin was merely an ordinary person, neither a deity nor a Buddha. Was it necessary to worry so much? So many lives at stake. When it came to revenge, Zhou Lin was resolute, and even when dealing with those outside his kin, he could be ruthless. However, when it came to innocent compatriots, he simply could not maintain the same indifference as Zhou Li. What is a person? What is a life? To see a mountain is not to see a mountain. Little sister, I did not provoke you. Not far away, Lan Ye, who was helping Cheng Yali pick vegetables, cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Li. She misheard. Zhou Li had said mountain is not 3, primarily due to the Bashu accent. Humph, a line of white egrets soaring in the sky, a half-wit before me. Do not think because you are an ability user that you can be arrogant. It won T work in front of me. Little girl, Lan Ye was incensed, suddenly standing up. If it weren't for your brother and mother protecting you, I could make you socially perish in an instant. Do you believe that? When they saw the two of them bickering, Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin initially paid it no mind. Neither had expected Lan Ye would explode like a firecracker before Zhou Li. Zhou Li coldly smiled, inviting Lan Ye to come at her. And Lan Ye truly unleashed her abilities against Zhou Li. It was only after unleashing her powers that she realized, if anything were to happen to Zhou Li, wouldn't Zhou Lin tear her apart? Lan Ye, are you out of your mind? Zhou Lin exclaimed, still beside Zhou Li, and by the time he spoke the word come, his palm was less than a centimeter from Lan Ye's face. Despite being a good 10 meters away, Zhou Lin had taken no time at all. Before the slap could fall, a powerful gust of wind swept away Lan Ye's hairpin, leaving her dark locks wildly tousled. Is that it? Zhou Lin halted, turning to examine Zhou Li with urgency. Are you certain you're unharmed? No, it can't be. Lan Ye couldn't believe it. She had definitely not held back in her anger. Even an evolved individual might have been affected. How could a little girl like Zhou Li withstand it? The facts spoke for themselves. Zhou Li's disdainful expression made Lan Ye feel helpless for the first time since acquiring her abilities, knowing that even Zhou Lin had nearly been taken down by her once. You're not human, are you? You are the one who is not human. You are worthless. Zhou Li pouted, seemingly uninterested in continuing the conversation with Lan Ye, and returned to her reading and studying. For the time being, Zhou Lin could not comprehend why Zhou Li was utterly unafraid of Lan Ye's psychic abilities. Perhaps it had something to do with her intelligence? After the earthquake of events, he might have the opportunity to test it. Nevertheless, he still punished Lan Ye by denying her food for 24 hours. For an ordinary person, enduring hunger for 24 hours may be inconsequential. However, for the determined and exhausted Lan Ye, it was quite a torment. While everyone else feasted inside the camper, Lan Ye sat outside, pitifully cradling a handful of ice and snow, occasionally daring to lick a morsel. The more she indulged in this frigid treat, the more tumultuous her stomach became, her gastrointestinal tract threatening rebellion, as if it would consume her if sustenance were not provided soon. No one dared to express even a hint of sympathy for Lan Ye in front of Cheng Yali. Ever since she had acquired her extraordinary abilities, Cheng Yali not only boomed her voice louder, but seemed to have grown more robust, rendering the already slight Zhou Kaijun a mere fragile bird by her side. At present, apart from the amusing rivalry between Lan Ye and Zhou Li, the rest of the group appeared to coexist quite harmoniously. In stark contrast, the leaders within the shelter found themselves in a quandary. Yi Xiao had already instructed Wang Pingping to relay the information comprehensively to the higher-ups, eager to see how they would respond. Approximately 6 hours later, a response finally arrived. Surprisingly, the order from above was exceedingly straightforward, consisting of merely 4 words. Prepare for battle and stand by. What battle? What are we waiting for? Clearly, the higher-ups approached the message with a mindset of cautious belief, not entirely dismissing its veracity. They not only rescinded the military support order for the epicenter, but also commanded readiness for combat. Given this directive, it was time to disseminate the information. Has a radio station resumed operations? It has, confirmed Zhu Guanghan's secretary. Old Yi, how should we phrase this? The wording of the notification is crucial. If too lenient, it may be disregarded, while if too severe, it could incite panic. Should we ultimately endure days of tension only to find nothing amiss? It would undoubtedly tarnish the shelter's credibility. What should we say? Naturally, we should speak the truth. We must inform them that we have received a mysterious message indicating a potential major earthquake in the near future. Out of a sense of responsibility for the lives and property of the populace, the shelter will suspend all construction and return to the surface for a period. Yi Xiao articulated a draft, which Zhu Guanghan's secretary recorded, subsequently presenting it to Zhu Guanghan for review. After several revisions and refinements, it was dispatched to the radio station for broadcast. Soon enough, the news of an impending major earthquake from the shelter reached everyone in Jiazhou City and its surrounding areas who possessed a radio or any device capable of receiving broadcasts. An earthquake? Impossible. A larger one? We must find a safe place to relocate. Let's move now. No way. I would rather perish at home than venture outside. What if I don't die from the quake, but freeze to death instead? In life, there exists a multitude of personalities. There are indeed individuals who relish opposing the government, choosing to veer east when directed westward. Nevertheless, most people opted for precautionary measures. For instance, some moved from high-rise buildings to single-story homes, while others shifted their sleeping arrangements closer to the entrance. Those who genuinely believe in the government and possess the means relocated their entire families into tents or makeshift shelters crafted from lightweight materials. The impending earthquake loomed like the sword of Damocles, suspended above, with no one knowing when it might strike. Yet, when it ultimately fell, it would undeniably deliver a heavy blow to the populace. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Aside from the aftershocks of the previous quake, everything remained unusually tranquil. Even Huang Minjing began to harbor doubts about the accuracy of the shelter's information, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming that this was a waste of time and that they should first excavate the breeding grounds and houses. It would be unfair to label Huang Minjing as overly sensitive. After all, no matter how luxurious the mobile home, the interior space remained limited, making it quite inconvenient for 4 or 5 people to be crammed together. Minjing, we must trust the government, Cheng Yali reassured her. Suddenly, Sun Chenghao, who was responsible for caring for the small animals in a corner of the tent, dashed over in a frenzy, exclaiming, "The rabbits have gone mad! The rabbits have gone mad! Mad rabbits?" Cheng Yali and the others followed Sun Chenghao and were met with the shocking sight of the once docile rabbits engaging in a frenzied attack upon one another. Their pristine white teeth transformed into vicious blades, mercilessly tearing into their companions' flesh. "Quick, separate them!" The larger rabbits fought, causing the smaller ones to suffer. It would be a tragedy if the little rabbits they had painstakingly bred were to perish in such a manner. However, before they could rescue all the small rabbits, the poultry in the chicken coop suddenly became agitated, with some crowing loudly, others squawking chaotically, and some even ramming their heads against the metal cages and kicking at the bars. Something is about to happen. Cheng Yali abruptly turned and shouted towards the mobile home. "Be cautious, it might be." Chapter 79. Magnitude 9. At first, Zhou Lin thought he had caught a cold. A persistent buzzing resonated in his ears, as if something was muffling them, and his nose felt particularly uncomfortable. However, he soon realized it was not tinnitus, but rather that everyone around him was hearing the same low, droning sound. Suddenly, countless colorful lights burst forth in the dark sky, predominantly blue, yellow, and red. "This is Earthlight," Zhou Lin murmured softly. She had originally been inside the vehicle, but had somehow made her way to Zhou Lin's side. "It's coming." "What?" Zhou Lin inquired. "An earthquake. The one that Blue Yi had dreamed about." The animal's peculiar behavior, coupled with the low-frequency sound waves and the appearance of Earthlight in the sky, indicated to anyone with even a modicum of experience that these were the forewarnings of a catastrophic earthquake. This was precisely why Zhou Lin had exited the vehicle. Remaining inside in such an open area was, in fact, less safe. How long do we have? Zhou Lin often forgot Zhou Li's actual age. Perhaps this was a consequence of their intellectual disparity. It could be anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to 2 to 3 days. The Earthlight continued to flicker in the sky. Technically, it should have been midday, but due to the peculiar climatic conditions of winter nights, it was impossible to see such Earthlight under normal sunlight. Thus, for Zhou Lin, this was a splendid opportunity for research. Although Zhou Lin thought there was little to study about earthquakes, as they could not be predicted, Zhou Lin argued, "Can't we predict the Earthlight?" Their conversation seemed to go in circles. "Hand me a better camera." "What do you need that for?" Zhou Lin, feeling conflicted, fished a camera out of his pocket. One from the LIFO number. Nevertheless, he couldn't remain with Zhou Lin for long. He still believed in her insights and knew they needed to prepare everyone. The frenzied rabbits now seemed to have calmed down, tending to their wounds. Zhou Lin instructed Sun Changhao to release the black dog from the vehicle, but to ensure it was securely tethered, fearing it might run away in fright when the earthquake struck. The others were arranged to sit in the tents, scattered and waiting in silence. Would it truly come? Cheng Yali emerged from the tent and inquired about the escalating light phenomena observed by Zhou Lin at the filming site. The intensity of the light had indeed increased. Although Zhou Lin's response seemed somewhat tangential, Cheng Yali comprehended the underlying message and promptly returned to the tent, urging everyone to prepare, for something significant was imminent. The celestial illumination was not restricted to just Jiazhua City. Nearly the entirety of Bashu could witness the shimmering lights above, though not everyone understood their significance. In a region prone to seismic activities, coupled with the warnings from the shelters, the inhabitants of Jiazhua City were primarily seeking refuge in safer locations. In moments of stillness, they felt secure, yet the grim reality loomed. Should they find themselves trapped beneath the rubble of collapsed structures, even survival might not guarantee rescue. To put it bluntly, the entirety of Xia country, and indeed the world, seemed to exist in isolated territories, each governing its own affairs. Although national authorities could issue commands, compliance was not guaranteed. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Lin suddenly felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his veins, as if his blood were surging to his head, igniting a sense of restlessness within him. Perhaps it was the sight of Cheng Yali and Lan Ye, both of whom appeared visibly unsettled, while the others remained largely indifferent. In the next instant, before Zhou Lin could articulate his thoughts, the ground began to tremble. An earthquake. Watch your step. Cheng Yali's powerful voice seized everyone's attention. It was evident that this tremor was far more intense than the previous one, commencing with an up-and-down motion before transitioning to a side-to-side sway. The violent, compounded shaking rendered it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. Almost everyone, save for Zhou Lin, instinctively crouched down or lay flat on the ground. As the snow began to collapse under the force of the quake, Zhou Lin witnessed a camper van slide precariously towards a fissure in the snow, having lost its support. Just as the 2-meter-high camper was on the brink of being engulfed, Zhou Lin staggered over and, in a frantic last-minute effort, secured it within the confines of the LIFO vehicle. The tent, inexplicably, was suddenly lifted into the air, uprooted by a fierce gust of wind triggered by the earthquake. Yet, in that moment, no one felt the chill. They could only maintain their positions and silently pray for the calamity to pass swiftly. Far to the north, officials in high-rise buildings, upon receiving news of the earthquake, were drained of color. A magnitude 9. Preliminary assessments indicated that the earthquake in Bashu had exceeded a 9 on the Richter scale. The devastation wrought by the previous 8-point quake had yet to heal, and that was during a time of stability. Is there no recourse? Someone queried. None. We possess a mere 30 airships, 2/3 of which are reinforcements from various locales. Even if deployed in full, it would be a mere drop in the bucket. Better to act than remain indifferent. An elder interjected vehemently. Deploy all 30 vessels. Send them out. But then we would have no operational capacity left. What if? What do you mean by what if? A 9-point earthquake, comrades. Why do we maintain operational capabilities? Is it solely to ensure our own safety? To satisfy our material needs? Or are these resources meant to confront the disasters that befall our people? Some among you have grown selfish and narrow-minded. To take, to hoard, to act out of self-interest. Such behavior is characteristic of those below, and it is profoundly superficial. Which of you is lacking something? None, I presume. Those privileged enough to be seated in this room. Who dares to claim they have not received the finest care from the nation? Therefore, what further aspirations do you hold? If, having reached this esteemed position, you still covet material pleasures, I can only conclude that you are unworthy of your place here. Since time immemorial, who among us has escaped death? Thus, what you must contemplate is how to leave your mark upon this world. Enough of my admonitions towards you. In summary, I refuse to become a sinner in the eyes of the people, burdened with eternal reproach. I am willing to disregard my own safety and place life and death aside. Those unwilling to join me may depart. As for the thoughts of the others, they remain unknown. However, under the elders' unwavering resolve, 30 airships, laden with supplies and rescue personnel, ascended one by one, preparing to traverse thousands of kilometers without navigation, destined for the disaster-stricken region of Bashu. At this moment, the magnitude 9 earthquake had only just concluded, less than an hour prior. Fortunately, the epicenter was not located in a densely populated urban area, with even the surrounding towns absent. Should anyone arrive at the epicenter now, they would discover that the landscape over 100 square kilometers had been utterly transformed. Once lush forests were now buried beneath layers of steaming soil and rock, with countless ravines crisscrossing the terrain, some fissures reaching widths of 7 or 8 meters, leading into unfathomable darkness below. Jiazhou City lies 300 kilometers from the epicenter, with a maximum intensity nearing 7 on the Richter scale. Over 30% of structures in Jiazhou City have collapsed, and more than 60% exhibit cracks and damage, half of which are at risk of imminent collapse. The calamity is dire, with cries of despair echoing everywhere. The flickering lights and flames seem to serve as the most poignant testament to this disaster. Is everyone all right? Zhou Lin embraced the shaken Wu Shui as they emerged from the snow pit. Chapter 80. She managed to escape. At the onset of the earthquake, everyone could still maintain their balance. But when the most intense tremor struck, thick layers of snow were tossed into the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Zhou Lin had just secured the mobile home within the Fuhua when he sensed something amiss and hastily lunged toward Wu Shui. He had intended to embrace Zhou Li as well, yet she had rolled to Cheng Yali's side at the critical moment. Soon, more and more snow was whipped into the air, quickly burying all objects on the surface. This was not Zhou Lin's first encounter with being buried in snow. Perhaps due to the vibrations causing the snow to remain loose, he did not experience any difficulty breathing. At least for the moment, he should be fine. His only concern was whether Wu Shui would be overly frightened and whether cracks might form beneath the snow-covered ground. Lan Yi remarked that this was the least affected area in all of Jiazhou City. Zhou Lin believed this might be related to the geological structure, as the farm was once an ancient riverbed, with the entire foundation formed by river sediment. Although this geological makeup lacks sufficient solidity, it is less prone to fissures from tremors. This is also one reason why Jiazhou City's development has never progressed in this direction. The cost of constructing high-rise buildings and driving piles into the ground is prohibitively high. Not far from Zhou Lin and Wu Shui, a burst of white snow suddenly erupted. Had it not been for the familiar voice, one might have mistaken it for an explosion. I can hardly breathe. Honey, Lily, are you all right? Cheng Yali emerged from the snow pit like a bear awakening from hibernation, stretching her limbs. Following closely were Zhou Li and Zhou Kaijun, their faces slightly pale, but seemingly no worse for wear. Upon seeing the trio, Zhou Lin's anxiety largely dissipated. As for the others who had yet to reveal themselves, what of them? A hand emerged from the snow. Cheng Yali spotted it and hurried over to assist. In no time, Huang Minjing and her mother were excavated, and aside from the chill, they appeared fine. Further away, Hei's eyes had popped up, followed by Sun Qinghao, who, after emerging, turned back to rescue the poultry and rabbits they had sheltered beneath the snow. Good dog. Zhou Lin affectionately rubbed Hei's fluffy head and rewarded him with a generous piece of dried beef, while Sun Qinghao watched eagerly, nearly drooling. You did well too, Zhou Lin remarked, patting Sun Qinghao's shoulder and handing him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. The next task was to dig out the Zhou family's small courtyard. Otherwise, there would be no shelter at all. Fortunately, the Lu Xiaofeng was still available. Although half of its body was buried in snow, there was still access at the entrance. Zhou Lin instructed everyone to enter and warm up while he discreetly summoned a bulldozer to commence work. With its formidable digging power, tackling the 2 to 3 meters of snow left in the wake of the earthquake posed no challenge, and large chunks of snow were pushed aside, gradually revealing the homestead. The courtyard was inundated with water, But thankfully, when Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali had departed, they had reinforced and secured the doors and windows. So there was minimal flooding inside, aside from a few broken windows and doors. Inside the Lu Xiaofeng, everyone was grateful to have survived. Suddenly, Zhou Li asked, "Where is Lan Yeye? Who is Lan Yeye? Lily, what are you talking about? Is she your friend?" Observing the perplexed expressions of those around her, Zhou Li immediately stood up. "I will go find my brother, Lan Yeye." As Zhou Lin unloaded various furniture, tools, and supplies from the Lai Fu, he engaged Zhou Li in conversation. "You didn't fall victim to, did you? Wake up, wake up." Zhou Li yanked Zhou Lin's ear and shouted at him. Zhou Lin rubbed his face vigorously. Zhou Li's outburst proved effective, as a sudden clarity emerged in his mind, causing him to recall everything about Lan Yeye. Undoubtedly, she had fled, seizing the chaos of the earthquake. Neither Zhou Lin nor Qingyali had the time to keep an eye on her, allowing her to utilize her abilities to erase her existence from their memories and escape. The plan was both meticulous and decisive. "Why were you so soft-hearted and indulgent?" "No, I wasn't. Stop saying that. Let us just forget it, and wherever we meet again, we'll settle it then." In the frigid expanse of snow and darkness, Zhou Lin surmised that Lan Yeye could not have ventured far. Given her delicate lifestyle, it was likely that she would succumb to the cold or hunger before managing to find her way back to the city. Thus, he decided to focus on the task at hand. "Go fetch her. We must prepare for what lies ahead." Stepping out of the house, Zhou Lin surveyed his surroundings before heading toward the rear of the building. The terrain here rose significantly, towering over the house by about 10 to 20 meters, extending several kilometers beyond. Zhou Lin reactivated the bulldozer, followed by an excavator. He intended to dig a trench alongside the high embankment, a pit measuring over 300 meters in length, 80 meters in width, and over 30 meters deep. Undertaking such a monumental project single-handedly, even with the aid of heavy machinery, posed a considerable challenge. Fortunately, by effectively utilizing the long embankment and strategically piling earth, he could alleviate some of the labor involved. No one knew what Zhou Lin had been laboring on for the past few days. They only heard the roar of machinery as he left the vehicle lights off, leaving nothing to satisfy their curiosity. The official shelter in Jiazhou sustained surprisingly minimal damage during the earthquake. Once the aftershock subsided, Zhu Guanghan began organizing personnel to restore the shelter. The significance of the underground refuge was indisputable before temperatures rose and winter nights concluded. Not to mention, in terms of insulation, the underground space was far superior to above ground, making the restoration of the shelter urgent. Zhu Guanghan lamented most the missed opportunity to gather supplies in time. With devastation rampant, the effort required to excavate resources now would likely yield a net loss. With a troubled expression, Zhu Guanghan exited the tent, gazing at the site where workers toiled late into the night. The number of laborers had evidently dwindled, as many had ventured out to assist elsewhere. Even a magnitude 7 earthquake posed risks outside of buildings. Misfortune could strike in the form of falling debris, or worse. Individuals could be swallowed by fissures. Some, skeptical of the shelter's warnings, either refused to leave their buildings or were unable to do so in time. While these individuals bore some responsibility for their fate, it did not absolve the need for rescue efforts. There was an unrelenting demand for manpower. And even with Yi Xinxiao's entire team deployed, it was insufficient. Yi Xinxiao herself joined the front line, laboring alongside ordinary soldiers to clear debris in the hopes of rescuing those trapped beneath. The devastation extended beyond Jiazhou. Neighboring provinces near the epicenter suffered varying degrees of destruction. The entire Bashu region was engulfed in despair, with cities nearer to the epicenter experiencing greater losses. In the skies above the provincial capital of Bashu, beams of radiant light descended. Chapter 81. Come forth, luck? Airship. The airship has arrived. Cheers erupted throughout the city, as lights and flames illuminated the surroundings of the 8 shelters from all directions. Inside the lead airship's cabin, Ning Shanyu, who had not rested for 2 days and nights, strained to open his bloodshot eyes, scanning the ground below for any signs of illumination. Although the navigation indicated they had reached the skies above Bashu, the airship dared not descend blindly without visible light below. Every ascent and descent poses significant challenges for the airships. From an initial fleet of 30, only 26 remain. Ning Shanyu is determined to prevent any further losses. At last, a glimmer of hope flickers in the corner of his eye. 11 o'clock. Maintain formation. Search for signals. Keep in contact. Activate the signal lights to indicate our identity. A flurry of commands pours forth from Ning Shanyu, relayed through the intercom to each airship. The colossal dimensions of the airships preclude them from maintaining the precise formation typical of planes or fighter jets. At times, the line stretches for several kilometers, and a sudden gust of wind or a bolt of lightning could sever the formation, leading to catastrophic consequences. As the air traffic controller for this carrier, Ning Shanyu finds himself thrust into the role of transport commander, responsible for the long-distance journey of the airships, a burden that is undoubtedly immense. Had it not been for the iron will forged during his years of military service, he might have crumbled under the pressure. Nevertheless, they have ultimately arrived in the provincial capital of Bashu. The directive from his superiors was clear: deliver supplies and personnel to the capital of Bashu. Then heed the arrangements of the local disaster relief command. This is the Bashu Provincial Disaster Relief Command, crackles over the radio. Ning Shanyu picks up the intercom and responds with a hoarse voice: Bashu Provincial Disaster Relief Command. This is the capital support team. Please indicate the landing site using wartime emergency lights. Please indicate the landing site using wartime emergency lights. Received. Please allow us 3 minutes. Please allow us 3 minutes. In typical circumstances, if ground personnel dared to make Ning Shanyu wait for 3 minutes, he would have him summoned to a military tribunal upon descent. However, given the current situation, preparing for a guided landing in that time frame is already a considerable challenge. The size of the airship, compared to that of an airplane, necessitates a larger landing area, and such conditions are not readily available. Our ship is landing, other ships on standby. Without waiting for the airship to fully touch down, Ning Shanyu eagerly opened the cabin door and jumped down the moment he felt the pod make contact with the ground. Time is of the essence. Every second counts. Just as he is about to merge with the approaching crowd, an urgent call crackles through his shoulder-mounted intercom. Wind speed 9. Wind speed 9. Loss of control. Our ship is out of control. Lower altitude. Lower altitude. Avoid high-rise buildings. Avoid. Ning Shanyu halts abruptly and gazes skyward. The flickering lights, marking the shapes of the airships, rapidly transform from an orderly formation into utter chaos. Some ascend swiftly, while others plunge downward, and a few seem on the verge of colliding. Do not force control. Do not force control. Ning Shanyu presses the intercom and shouts in alarm. With over 20 airships, a collision would yield unimaginable consequences. At the Zhou family breeding farm, the old residence has been tidied and reinforced. Thanks to the support of a high-capacity boiler, the temperature in several rooms, including the kitchen and bathroom, remains at a relatively comfortable level, providing much-needed relief for the elderly and women, who are inherently sensitive to the cold. Recently, Zhou Lin has been acting rather strangely. Even Wu Shui seldom catches sight of him. Were it not for the occasional sounds emanating from his walkie-talkie, one might suspect something unfortunate had befallen him. Zhou Lin is indeed preoccupied, occupied with excavating the foundation and making appropriate modifications to the Leifaheo in the storage space. The unique characteristics of his symbiosis ability not only allow him to have an intimate understanding of all devices connected to the Leifaheo, but also enable him to modify it through his consciousness, provided he has the necessary materials, much like the initial transformation of the Luxia Fengo. During the extensive renovations of the Luxia Fengo, Zhou Lin discovered that the scope of his modifications through consciousness remains at a macroscopic scale. To draw an analogy, he currently resembles an ordinary assembler, requiring specific components with minimal mental exertion involved. However, should he attempt to perform as a typical repairman, dismantling minute components from the motherboard and soldering circuit boards, his mental fatigue would swiftly overwhelm him, leaving him dizzy and nauseous, rendering such tasks utterly unmanageable. It remains uncertain whether future enhancements of his abilities will yield improvements. Nonetheless, at present, there is little need for him to delve into finer dimensions in the modifications of the Leifaheo. The foundation excavation was nearly complete a couple of days ago, expedited by the advantageous utilization of the terrain. The final alterations to the Leifaheo in the storage space are also nearing completion. After indulging in a deep slumber, Zhou Lin summoned Qingyali to join him, shrouded in mystery. What are you up to? What is this situation? What purpose does this large pit serve? Qingyali exclaimed. For the substantial pit she observed was merely the tip of the iceberg due to the lighting conditions. Zhou Lin refrained from elaborating, merely advising Qingyali not to panic should she witness him fainting, and to promptly place a chocolate bar into his mouth. Before Qingyali could inquire further, Zhou Lin's eyes fluttered shut and his arms stirred slightly. In the next instant, Cheng Yali felt as though a sudden gust of wind had arisen nearby, and the vast pit before her was instantaneously filled with an unknown substance. Zhou Lin stumbled and fell face first to the ground. So, Cheng Yali exclaimed, hurriedly reaching out to cradle Zhou Lin in her arms, promptly feeding him the prepared chocolate bar, reminiscent of 2 decades prior. Zhou Lin's consciousness remained relatively clear. However, his physical strength had been nearly depleted, leaving his mental faculties in a state of near exhaustion. In esoteric terms, one might say his soul's flame flickered like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Fortunately, the high-energy chocolate bar served as a vital supplement, allowing his physical condition to recover incrementally, which in turn slightly ameliorated his mental state. Cheng Yali, diligently nurturing him, not only provided sustenance, but also instinctively kept him warm, significantly aiding in his recovery. Yet, Zhou Lin was acutely aware that he would not awaken anytime soon. He could only hope that Cheng Yali would endure for a little longer, ideally keeping his fainting spell concealed from others. What on earth is this? Unbeknownst to Zhou Lin, Cheng Yali had no intention of returning. She was utterly dumbfounded. How could such a massive building suddenly emerge from the rear mountain? This narrative begins with the orientation of the Leifo, which is positioned with its stern facing the ancestral home, aligned nearly at a right angle along the ridge. However, Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin are not located at the stern, but rather near the starboard aft, close to the island structure. Consequently, the towering edifice that Cheng Yali observes is, in fact, a cleverly disguised island. Zhou Lin has enveloped the radar and antennae atop the island with a plethora of materials, effectively partitioning the floors. The lower section of the island, connected to the deck, has also been camouflaged and reinforced, culminating in an appearance reminiscent of an oddly shaped building soaring 38 meters high. This height is precisely calculated. Zhou Lin has constructed an elevated layer 6 meters above the flight deck, which is approximately a meter lower than the pit's surface to facilitate subsequent soil covering. Once the earth is laid, only the 38-meter section of the disguised building will be visible above ground. In essence, apart from the portion of the island that protrudes above the surface, the entire Leifo is buried over a meter underground, ensuring that even if someone passes by or observes from above, they would only perceive solitary building. Nevertheless, the earth covering is yet to be completed, and as Cheng Yali slowly sweeps her flashlight across the excavation site, she is momentarily taken aback. In Chapter 82, The Dream of the Super Aircraft Carrier, Zhou Lin has slept for a full 4 hours in Cheng Yali's embrace. To be precise, his body remains immobile while his consciousness retains a basic awareness. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Yali's musings to pass the time are absorbed by Zhou Lin, word for word. What on earth has that little rascal been up to? What is this peculiar situation? Is there anything else he has yet to disclose to me? Why hasn't Wu Shui's belly shown any signs of movement? Goodness, how long have I been with Wu Shui? If there were any signs, wouldn't that be monstrous? Zhou Lin opens his eyes and speaks. What monster? Oh, my precious son, you have finally awakened. You scare me half to death. Come, let me see you. Mom, I'm fine. Allow me to show you the ultimate retirement home I've prepared for you. Zhou Lin, choosing to disregard Cheng Yali's earlier musings, feels it inappropriate for a son to engage in such disputes with his mother. The concept of an ultimate retirement home is not mere nonsense. At this moment, his experience with his extraordinary abilities has surged significantly. Symbiosis, Intermediate 3121100000. Currently symbiotic vehicles. Leifu, a large surface vessel. Luxiafeng, a medium-sized ground vehicle. Number of vehicles available for symbiosis. 0. Storage capacity. 12. Symbiotic strength. 53 minutes within a 24-hour period. Evolution degree. 53.5351100000. The amplification of his extraordinary experience is correlated with both the frequency and intensity of his usage. Through the transformation of the Leifu, Zhou Lin has gained a deeper understanding of his symbiosis ability. He is uncertain about potential future changes to his powers, yet he possesses an instinctive feeling that, given sufficient materials, he could ultimately transform the Leifu into a super aircraft carrier capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. If the time were to come, regardless of whether Cheng Yali and the others acquired extraordinary abilities and evolved, even in the absence of such phenomena, they could comfortably survive aboard the colossal aircraft carrier, the Leifu, under its protection. However, with only a few individuals, life might become rather solitary. It would indeed be preferable to gather a larger group. Why the days? I am still waiting. Oh, I just woke up. Take it slow, take it slow. Accompanied by a smile, Zhou Lin hastened to lead the way towards the grand entrance of the island structure located on the ground. Upon entering, Cheng Yali was immediately greeted by an exceedingly spacious and lofty foyer. With a width exceeding 8 meters and a depth surpassing 15 meters, it nearly spanned the entire floor, boasting a height of over 8 meters as well. The conversion of the foyer into such an expansive space was intended to accommodate vehicles that the Lu Xiaofeng might require for future ingress and egress. On the walls and ceiling, weapons were either cleverly concealed or prominently displayed, most of which were the fire god machine gun Zhou Lin had procured from the arsenal. The sheer display of armaments rendered Cheng Yali momentarily motionless, their presence intimidating. "They are all mere replicas," Zhou Lin half-jokingly remarked. "If someone were to burst in and see these contraptions, would they dare to act?" Cheng Yali, unimpressed, playfully slapped him, eliciting a wince from Zhou Lin. It should be noted, possessed physical capabilities 5 times that of an ordinary person. Cheng Yali's strength felt no more than a tickle to him. "Mother, what is your current evolution level?" Zhou Lin could not resist inquiring. "What evolution level? How would I know?" Cheng Yali retorted, unaware. "So, you cannot see your ability level and evolution status?" Zhou Lin pressed further. "It's beginner level." "Mother, how do you ascertain that your ability is at the beginner stage?" "Well, it just feels natural. Is a reason necessary?" She replied. "Oh, how does this door open?" "With a password." Zhou Lin assisted Cheng Yali in unlocking the door. He couldn't implement high-tech features like facial recognition or fingerprint scanning, but once Zhou Li arrives, she would be the expert in that domain. Upon entering, they found themselves in what was essentially the parking area of the building. Due to its size, Zhou Lin had opted not to divide the parking space into 2 levels. Passing through this coded door marked the true entry into the building's interior. For Cheng Yali, the structure appeared rather austere, constructed entirely of metal with no visible decorative materials. Fortunately, this did not hinder the building's functionality. In fact, Cheng Yali found this starkness reassuring. "It's just a bit cold," she remarked. "Insulation will certainly be addressed later. I have merely completed the basic construction work. Ultimately, this will be our home. As for our old residence, it will serve as a guise. You see, this place has electricity, and I assure you, the power supply here is far more abundant than you might imagine." "Is that so? That is truly wonderful." The structure within the island tower is exceedingly intricate. Zhou Lin invested considerable effort in its renovation, striving to ensure that it resembles an ordinary building. Of course, in a post-apocalyptic world, one cannot expect every room to have windows, as that would compromise safety and affect the energy efficiency and insulation of the home. Many rooms have been sealed off by Zhou Lin, primarily to conceal equipment, apparatus, and various items that cannot be relocated but can be accessed when necessary. Zhou Lin does not envision residing in the island tower as a permanent arrangement. Over time, he may gradually allow for the utilization of the lower buildings, at which point he intends to redesign and renovate the entire Laifu vessel. He believes it is best to consult Zhou Li regarding such matters. Even within the building, intercoms can receive signals. Meanwhile, Zhou Kaijun has called Cheng Yali several times, compelling her to abandon her plans for a comprehensive tour of the building and return to the old residence with Zhou Lin. On the way, Cheng Yali inquired when he planned to relocate, not out of a desire for novelty, but because the steel walls provided an overwhelming sense of security. For a mother, the safety of her family is paramount. "We must wait for the basic renovations to be completed." "Wait for what? How long will it take with just you doing it? Do the others lack hands?" All right, mother, whatever you say." Zhou Lin promptly surrendered to her insistence, knowing that resisting would only provoke her wrath. He could not fathom how, without witnessing her training, Cheng Yali had rapidly enhanced her physical prowess. However, if he considered her foundational strength, he would understand that they began from different starting points. Upon returning home, Cheng Yali discreetly briefed her family, Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, about the building, insisting that it was pre-existing and urging them not to reveal Zhou Lin's unique abilities. She then shared the news with them. As for the building's predominance of steel structures and its peculiar interior, Cheng Yali felt no explanation was necessary. Anyone with objections could simply choose not to move in. However, before she could announce this information, Zhou Lin suddenly leapt to his feet and dashed outside. "Hey, what are you doing?" "We're eating." Cheng Yali attempted to intervene, but was unsuccessful. Outside, Zhou Lin gazed up at the inky black sky, where distant glimmers were plummeting towards the old residence. Chapter 83, The Falling Star. Damn! Zhou Lin had no time to calculate the odds of their home being struck by whatever was descending from the heavens. Such things are far too perilous to contemplate. Get out, hurry out, he shouted through the intercom. As for the supplies he had just arranged, their worth was negligible if lives were lost. Fortunately, the entire family was gathered at the dining table and responded immediately. Even He Zai rushed out, barking furiously at the sky. What is that? It looks like there are lights in the sky. Others lacked Zhou Lin's keen vision. Even Cheng Yali could only faintly discern 1 or 2 points of light. However, they soon realized that the object was falling at a considerable speed. Zhou Lin possessed a clarity of vision that surpassed others. As a symbiotic entity, he was able to receive messages from the Laifu. Just moments ago, he had dashed out, abandoning his meal in response to the radar alarm from the Laifu. Currently, the simulation results aboard the Laifu indicated a collision probability of 0.43. The peculiarity of such a statistic stemmed from the erratic trajectory of the object in question. Fortunately, Zhou Lin soon discerned the truth. Is that an airplane? Wu Shui inquired. Nestled against Zhou Lin. No, it appears to be a dirigible, he replied. It was hard to believe, as anyone with a modicum of historical knowledge would know that dirigibles had long been rendered obsolete. If one were to entertain such a notion, it could only suggest a lack of understanding. Zhou Li scoffed at the reactions of others. Are you not aware that dirigibles are still in use? Indeed, this was the case. Not only did foreign countries host dirigible competitions annually, but they also continued to play significant roles in various fields. However, the dirigible that now captured Zhou Lin and his companion's attention was astonishingly large, several hundred meters in length. Observing the erratically descending dirigible, Zhou Lin made a difficult decision. Let us head to the new home. If that thing is laden with fuel, a detonation might leave us in a neat arrangement. New home. The others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of his meaning. Go, Cheng Yali shouted, rousing them from their stupor. They could not afford to dawdle. What if? No one thought to gather their belongings. Nor did they notice that Zhou Lin had no intention of departing. Even if it exploded, he felt no fear. Moreover, the likelihood of it striking their old dwelling was not particularly high. Since they were destined for the Laifu, it seemed prudent to facilitate the group's relocation. Furthermore, the dirigible hovering above was undoubtedly piloted by someone, and Zhou Lin had yet to consider how to handle any survivors. The Laifu's overlay was merely 1 meter thick. Should the dirigible explode, it might expose the steel layer beneath, risking a significant breach of secrecy. Zhou Lin was disinclined to become a target so soon, for having enemies everywhere would be most undesirable. Earlier, Zhou Lin had entertained the thought that if an opportunity arose in the future, he might venture to the ports of the United States to procure a few large warships to sustain the Laifu, thereby nurturing its growth. The dirigible continued its descent, not hastily, yet it was evident it lacked the capacity to escape this vicinity. Its direction and altitude were beyond control. As Cheng Yali and the others entered the Laifu, the dirigible finally came fully into Zhou Lin's view. Static crackled through the intercom. Zhou Lin adjusted the frequency and soon heard a voice. Is anyone there? Is there anyone nearby? We are a dirigible convoy from the capital, encountering a tempest, preparing for an emergency landing near Jiazhou City. The voice repeated, each iteration slightly altered in tone, indicating it was not a recording. The composure of the announcer amidst such chaos was commendable. With a sigh, Zhou Lin activated his headset. To the dirigible above, you are currently about 100 meters from the ground. How may I assist you? Thank you. Are you affiliated with the official authorities of Jiazhou City or the military? At such a critical moment, what is the purpose of your inquiries? You may consider me merely a civilian radio enthusiast. Please proceed without delay. Although my capabilities may be limited, you have no choice but to take a chance. We require ground fire or light as guidance. The airship can still be controlled, albeit with difficulty. Please ensure you guide us to an uninhabited area, as failure to do so may endanger innocent lives. With that statement from the other party, I, Zhou Lin, resolved to offer them a glimmer of hope. After calculations aboard the Laifu vessel, I hastened to place a laser flashlight in a field approximately 800 meters from the old residence. Amidst the pitch-black night sky, the laser flashlight stood out as one of the brightest sources of light, second only to a searchlight. We see it. We will do our best. Thank you. The communication from the airship was abruptly cut off. I shrugged. As long as it did not explode upon my own house, I was relieved. However, The notion that the state would deploy an airship for rescue operations was disconcerting. This possibility weighed heavily on my mind. Thus, one realizes that a humble abode is preferable to lavish surroundings. Regardless of the external slander and defamation against the Xia nation, one need only observe the actions of the state and military during calamities to understand that living in Xia is undoubtedly a commendable choice in this world. The airship descended lower, swaying yet persistently moving towards the direction of the laser flashlight. Initially intent on departing quietly, I quickly returned home to harness my sturdy old sled and gather supplies, making my way towards the beacon of light. Should there be casualties aboard the airship, I would collect what I could and attempt to preserve some remnants to hand over to Suzy Yuan. It would be remiss to leave the families of these heroes uninformed. If there were survivors, perhaps the supplies in the sled could still be of use. Boom! Despite its seemingly light demeanor, the airship was indeed quite hefty. This batch of airships varied in size, but even the lightest pod weighed over 10 tons. Coupled with the weight of the gas bag itself, a complete loss of buoyancy resulting in a fall would be catastrophic. Snow erupted in a flurry, the noise reverberating like thunder, creating an illusion of seismic tremors within a radius of several hundred meters. Yet, I knew this was merely an illusion. Had it truly been an earthquake, the Laifu would have sounded an alarm. Fortunately, it was just the one incident. No explosions or fires ensued. This was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. After observing for a moment and determining there was no imminent danger, I hurried towards the site. While the allure of the supplies was strong, I still felt a pang of compassion, particularly when it came to the soldiers involved, though that does not include individuals like Wang Pingping. Without activating any light source, I relied solely on my night vision to advance. Soon, I spotted the pod that had crashed to the ground, alongside its massive gas bag, resembling a deflated whale. Some gas may still have remained within the vessel, as portions of the body still stood upright, swaying with the night breeze. One could only blame the weight of the pod. Otherwise, it would not have fallen so violently. If I was not mistaken, the pod was likely 2/3 buried in the snow. Even though there were individuals present during the fall, prolonged delays could potentially lead to suffocation. Did they not consider the possibility of discarding items to reduce weight? Is this not a fundamental principle of airship or balloon navigation? Chapter 84. The Foolish Pilot. The Foolish Pilot. The crackling sound of the intercom still emitted signals from the airship. Zhou Lin tentatively called out twice, but received no response. Observing the pod buried 2/3 in snow, Zhou Lin found himself engulfed in distress. It was only after the Laifu had transformed into a base that Zhou Lin realized a grave issue. The spacious area was gone. To be precise, that expansive space had vanished. The symbiosis ability only afforded storage for symbiotic vehicles. Once released, that exclusive space became inaccessible. Hence, the only area Zhou Lin could utilize was the space within the RV, Luxiaofeng. While it could accommodate some items with a bit of tidying, it paled in comparison to the Laifu, akin to a drop in the ocean. "I'm still here," a frail voice emerged from the earpiece. Zhou Lin, who was engulfed in worry, felt a surge of joy. "What's your status? Any casualties?" "The pod is buried in snow, and I can't even locate the door." "The door is at the rear of the pod, at the highest point. You can dig it out." It was not a signal interference. Zhou Lin discerned that the other party was exerting every ounce of strength to utter those few words, beyond which they could not manage. "All right, just wait." Navigating to the rear of the pod, perhaps by fortune or due to the weight distribution favoring the front, the rear appeared to be less deeply buried. Basic tools were still available in Luxiaofeng, and Zhou Lin retrieved a multifunctional shovel, commencing a fervent excavation. No one else could replicate Zhou Lin's fervor. Each scoop sent snow flying several meters high, resembling a miniature snowstorm. Minutes later, Zhou Lin felt his shovel strike metal and promptly slowed down, illuminating the area with a flashlight strapped to his shoulder. The dark door panel resembled a special aluminum material, not particularly sturdy, as evidenced by the scratches from the iron shovel. Continuing to excavate along the door panel, Zhou Lin soon glimpsed the doorknob. However, merely seeing the knob was insufficient. The pressure from the snow rendered it impossible to open. It was only after exposing nearly the entire rear door that Zhou Lin set down the shovel to attempt opening it again. With a click, the door lock responded, clearly secured from within. Fortunately, this obstacle was not insurmountable for Zhou Lin. He swung the shovel, targeting the lock mechanism, and struck forcefully several times. Indeed, There is no lock that cannot be opened with sufficient force. If it remained shut, it merely indicated a lack of violence. Slowly, he managed to pry the rear door open a crack. Zhou Lin paused at the entrance for a few seconds, confirming silence before cautiously stepping inside. 1, 2, 3. The rear door appeared to lead to a cargo hold, both sides piled high with package supplies, leaving only a narrow passage of less than 60 centimeters, where soldiers in camouflage lay sprawled. They were not dead, merely unconscious, as their heartbeats and breaths indicated. Zhou Lin did not rush to rescue them. Their appearance suggested they were merely exhausted, providing an opportunity for them to rest a while longer. As Zhou Lin traversed the cargo hold, which occupied nearly half of the pod, he was met with the sight of a group of disheveled figures. Approximately 50 individuals, robust and youthful, lay in a state of collective unconsciousness, likely victims of hypoxia resulting from a loss of pressure. Now that the rear hatch had been opened, it was anticipated that they would soon regain consciousness. Zhou Lin sought a coherent individual to inquire about the situation, but his search led him to the cockpit, where he finally detected some activity, the distinct sound of a gun being chambered. "Do not be alarmed," Zhou Lin called through the hatch. "I am the one who just communicated with you. Do you not recall? Are you from the local government or military?" Came a voice from the cockpit, sounding rather youthful. "Damn, how is it that children are on the battlefield?" Zhou Lin cursed inwardly, contemplating the alarming shortage of personnel. "No, but I've already entered," Zhou Lin replied, uncertain how to clarify his presence. "I came in through the rear hatch." "You managed to open the rear hatch so swiftly? Could you inform me about the situation back there?" "The situation?" Zhou Lin mused. "Are there no cameras in the cockpit? Everyone is unconscious, but so far, it appears there are no casualties. Do you not have any pressurized oxygen supply in the cockpit or cargo hold?" "None," came the response. "Such equipment is excessively heavy and a waste of lift. Can you assist in rescuing them?" "How can I possibly assist?" Zhou Lin's frustration mounted. He felt a profound disrespect in being held at gunpoint while being asked to save lives. "I'm unsure how to help, but please, I implore you to assist. Furthermore, we cannot reach the local government or military. Do you have any idea why?" It was evident that the inability to communicate stemmed from the aftereffects of the earthquake. Power and communication systems had yet to be restored, and long-range radio communication was not a quick fix. "In fact, I have already somewhat saved them. Once the oxygen levels rise, they will naturally awaken," Zhou Lin thought, considering the potential consequences of frostbite or death. Realizing he was no longer the magician capable of conjuring supplies at will, without the presence of the Come Fortune vessel. "Thank you very much. However, I still cannot open the door. I must wait for the local government or military to make contact. Can you assist?" "Assist again? I am no genie." Zhou Lin's thoughts roared in exasperation. The audacity of the request was astonishing. "I cannot be at your beck and call. Must I leave? Why do you not respond? Is it that you are unwilling? Rest assured, the government and military will be grateful, as will the affected civilians." At the mention of the affected civilians, Zhou Lin hesitated in his stride. "I shall give it a try." He managed to establish communication with the shelter in Jiazhou. Ordinary equipment would not suffice. However, through the powerful transmitter aboard Come Fortune, Zhou Lin succeeded. "A dirigible? Zhou Lin, you must be jesting. Are you not supposed to be at Lanshan Community?" The voice that replied was Su Ziyuan's. "It was uncomfortable living on the top floor, so I moved back to my hometown." "Director Su, you wouldn't abandon this place simply because it isn't your jurisdiction, would you? If you truly do not wish to get involved, just say so, and I will immediately haul the scrap to the recycling station. It's a mess, but it should fetch some money." "What a cursed scrap collection station." Su Ziyuan thought to himself. "When did I ever claim to abandon this matter? The crux of the issue is that it is beyond my control. It must be reported. After all, the current situation is exceedingly tense. Even Commander Zhu Guanghan and Deputy Commander Yi Xinxiao have personally ventured out to engage in earthquake relief efforts." He had only just returned, having been conscripted by the radio management team, as he happened to be the highest-ranking official present. "Wait for me a few minutes. I shall report immediately." Su Ziyuan hesitated to agree hastily for a reason. What if Zhou Lin were lying? Suppose Zhou Lin truly returned to his hometown, and then the old house, lacking seismic resistance, collapsed, trapping Zhou Lin's family beneath it. In such a scenario, if Zhou Lin sought assistance from the authorities, speaking the truth would be of little use. Who would prioritize rescuing those far away over those nearby? All right, there are likely several tons of supplies along with 50 or 60 individuals. "Oh, The airship's hull number is 024. After Zhou Lin completed his account, he severed the communication and turned to gaze at the airship's gondola. The open rear hatch was already coated with a layer of white frost, indicating that the low temperature was seeping inward. Damn, I should have brought some oxygen tanks. Perhaps those supplies contained some. To maintain the temperature within the gondola, the hatch could not be left ajar, yet closing it would diminish the oxygen concentration. Chapter 85. Flowers Beyond the Long Pavilion. As dozens of oxygen tanks were simultaneously activated, Zhou Lin secured the rear hatch. He had also dragged several soldiers from the cargo bay to the cabin, allowing everyone to share the oxygen. No one would suffer a loss. As the oxygen concentration in the cabin gradually increased, some soldiers' heart rates began to quicken, indicating that they might soon regain consciousness. Zhou Lin, are you there? Su Ziyuan's voice crackled over the intercom. Your efficiency is truly abysmal. Are you really willing to forsake dozens of lives? I apologize, but I must adhere to protocol. Can you provide us with the exact location? We will arrive post-haste. All right, who could deny you? The public servant. Zhou Lin relayed the specific position, also advising Su Ziyuan to bring additional trucks, if necessary. Even sleds capable of carrying cargo would suffice. The airship was undoubtedly immobile, and Zhou Lin certainly did not wish for the authorities to establish a presence here for the sake of these supplies. Should they discover the island tower, it would spell trouble. Tapping on the cockpit door, Zhou Lin said, I've contacted the authorities for you. They will arrive shortly. Hey, respond. Thanks. Separated by a hatch. Zhou Lin was unaware that what he perceived as a faint voice was actually the result of someone pressing their mouth tightly against the door to barely transmit the sound. The entire cockpit of the airship had sustained deformation, with 1/3 crushed during the crash. The pilot and co-pilot seated at the front perished instantly, and the individual in charge of communications fell unconscious due to the impact. It was Lu, the female soldier who had been conversing with Zhou Lin, who revived the communications officer, completing the dialogue with Zhou Lin before succumbing to excessive blood loss. Lu Yin refrained from opening the door for Zhou Lin due to uncertainty regarding his identity. The cockpit was distinct from the cargo hold, involving numerous national and military secrets. Entry without approval from higher authorities or trusted personnel was prohibited. This was part of Lu Yun's duty. She herself had also sustained injuries, and they were quite severe. Had Zhou Lin arrived in time to open the hatch, perhaps he could have saved her life, merely by notifying Wu Shui or directly transporting her to the old residence. With Wu Shui's medical expertise, it would likely not have been an issue. However, at this crucial moment, Lu Yun's thoughts were not consumed by her own safety, but rather by her mission and responsibilities. By refusing to open the door, she ensured that the individuals outside could not fully control the airship, thus serving as an effective deterrent while simultaneously safeguarding state secrets. By the time Su Ziyuan and his convoy arrived in full force, several soldiers within the cabin had regained consciousness. They did not doubt that Zhou Lin had rescued them. Rather, they were distressed over the loss of precious oxygen supplies, vital resources for disaster relief. Am I mistaken? Zhou Lin chuckled. Disaster relief supplies, you say? Let me ask you, who proclaimed that man can conquer nature? As soldiers of our great Xi'an nation, when did you begin to rely on external conditions? Are you saying that the spirits of dozens of soldiers are worth less than a mere handful of oxygen tanks? Without those tanks, you would be rendered useless, unable to save anyone. Which is it that saves more lives, dozens of oxygen tanks, or the valiant efforts of you soldiers? Though I have never served in the military, I hold profound respect for you. Remember, when you believe that the lives of the common folk are more important than your own, those whom you have aided, rescued, and protected think the same of you. Do not dwell on the loss of material supplies, for you are the true treasures of our nation, the most invaluable assets to our people. Despite Zhou Lin's relatively youthful age, he perceived the soldiers with an almost paternal affection. Ah, young soldiers, your innocence and fervor, filled with devotion to your country and its people, render you the most admirable among us. Zhou Lin wished for their survival, hoped they would thrive amidst the darkness of the world, remaining steadfast, pure, and passionate, always upholding fairness and justice, always standing alongside the common folk. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocks echoed from the rear cabin, prompting Zhou Lin to rise quietly. You all rest. It seems the personnel from the government shelter have arrived. Upon hearing that government representatives were present, the soldiers ceased their activities. 2 minutes later, a weary Su Ziyuan entered the cabin, accompanied by a group. Which of you is in charge? I am Su Ziyuan, Deputy Director of Logistics for the Jiazhou City Shelter. Here is my identification. The commanding officers are in the cockpit. A soldier replied. The cockpit? Zhou Lin, why don't you go check on them? Zhou Lin shrugged. I can't enter without permission. You haven't received clearance, remarked a youthful soldier. Permission? Though Su Ziyuan had always operated within the system, he recognized the significant differences between bureaucratic and military structures. After the soldiers explained the situation, Zhou Lin finally understood why no one had opened the cockpit door. It was only after Su Ziyuan expressed his willingness to assume full responsibility that the soldiers consented to forcibly breach the door. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Yun lay at the threshold, her last breath slipping away. A pool of blood beneath her formed a grim tableau, and even in her final moments. Upon sensing the door being breached, she struggled to open her eyes, exclaiming, "Who issued the command?" It was a female soldier. Zhou Lin finally comprehended why he always perceived a certain childishness in the voice. Alas, this is my identification. My name is Su Ziyuan. Here, I represent the people of Bashu, the citizens of Jiaqing, and all those affected by the disaster. Thank you for your support. Thank you. As Su Ziyuan gradually bowed to Lu Yun, Zhou Lin and the others from the shelter followed suit. A faint smile graced Lu Yun's pale face. No need for thanks. This is only right. Ah, such beautiful flowers. Is dawn breaking? I see the flowers and my mother. Hush. Zhou Lin raised a finger to Su Ziyuan and the others. No crying. No one is allowed to cry, because Lu Yun can still hear. And any sound of weeping would tarnish her last beautiful perception of this world. Gently crouching down, Zhou Lin softly hummed in Lu Yun's ear with a deep voice. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to meet the sky. I ask you, when will you return? Do not linger. Suddenly, Lu Yun let out a light laugh, her pale red lips slightly parting. So lovely, truly zinderful. At the tender age of 18, Zhou Lin took a deep breath and slowly stepped out of the pod. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, cold and penetrating. Yet, Zhou Lin felt a flame burning within his heart. He saw Lu Yun, amidst the fire, smiling and waving goodbye to him. In these trying times of the apocalypse, what compelled someone like Lu Yun to persevere? He was uncertain. Perhaps it was a lack of understanding, Zhou Lin mused. Zhou Lin, we are preparing to take the supplies and personnel away. Su Ziyuan approached, raising his hand to pat Zhou Lin on the shoulder, but realizing he lacked the height. Awkwardly retracting his hand. What do you want to say? I don't need anything. Hurry and leave. Seeing you all makes me uneasy. Zhou Lin waved his hand dismissively. All right. By the way, do you need bullets? We cannot take the airship for the time being. Leaving them inside might lead to theft. Oh, Zhou Lin understood. This must be Su Ziyuan's reward for him, or perhaps the shelter's. Then I thank Director Su. Not at all. You have also assisted us. Are you certain you won't return to the city? No return. What about Lu Yun and the others? We will bring them back with us, Su Ziyuan said solemnly. Rest assured. Chapter 86, A New Home Again. In the ship island building, although Zhou Lin was absent, Cheng Yali was still present. Having already grasped the general distribution plan, Cheng Yali arranged the rooms accordingly. Primarily, all activities and living arrangements were centered on the 6th floor. Starting from the bottom, the 4th floor, which had nearly 200 square meters of usable space above the entrance hall, was divided into 10 small rooms, 3 bathrooms, and a dining kitchen. There was no living room. This floor was accessible only from the entrance hall and could not be ascended further, specifically prepared for individuals like Sun Qinghao. The 5th floor could be accessed from another small staircase in the entrance hall, leading to the 6th floor. But it featured a sealed hatch door that could be locked if necessary. Also covering nearly 200 square meters, this area was divided into 4 suites, a kitchen, and a dining area, currently designated for Huang Minjing and her mother. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors were reserved by Zhou Lin for his family. Due to the diminishing shape of the ship island, the surface area of the 3 upper floors is indeed less than that of the 2 lower ones when combined. Yet it does not fall short of the actual usable area of the residence in Lanshan. Upon entering the interior of the ship island building, the astonishment among the crowd amplified. The chilling metallic material, while appearing somewhat stark, exudes a sense of safety far superior to that of ordinary concrete structures. Zhou Lin's selection of soft furnishing materials was neatly piled in each room, not out of an intention to interfere, but rather from a sense of indolence. Electricity and heating? Huang Minjing was particularly taken aback. She was acutely aware of the substantial costs involved in constructing such a building. What then could be the wealth of the Zhou family. No, wealth was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question was how the Zhou family conceived the idea of erecting such a grand edifice. How did they negotiate with the local authorities, and what means did they employ to secure the necessary approvals? As for Sun Qinghao, his thoughts were less occupied with such matters. Although he had once harbored feelings for Huang Minjing, reality swiftly propels one to maturity. Presently, his sole desire was to survive and reconnect with his family. Regrettably, this aspiration was fraught with difficulty. At this stage, it was a considerable feat for the government to ensure that most people could glean information regarding local governance and higher-level concerns through radio broadcasts, let alone restore previous lines of communication. Since Zhou Lin had conveyed instructions to Cheng Yali after the allocation of rooms, she opted to refrain from further involvement. As a single man, Sun Qinghao adopted a pragmatic approach, choosing to furnish only one room for habitation and making minimal arrangements in the kitchen. Dismissing the need for a separate dining area, eating in his room sufficed. Huang Minjing's sentiments were quite similar. Given her advancing age, she felt uneasy about living apart. Therefore, she decided that she and her daughter would share a suite with a manageable kitchen to meet their needs. Haizi naturally resided upstairs with the Zhou family, while Zhou Li's hydroponic aspirations and the surviving poultry and rabbits were assigned to the basement level beneath the entrance. The first basement was designated by Zhou Lin as a workshop and storage area, primarily for the communal supplies of the inhabitants. Currently, both Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao found themselves destitute. The Huang family possessed some clothing, but Sun Qinghao was genuinely empty-handed. For the foreseeable future, both Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao would need to work for the Zhou family, lest they become mere dependents. Thus, Sun Qinghao's main task became the cleaning of the foyer, along with learning vehicle maintenance and undertaking various labor-intensive tasks within his capacity. Huang Minjing, on the other hand, along with Wu Shui and Zhou Li, was responsible for the comparatively lighter duties on the second basement level, with the more arduous tasks inevitably falling to Sun Qinghao. Zhou Li's primary objective was to complete the intelligent transformation of the entire building, with the initial focus on installing surveillance cameras. After Su Ziyuan and the others departed, Zhou Lin did not return to the ship island building immediately, but instead headed to the old residence. He transported usable supplies from the Lu Xiaofeng to the foyer of the ship island, summoning everyone to assist with the moving. Afterward, he made another trip, and on the third journey, he brought Sun Qinghao along to transport the reissued mobile home and the final batch of supplies to the ship island building. As two large vehicles were positioned, the originally spacious foyer appeared somewhat cramped. Zhou Lin urged everyone to return to their respective quarters for rest, advising them to refrain from wandering aimlessly to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, especially since the building bore the Zhou name. This statement primarily served as a caution to Sun Qinghao, while simultaneously acting as a precautionary note for Huang Minjing, as human intentions can often be inscrutable. Furthermore, with more individuals likely to join in the future, it was prudent to establish some ground rules, allowing newcomers to follow suit. Since the onset of the earthquake, Zhou Lin had scarcely enjoyed a moment of proper rest. Even the most robust individuals could not endure such relentless strain. Therefore, he planned to indulge in a much-needed slumber, instructing Cheng Yali not to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. While he could finally rest, many others lacked the luxury of even a moment to close their eyes. The cataclysmic earthquake that shook the entire Bashu region inflicted immeasurable losses. Though the winter night compelled many to congregate in relatively sturdy shelters, these refuges were not invulnerable. They were ill-equipped to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake, with the extent of damage varying only in degree. If the shelters were constructed from repurposed underground stations or subway tunnels, the devastation would be even more harrowing. During the earthquake's onslaught, countless individuals were entombed beneath the rubble of shattered stone and debris. As time wore on, some succumbed to their injuries, while others fought desperately for survival. The remaining survivors could only pin their hopes on the assistance of others. In the face of such a monumental disaster, it fell solely upon the government and military to shoulder the burden. News of the 024 airship's recovery at the Jiazhou city shelter reached the provincial capital, igniting a wave of jubilation. The sudden tempest had caused the airship fleet, including the 024, to become disoriented. Originally dispatched for disaster relief, upon learning that the 024 had crashed and was beyond immediate repair, The fleet ordered the support teams and supplies aboard the 024 to be redirected to the Jiazhou City shelter for coordinated distribution. Excellent, Wang Pingping exclaimed, pumping his fist upon hearing this news. Having been tirelessly engaged for nearly 3 days, he appeared markedly gaunt, bloodshot, eyes betraying his fatigue, with blistered lips resulting from exhaustion and insufficient nourishment. Nevertheless, Yi Xinxiao could not persuade him to rest. In Wang Pingping's own words, the brothers are working hard. Why should I take a break? He felt a profound empathy for the soldiers under his command, having risen from their ranks himself. Even if it meant enduring greater hardship and lesser sustenance, he was determined to ensure that his subordinates were well fed and adequately clothed. Of course, he never hesitated to train them rigorously when necessary, for they were soldiers, sweating in peace to bleed less in war was the essence of their training. Let me assign you a task. Yi Xinxiao contemplated, realizing she must allow this young man a moment to breathe, lest he truly exhaust himself. What task? I refuse to rest. Who said anything about resting? The wreckage of the 024 airship cannot go to waste. It contains valuable materials. Retrieve it for me. Chapter 87. Who said we were good brothers? Once the Laifu was released, it would not disrupt the symbiosis with Zhou Lin. Rather, by being unleashed into the tangible realm, it could finally manifest many of its innate abilities. For instance, utilizing radar and other detection devices to monitor the surrounding environment. To put it bluntly, as long as Zhou Lin desires, he could effortlessly employ the electronic apparatus aboard the Laifu to surveil the entirety of Jiazhou City. No creature larger than a cat would escape his watchful gaze. Thus, when Wang Pingping and his convoy approached with great fanfare, Zhou Lin jolted awake from his slumber. Had he truly only slept for a few hours? The agony of tugging at his hair ensued. Even with abilities and enhancements, he was still human and required rest. Fortunately, his morning grumpiness dissipated as swiftly as it arrived. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, there was little time to indulge in anger. Each day was a struggle for sustenance, leaving one utterly fatigued, and anger required a certain degree of energy. Climbing to the top of the ship's island, others found little purpose in their ascent due to the impenetrable darkness. Yet Zhou Lin was different. His evolution not only endowed him with remarkable night vision, but also allowed him to harness the capabilities of the Laifu itself. With various detection methods combined with his enhanced sight, Zhou Lin could discern not only the convoy, but also the drowsy visage of Wang Pingping in the passenger seat with crystal clarity. It seemed unlikely they were approaching him directly. Zhou Lin surmised that their intent was likely related to the downed airship. To engage or not became a dilemma for him. If he chose not to intervene, he worried that Wang Pingping, in his aimless wandering, might inadvertently collide with the ship's island. A troublesome scenario indeed. Conversely, Zhou Lin was not particularly fond of dealings with Wang Pingping. His straightforward military demeanor was somewhat rigid, failing to adapt to the vastly altered circumstances around them. However, those who easily adapt are often more susceptible to the vicissitudes of their environment, potentially succumbing to corruption or straying onto a darker path. Hey Zai, let's go. Upon hearing the prospect of venturing outside, Hey Zai was elated, wagging his tail enthusiastically. It was inconvenient to allow him to frolic with the rabbits and poultry, as Zhou Lin feared his absence at home might lead to melancholy. Considering the temperature outside, Zhou Lin dressed Hey Zai warmly, even donning snow boots on him. For there were no veterinarians available at present. At this hour, everyone was preoccupied. Zhou Li continued installing surveillance equipment. Wu Shui assisted, while Zhou Chaijun was relegated to the basement level, tending to the poultry and crops, and Sheng Yali busied herself with preparations for lunch. I might not return for the meal, Zhou Lin remarked. Why not? What will you eat outside? Can you possibly order takeout? I'm not hungry, Zhou Lin replied brusquely as he ushered Hey Zai into the elevator. Passing through the foyer, he felt that the vehicles he had prepared were insufficient. Fortunately, the Laifu boasted an abundance of vehicles. He could easily modify a few for communal use later on. When Su Ziyuan and the others departed, they had thoughtfully concealed a radio beacon within the airship, which Wang Pingping had followed to locate them. Along the way, the tracks from their previous excursion were still visible, indicating they hadn't meandered. As the searchlights atop the vehicle illuminated the silhouette of the airship, Wang Pingping finally stirred from his stupor. Are we almost there? Just ahead. Boss, seems I woke up just in time. Everyone in the back, pay attention. Maintain speed and distance. Be careful not to crash into us. After picking up the intercom and uttering a few words, Wang Pingping's attention shifted back to the front. Despite being modified into a tracked vehicle, the thick layer of snow still posed a risk of slipping, prompting the driver to halt the vehicle several dozen meters away from the airship. How dreadfully cold it was. Accustomed to the warmth of the cabin, Wang Pingping was jolted by the biting cold wind, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. However, humanity's capacity to adapt to its environment is remarkably strong. Even the harshness of a winter night, people are undeterred from venturing outside. In fact, the number of individuals suffering from frostbite or falling ill due to the cold has significantly diminished. It is no wonder that someone once remarked that, apart from the four pests, humans are perhaps the most resilient creatures on Earth, rendering humanity the fifth pest, more formidable than the sum of the first four. By the time the convoy came to a complete stop, Wang Pingping had circled the airship once, already formulating plans for disassembly and transportation. He had heard that the Zhou family also resided nearby. It was quite uncharacteristic of him not to seize such a substantial opportunity. Wang Pingping never forgot Zhou Lin, perhaps due to their previous unpleasant encounter, or perhaps because Zhou Lin, as a commoner, had managed to legally possess firearms, which unsettled Wang Pingping. Or perhaps it was for other reasons, like the fact that Commander Wang himself had arrived. Zhou Lin approached slowly, wielding a flashlight, while the two soldiers who initially intended to stop him were waved away by Wang Pingping. So, this time, there's no share for you? Wang Pingping inquired, gesturing toward the disassembling pod. I had considered it, but a gentleman acquires wealth through rightful means. A gentleman? Wang Pingping scoffed. I see you fit that description perfectly. Oh, which part? Zhou Lin replied, unperturbed. A gentleman does not stand on the edge of a dangerous wall. Don't you think that applies to you? It seemed that beneath Wang Pingping's rough exterior lay a modicum of intellect. I admit, those who stand on the edge of peril are fools. Indeed. You strike me as one. You may say that about me, but not about us. Why do you think I would say that? It's because I don't regard you as a stranger. Do you understand? Zhou Lin stepped closer, extending his hand. Wang Pingping was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't recall when they had become friends. Through thick gloves, a handshake felt rather lackluster, merely leaving him confused. Are we moving everything? He asked. Hey, I knew you were a crafty one. Zhou Lin shrugged and stomped his foot. No matter how deep the snow, it cannot alter the fact that this land belongs to the Zhou family. The land belongs to the state, Wang Pingping retorted. The state has leased it to my family. During the term of the contract, it rightfully belongs to the Zhou. To be frank, this is merely disaster relief. If it were any other situation and it fell on my land, no one would be able to intervene. Wang Pingping furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? It means nothing. Zhou Lin looked around. When I return, I will set up a net. As long as the state exists, it cannot deny the contract made back then. This is my territory, and I am the master. You're going to make me laugh to death. Who are you going to show a barbed wire fence to in this pitch-black darkness? Moreover, were it not for the airship's descent here, who would be inclined to venture in your direction? Just as Wang Pingping was about to express this thought, he abruptly halted. A look of skepticism etched upon his face as he gazed at Zhou Lin. Do you not perceive that the midday sky has grown notably brighter of late? Or do you believe our world lacks the capacity for self-restoration? His words struck a chord, awakening a realization in Wang Pingping. In the past few days, he had scarcely found time to sleep, let alone gaze at the heavens. If Zhou Lin's assertions held any truth, did this imply that the endless night might soon come to a close, and the world would revert to its former state? Chapter 88. A change in the weather approaches. What do you mean? No, I have said nothing. Zhou Lin vehemently denied. Your subordinates are rather swift in their actions. They are indeed commendable young individuals. Wang Pingping regarded Zhou Lin with an odd expression. He appeared to be in his 20s, yet spoke with the gravitas of one in their 40s or 50s. Indeed, you might consider joining them. Not all. Zhou Lin, having previously broached this topic, preferred to divert the conversation. Before the earthquake, I rescued someone who shared certain tales with me, which I merely dismissed as stories. Do not take them to heart. Pray do share. Wang Pingping, skeptical of ghostly narratives, found it hard to believe that someone like Zhou Lin, who seldom rose early without incentive, would engage in storytelling. There exists a clandestine organization that may have been in existence prior to the advent of the apocalypse, shrouded in mystery and wielding considerable influence. Does that not sound like a tale? In any case, this enigmatic group has long been entrenched in our nation, its origins obscure, but it has covertly engaged in nefarious deeds. This impending apocalypse is merely an opportunity for them. Zhou Lin recounted knowledge gleaned from his past life, alongside insights acquired from Lan Yeye in this one, even devoid of references to supernatural abilities or evolution. It left Wang Pingping astounded. He ultimately inquired, "Where is that individual now?" "She fled during the earthquake. I am unsure of her whereabouts now. However, you might be able to uncover her name, though it would be prudent to refrain from involving government officials." "Why is that?" Wang Pingping responded with a hint of displeasure. "Do you harbor grievances against the government?" "Because that woman is named Lan Yeye. Should you encounter a stunning woman in the city who piques your interest, exercise caution. A woman to my liking may not yet have been born," Wang Pingping retorted dismissively. "Very well, I shall remember this. If I do happen upon her, I shall ensure she is thoroughly interrogated. Old Wang, I advise you to remain vigilant. That woman is formidable and could easily bring you misfortune if you are not careful." "Why do you call me Old Wang? It does not sound like a compliment." "Then I shall refer to you as Young Wang henceforth." "Young Wang or Young Turtle?" Wang Pingping shot Zhou Lin a fierce glare. "Enough. If you run out bullets, do not seek me out." At times, the camaraderie between two men may regress into childish banter, yet such playfulness often signifies a deeper bond. Zhou Lin himself was taken aback by the friendship he had developed with a military officer nearly 20 years his junior. Perhaps it was due to a shared psychological maturity, or perhaps the complementary nature of their personalities. At the very least, this was how Zhou Lin perceived it. There were many traits within Wang Pingping's character that he admired, yet felt incapable of emulating or wished not to cultivate. Like many of us, we often find ourselves moved to tears by various circumstances, yet when faced with personal experiences, we frequently choose to evade them. This, however, does not diminish our admiration for noble virtues such as kindness, courage, greatness, and loyalty. Thus, Zhou Lin feels a deep appreciation for Wang Pingping, or rather, he yearns for subordinates and followers akin to her. In a post-apocalyptic world, it is not a solitary endeavor to conquer. Even if he has embarked on the path of supernatural abilities and evolution ahead of others, he cannot claim invincibility, especially in the years to come. As these powers and evolutionary traits become commonplace, he may encounter beings stronger than himself or those capable of countering his abilities. At that juncture, without ample assistance, how could he possibly safeguard his family? If the acquisition of supernatural abilities requires a harmonious blend of timing, location, and human factors, evolution diverges in its prerequisites. Essentially, individuals with superior physical attributes often find it easier to embark on the path of evolution. The military, with its soldiers, typically embodies the pinnacle of physical prowess. This is something Zhou Lin personally witnessed in his previous life. However, he sincerely hopes that this lifetime does not replicate the circumstances of the past. After all, we share the same roots. Why hasten to harm one another? Fortunately, their idle banter has at least dispelled the possibility of Wang Pingping wandering aimlessly, thereby safeguarding the secret of the ship island's existence. Yet, this concealment cannot last indefinitely. Signs of emerging clarity are already becoming apparent, and if Zhou Lin's memory serves him right, it will begin to illuminate in just a few days. Thus, he must act swiftly. Once the ice and snow begin to thaw, it will not only cause drastic fluctuations in temperature, but also lead to surface runoff, potentially resulting in urban flooding and even disasters. The Zhou family's ancestral home is situated at a low elevation, making it susceptible to inundation. Fortunately, the Laifu ship is impervious to water, yet the only concern lies with the earthen embankments. If the snow melts too rapidly, it could wash away the earthworks on the ship's starboard side, exposing the metallic hull and potentially inviting trouble. Given the current situation, reinforcing with reinforced concrete is impractical and a waste of resources. Zhou Lin's strategy is to utilize an excavator to compact the soil. Once it is well compacted, it should suffice. If any part collapses, it would be a matter of luck. In the aftermath of a magnitude 9 earthquake, although disasters have struck in various regions, it is precisely these calamities that have strengthened the bond between ordinary citizens and the government and military. After all, it is the soldiers and the government that come to provide aid and organize rescue efforts. This visceral connection of blood ties cannot be altered by mere words. Consequently, Bashu has become a region difficult for malevolent forces to infiltrate. Some had presumed that following the disaster, the populace would be discontented and that a few eloquent words could achieve their ulterior motives. However, upon attempting this, they soon discovered that they had been reported. In the past 2 days, The shelter in Jiazhou City has received several reports concerning enemy activities. This should have been addressed by the government, but somehow it reached Wang Pingping's ears. Amidst the chaos, Wang Pingping suddenly recalled a name, Lan Yeye. Lan Yi. That name sounds familiar. Yi Xinxiao furrowed his brows, slowly reminiscing and indeed remembering. After all, Sichuan is not that vast. He had heard of Lan Yeye at a private gathering, and he had even encountered her. Just a woman, what's the matter? Commander, you clearly are a staunch traditionalist. Wang Pingping relayed Zhou Lin's assessment to Yi Xinxiao. Just a woman? Just a woman who could appear before you? You dare to speak so lightly of me? At least I am married with children. What about you? A solitary bachelor. We are both devoted to our careers. Wang Pingping declared indignantly. Zhou Lin advised me to investigate this Lan Yeye thoroughly, claiming she might be connected to a powerful and mysterious organization. Although Wang Pingping did not explicitly state it, in Xia country, anything labeled as mysterious generally harbors ill intentions. Yi Xinxiao pondered. How do you plan to investigate? We have had little interaction with the local authorities. It would be best to locate this woman named Lan Yeye. Zhou Lin is indeed a trustworthy individual. Since you have made your decision, proceed without concern. I am here to support you. Wang Pingping greatly admired this quality in Yi Xinxiao. Perhaps this was Yi Xinxiao's method of leadership, but regardless, the effect was undeniably positive. Just as Zhou Lin had surmised, Lan Yeye had not ventured far. She was indeed within Jiazhou City. Chapter 89. All concealing from the poor Wang Pingping. Lan Yeye managed to escape. Although the earthquake played a part, Zhou Lin still felt a deep sense of guilt, knowing full well that this woman was extraordinary, an extremely perilous psychic ability user. He should have taken more precautionary measures initially. If necessary, eliminating her was not an option to be dismissed. Zhou Lin was certain he had not been entranced by Lan Yeye's beauty. Such a notion was impossible. In retrospect, perhaps he had mistakenly believed he had resisted her psychic assault. Could it have been an illusion? Was it possible that Lan Yeye had deliberately induced such a misconception, allowing her to approach him safely? Gleaning more information from him before making her escape, the more he contemplated, the more he felt this possibility was substantial. Psychic ability users, even a decade later, remain exceedingly enigmatic, as their powers inherently favor concealment, making it difficult for others to perceive them unless they are superior psychic users themselves. Informing Wang Pingping about Lan Yeye was actually Zhou Li's suggestion. Whether it be driving away a tiger to catch a wolf or allowing the clam and the snipe to contend, Zhou Li believed that regardless of the outcome, it was acceptable as long as it did not affect their family. Meanwhile, Zhou Li also forbade Zhou Lin from disclosing anything about abilities and evolution, at least not from his own lips. The risks were too great, primarily concerning Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. Once it becomes known to superiors that Zhou Lin possesses extraordinary abilities as an evolved being, a plethora of justifications and demands are certain to arise. In such a scenario, whether to acquiesce or resist remains a dilemma fraught with complications. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to maintain a low profile. With a collective effort, the atmosphere within the ship's island gradually transformed into one of warmth, excluding, of course, the entrance hall and the quarters of Sun Qinghao. This stark contrast highlights the most significant difference between a household with and without the presence of a woman. Although Zhou Lin perceives the ostentatious decorations as largely devoid of meaning, they do at least provide a semblance of comfort. Indeed, the majority of women seem to be visually inclined, with the exception of Zhou Li, who, when considered from an age perspective, cannot yet be deemed a woman, but rather a girl. In recent days, she has felt fatigued, as every room necessitated the installation of surveillance cameras, both overtly and covertly, along with a myriad of switches. However, what astonished Zhou Lin the most was Zhou Li's unexpected interest in operating an excavator. Amidst the biting cold, Zhou Li nestled within Zhou Lin's winter coat, her petite hands clad in thick gloves, adeptly maneuvering the controls of the excavator. So, it was you who pilfered the Tifun. How could this be termed theft? In the realm of extraordinary abilities, this is merely borrowing, let's say for a few centuries. When they signed the treaty with us, did they not nearly ink it for several centuries? To Zhou Lin's surprise, Zhou Li exhibited a youthful exuberance, shaking her head, her panda hat bobbing gently. Oh, how naive, she remarked. Maturity is evident. A man remains a boy at heart until death. Why must one cease to evolve? Brother, look at the sky ahead. Is it not beginning to brighten? Zhou Li's observation prompted Zhou Lin to notice, for he had been oblivious to the time, which was fast approaching midnight. Indeed, a faintly luminous area had manifested in the southeastern sky, just beyond the excavator's reach. At times, Zhou Lin found himself admiring Zhou Li, who, despite her penchant for reading, possessed remarkably keen eyesight, not only free from myopia, but superior even to that of airplane pilots. Could this be a form of divine providence? It seemed plausible. Not only did Zhou Lin and Zhou Li observe this celestial phenomenon, but the citizens of Jiazhou City, and indeed the entirety of Bashu, also beheld the bright spot in the heavens. In an instant, the legend of the world regaining its light spread like wildfire, prompting spontaneous celebrations across various locales. After all, humanity thrives under the sun's embrace. At the California sanctuary, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao learned of Zhou Lin's predictions through Wang Pingping. The unmistakable brilliance of the light spot served as irrefutable evidence supporting Zhou Lin's foresight. What other insights might he possess? Zhu Guanghan gently rubbed his left shoulder, which had been strained the previous day and had swollen by morning. Although he had sought treatment from an esteemed, traditional Chinese physician, his age rendered recovery a lengthy process. Regarding the investigation into Lan Yiye, Wang Pingping had exerted considerable effort, yet the results were disappointing. He had received word that Lan Yiye had once been seen in the city, but due to the ongoing disaster relief efforts, population movements were so rampant that locating her had become akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. In desperation, Wang Pingping sought assistance from Yi Xinxiao. After careful deliberation, accompanied him to consult Zhu Guanghan. How did you come to know the name Lan Yiye? Zhu Guanghan was initially taken aback, but his astonishment only deepened as Wang Pingping recounted the details. How could Lan Yiye possibly be in Jiazhou City and have met that young man named Zhou Lin? A secret organization? If Lan Yiye is indeed associated with a peculiar group, we might be in grave trouble. Old Zhu, must you always be so dramatic? What trouble could a mere woman possibly cause? Zhu Guanghan shook his head, seizing the moment to survey the surroundings for any unwanted eavesdroppers. Before responding in a hushed tone, I will reveal a surname. He, connected to Lan Yiye? Yi Xinxiao furrowed his brow, while Wang Pingping, well aware of the complexities, felt a sense of urgency, fidgeting like a novice. Indeed, Zhu Guanghan turned to Wang Pingping, emphasizing that this matter could be of great significance. Even if you locate the individual, do not act recklessly, or no one can guarantee your safety. Old Zhu, I find your words unpalatable. No matter how formidable he is, can he truly exert influence over me? Yi Xinxiao seldom wore a stern expression, yet when he did, it signified that the situation was genuinely precarious. Thus, Wang Pingping disregarded the old commander's warning, responding with determination. All right, I understand. Hey, you rascal, whose words are you truly heeding? Yi Xinxiao inquired, visibly displeased. Naturally, I heed those who treat you well. When the sky falls, I shall not let you bear the brunt. This brat, Yi Xinxiao couldn't help but mutter again. Yet the tenderness in his gaze betrayed his affections. Although he and Wang Pingping did not share the title of father and son, their years together had forged a bond deeper than blood. As he watched Wang Pingping's departing figure, Zhu Guanghan spoke up. In truth, I envy you. Envy what? I envy you all, especially you. Indeed, for us soldiers, our motives are pure. Whomever treats me well, I shall reciprocate. You officials, however, are different, with your myriad of cunning schemes, speaking falsehoods to everyone. Old Yi, I have never spoken insincerely to you. Zhu Guanghan feigned indignation. Never? Huh. Dare you claim you do not know Lan Yiye? I suspect not only do you know her, but you are also aware of her whereabouts. Am I correct? A sly smile crept onto Yi Xinxiao's face, his piercing gaze fixed firmly on Zhu Guanghan, still commanding despite his age. Zhu Guanghan appeared embarrassed, and after a pause, he confessed, I merely wished to avoid leading Wang Pingping astray. Should he pursue Lan Yiye, the mere act of uncovering her connection could ruin him for life. Zhu Guanghan's sentiments were not lost on Yi Xinxiao. Had he disagreed, he would have exposed the truth moments ago. Do you believe Zhou Lin's claims to be true? Suddenly, Yi Xinxiao recalled a piece of information unknown to Zhu Guanghan and Wang Pingping. In the Xia Kingdom, if the state intends to investigate an individual, there is virtually no one who can evade scrutiny. Previously, Wang Pingping had reported his suspicions regarding Zhou Lin. And what was the response from above? Let unfold. Merely 4 words. To be precise, the complete response was not limited to those 4 words. Yi Xinxiao had only shared that part with Wang Pingping as per protocol. The additional statement read, "Upon investigation, Zhou Lin departed the country on June 27th for an island nation. With no subsequent records of reentry, his exact whereabouts remain under scrutiny." The fact that there are records of departure, but none of arrival, was a glaring loophole that Zhou Lin recognized, yet was a deficiency beyond his capacity to rectify. He could only hope for the arrival of an apocalyptic scenario, wherein data might be lost or, indeed, no one would pay heed to a minor calamity such as his. Reality, however, proved Zhou Lin mistaken. The vast intelligence apparatus of the Summer Nation was more than capable of uncovering any information they desired. As a commanding officer of the station troops, Yi Xinxiao possessed intelligence that far surpassed that of Zhu Guanghan and Wang Pingping, particularly regarding matters of national security. The world was aware of the Ford being hijacked, with all American soldiers released only to vanish mysteriously. Yet, the knowledge that the hijackers had transmitted all pertinent information to the Summer Nation's evacuation fleet was known by very few. From a rank perspective, Yi Xinxiao was not privy to such information, but through the feedback from above, he astutely inferred that Zhou Lin must have conferred significant benefits to the state. Otherwise, the response would not have been so casually phrased in 4 lighthearted characters. What a jest it would be if Zhou Lin were indeed a person of substantial suspicion. How could he be allowed to continue unchecked? The only explanation was that the higher-ups had conducted a thorough review and concluded that Zhou Lin would never undertake actions jeopardizing the nation and its people. With the state as a guarantor, Yi Xinxiao had no reason to doubt Zhou Lin's words. Regrettably, these justifications were not words he could express. "Old Zhu, we are not under each other's command, and I cannot compel you. Yet there are matters you must contemplate carefully and consider whether you can bear the weight." Zhu Guanghan wore a bitter smile, acknowledging, "Whether I can bear it or not, I must endure. I truly do not care for the title of commander. What is its worth? But I am at a loss as to whom I should turn. Should I direct it towards you? If not you, then to whom would it matter? If I were to appoint someone haphazardly, what would become of the hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city?" At this juncture, Zhu Guanghan could not suppress a sigh. "Old Yi, the government is not like your military, and I have my own burdens to carry." Yi Xinxiao shook his head, recognizing the truth in Zhu Guanghan's words, and could only sigh in resignation, bringing the conversation to a close. As time progressed, the rescue efforts following the earthquake were nearing their conclusion. If one were to consider the optimal rescue period to be a golden 72 hours under normal circumstances, then the actual golden time had barely reached half of that. Few individuals could endure 36 hours in temperatures plummeting to -30 or 40 degrees. Typically, if the human body is exposed to such frigid conditions without the ability to move, mere hours could result in severe frostbite at the extremities, rapidly endangering life. Comprehensive reports from various regions indicated that, 24 hours post-earthquake, there were essentially no survivors left, with any rare finds being exceptionally unique cases. In a state of near despair, the rescue teams persevered for an additional 48 hours, during which time only 8 living individuals were extracted from the entirety of Bashu province, 7 of whom faced amputations. In light of these dire circumstances, the Post-Disaster Command Center of Bashu province issued orders to halt the rescue operations. This is not indifference. Rather, it stems from the unique circumstances that rendered personnel and resources unable to proceed further. In the final 48 hours, although 8 individuals were rescued, 18 rescuers laid down their lives, and the resources expended were incalculable. The rescue was ultimately halted. When Zhou Lin received this news, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Had he known it would come to this, he would have issued the order to cease operations long ago. Zhou Lin pouted, remarking on the audacity of the youth to speak so freely. Fortunately, there are no online platforms to broadcast such thoughts. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be ridiculed. Today is slightly brighter than yesterday. Zhou Lin tossed a piece of rib into his mouth. Cheng Yali has been diligently honing her culinary skills of late. Perhaps her newfound abilities have inspired her, as the flavors improve with each passing day. Even Wu Shui and Zhou Li have begun to express disdain, claiming that if they continue to indulge in her cooking, they will inevitably become little pigs. Cheng Yali, however, maintains that having enough to eat is paramount, as the stored fat may sustain them in times of scarcity. What lies beyond the cold winter nights? Wu Shui inquired. An even greater calamity. Zhou Lin replied with a bitter smile. He did not wish to dishearten his companions, yet the harsh reality stood before them. Deceiving them would only lead to deeper disappointment when the truth emerged. Plague? Zombies? Floods? Or extreme heat? Zhou Li speculated, surprisingly hitting upon a kernel of truth. Flooding was certain. The melting snow could cause significant trouble, leading to disease spread due to sewage overflow. Extreme heat would also be frequent. Zombies? Let us not conflate fiction with reality, Zhou Lin interjected. Wu Shui's complexion paled to a ghostly white. She could tolerate the cold. But if faced with heat coupled with flooding, it would mean a potential explosion in the population of certain pests, such as mosquitoes and flies. The frigid temperatures of -40 degrees would not eliminate their eggs. Given the right temperature and humidity, they would hatch and proliferate immediately. Essentially, anything deemed harmful by the citizens of Summer Nation would prove nearly impossible to eradicate. Rest assured, mosquitoes and flies won't be able to intrude. Do you really think our filtration system is merely ornamental? Zhou Lin reassured her, giving her hand a gentle pat. They were old partners now. There was little he did not know about her concerns. Wu Shui's cheeks flushed. Since we lack for nothing, is it necessary for you to venture out? It's far too perilous. Fear not. I have my plans, Zhou Lin said, playfully pinching her cheek before rising to descend to the lower level to make preparations. Symbiosis, Intermediate Fork 21710000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Lifeng, large waterborne vehicle. Luxiafeng, medium ground vehicle. Available symbiotic transportation. 0. Storage capacity. 12. Symbiotic intensity. 60 minutes per 24 hours. Evolution level. 60, 600, 110000. Unbeknownst to him, the experience points for symbiosis had risen by nearly 1,000, and the evolution level had increased by a full magnitude. Zhou Lin was quite satisfied with this pace. After all, in his previous life, he had no opportunity for such advancements. Much of what he knew was hearsay, and whether on the path of abilities or that of evolution, he had to rely solely on his own gradual exploration. Zhou Lin discovered a magnificent pickup truck from foreign land, and he was poised to undertake its transformation. Although he could not directly harness consciousness without symbiosis, within the confines of the Reifeng, Zhou Lin found himself able to command the equipment aboard with remarkable precision. The workshop adjacent to the hangar was replete with an array of devices. With a mere thought, Zhou Lin animated the entire workshop. Numerous robotic arms and mobile apparatuses began to encircle the pickup truck, systematically disassembling and reassembling its components in accordance with Zhou Lin's intentions. Meanwhile, the specialized workpieces requiring unique dimensions and materials were gradually taking shape on the machine tools and metal 3D printers. Had anyone been present to witness this scene, they might have assumed it was the activation of an intelligent entity executing a plan for humanity's demise. 2 hours later, a pickup truck that bore little resemblance to its original form emerged before Zhou Lin's gaze.